Chapter 1. May 17th, 2000. You have transferred $13,666,422.19 into your savings card, ending with the numbers 2022. The current balance is $13,667,922.19. Commercial Bank. Jasper looked at the text on his phone, reminding him of his transaction details. He let out a deep breath, a look of excitement emerging on his face. 5 months ago, he was reborn and traveled back in time from the year 2020. He had wasted 40 years of his past life, but the heavens were giving him another shot at life. Jasper Lane, who has been working in the economic industry for more than 10 years, was reborn in the year 2000 with memories and knowledge of the next 20 years to come. Knowing that he could not waste away the next few decades of his life, Jasper started taking action 5 months ago. He did everything based on sheer memory regarding the hottest issue that happened in the country back in 2000, the Mung Bean Futures incident. Jasper sold off his parents' only property and broke into the futures market with an $800,000 fund at a leverage of 20 times. He went through the 5 months in a state of anxiety and distress. On this day, he welcomed the arrival of the remarkable rise in mung bean prices from his memories. As he had initiated an opening 5 months ago, the sudden rise in mung bean prices caused Jasper's personal assets to exceed $10 million. He was clear that the mung bean prices had already reached their limit. There would soon be a persistent decline in its prices for the next few years. Therefore, Jasper did a clearance and withdrew his shares. He got a total of $13.66 million after accounting for processing fees, going from $800,000 to $13.66 million in a day's time. Jasper achieved a financial endeavor most people would not be able to attain throughout their entire lives. After returning the principal and interest, there will still be approximately $12.8 million left. If history does not change its course, and everything takes place just like in my memories, I'll be able to take hold of the following chances to earn more money. Perhaps this $13 million will soon become hundreds of millions, or even billions. He continued looking at the transaction text a few more times. Jasper let out a few loud laughs. He had been poor, wretched, and trapped in debt throughout the entirety of his past life. Every single day was simply another day to pay off his debt. Days passed like years when one lived that way. Nevertheless, everything had changed now. Since he had been poor and wretched throughout his entire past life, he needed to earn lots of money in this lifetime. He had to let his parents enjoy their lives after retirement to make up for all his regrets from his past life. However, he could not be too glad right now. $13 million was not a small sum, but it was not considered much for wealthy people. Before growing strong, he needed to endure everything and develop well in order to obtain gains from every opportunity possible. He had to act cool and maintain a low profile. Just as Jasper was busy thinking about some financial opportunities set in the future, someone knocked at the door. "Jasp, my mother wants you to come home for dinner tonight." Jasper's smile disappeared immediately at the sight of the pretty girl standing outside the door. This was his current girlfriend and wife-to-be, Penelope Hunt. "I'm not free," Jasper replied in a firm tone. "You're not free?" Penelope stared dumbfoundedly at Jasper. Ever since they got to know each other, Jasper had been crazily in love with her and bent to her every will. He agreed to her every request and fawned over her every time they met. However, he seemed like a different person today. Being too used to the way he usually treated her, the stark contrast in his demeanor made Penelope extremely unhappy. Her expression hardened. "My mother wants you to come home for dinner, and you're telling me that you aren't free?" she yelled. Jasper laughed coldly. After going through everything in his past life, he was well aware of this woman's intentions. "Forget the meal. Don't think that I'm oblivious to everything. Your mother wants me to come over just to ask me to lend money to that brother of yours, right?" he asked. Penelope's expression changed. "How did you know?" she asked. "I know everything. I also know that your brother impregnated a woman out there and forced her to get an abortion. She almost lost her life, and now they want him to pay them $300,000, right?" Jasper smirked coldly. Penelope looked at him in distaste. "He's my brother, and we're about to get married. Why are you being so calculative over a small sum of money like this? She asked. A small sum of money? You're asking for $300,000. You know all about my financial situation. My parents have humble roots in the agricultural industry. They worked hard their entire lives just to buy this house for us to live in after getting married. Meanwhile, I just started working. Where should I find $300,000 for your brother? Jasper asked angrily. You can sell off your parents' old house in their hometown. Although it won't be worth much, it's enough to get us $300,000. Penelope stated matter-of-factly. Have you gone crazy? Although this was the second time he was hearing all of this from her because of his past life, Jasper was still enraged all the same. That's my parents' retirement home. Where will they stay after you sell their home? He questioned. Penelope's eyes glimmered. They can rent a place to stay or stay with us for a while, she said. Stay with us? Jasper scoffed. Such sweet words coming from you. Last year, my father came to the city to receive treatment for his illness and stayed with us for a total of 3 days. You made my mother wash your feet for you every day, but only visited my father once during the week he was in the hospital. You couldn't even stay for 3 minutes. Tell me why. Was my father's health not as important as your tea-time appointments? Jasper got more infuriated as he continued talking. He hated Penelope, but he hated his weak self in the past even more. Enough, Jasper Lane. Penelope had a terrible expression on her face. I'm just asking you to allocate some money for my younger brother. Do you want to see him go to court? He's my younger brother, she yelled in rage. Well, he's your King brother, not mine. What the hell does this have to do with me? Jasper roared. All right then. Penelope laughed coldly. As expected, there are no good men out there. That's all I'll say for today. If you don't hand us $300,000, let's break up. We won't have to get married either, she said coldly. Jasper laughed after listening to her words. In his past life, Penelope's family had thrived off him for 10 years after their marriage. Her younger brother became worse after the abortion incident. He did everything from drinking to indulging in debauchery and gambling. Penelope continued forcing him to pay off her brother's debts. This was the main reason why he remained poor throughout his entire past life. Penelope Hunt did not have a hint of genuine feelings for him. She just saw him as a long-term meal ticket. During the wedding, she looked down on his parents for dressing too plainly and refused to let them enter the venue. She had never pondered upon the fact that his parents even sold off their furniture to save up for their wedding. Penelope did not even show up at his parents' funeral. She even got into a huge argument with him and slapped him a few times in public. All this just because she looked down on his parents for passing away pathetically and leaving behind a few $1,000s of rent debt. Thinking back about the past, Jasper clenched his fists and took in a deep breath. The expression on his face turned hard and cold, since the heavens had given him a new chance at life. Not only did he want to become wealthy, but he also wanted to have a fresh start in life. F***ck off. You aren't even worth $300 in my eyes. $300,000? Scram. Chapter 2. Jasper. Wait and see. I'll definitely not let you have your way. Penelope blurted out in anger and left. There was not a hint of regret in Jasper's gaze as he saw Penelope leave in a fit of rage. He should have dumped this woman a long time ago. In the evening, the sky gradually darkened. Jasper wrote down all the opportunities to earn money he could recall from his memories in his notebook in case his memory deteriorated in the future. This was the most important thing in his life right now. He could not be careless about it. Someone knocked on the door out of the blue. Jasper opened the door and was met with the sight of 3 people. Penelope Hunt, her brother, Calvin Hunt, and her mother, Susan Jones. Susan had a snarky expression on her face. Once she caught sight of Jasper, she pointed a finger at him and shouted out loud, "Jasper Lane, I'll let my daughter date you since I thought you were honest and genuine. How dare you dump my daughter? You cold-hearted ***starred. Are you still human?" Jasper glanced at Penelope, whose eyes were red due to crying. "I broke up with her on good terms. Please keep your mouth clean," he said calmly. "What F***king bullshit?" Calvin Hunt roared out in anger. He pointed at Jasper and shouted, "Look at how much my sister is crying. Don't try defending yourself anymore. Don't think I don't know that you did this just because you can't bear to give us some money. Mother, I've told you a long time ago that people from the countryside are extremely calculative. His parents never managed to achieve much throughout their entire lives. So how can you expect their son to achieve anything? How can they compare with people from the city like us? Calvin blurted out. Susan Jones laughed coldly. I must have been blind to allow my daughter to date you then. My son is right. Wretched parents sure do raise wretched children. From this small sum of money, we can tell that your personality is trash, she said. Do you think you can get away like that after wasting my daughter's time all these years? What wishful thinking. Either way, you must give us $300,000. Jasper remained impassive in front of their antics. I don't have money, he said. Susan scoffed. No money? Won't you have money after selling off your parents' house? Exactly, Calvin said matter-of-factly. They can rent a room or sleep on the fields after selling off their house. Anyways, they have been farmers for their entire lives and only know how to plant crops. Maybe they'll feel more at ease living in the fields. As he continued speaking, Calvin's eyes shone with a greedy glint. Hand over this property to me as well. I'm going to get married by the end of this year. I'll need a place to live after getting married. If you do this, I'll advise my sister to get back together with you, he said. Susan's eyes gleamed. After that incident, not only would her son have to pay a compensation fee of $300,000, but he would also have to marry this girl as well. He was worried because he did not have property of his own. Was there not a piece of property right before their eyes at this moment? Yes, this property seems like a pretty good place for Calvin to live in after he gets married, Susan said happily. Jasper laughed aloud at the schemes of this greedy mother and son. What an excellent plan. Not only do you want me to sell my parents' house, but you want this house as well? My parents used all of their savings to buy this house for after I marry. You're such an idiot, Calvin said impatiently. If my mother and I do not agree, who else will marry a wretched country boy like you? What do you still want this house for? Isn't this house for you and your wife to live in? You can express your sincerity by giving this house to me as your wedding gift for me. Right then, Penelope started speaking as well. That's right, Jasper. He's my only brother. We've worked so hard just for him all along, isn't that right? Listen to them now. Call your parents and ask them to sell their house. Then hand over this property to my brother tomorrow when you go to work. If you do so, I can forgive you and will agree to marry you. Have you guys gone insane? Jasper gazed at the three of them coldly. Do I owe your family anything? Or have I not told Penelope clearly enough this afternoon? I told her to scram. I'm now asking the three of you to scram. Penelope and I aren't in a relationship anymore. What right do you guys have to order me around? He questioned. Jasper's words infuriated Susan even more. She stared at Jasper pointedly and gritted her teeth. You're really an ungrateful B***starred. F***king B***starred, she yelled. Jasper Lane? Penelope shrieked. Look at how much you've angered Mother. Apologize at once. Do you recall what you told me when you were chasing after me in the past? You aren't even willing to do this for me right now. Are you still human? She asked. F***ck, he chased after my sister like a dog in the past. Now he's just walking away from her like that. Jasper Lane, you're F***king despicable. You wretched B***starred. Your entire family is wretched as hell. Before Calvin could finish speaking, Jasper glared at him coldly. This is my house. Let me tell you one last time, scram, Jasper yelled. After that, he slammed the door closed with a loud bang. Looking at the closed door, Susan trembled in rage. Mother, I'm sorry. I didn't know that he's someone like this, Penelope cried. Calvin's expression darkened as well. Mother, what shall we do now? This B***starred doesn't want to sell his house. I can't go to court. My life will be ruined. What about my house? He asked. Susan stared at the door angrily. She said spitefully, It's late now. Let's go back first. There will come a time when this ungrateful B***starred will be hit by karma. Susan stared at the door angrily. She said spitefully, It's late now. Let's go back first. There will come a time when this ungrateful B***starred will be hit by karma. Jasper did not bother about them. He did not give a damn about what they said at all. Now that he had money, he could become a millionaire or a billionaire in the future. Would he still be afraid of a few rogues pestering him? In the week after, the Hunts did not come over to look for trouble with him. Jasper felt at ease as well. However, he did not spend his time in vain either. Based on his memories, he knew that something huge was about to happen in this small town. In his past life, he knew that a ruby pendant had appeared in a jewelry shop called Glory Jewelers within the town. The boss of the shop promoted this ruby pendant as an antique piece, but this pendant was once worn by an English monarch in the past. Therefore, the pendant was being sold as a treasure of the shop. However, with a price tag of $500,000, nobody in town would buy it. Despite the gimmick, no one believed in it. They had to be kidding. An antique ruby pendant worn by a monarch was selling for only $500,000? This was obviously a promotion scheme. However, nobody would have expected the pendant to be sold off to a merchant who owned a foreign business. The boss of the jewelry shop even laughed at him for getting scammed by a fake product. Half a year later, the ruby pendant appeared in the country's largest auction event and was identified as a genuine piece. It got sold off at a monumental price of $40 million. It was rumored that the boss of the jewelry shop was so angered by the news that he had to be sent to the hospital. According to his memories, today was the day the ruby pendant would be listed for sale. This time around, Jasper would definitely not let someone else get the chance to buy it with $500,000 and sell it off at a price of almost 80 times higher. Jasper left his house early in the morning. He took a cab to the Grand Plaza and headed straight toward Glory Jewelers. When he arrived at the shop, a bunch of customers was already there. "Rickton, thank you so much." Penelope happily gazed at the ruby bracelet on her wrist. It cost $3,000. It was not a gift that anyone would simply purchase for someone else. The person called Rickton was a middle-aged man. He had a large head, big ears, and a protruding belly. Clad in a suit, he smiled cheerily at Penelope. A glimmer of satisfaction and greed flashed across his eyes. He had his eyes on Penelope from a long time ago. It was just that he did not have the time to chase after her. But she recently started to approach him voluntarily. There was no way Rickton White would not go after her. After all, it would only cost him gifts that cost a few $1,000s. He could afford that much. It's just a small gift. What's important is that you're happy. Rickton White laughed aloud. He turned over to look at Calvin and Susan, who were both staring at him in admiration. "Calvin, Mrs. Jones, each of you should choose a piece that you like as well. It'll be my welcome gift for you," he said. Looks of surprise appeared on Calvin and Susan's faces. They smiled from ear to ear and showered Rickton with incessant praises. Right then, Jasper entered the shop. The sight of an enemy tended to make one feel vengeful. "Hey, isn't that the calculative and wretched country bumpkin? Why are you here? Everything here costs a few $1,000s at least. You cannot afford any of it," he drawled on in a joking tone. "Maybe he's here to apply for the position of a security guard," Penelope said condescendingly with a cold smile on her face. Susan scoffed. She took hold of Penelope's wrist. TSK, look at this bracelet. It costs $3,000. Someone with taste and class bought it at a whim. People like you can only earn that much if you work for 2 months without eating or drinking. Isn't that right?" she asked. Rickton White stared at Jasper with a meaningful gaze. He knew that Penelope had a boyfriend. It seemed like he was the one. Rickton smiled faintly. There was a nonchalant expression on his greasy face. "It's nothing at all. I'm not good at much, but I can't stand seeing the ones I care for suffering from injustice," he said. Upon hearing his words, Penelope was touched. She leaned on Rickton. "Rickton, you treat me so well, unlike someone who's poor and calculative. He deserves to remain as trash for the rest of his life," she said. Jasper ignored their taunting. He and these people were from different worlds ever since the moment he was reborn. Walking straight toward the counter, Jasper asked the sales assistant, "Excuse me, can you please take out the antique ruby pendant?" Calvin laughed out loud after hearing what he said. "Huh? Has this fool gone crazy? Antique ruby pendant? Why are you asking someone to take it out when you can't even afford it?" he asked. Rickton shook his head. Rash people like him were easily provoked. This man resorted to doing something illogical after they had taunted him a little. "Hey, acting cool comes with a limit. What if they really take it out? Will you buy it or not?" he asked calmly. Susan smirked in distaste. Maybe he wants to see it just to gain some knowledge about the world. Alas, lowly country bumpkins like him have never seen anything good. After looking at it, he may even go back to the countryside to brag about it, she said. Everyone burst out into laughter upon hearing what she said. The sales assistant stared at Jasper with a questioning look on her face. She did not know him, but she knew Rickton White. He always brought women here to buy gifts for them. From what he said, this young man before her did not have much money. The sales assistant was too lazy to serve him as well. Sir, that ruby pendant costs a lot. If you aren't buying it, please don't waste our time, she said coldly. Who says I'm not buying it? Give it to the person who's asking you to take it out. Will your boss forgive you if this deal gets delayed because of you? Jasper questioned her. The sales assistant's expression changed instantly. She hummed coldly. All right, I'll take it out. Let's see if you can afford it. The sales assistant then turned over to open the safe. She retrieved a tray and placed it before Jasper. She sneered coldly. My boss brought this ruby pendant over last night. It was once worn by an English monarch. It's priced at $500,000. No bargain is available. $500,000? Penelope and the others took in a sharp breath. Even Rickton's eyes began to twitch. Not everyone could take out $500,000 at a time like this. This ruby pendant was well-shaped and had a great luster, but it did not seem to be much different from Penelope's ruby bracelet in terms of color or appearance. Rickton shook his head. He could spend a few $1,000s to have fun with a girl like Penelope Hunt, but something like this was beyond him. However, this was something that even he could not afford. What about this guy? Rickton laughed coldly. What a nice piece. It's a pity that my funds are still tied up to my previous investment. Otherwise, I'd buy one just for fun. I guess for someone like you. You can only take a look, right? He drawled. Exactly. Penelope moved her greedy gaze away from the ruby pendant. She looked at Jasper contemptuously. Now that you've seen it, can you scram? She asked. Rickton pulled out his bank card and handed it to the sales assistant. He spoke cheerily. Give me the bill. You need to look closely next time. Don't let some poor B***stards enter the shop. People like me are the real customers. What can he even do? He even requested for the antique ruby pendant after entering the shop. How embarrassing. Smack. A black VIP bank card was slammed on top of Rickton's normal bank card. It glimmered in all of its luxurious glory under the light. Swipe this card, Jasper said coldly. The atmosphere of the jewelry shop dampened instantly. Ha ha ha. Calvin pointed at Jasper and burst into a frenzy of laughter. Has this fool really gone crazy? You want to buy something worth $500,000 with a card like that? If this worthless card has $500,000 in it, I'll kneel down before you and call you my father. He sniggered. However, Rickton could not bring himself to laugh out loud. His mouth became dry as he caught sight of the luxurious black bank card. He knew that only those with up to $10 million in their savings account could apply for this card. At least $10 million. Rickton had never seen so much money in his entire life. One could lie, but there was no way for this card to be fake. Rickton stared at Jasper, the corners of his eyes twitching lightly. Right then, the sales assistant took the card and swiped it on the machine. Jasper entered his password, and a beep sounded from the machine. After that, the machine printed out a long bill. Everyone could see that this was the sign of a successful transaction. He had really paid $500,000. Upon taking a glimpse at the balance of his bank card, the magnanimous amount of several tens of $1,000,000 made the sales assistant's heart lurch. This was her first time seeing so much money in her life. Keeping his card, Jasper turned around to face Calvin, who had a stunned expression on his face. You can kneel down before me, but there's no need to call me your father. That would disgust me. Chapter 4. Upon hearing Jasper's words, the disbelief on Calvin's face instantly morphed into an expression of anger and jealousy. He gritted his teeth as he stared at Jasper pointedly. Where did you get all this money from? You said that you didn't have money a few days ago, but now you have $500,000 to buy a ruby pendant, he questioned. This is my money. I don't have to tell you where I got it from. What I do with it is none of your business as well, Jasper said. Humph. Calvin sneered coldly. You must have sold your house, right? Otherwise, where did you get all that money from? He asked. He must have done so. TSK, what a sinner. How can you sell your house just to buy a ruby pendant? You've really gone mad, Susan commented. The sales assistant had already packaged the ruby pendant nicely for him. She did not talk to Jasper in an impatient tone anymore. Sir, your ruby pendant has been wrapped up, she said in a tone full of respect. Wait! Penelope shouted out loud. Jasper, give me that ruby pendant. I don't care where you got the money from. We've been together for such a long time. My brother needs money now, but you said you didn't have money, so just give me this ruby pendant, she said. Susan's eyes lit up with a glint. She nodded in agreement. That's right. Give us this ruby pendant and we'll forgive you, she said. You guys must have gone insane. Are you snatching it from me now? Jasper asked in a harsh tone. After speaking, he turned away and left. Penelope was anxious. She reached out to hold on to Jasper's arm. Jasper Lane, are you going to be that cruel? She shrieked. I'm being cruel? I may be cruel, but nothing compares to how disgustingly shameless your family is. Jasper laughed. After speaking, he flung Penelope aside and walked away with large strides. Penelope and her family were overcome with shame after Jasper left. The looks on their faces were horrendous. Mother, we cannot let this go. Filled with jealousy, Calvin's face darkened. In their eyes, Jasper was a poor country bumpkin. They had never taken him seriously before. However, now that he could buy a ruby pendant that cost $500,000 just like that, they yearned for that pendant despite not knowing where he got the money from. Poor B** stards like him should remain as lowly trash. Why does he have to buy something that good? That belongs to me. He must have sold his house or gotten money from somewhere. Anyway, I should be the rightful owner of all that money. Calvin gritted his teeth in a fit of rage. My son, don't be angry. Susan comforted Calvin, saying, let's go back and discuss things. We cannot let him get away after playing with your sister's feelings for so many years. He must pay for what he did. At least he must pay us with money, she exclaimed. Penelope looked in the direction Jasper left. A spiteful glint flashed through her gaze. Mother is right. We cannot let this go. He has money, but he wasn't willing to give any of it to me even though he told me he loved me. I can't let him be at ease like that. Jasper left the jewelry shop and was just about to hail for a cab by the roadside. Apps to call for cabs did not exist yet. Just as he was considering taking the opportunity to design an app to call for cabs, he received a phone call. Someone from the commercial bank was calling him. Hello, Mr. Lane. We've reported the terms we discussed to the district branch. If you can ensure that your annual savings won't go below $10 million, we'll give you the best interest rates and VIP treatment as discussed. When are you free right now? We'll bring the contract over for you to sign it. Jasper was not surprised by how things turned out. This was a guaranteed minimum cash deposit of $10 million. At a time like this was a huge deal for any banks out there. I'm nearby right now. Also, I have something that I intend to save in your security safe. I'll come over right now, Jasper said. He then hung up the call. He hailed a cab and headed over to Commercial Bank. Jasper bumped into someone right as he entered the bank. F***CK, are you blind? That person yelled out in anger. When they both took a good look at each other, Terry Lane was delighted. Hey, Jasper, is your salary out today? Are you here to withdraw money? He asked. There was a stylish woman dressed in modern clothing by Terry's side. She walked over and snuggled up to Terry. Who's this? She asked coquettishly. Terry laughed happily. He's my cousin. Their entire family works as farmers. His parents borrowed money for him to buy a house in town back then. They asked for money from me as well, he said cheerily. The woman blinked her eyes. How much did you borrow him then? She asked. Borrow money, my *SS. Terry scoffed loudly. Their family is full of dimwits. Don't buy a house if you don't have money. They can't even afford their meals, yet they want to live in town. Just look at what they're made of. I pitted them, so King gave them $50 to buy some supplements to re-nourish their brains. Ha ha ha. The woman burst into giggles. She eyed Jasper contemptuously, then turned over to Terry's side. You're such a meanie, she said. Jasper gazed at Terry, who had a look of superiority on his face. Nevertheless, he remained calm. Terry Lane was his cousin. His father opened a factory in town some time ago and earned some money doing that. Terry was considered a second-generation millionaire in their hometown. Terry condemned Jasper and even his parents, who were his seniors, as much as he wished to just because he was rich. However, Jasper knew very well that the factory was just a facade. Terry would lose almost all the money, triggering a financial crisis which would cause the factory to close down eventually. There were rumors that a woman tricked him of all his money as well. There was no news about him after he left his hometown. That woman was probably the person before him right now. "Don't stop me from doing work," Jasper said in a chilly tone. "Doing work?" Terry laughed out loud with a contemptuous look on his face. "Does your F*King monthly salary even add up to $1,000? Does withdrawing $100 or $200 count as work for you? F*CK off. Aren't you embarrassed?" he asked. Before Terry finished laughing, a middle-aged man dressed in a suit rushed out from the bank in a hurry. That man made his way forward under the guidance of an employee. His eyes shone upon seeing Jasper. He greeted him respectfully. "You must be Mr. Lane. As expected, you're young and competent. I'm Mr. Jackson, the president here." Seeing John Jackson flattering Jasper, Terry and the woman beside him were shocked. He called Mr. Lane. "Is he calling you?" The woman pulled on Terry's sleeve. Terry snapped back into focus. That was right. He was Mr. Lane as well. Mr. Jackson must be calling him. How could he be calling that poor jerk, Jasper Lane? "President Jackson, I've just added $20,000 to my savings, and you're greeting me like this?" Terry asked John. John furrowed his brows. An employee hurried over at once. "President, our client is on the other side," the employee said. John nodded. He smiled at Jasper without looking at Terry. "Mr. Lane, shall we go upstairs?" he asked respectfully. Jasper nodded nonchalantly. "Let's go. Besides, I want to apply for a security safe as well. Let's carry out the procedure at the same time," he said. The ruby pendant he owned would be worth $40 million half a year later. He would definitely feel the most secure keeping it at the bank. Jasper then raised his head, puffed up his chest, and walked forward. Meanwhile, President Jackson and a group of employees followed him by the side. They walked away just like that. Terry, who was left there, looked at them with disbelief. Chapter 5. With the president doing things for him personally, all the procedures were completed smoothly. The interest Jasper received was thrice the normal rate. This was the most premium treatment one could apply for in this small town. Jasper did not really care about how much interest he received. He just wanted to let the commercial bank know his financial power. Not long after, something would occur in the international futures market for crude oil. As an ordinary person, it was impossible for him to go overseas to start an account and begin speculating the prices of crude oil. He needed to do this through his connections with the commercial bank. At the same time, the commercial bank gave him a premium credit card with a quota of $1 million as well. If this was 20 years in the future, the commercial bank would not hand a card like that over to someone with a cash deposit of $10 million. However, this was the year 2000, and $10 million was enough to let Jasper become a premium client in any banks out there. Jasper was overcome with mixed feelings as he looked at this card. In his past life, Jasper's cards all got swiped past their limit because of Penelope Hunt. Those days, he could only imagine having a credit card with a larger quota. However, now that he had achieved everything so easily, having the card did not mean much to him anymore. After completing the procedures, Jasper left the bank with John's well wishes. While hailing a cab, he thought that it was about time for him to buy a car as well. It would be too much of a hassle to hail a cab every day. On the other hand, he intended to sell the house that he was living in right now. If he did not do so, Penelope Hunt and her family would continue bothering him till the end of time. There was no way to know how far they would take things. He intended to buy 2 houses in the city, one for himself and another for his parents to live in. Now that he was wealthy, he could bring his parents over and let them enjoy their lives. However, buying property required a large number of funds. Although Jasper had the money, he wanted to use this amount of money as his principal. He needed it to earn a large sum of money in his upcoming mission regarding crude oil futures trading. If he had not recalled wrongly, For every extra $10,000 he had in his principal, he would earn $1 million more in his future revenue. With this thought in his head, Jasper found the name card given to him by John and called the number on it. The phone call went through very quickly. "Mr. Lane, how can I help you?" John Jackson was very happy to receive a call from Jasper. Although this town was well developed, there were not many wealthy people here. Jasper was the only client John had with more than $10 million in cash deposit, so he needed to get on his good side. Jasper smiled. "You're being too courteous, President Jackson. There's something that I'd like to discuss with you," he said. "I intend to gain the rights to open an international futures account at the commercial bank. Will you be able to help me do so?" he asked. John sounded stunned on the other side of the phone. The atmosphere turned serious. As the president of the commercial bank, he had his ways. Furthermore, Jasper's account was bound to a domestic securities account. He knew that Jasper was probably the mysterious retail investor who rose to fame in the mung bean futures market not long ago. His principal of $800,000 had turned into $13 million in 5 months' time. It was a miracle. However, he did not expect that this mysterious retail investor, whom many were curious about, actually intended to trade international futures. If this went well, he would not have to worry about his work performance this year. "That will be no problem. We run this kind of business as well." John clapped his hand against his chest and continued speaking. "Mr. Lane, what product do you intend to trade futures for?" he asked carefully. "Crude oil." Jasper smiled. There was no need to hide it from him. Besides, he would have to sign a contract regarding the product type he intended to trade when he opened the account. The commercial bank would eventually know. Although he knew that Jasper was someone who managed to turn the tides in the domestic futures market, breaking into the international futures market was not a trivial matter. However, once he heard that Jasper's target was crude oil, John's heart lurched. As a strategic supply, crude oil was not something someone ordinary could set their hands on. Jasper intended to do too much. Besides, all the major countries in the world were interested in crude oil. Who dared to speculate crude oil prices without having the nerves to do so? The next day, Jasper appeared in the commercial bank once it opened. This time, John was waiting for him at the door personally. Compared to their first meeting, they were now much more familiar with each other. John sincerely wanted to hold on to a big client like Jasper. Jasper was also happy to maintain a good relationship with the current president of the district branch. After all, he would be the future president of the town district and become the second in command of the province district. Networking was equally important when one was earning money. After talking to Jasper, John's admiration for him grew. Jasper was only in his early 20s, but he had already gathered an astonishing amount of wealth. A determined young man would act arrogantly no matter how much he tried to conceal it. However, John could not detect that sort of arrogance and oppression from Jasper. Nevertheless, how could John have known that Jasper had lived for 2 lifetimes? He had way more experience than him. The frivolity of his youth had long been tempered in the warmth and coldness of his past life. Now that they were more familiar with each other, instead of calling each other with formalities like Mr. Lane or President Jackson, they called each other Jasp and John. In the reception room, Jasper smiled and took a sip of Earl Grey tea. "John, I'm an impatient person. If there are no problems with the procedure, I plan to complete it today," he said. "No problem. The commercial bank has a specialized agency to deal with the international futures market, including currency exchange and agency trading. Everything is available," John promised him. As he spoke, John picked up the phone on the office table and called a number. After exchanging 2 sentences with the other person, he hung up the phone. After putting down the phone, John chuckled and stared at Jasper with a meaningful gaze. "Jasp, the opening of the international futures account is operated by the securities company under the commercial bank this time around. Therefore, I've arranged a personal assistant for you. She'll listen to your instructions at all times. She's well known for her beauty within the industry," he said. Jasper did not expect John to play this card. Just as he was about to say something, someone knocked on the door of the reception room. A woman clad in a black suit entered. The woman was extremely pretty. She was tall, slender, and curvy with delicate, pale skin. Her eyes were bright, while her teeth were brilliantly white. The sight of her alone made one's heart skip a beat. Most importantly, she had an impeccable aura. She seemed smart and capable, but she also gave out a comforting sense of gentleness at the same time. A woman like that would be the center of everyone's attention, no matter where she went. Jasper was stunned as well, but he was not attracted by her beautiful looks. She was someone he knew very well. Wendy Schuler. Chapter 6. They were classmates of 6 years throughout junior high and high school. During high school, they were even once desk mates. Wendy Schuler was the prettiest and smartest girl in school. Other than being competent, she had the looks as well. After all these years, she had become even more feminine and pretty. Meanwhile, Jasper was a completely different story. He constantly got bullied as his family was poor. Wendy was the only one who never bullied him. At that young and ignorant age, Jasper had once imagined the possibility of being in a relationship with her. Nevertheless, the gap between them was way too large. Eventually, Wendy managed to get into a top university, whereas Jasper attended an ordinary one. The both of them lost contact after that. Then, Jasper met Penelope and applied all the hidden feelings he had for Wendy to her instead. From the way things turned out, Penelope was not worth it at all. However, this did not affect the lovely memories he had of Wendy. Jasper Lane, is it really you? Wendy gasped upon catching sight of Jasper. A glint of disbelief and shock flashed through her pretty eyes. When she heard that the big client John wanted her to take on was called Jasper Lane, she simply thought that it was someone with the same name and surname. As soon as she set eyes on him in the reception room, she knew that he was her old classmate. Although many years had gone by, and their appearances had changed a lot, she recognized him right away. The quietest and most ordinary person back in school then was now one of the commercial bank's big clients. She even had to become his personal assistant. Wendy could not believe it. "Long time no see, Wendy," Jasper said while smiling warmly. "The both of you know each other?" John was shocked upon finding out that the both of them were old friends. "We're old classmates." John laughed out loud. Since Jasper was reluctant to reveal much, he did not ask much as well. He simply instructed Wendy to serve Jasper well, as he was a respected client. After bidding John goodbye, the both of them headed toward the securities company. "I can't believe that you're a millionaire now. If our classmates find out, they'll be shocked," Wendy said. "It just happened by chance. I never expected to meet you again one day," Jasper said in response. Wendy laughed softly. Her beauty was unbelievable. Wendy's beauty was not gaudy. She was as pure and genuine as a lotus flower. Each and every one of her small details made one's heart skip a beat. "I never expected to see you again, too. You've changed a lot," Wendy exclaimed. "How was I in the past? What about now?" Jasper asked. Wendy burst out into laughter. "You've spoken more to me in the time we just met than the 6 years we were classmates. You were quiet back then. You did not fight back against others despite being bullied. You were extremely socially awkward," she said. As Wendy spoke, she set her clear gaze upon Jasper. His silhouette was reflected clearly in his eyes. "You're immensely confident now. There's an indescribable aura surrounding you. You seem like a really experienced person, but you have the liveliness one at your age is supposed to have as well. In conclusion, you're different," she said. She laughed and extended her hand. "This is my first job. I want to do well. Let me introduce myself to you once again. Nice to meet you, Mr. Lane. I'm your personal assistant. You can call me Wendy Schuler," she greeted him. Jasper reached out his hand and clasped Wendy's soft, delicate hand gently. "Don't call me Mr. Lane. You can call me Jasp," he said. It was the first time the both of them were shaking hands, but it felt like they were holding hands instead. Jasper never imagined a day when Wendy would be his personal assistant. When they shook hands, Wendy's heart skipped a beat inexplicably. Maybe it was because they were old classmates. It could also be due to Jasper's enormous transformation. Looking at him, he was a confident man who oozed a sense of flamboyance. A sense of admiration for him arose in Wendy's heart. She even started thinking of her own standards for choosing a partner. A furious blush washed over her face. Having reunited after such a long time, the both of them chatted happily on their way to the securities company. The securities company under the commercial bank was the country's largest securities company. They even had a sales department in this small town. Working in conjunction with the commercial bank as Jasper's personal assistant, Wendy was very familiar with the mandatory procedures that they needed to carry out. After a moment's wait, Jasper contacted the department manager at once. Ordinary staff members were not qualified to handle Jasper's business. The securities hall was extremely lively. The number of stock traders was increasing daily as the market was transitioning from a bearish to a bullish trend. Hence, many people were coming forth to open a trading account. Penelope Hunt and Rickton White were among the crowd. "Rickton, there are so many people here," Penelope told Rickton, who was by her side, after looking at the crowded hall before them. Rickton chuckled. "The market is great right now. You can easily earn money. That's why many people are here to open an account. You've made an excellent choice to follow me, since you want to earn money. I'm a high-profile client here, so I have many close confidants. Therefore, you won't have to line up like these ordinary people," he boasted. "You're the best, Rickton. You have close confidants everywhere. I've brought over the savings of my entire family. You must help me earn money," Penelope said in admiration. "Don't worry. You'll surely earn money if you follow me." Rickton chuckled. As Penelope followed Rickton into the securities company, she caught sight of Jasper some distance away. Her initial shock turned into a cold laugh. She took large strides and made her way toward him. The road of enemies is really narrow. Penelope did not expect to meet this jerk here. It seemed that Jasper was here to open an account for stock trading. Thinking of his stingy demeanor, she immediately sneered at him. "Are you here to open an account to trade stocks as well?" "Can I do so?" Jasper asked calmly. Penelope scoffed after listening to what he said. "I thought that you were brainless in the past. Now that I look at you again, you really lack the brains. Do you think that you can earn money just because others can? Do you think that it's so easy to trade stocks?" she questioned. "It isn't easy for your parents to earn money by growing crops. Don't dirty the stock market. Why don't you look at your own self-worth? Do you even understand what the market is?" she added. Chapter 7. Penelope's voice was shrill and mean. At the same time, the hall was crowded with people as well. All of a sudden, Jasper became the center of everyone's attention as they all set their curious eyes on him. "This isn't your home. Me being here has nothing to do with you. Please don't bother me," Jasper said with a frown on his face. Penelope sneered coldly. "It's true that it has nothing to do with me. I'm just worried that the 2 coins in your pocket are insufficient for you to pay the handling fees. How dare you come to trade stocks? What an embarrassment," she exclaimed. Right then, Rickton White walked over as well. After seeing Jasper's card in Glory Jewelers that day, Rickton pondered upon it for an entire day. How could a young man in his early 20s own up to $10 million in funds? Therefore, that card did not belong to Jasper. Some wealthy person must have asked Jasper to do him or her a favor. Rickton's mind cleared after thinking about it that way. He felt much more at ease. "All right, Penelope. Why are you being calculative with a poor jerk who has never seen the outside world? My friend has already arranged things for us. We can go straight to the VIP room to open an account. A poor jerk like him may never even get the chance to see what a VIP room looks like in his entire life." Rickton walked over and spoke to Penelope with a grin on his face. A satisfied and superior glint flashed across Penelope's gaze. "That's right. You're the best, Rickton. You can enter the VIP room as you please while a poor jerk like him can only admire us," she taunted him. Penelope then sent a long, condescending glare at Jasper. After they left, Wendy brought a middle-aged man over in a rush. Once Wendy appeared, her gorgeous looks attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. Men and women of all ages alike had their eyes on her. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Lane. I'm Harold Wood. My apologies for letting you wait." After hearing all about Jasper, the middle-aged man sprinted down at almost record speed. A high-profile client like Jasper was rare. If he managed to sign a contract with him, his work performance would be enhanced. "It's all right," Jasper said. Inside the private reception room. "Mr. Lane, are you intending to trade crude oil futures?" "No problem. President Jackson has instructed us to give you the highest discount on the commission," Harold told Jasper in a courteous tone. "The account opening and agency fees will be fully waived. However, to facilitate the drafting of the contract, please tell me how much do you plan to invest and the leverage you intend to use," he requested. $12 million. I want leverage of 50 times to turn that $12 million into $600 million, which will be used as the operating funds. If the amount is too small, it'll be a waste of time. The entire reception room fell into pin-drop silence after Jasper spoke. Mr. Lane, that's way too risky, Harold stuttered. As the business manager of a securities company, Harold had seen plenty of astronomical figures. $600 million was nothing much, but as a personal future speculator, Jasper dared to use $12 million to leverage $600 million in funds. Harold would never dare to do so. High risks, high returns. Mr. Wood, are you afraid of accepting this offer? Jasper asked, directing a meaningful smile toward him. Mr. Lane, we can accept your offer under one condition. You must deposit $12 million into the account of the securities company in the full margin, and it cannot be transferred out until your futures account is cleared, Harold said. Jasper nodded. He smiled and extended his hand. It's a pleasure working with you, he said. Harold sighed in relief. He clasped Jasper's hand with both of his hands. Harold, who was rather well known in the financial industry, set an inexplicable gaze on Jasper. The young man before him was unfathomable. The signing of the contract proceeded quickly. When he finally found the chance to say something, Mr. Lane, Jasp, isn't it too risky to do so? Wendy admired Jasper's boldness. However, she was rather worried as well. I'm confident that I can do it. Jasper laughed and pointed to the seat opposite him. Sit down. Although you're my personal assistant, I'm not your boss. Let's get along as friends, he told her. Wendy pursed her lips and smiled. The serious atmosphere of the reception room brightened immediately. I'm clear about my thoughts. Jasper pointed to his head. That's why I only do things that I'm certain of. Once I'm sure of something, there's no need to care about what others think. If it's something that I don't understand, I'll never touch it, he said. Jasper said these words with the intention to help Wendy. From the memories of his past life, he knew that Wendy was the daughter of a wealthy man. Her father, Dawson Schuler, was the richest man in the province. None of their classmates knew about this. Jasper found out about it after the incident regarding Dawson Schuler happened. Right now, Dawson Schuler was still the richest man in the province in name. However, the incident must have already occurred. Almost half a year later, there would be news of the capital chain of Schuler corporations being broken. The province's richest man, Dawson Schuler, then committed suicide by jumping off a building. Dawson Schuler went bankrupt because he entered the financial industry, which he was not familiar with at all despite having earned his fortune through textiles. Coincidentally, he encountered a financial crisis that caused billions upon billions of dollars to disappear in a flash. After Dawson passed away, Wendy would be tormented by the loss. She was the only classmate who had never looked down on him and was also the beautiful girl he had a crush on for the longest time. He wanted to try helping her in this lifetime so that things would not turn out the same way. Wendy was a pure-hearted girl. She seemed to ponder upon something after listening to what he said. However, she did not say anything in response. After signing the agreement and completing the fund transfer under Wendy's operation, Jasper had $12 million of funds available in his international futures account. Jasper still had $1.6 million left in his account, which he used to open a domestic trading account. It would take a few days for the crude oil market to spark up. During this period of time, he could seize the opportunity of the rising domestic stock market to make a fortune by purchasing a few well-known odd stocks. Since this year was the millennium year, the domestic stock market would rise in a stable manner up till 2008. If he was not too unlucky during this period of time, he would be able to obtain long-term earnings with some stocks in hand. In the midst of all this, a lot of investors had been blinded by a few renowned odd stocks. Some people took this opportunity and rose up to wealth, whereas a majority of them could only look at the rising prices of these odd stocks in dismay. Since Jasper had the chance to be reborn, he did not want to miss out on a chance like this. Do you have any private savings? Jasper suddenly asked Wendy after creating his domestic trading account. Wendy was stunned. I've saved up more than $200,000, she said awkwardly. During times like this, it was a remarkable feat for Wendy to save up $200,000. However, this was nothing much given her family background. Let's earn some money together, Jasper said, convincing her to open an account as well. Chapter 8. Although Wendy Schuler did not understand the stock market, she had heard of it and was eager to try. She hesitated a little, but chose to trust Jasper and immediately went to open an account. Tangent Technology, Kane Industry, and Phoenix Pharmaceutical. These three stocks. With such a beautiful personal assistant as Wendy, Jasper certainly did not bother to do it himself. After the names were given out, Wendy opened the accounts for these three stocks separately. In his past life, these three were the most bullish stocks during this period. How do we buy it? Wendy asked. The $1.8 million in cash was lying in wait in the account she operated. It was an indisputably large amount of money in this era. However, Wendy was not nervous. After all, as the daughter of the richest man in the province, she saw money more than others would play with Lego blocks. However, Jasper's next words stunned Wendy. All in? All? Invest everything? Wendy said in shock. Although this was the first time that she had personally traded stocks, she did not lack theoretical knowledge as she studied finance in university. It was the first time that she saw someone being so ruthless. Once an account was opened, more than 1 million funds would enter the market directly. Was this arrogance or madness? Yes. Trust me, do it now. Place a market order. Jasper frowned as he said, not allowing any questioning from Wendy. Seeing Jasper's serious expression, Wendy did not say any more, but immediately did as Jasper instructed. She put in a pending order, and in the next second, the transaction was completed. Seeing the available funds in the account turning into a single digit, the software also prompted that the order was too heavy and the risk was too high. Wendy breathed a sigh of relief. Let's head to the digital mall later. We'll each get a computer for office use, Jasper suddenly said. Whether dabbling in futures or the stock market, a computer was essential. It was not possible for him to go to the securities company to trade every day. Okay, should we go now? Wendy nodded and got up. Hold on. Jasper shook his head. Wait until we earn the money to buy the computer. Wendy was oblivious and looked at Jasper suspiciously, but she saw that the latter was looking at the computer with a smile on his face. Right after Jasper entered the market, the stock price of Phoenix Pharmaceutical suffered a fluctuation and fell instead of rising. Everyone, including Wendy, was a little startled to see this scene. Jasper was so confident to trade everything he had into the stocks, and they actually did not rise but fell. Seeing the stock price falling, Wendy could not help but say, Jasper, did you make a mistake? She uttered out what everyone else was thinking. Everyone looked at Jasper with scorching eyes, many of them gloating. Wendy was worried that Jasper would lose his dignity and become angry, so she was thinking about how to turn the situation around. I might have read it wrong before, but this time I won't, Jasper said calmly. Just as Jasper uttered those words, everyone had no time to react yet. Suddenly, a thick line appeared like a dragon emerging from the sea. In a situation where everyone was unprepared, the stock price of Phoenix Pharmaceutical directly soared toward the sky. It directly hit the daily limit. It really went up? It reached the limit too? Within 5 minutes, while talking and laughing, they earned more than 100,000. Amazing! Next to him, Harold Wood, who was watching the whole time, was dumbfounded and spat out words of admiration. Is there really anyone in this world who can tell fortunes? Wendy looked at Jasper, who was surrounded by the admiring crowd, and looked at her own account that had already made more than 20,000 in profit. She could only find it unbelievable. For someone of her background, more than 20,000 was really nothing. However, it must also be known that this amount was earned in a few minutes just because of Jasper's words. Was there an easier way to make money in this world? No wonder her father was so obsessed with entering the financial field. Wendy frowned and peeked at Jasper. If he was so capable, he might be able to help her father, who was already in trouble. At this time of the same securities company, Penelope and Richton's faces turned pale. Looking at the K-line diagram in front of them, and then at the funds, there was a total of 770,000. This was the money her mother Susan got when she mortgaged the house. However, in just a few minutes, they lost 10% from the 770,000. It stopped trading. Richton's face was very unpleasant. To be honest, in order to get Penelope, he sincerely intended to earn some money for her. However, the stock market was unpredictable and no one could guarantee a steady profit. To be on the safe side, Richten chose a stock that he had observed for a long time. Although it was unlikely to rise sharply, the advantage was also that it was unlikely to lose money. However, misfortune struck. As soon as Penelope entered, the stock immediately fell to a rock-bottom position and did not move since then. That's 77,000 gone? Penelope stared at the screen blankly, unable to accept it. Alas, the stock market is like this. The risk is also very high, but this is only the profit and loss of the current position. If it rises in the future, we can still recover the losses, Richten said. However, Penelope had no ears for his explanation. The 770,000 was the money she had gotten by mortgaging her house. She thought that she could make a fortune, but now she had lost 1/10 of it right at the start. At this moment, an announcement appeared. The stocks that Penelope bought were suspended because of a major violation. It was hard to say when trading would resume for this suspension. Besides, even if the market reopened, the stock price would at least be cut in half due to such massive negative news. Penelope's face went pale. She dared not imagine how her brother and mother would react if they found out about this incident. With clammy hands and feet, Penelope suddenly panicked. After earning 110,000, Jasper was very happy. Under Harold's starry gaze, he left the securities company and took Wendy to the nearby digital city. He chose 2 of the latest laptops and spent more than 30,000. It was a lot of money, but for Jasper it was nothing. After buying the computers, Jasper and Wendy went to a nearby cafe together. In the year 2000, in addition to this place being in the county, it was far from the developed entertainment venues of later generations. This cafe was already considered a trendier location. Wendy glanced at the computer next to Jasper that was exactly the same model, but in a different color and said, "Thank you for the computer." Jasper smiled and said, "It's also for the convenience of office use." Wendy looked at Jasper ardently and said, "How did you do it? Why do the stocks you take a fancy to rise so soon and by so much?" Naturally, Jasper could not tell Wendy that he had been reborn and that everything was in his memory. So he just said lightly, "Through more observation, I guess. I usually like to watch the news, plus talent, hard work, and a little luck." Wendy continued, "There's something I'd like to ask for your help." Chapter 9. What's the matter? I want to find an opportunity for you to meet my dad. After Wendy plucked up the courage to finish speaking, she saw Jasper's stunned look. Her glamorous face flushed red as she quickly said, "Don't get me wrong, I don't mean it that way. It's just that my dad has recently become obsessed with financial investment, but he doesn't understand anything and lost a lot of money. I hope you can persuade him or point him in the right direction." Sure enough, it happened. Jasper knew that Wendy was facing a real predicament at this time. He calmly said, "Why should I help you?" Wendy was stunned. Ever since she was young, others would do all kinds of things for her, especially people of the opposite sex, as they would rush to please her. Was that not done out of their own volition? However, Jasper was right. There was no relationship between the two. Moreover, Jasper was a veritable multimillionaire now, and his future was limitless. To put it plainly, they just used to be classmates, so why should Jasper help her? Wendy smiled bitterly and was just about to apologize when Jasper continued, "I'm quite busy during this period and the crude oil market may start at any time. Wait for a while, and I'll go back with you later." Jasper's words made Wendy's mood swing high and low like she was riding on a roller coaster. Looking at Jasper in front of her, who had a calm smile, Wendy could not help asking, "Why are you helping me?" Jasper shrugged and said, "Maybe because we're classmates. I'll help whenever I can." Wendy looked at the ever-calm Jasper. A knowing smile appeared on her face, and she nodded heavily. In the evening, Jasper went home in Wendy's car. It was not surprising for a person of Wendy's identity to own a car, and it was a BMW 3 Series worth $50,000 to $60,000. It was an incredibly luxurious car for ordinary people, but for Wendy, it was the car of the lowest profile that her family could find for her. This inspired Jasper to buy a car as soon as possible. Back home, Jasper exhaled gloomily, picked up the mobile phone, and called John Jackson. "Brother, I heard you made a lot of money today." "Congrats." John answered the phone instantly and said with a laugh. Jasper laughed lightly and said, "It's all small money. John, I need to trouble you this time." Jasper intended to move to a different place. After all, Penelope always came here to pester him. And besides, now that he had the money, he wanted to change his house as well. "I have a house in Pioneer Homes right now. For some personal reasons, I'm planning to sell this house. Later, I'm also planning to get another 2 houses. Can you introduce to me any reliable agents?" This material belongs to noveldrama.org. Upon hearing this, John immediately replied, "It's just a small matter. I'll send you the number in a while. Let me talk to them first, and they'll definitely help you get things done." "Thank you, John. Let's have dinner in a couple of days," Jasper said with a smile. It was originally just a polite remark from Jasper, but John seemed to have thought of something and immediately chuckled. "There really is a chance to have dinner in a few days, but I'm not sure if you'd be interested in it. There are several investors in the city who dabble in stocks and futures. They're considered big players in their respective circles. We hold an exchange meeting every once in a while. To put it bluntly, it's to maintain the relationship with them. In business, especially in finance, contacts and intelligence are very important. As for the last time when you played the futures for mung beans, it made many people wonder who you are. So, during the exchange meeting that will be held in a couple of days, I'd like to invite you to join me. I wonder if you'd be interested?" Listening to John's words, Jasper understood. In his previous life, he was in the financial industry and was no stranger to the small upper-level financial circle of this city. The members of this circle were leaders in their respective fields. It could be said that this group of people dominated the city's financial circle, and a stomp of their feet would cause a big earthquake. However, he was just a low-level employee of a financial company in his previous life who could only get some information from other people's hearsay and be envious about it. In this lifetime, he did not expect to get the opportunity to join this circle. From John's words, he was obviously a member of this circle and had a certain status as he wanted to bring Jasper into this circle. After living 2 lives, Jasper, who knew exactly how important personal connections were, did not refuse and readily agreed. After exchanging a few more polite remarks and agreeing on a time, they hung up the phone. Busy times flew by and a few days passed in a flash. In the past few days, the international crude oil market had not yet arrived and several important happenings had not yet reached the time of the outbreak. So Jasper focused most of his energy on the domestic stock market. With the memory of his previous life, it was like Jasper had a cheat code and his assets skyrocketed every day. Any stock he chose would inevitably increase in price until it hit the daily limit. The overall profit rate had almost reached an appalling figure. The principal of 1.6 million became 5 million in just a few days. Wendy's 200,000 also became 600,000. The speed of making money was not about making money any longer, but about printing money. The news about the local stock gods spread like wildfire, and some people who got inside information knelt in front of Jasper's record. Most of them were indifferent, thinking that it was an erroneous rumor. How could there be a 100% accuracy when buying stocks? Jasper did not care about the gossip and rumors that went on in the outside world. He was trying on a suit. This was the day he made an appointment with John to attend a banquet. When Wendy found out about it, she insisted on bringing Jasper out to buy a suit. Coming out of the fitting room, Jasper's appearance made everyone's eyes, including Wendy's, light up. Jasper was quite handsome, and his sharply defined eyes and eyebrows looked very masculine. Although his figure was not extremely muscular, it was well-proportioned. This suit was worn on his body as if it was made for Jasper. It fitted perfectly like a glove. Besides, his shoulders were broad and his back was straight. His entire appearance was refreshing. "How is it?" Jasper asked as he stood in front of the mirror. "Handsome," Wendy commented. "Bill, please." "Handsome and rich." The salesperson's eyes were shining when looking at Jasper, but when they looked at Wendy next to Jasper, they could only sigh. After all, most people had self-awareness. Few women could maintain self-confidence in front of Wendy. She was too outstanding and could crush the opponent thoroughly. After Jasper bought the clothes, he looked at Wendy next to him and suddenly pulled her to the Cartier store next door. "Wendy, let's go in and have a look." Seeing Jasper walking into the Cartier store, Wendy was stunned for a moment but did not think too much and went in with him. Wendy thought that Jasper wanted to buy a watch to enhance his poise, but unexpectedly, he looked back at her. Wendy, I'll buy you a gift. Jasper smiled lightly. In his last life, Jasper did not even have the courage to pursue Wendy Schuler and was very humble. Now that they met again, and he even had the capital to pursue her, Jasper naturally wanted to seize the opportunity. While saying that, he disregarded Wendy's stunned gaze and raised his head to say to the salesperson, "Do you carry the Etincelle de Cartier collection necklace in your store?" When Jasper asked this question, both Wendy and the salesperson were stunned. After all, the necklace of this series was not affordable for ordinary people. This necklace would cost nearly $1 million, and in this era, it was enough to buy a few houses. Before they could react, another couple who were looking at the jewelry at the Cartier counter suddenly turned their eyes to the two of them. Chapter 10. The man was dressed in casual clothes, but he wore an impressive Cartier men's watch on his wrist that was also valuable. As for the woman next to him, she was pestering him to buy her a bracelet. "Felix, why won't you buy this for me? It's not expensive. It's only a little more than $30,000. You spend more than that in a card game." Felix ignored the woman next to him and stared fixedly at Wendy instead. "Wendy Schuler?" Felix called out. Felix did not expect that after graduating from high school, he would still meet his dream lover here. He and Wendy were classmates from high school. He had already frantically pursued Wendy at that time, but it was a pity that Wendy did not even give him a chance. After going to university, Wendy went directly to the capital to study at a university with her excellent grades. Although Felix had some money in the family, they were not able to send him to that kind of university, so he was arranged to go abroad instead. After years of absence, Wendy became a real beauty. Though she was a bit less youthful than he remembered, she was more mature and feminine. Felix's heart jumped wildly. He wished to get Wendy immediately. Facing Felix, Wendy frowned slightly and then said something that made Felix extremely depressed. "You are?" Without a doubt, Wendy had forgotten all about him. "I'm Felix West. We were classmates in high school. At that time, I sent you love letters every day." Felix walked to Wendy and said with a smile. Hearing this name, Jasper also remembered who he was. During high school, there was indeed such a character by the name of Felix West. He was a typical second generation from a rich family. He went abroad for university, and they never met again after that. The reason why he had a deep impression of him was that Felix often bullied him when he was in high school. "Felix West, it's you?" When he finally remembered and smiled politely. At the same time, she also recalled that Felix often bullied Jasper when they were studying. She quickly said, "I didn't expect to meet you here, but I still have a lot of things to do today. So let's talk another time." After speaking, Wendy pulled Jasper along and said, "Jasp, let's go. Don't buy me any gifts. I really don't need it." Wendy's words, combined with her intimate actions and address toward Jasper, made Felix immediately focus on Jasper. Looking at Jasper, Felix found him to be more familiar with each passing second. "Jasper Lane?" Felix suddenly recalled who Jasper was, and his expression became very animated. "Isn't this the poor wretch from high school? How did you two get so close?" In the second half of the sentence, Felix's tone and demeanor were almost reproachful. It was as if Jasper had desecrated his goddess just by standing beside Wendy. At this time, Lindy Manson, the female companion brought by Felix, also came over. "Felix, who is this person?" Lindy asked. "A classmate from high school." Felix sneered with disdain. He was the poorest dude in the entire high school, wearing the same school uniform every day and only eating 2 meals a day that consisted of bread and jam. He was also often bullied. I thought he looked quite pitiful, so I occasionally let him run errands for me and rewarded him a few dollars. After speaking, Felix looked at Jasper cheerfully. With a sense of superiority in his eyes, he continued to belittle Jasper in front of Wendy. "Jasper, am I right?" "Yes, you are." Jasper's straightforward response was out of Felix's expectations. "My family had always been in a difficult state, so it was impossible for me to have much pocket money when I was studying. It's good that I even had enough to eat, so I'm very grateful for my parents' hard work." In Jasper's view, being poor was not a fault, let alone a shameful thing. It was because of poverty that they had to work hard to make money. To be precise, those big figures who truly reached the pinnacle were those who started off from the lowest point. Jasper's open-mindedness made Wendy look at him with higher regard, and she could not help her gaze from focusing on Jasper. This scene angered Felix even more. With a mocking smile, Felix said sarcastically, "After a few years, the boring recluse with low self-esteem has become talkative and a show-off. I heard that you're looking for a necklace from the Edencel de Cartier collection when you came in just now. I know that necklace, but it's very expensive. Can you afford it?" As he said that, Felix shook his wrist and said, "See this watch here? I bought it here for 200,000. Have you ever seen so much money in your life? Even I don't dare to say that I can buy that necklace, let alone you. Wendy, although he's also our old classmate, you have to see things clearly. What future can you have with this wretched bloke? He'll only drag you down. With your appearance and ability, you can find a man far better than him." Lindy already bore deep hostility against Wendy just because of Felix's attitude toward her. Immediately, she bragged, "Yes, as a woman, we must look around carefully when finding a boyfriend. Just look at me being all lovey-dovey with Felix. A few days ago, he gave me an LV handbag that cost more than 10,000. And today, he's going to buy me a Cartier bracelet. A poor man like this, what can he buy you? Even if you go out for breakfast, he can't afford eggs and ham on that piece of toast, right?" Wendy did not say anything and merely glanced at Lindy with pity. In Wendy's opinion, when a woman reached the point where she had to brag about the man she was relying on having money, it was a very sad thing. This pitiful look made Lindy, who felt inferior after being crushed by Wendy's appearance and temperament, surprisingly angry. "This is not the place for poor people like you. Get out!" Lindy shouted directly. Jasper said lightly, "Does this Cartier store belong to you? What right do you have to tell us to go out?" With that said, Jasper turned to the salesperson who was at a loss on how to handle these two groups of customers. He said, "Do you have any necklaces from the Edencel de Cartier series here?" Felix scoffed. "Still pretending? So disgusting." The salesperson bit the bullet and said, "Yes. And it's the last one in the entire region, too." With that said, the salesperson hurriedly took out the necklace. Cartier's Edencel series was the more famous collection. 36 perfectly cut diamonds surrounded the necklace, and in the middle, there was a pink diamond that no woman could refuse. The value of these diamonds alone exceeded $400,000. As soon as this necklace appeared, even Wendy, who was used to seeing jewelry, was amazed, not to mention Lindy, who was staring at it in a daze. In contrast, the bracelet that she pestered Felix to buy for her earlier was simply a piece of rubbish on the side of the road. However, Felix was still reluctant to buy that rubbish bracelet for her. "The necklace is here, but can a poor wretch like you afford to buy it?" Lindy sneered. Felix snorted and said, "You don't have to pay to look at it. Maybe this bum is just fulfilling his gratification. Since he ran into us, he was forced into a corner and can't turn the situation around." Chapter 11. "Try it on." Jasper ignored the two of them and said to Wendy with a smile. In the last life, he dared not get close to Wendy, but this life was different. He was rich and would be even richer in the future. When a man did not have to think about his financial situation, he would naturally exude a fascinating self-confidence, not to mention Jasper, who had led two lives. As Wendy said before, the two completely different temperaments of maturity and youth were intertwined. It was like a drug that made women unable to extricate themselves. Looking at the necklace lying in the jewelry box, it looked even more radiant under the bright light of the Cartier counter. When he felt a little flustered, it was not because of the valuable price tag of 800,000, however. As the daughter of the richest man in the province, this was not enough to shock her. It was mainly because under Jasper's gaze, Wendy felt incredibly nervous. It was not appropriate to put her hands anywhere, and she dared not even look at Jasper straight in the eye. She could only turn her gaze away and say in a panic, "This is too expensive. Why would a man give a necklace worth 800,000 to the opposite sex? Even a fool would understand." With her mind in a mess, Wendy only felt flustered and subconsciously wanted to escape. At this moment, Jasper picked up the necklace, stood in front of Wendy, and said softly, "Lower your head." I'll put it on for you. Jasper's voice was very gentle, but with a power of reassurance. Wendy subconsciously obeyed his orders. The skin on the back of Wendy's neck was white and delicate with some mischievous green veins scattered around. The distance between the two was very close, and Wendy could feel the masculinity of Jasper's body. As for Jasper, he was intoxicated by Wendy's faint maiden fragrance. Watching this scene, Felix's expression darkened. He had already viewed Wendy as his woman in his heart. Right now, Jasper was acting so intimately with Wendy in front of him. The more hateful thing was that Wendy did not resist at all. Damn it, if you can't buy it later, you'll get it from me, Felix thought inwardly. After gently helping Wendy put on the necklace, Jasper took a step back and looked at it carefully before praising, beautiful. Wendy was already very beautiful, but this necklace was able to accentuate her skin and temperament even more. When Wendy raised her head wearing this necklace, she seemed to be the most elegant and exquisite goddess. There was nothing more beautiful than her at this moment. Looking at her reflection in the mirror that was being held by the salesperson, Wendy only saw her flushed cheeks and her moist, shy eyes. This was not her usual self at all. She totally looked like a silly little girl having her first crush. Wendy was a little angry about her lack of resistance in front of Jasper. It is beautiful, but can you afford to buy it? Felix sneered. If you can't, then get out of here quickly. Stop embarrassing yourself here. It's not your fault you're poor, but it's wrong to be poor and still be pretentious in a place like this. It's fine if you make a fool of yourself, but why drag Wendy along with you? Wendy glanced at Felix and said stiffly, Felix, I never thought about asking Jasper to buy me a gift, so you don't have to agitate him. We won't fall for it. Jasper, let's go. Wendy did not want Jasper to buy her a necklace, just because of a moment of anger. After mediating the situation, she was about to take off the necklace and leave. However, Jasper stood still and held Wendy's hand as he chuckled lightly. It's really beautiful. You don't have to take it off. Swipe the card. Jasper then handed his card over. Ha! Felix laughed wildly. Do you have 800,000 in your card? Are you done pretending already? Are you going to say you got the wrong card when the transaction fails later? This is really embarrassing. I'm going to die from laughter. You look very calm on the surface, but you must be jumping in panic, right? Huh? Lindy stretched out her hand to hold Felix's arm and said with a smile, That's right. Both are men, but the gap is so big. Felix can always buy what he wants without any hesitation. While they were mocking, the salesperson had already taken the credit card machine and swiped the card. 800,000. The transaction was successful. Felix and Lindy's laughter suddenly stopped as if their throats were pinched and their faces were blank. Especially Felix. He refused to believe that Jasper could really afford this necklace. Even the salesperson was shocked. This necklace had been on their counter for half a year. Many people had seen it, but no one in this town had the financial resources to buy a necklace for 800,000. Did something go wrong? This poor bum can't afford it. Felix asked the salesperson with a grim expression. The salesperson shook her head and said, It's impossible. We've received the transaction slip. People can make mistakes, but the machine given by the bank can't be wrong. How could it be? Felix glared at Jasper fiercely, stunned on the spot. Maybe you think this necklace is invaluable, but in my eyes, 800,000 is not as precious as Wendy's smile. While speaking, Jasper pulled Wendy along. She was dumbfounded by the sudden wave of sweet words. They then turned to leave together. These words, like a crisp and loud slap, made Felix's face swell up. Thinking of his taunting before, as well as Jasper's words now, Felix only felt that his face was hot and painful. Wendy was also shocked by Jasper's last domineering remarks. It was not until Jasper pulled her away from the counter that she came back to her senses. She said softly, It's really too expensive. Besides, I'm not ready yet. Ready for what? Jasper asked. Huh? Wendy looked at Jasper blankly. That was right. What was she going to be ready for? Somehow, Wendy felt her cheeks growing hot. She became shy. She stomped her feet in annoyance and said, You're deliberately teasing me. Huh? Jasper laughed and said, Just treat this as a welcome gift. It's not a special thing, and it doesn't have any special meaning. Just accept it. It doesn't mean anything, and I don't require you to make any promises. Upon hearing this, Wendy fell into a new wave of dilemma. What was the meaning of his words just now? Why did it not mean anything, and what promises was he talking about? Was she looking too much into it, or was he angry with her? Was he going to pursue her? Should she agree? In short, he was really different from other men. With jumbled thoughts, Wendy subconsciously reached out and gently stroked the pink diamond on the necklace on her chest. She felt a little dazed for a while. After living 2 lives, how could Jasper fail to notice the changes in Wendy's expression? Naturally, he could guess what she was thinking. This feeling was really amazing. In his previous life, he did not have the courage to speak in front of her. But in this life, she was obsessed with him on her own accord. However, Jasper was not too anxious. After all, the relationship between the two should progress slowly. Besides, there were more important things to do. Wendy, let's go. We need to attend the banquet. Okay. Wendy nodded heartily as her thoughts went wild along the way. Chapter 12. Royce Villa. It was the most famous private club in the local area. It was said that the boss behind the scenes was a formidable figure with a very strong background. Jasper had heard of this place in his previous life. At that time, the boss of his company was a member here. As for the boss behind the scenes of Royce Villa, he was naturally not qualified to get in touch with him. Now, standing at the entrance of Royce Villa, he already possessed the capability to be ranked among the top financial circles in the city. Jasper, you're finally here. John Jackson smiled and greeted him with a beautiful female companion by his side. On this sort of occasion, the protagonists were the men, but there were many ways for men to show their strength. The quality of the women around them was one of the most powerful ways. However, the female companion John brought was completely crushed by Wendy from all angles. John, thank you for giving me such a chance. John waved his hand and said, I know your capabilities. Even if you didn't have me, sooner or later, you'll still enter this kind of circle. I'm just doing this for you in advance. Many people have arrived inside. Everyone is talking about your recent performance in the mung bean futures market. Why don't we go in together? John said with a smile. Sure. Jasper nodded with no show of anxiety. By his side, Wendy held his arm, looking as bright as a star. She attracted the admiration of many men along the way. In terms of identity, Wendy's background was stronger than most people present. After all, her father was the richest man in the province, so Wendy also showed no anxiety and acted very graciously. John led Jasper to a small circle. 4 or 5 men in suits and leather shoes were talking and laughing. Not far away, their female companions chatted. Wendy was very eye-catching, and after saying hello to everyone with Jasper, she went to the group of female companions to foster some relationships. Brother, how's this assistant of yours? John muttered in Jasper's ear in a low voice. Not bad, Jasper chuckled in response. John probably did not know Wendy's identity. Otherwise, he would not dare to assign Wendy as his assistant. After all, the daughter of the richest man in the province was enough to scare some people out of their wits. Everyone, this is the stock god that everybody is talking about. John's words attracted everyone's attention. Instantly, several eyes that were filled with scrutiny, curiosity, or cynicism fell on Jasper. No matter what they thought, everyone was surprised by Jasper's youthfulness. Everyone present was at least in their mid-30s, and Jasper Lane, a young man in his early 20s, stood above the crowd. Is this the man who created a miracle in the mung bean futures market some time ago? A middle-aged man asked curiously. John grinned and said, naturally. His account is opened in our commercial bank. Why should I lie to you? I must get to know this person then. My name is Kai Jones, president of Ascenda's Investment. Kai smiled and stretched out his hand with a friendly expression on his face. Jasper Lane. Jasper responded curtly and shook hands with the other party. With his previous glorious record, Jasper easily made his initial integration into this circle. After all, anyone would be willing to flatter an outstanding person. Not everyone could use a capital of $800,000 and earn $13.6 million in 5 months. Therefore, the people present were also very curious about Jasper. At this time, John said triumphantly, "You don't know this yet. Some time ago, this brother of mine entered the stock market with 1.6 million and tripled it in just a few days. Wow! Incredible! The people present looked at Jasper differently. If the success of one investment was based on luck, then the second success in a short time was strength. Besides, he got 3 times the profit. Few people present had the confidence to do this. As expected of the god of stocks, Kai exclaimed, "When I was your age, I was still bragging in the disco every day. I didn't have your skills back then. You're too kind. With this small ability of mine, how can I be worthy of that title? Some people will think that it's a joke," Jasper said modestly. Just when Jasper was talking and laughing with a bunch of bosses within the city's financial circle, a group of people arrived at the entrance of the banquet hall. Next to Hugh Lewis was Penelope Hunt, who was holding his arm. Rickton White followed behind them. A few days ago, Penelope lost a lot of money because of the stocks recommended by Rickton. She had been pestering Rickton to get the money back. However, Rickton did not have that much money to spare, so he introduced her to Hugh. He told her that as long as she could obtain Hugh's approval, not to mention hundreds of thousands, but even millions would not be a problem. Who was Penelope Hunt? Money was more important to her than anything else. As long as she had money, she was willing to do anything. Besides, the man she met this time was Hugh Lewis. She felt that as long as she could get hold of Hugh, she would definitely not be short of money in the future. Hugh felt that Penelope was good-looking and sensible, so he took her to this banquet to let her experience his ability and status. "Oh my, it's too luxurious here. I haven't even seen these decorations before," Penelope said excitedly. After she returned this time, she would brag about this so hard. After all, being able to enter Royce Villa was a symbol of status. She murmured, "Just how big is this place? This hall alone is as big as 3 or 4 houses combined. This villa must cost at least tens of millions." Rickton could not help scorning at her words. "You're really ignorant. The decorations alone cost tens of millions. If you don't know anything, talk less and read more. Stop making a fool of yourself." Penelope quickly shut her mouth, knowing that she could not afford to offend anyone here. Hugh's arrival attracted the attention of many people. Although they belonged in the same circle, they were also divided into the strong and the weak. Hugh was undoubtedly the strongest one. At this time, Hugh was in full swing. Lantern Capital was well known throughout the province. As soon as he appeared, people who wanted to fawn over the powerful would naturally flock to him. "You go to the side first. I need to talk with some old friends," Hugh said to Penelope. Penelope was busy admiring the magnificence here, just like Alice when she entered Wonderland. Of course, she dared not oppose Hugh's instructions, so she obediently agreed and walked away. Looking at Penelope's back, Hugh was quite satisfied. He liked obedient and meek women. Such a woman was worth his time to play with. Penelope walked to the side of the banquet hall and looked at the magnificent decorations here, as well as the luxury brands and jewelry the guests wore. She envied the rich. Rickton wanted to squeeze into the upper-class circle, but he was not worthy at all. Today, if not for Hugh, he would not even be qualified to enter the doors. Thus, after bumping into a few obstacles, he could only return to Penelope's side dejectedly. "Rickton, look at that cake. It has 12 layers. I've never seen such a big cake." Penelope admired the giant cake on the dining table not far away. It was the first time she saw such a luxurious cake. She shook her head and said, "I wonder how much it cost?" To hold a banquet like this, it had cost at least $1 million. Rickton knew a little more. He sighed while feeling jealous. This is the real high society. $1 million! Penelope widened her eyes in disbelief. She had never seen so much money in her life. And these rich people were spending that much for a party? "Penelope, do you think that person is Jasper?" Rickton's words suddenly caught Penelope's attention. "Rickton, it must be a mistake. Where do you think this is? How could a poor bloke like Jasper enter?" Before she finished her sentence, Penelope's words were stuck in her throat when she saw Jasper's figure not far away. Chapter 13. She was shocked when she saw Jasper, but she reacted immediately. He must have entered under the banner of someone else. Otherwise, how could he appear at such a high-end party with his abilities? Penelope snorted with a sneer on her face. She walked toward Jasper on her own initiative. Her snooty voice interrupted Jasper, who was chatting with John and the others. "Oh, Jasper, I didn't expect you to be here." This sentence immediately attracted the attention of everyone around him. John frowned and looked at Jasper. However, Jasper remained indifferent. "Acting cool." Penelope sneered and said, "You're nothing but a poor wretch through and through. You actually came here to pretend to be rich? Listen up, he's just a man who relies on women. He only managed to get in here because he found a rich woman. All of you are big figures. Don't be fooled by him." Penelope sneered, thinking that he was being taken care of by Wendy, who she saw that day. Thinking of this, she became irritated and looked at Jasper contemptuously, wanting to see panic and fear on his face. "Jasper, why don't you look in the mirror to see what you look like? Are you qualified to participate in this kind of event?" Jasper looked at Penelope's ugly face and said stoically, "If I'm not, are you?" Penelope curled her lips disdainfully and said, "Of course, I am. I was invited by Mr. Lewis himself. And what about you? Do you think yourself superior just because you found a rich woman? Let me tell you, you've lost even the most basic dignity of a man. Jasper, don't you realize that a lowly person will forever be a lowly person? Even though you're here in a rented suit, you're still inferior." Penelope's tone was harsh and full of contempt. Jasper, who was in the center of the storm, was not as angry as Penelope imagined. He remained extremely cold. For Jasper, Penelope was nothing but a pesky fly that would not leave him alone. She was a little annoying, and her intentions to harm him were simply wishful thinking. At this time, a hearty voice from a middle-aged man sounded. "Penelope, what's wrong?" Hugh walked over. Seeing Hugh, the group of bosses who had talked and laughed with Jasper before all went up to greet him. Even John gave Jasper an apologetic look before going up to greet him. After all, Hugh was in full swing at the moment. They could not afford to offend him. "Nothing. I saw an acquaintance." Penelope looked at Jasper with a sneer, revealing a fearless aura that oozed from every inch of her body. "This guy is actually a poor man. He found a rich woman to bring him here. I was worried that the other bosses were being deceived, so I exposed him." Jasper looked at Penelope and said calmly, "I was brought in by someone else, but you came here on your own?" Penelope sneered and said, "How can you compare yourself to me? I was brought here by Mr. Lewis." Jasper was no stranger to the name Hugh Lewis. He was the most legendary stock god in the city. He used $2,000 back then to enter the market that year and earned $20 million in just a few years. Later, he founded Lantern Capital, which was regarded as the city's first financial company in the truest sense. However, according to his memory, Hugh failed in various investments this year, which caused investors to lose confidence and withdraw from his company. Due to limited funds, Hugh made a desperate move and invested heavily in Tycoon Industry, and then Tycoon Industry was delisted. Hugh lost everything and was sentenced to 14 years in prison for the crime of illegal fundraising. Finally, he committed suicide in prison and died. The reason why Jasper was so impressed with Hugh was not only because he was regarded as a legend in the city, but also because this old fogey was actually a playboy. He heard that he had more than 20 lovers. These were all regular lovers, not counting those who were just for show. Are the people brought by Mr. Lewis better than others? How are you better than me? Jasper said lightly. Hearing this, Penelope hardened her face and pointed at Jasper while cursing. "What are you talking about? Mr. Lewis is a prominent figure. It's my honor to be invited by him. For trash like you who sold yourself for this, you're still acting so arrogantly? How dare you not put Mr. Lewis in your eyes? Jasper, I really think you're conceited and lawless. For an ant like you, Mr. Lewis can crush you countless times with just one finger. That's enough." Hugh glanced at Jasper before saying flatly, "Young people are always ignorant, so I won't pursue this matter with you. But you must remember that you should be humble and prudent when you go out. Some people are not for you to offend. All right, this is indeed not a place for you to be. You should leave now. Don't let me ask the security to drive you away." Penelope smiled triumphantly and said to Jasper, "Did you hear that? Do you want to leave on your own, or do you want to get kicked out?" "Mr. Lewis, I'm the one who brought Jasper here." John spoke up at this time, sweating profusely. After all, Jasper was introduced by him. If Jasper was really driven away, it would make things difficult for him. John, he's your friend? Hugh frowned. This is my little brother. He's quite capable. Some time ago, he was the mysterious retail investor in the domestic mung bean futures, John explained. This time, Hugh was really surprised. In the financial circle, in addition to stocks, futures was inevitably an area most people would dabble in. Some time ago, the skyrocketing mung bean futures caused many people to become rich or go bankrupt overnight. He also participated, but unfortunately, he forecasted the wrong direction and lost millions. However, the young man in front of him was actually the retail investor who was rumored to build an account at the lowest price and sold at the highest price. He even took away tens of millions of funds? Even so, what did it matter? Thousands in funds, in Hugh's eyes nowadays, was nothing. One successful speculation was nothing more than luck. So it's him, the rumored stock god. Hugh laughed tauntingly and said, "Young people are so capable now. It seems that old guys like us should retire." His words were complimenting Jasper, but there were hostility and disdain between the lines. When these words were spoken, the expressions in the eyes of others became ambiguous. He was a player recognized in this market. Facing a blooming young man like Jasper, he naturally felt contempt for him. It depended on how Jasper would respond. "Mr. Lewis is too kind," Jasper said lightly. Knowing that Hugh was on Penelope's side, he said offhandedly, "The capital market doesn't look at age. If you can earn money just because you're older, then all the old ladies and old men in the nursing homes can be stock gods." Hugh narrowed his eyes as he stared at Jasper with a dangerous glint. He sneered, "No one has dared to talk to me like this for a long time. Mr. Lewis, you're my senior. I should respect you," Jasper said unhurriedly, "but I'm quite familiar with the woman next to you. I was with her for several years." The atmosphere in the crowd fell silent. Some admired Jasper for facing Hugh head-on, while some laughed at Jasper's ignorance. However, no matter who it was, they did not plan to get involved. Jasper actually dared to say such things in front of Hugh. Was he not mocking Hugh for playing with his former woman? Was he looking for death? Chapter 13. She was shocked when she saw Jasper, but she reacted immediately. He must have entered under the banner of someone else. Otherwise, how could he appear at such a high-end party with his abilities? Penelope snorted with a sneer on her face. She walked toward Jasper on her own initiative. Her snooty voice interrupted Jasper, who was chatting with John and the others. "Oh, Jasper, I didn't expect you to be here." This sentence immediately attracted the attention of everyone around him. John frowned and looked at Jasper. However, Jasper remained indifferent. "Acting cool," Penelope sneered and said, "You're nothing but a poor wretch through and through. You actually came here to pretend to be rich? Listen up, he's just a man who relies on women. He only managed to get in here because he found a rich woman. All of you are big figures. Don't be fooled by him." Penelope sneered, thinking that he was being taken care of by Wendy, who she saw that day. Thinking of this, she became irritated and looked at Jasper contemptuously, wanting to see panic and fear on his face. "Jasper, why don't you look in the mirror to see what you look like? Are you qualified to participate in this kind of event?" Jasper looked at Penelope's ugly face and said stoically, "If I'm not, are you?" Penelope curled her lips disdainfully and said, "Of course, I am. I was invited by Mr. Lewis himself. And what about you? Do you think yourself superior just because you found a rich woman? Let me tell you, you've lost even the most basic dignity of a man. Jasper, don't you realize that a lowly person will forever be a lowly person? Even though you're here in a rented suit, you're still inferior." Penelope's tone was harsh and full of contempt. Jasper, who was in the center of the storm, was not as angry as Penelope imagined. He remained extremely cold. For Jasper, Penelope was nothing but a pesky fly that would not leave him alone. She was a little annoying, and her intentions to harm him were simply wishful thinking. At this time, a hearty voice from a middle-aged man sounded. "Penelope, what's wrong?" Hugh walked over. Seeing Hugh, the group of bosses who had talked and laughed with Jasper before all went up to greet him. Even John gave Jasper an apologetic look before going up to greet him. After all, he was in full swing at the moment. They could not afford to offend him. Nothing. I saw an acquaintance. Penelope looked at Jasper with a sneer, revealing a fearless aura that oozed from every inch of her body. This guy's actually a poor man. He found a rich woman to bring him here. I was worried that the other bosses were being deceived, so I exposed him. Jasper looked at Penelope and said calmly, I was brought in by someone else, but you came here on your own? Penelope sneered and said, How can you compare yourself to me? I was brought here by Mr. Lewis. Jasper was no stranger to the name Hugh Lewis. He was the most legendary stock god in the city. He used $2,000 back then to enter the market that year and earned $20 million in just a few years. Later, he founded Lantern Capital, which was regarded as the city's first financial company in the truest sense. However, according to his memory, Hugh failed in various investments this year, which caused investors to lose confidence and withdraw from his company. Due to limited funds, Hugh made a desperate move and invested heavily in Tycoon Industry, and then Tycoon Industry was delisted. Hugh lost everything and was sentenced to 14 years in prison for the crime of illegal fundraising. Finally, he committed suicide in prison and died. The reason why Jasper was so impressed with Hugh was not only because he was regarded as a legend in the city, but also because this old fogey was actually a playboy. He heard that he had more than 20 lovers. These were all regular lovers, not counting those who were just for show. Are the people brought by Mr. Lewis better than others? How are you better than me? Jasper said lightly. Hearing this, Penelope hardened her face and pointed at Jasper while cursing. What are you talking about? Mr. Lewis is a prominent figure. It's my honor to be invited by him. For trash like you who sold yourself for this, you're still acting so arrogantly? How dare you not put Mr. Lewis in your eyes? Jasper, I really think you're conceited and lawless. For an ant like you, Mr. Lewis can crush you countless times with just one finger. That's enough. Hugh glanced at Jasper before saying flatly, Young people are always ignorant, so I won't pursue this matter with you. But you must remember that you should be humble and prudent when you go out. Some people are not for you to offend. All right, this is indeed not a place for you to be. You should leave now. Don't let me ask the security to drive you away. Penelope smiled triumphantly and said to Jasper, Did you hear that? Do you want to leave on your own, or do you want to get kicked out? Mr. Lewis, I'm the one who brought Jasper here. John spoke up at this time, sweating profusely. After all, Jasper was introduced by him. If Jasper was really driven away, it would make things difficult for him. John, he's your friend? Hugh frowned. This is my little brother. He's quite capable. Some time ago, he was a mysterious retail investor in the domestic mung bean futures, John explained. This time, he was really surprised. In the financial circle, in addition to stocks, futures was inevitably an area most people would dabble in. Some time ago, the skyrocketing mung bean futures caused many people to become rich or go bankrupt overnight. He also participated, but unfortunately, he forecasted the wrong direction and lost millions. However, the young man in front of him was actually the retail investor who was rumored to build an account at the lowest price and sold at the highest price. He even took away tens of millions of funds? Even so, what did it matter? Thousands in funds in Hugh's eyes nowadays was nothing. One successful speculation was nothing more than luck. So it's him, the rumored stock god. Hugh laughed tauntingly and said, Young people are so capable now. It seems that old guys like us should retire. His words were complimenting Jasper, but there were hostility and disdain between the lines. When these words were spoken, the expressions in the eyes of others became ambiguous. He was a player recognized in this market. Facing a blooming young man like Jasper, he naturally felt contempt for him. It depended on how Jasper would respond. Mr. Lewis is too kind, Jasper said lightly. Knowing that Hugh was on Penelope's side, he said offhandedly, The capital market doesn't look at age. If you can earn money just because you're older, then all the old ladies and old men in the nursing homes can be stock gods. Hugh narrowed his eyes as he stared at Jasper with a dangerous glint. He sneered, No one has dared to talk to me like this for a long time. Mr. Lewis, you're my senior. I should respect you, Jasper said unhurriedly, but I'm quite familiar with the woman next to you. I was with her for several years. The atmosphere in the crowd fell silent. Some admired Jasper for facing Hugh head-on, while some laughed at Jasper's ignorance. However, no matter who it was, they did not plan to get involved. Jasper actually dared to say such things in front of Hugh. Was he not mocking Hugh for playing with his former woman? Was he looking for death? Chapter 14. Ha, kiddo. Hugh was silent for a moment. Then he laughed out loud. Young man, it seems that you're very arrogant. Stock god or not, it's just a title. I don't care for it. But if someone wants to act all high and mighty because of a woman, then I can't be bothered with it, Jasper retorted again. The reason was simple, because Penelope was using Hugh to try and dominate him. Others may be afraid of Hugh, but not Jasper. The current Hugh Lewis had reached a turning point where his prosperity was bound to decline. Several of his investments would be in trouble in the second half of the year, and all of them would go bust, which would eventually lead to a break in the capital chain of Lantern Capital. Moreover, in Jasper's opinion, Hugh's downfall would happen sooner or later. With such a personality, who else would die if not him? Young man, it's useless to talk big. Since everyone is here and the market will open in half an hour, why don't we make a bet? We'll choose a stock each and see which has the bigger gain. We shall see if I'm getting old or if you're simply too arrogant. Hugh looked at Jasper with a sneer, obviously angry. Mr. Lewis, this is... John stepped forward as mediator. To others, Jasper was still young and inexperienced after all. How could he be an opponent for an old fox like Hugh Lewis? John admired Jasper very much, and he was also a big customer of his. Whether for official or private reasons, he could not watch Jasper suffer such a big loss. John, shut up if you don't want any trouble, Hugh barked, making John back away with an ugly expression. Do you dare to? Hugh looked at Jasper with scorching eyes. Of course. Jasper's words astonished the others. Not only did he agree to the bet, but he also added to the stakes. But I plan to add something more. You don't mind, do you? Kid, don't think you're standing at the top of the world just because you've earned some money. Do you have more money than me? Hugh laughed. Jasper ignored him, turned around and said to John, John, the ruby pendant I'm keeping in your bank, please send someone to fetch it for me. I'll bet on that ruby pendant, and I hope Mr. Lewis can match it. Okay, no matter how much it is, I'll take on the bet. Hugh scoffed. How much would a ruby pendant cost? Sure enough, as expected of a poor wretch, even the stakes were so tacky. John immediately made a call and got someone to bring the ruby pendant to Royce Villa. Penelope, who was standing next to Hugh, suddenly recalled this item. He bought the ruby pendant for 500,000, Penelope said to Hugh. Hugh was startled for a moment before bursting into laughter. 500,000? Are you kidding me? If you lack this amount, I'll give it to you. Are you not ashamed to take it out for a bet? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions seemed to be holding back a smile. Even their gazes toward Jasper were filled with mockery. In this era, although 500,000 was not a small sum, who were the people present? 500,000 in this scenario was really not worth mentioning. The commercial bank was not that far from Royce Villa, and because President Jackson had personally given the instructions, an employee soon came with the ruby pendant. After getting the pendant, Jasper said to Hugh indifferently, "This pendant is called the Chance Ruby. It was once worn by Queen Victoria. It's considered a rare treasure by now. The market value is at least 30 million. In an auction, the value will be higher. Is it enough for me to make a bet with this?" When these words fell, everyone was silent for a moment. Penelope then took the lead to laugh wildly. Ha ha, this Jasper Lane is not only arrogant, but also delusional. I think he's crazy about money. He obviously bought something worth 500,000, but he's saying it's worth 30 million. Why don't you say 300 million? This fool really believes in the marketing gimmick of the jewelry shop's owner. The boss said that this pendant was worn by Queen Victoria. I didn't expect that there would be someone in the world who really believes in it. Penelope looked at Jasper pitifully and mocked. Jasper, don't be stupid. What the boss of the jewelry shop said is just a scam. If this pendant really belonged to Queen Victoria, how could it be sold for only 500,000? Only a fool like you would buy it. John was one of the few people who did not laugh at Jasper. His expression was full of embarrassment. Seeing Jasper so confident, There was not a shred of a guilty conscience when he faced a room of people ridiculing him. John's eyes shifted about, and he pulled over an old man in his 50s from the crowd. "Mr. Landon, you own an auction house and have been in the antique business for so many years. Why don't you look at how much this pendant is worth?" "Very well. Let me look at it then." The old man by the name of Mr. Landon nodded. He approached Jasper and said, "Can you show me the ruby pendant?" Jasper nodded and handed the pendant to him directly. The old man took the item and observed it carefully. Everyone saw his expression changing from casual to solemn. Then, he started breathing rapidly as his wrinkled face became flushed with excitement. "Mister, stop looking at it." The fool Jasper must have been deceived. "I think 500,000 is already overdoing it, let alone 30 million, Penelope said to Mr. Landon. "Shut up if you don't know anything," Mr. Landon shouted abruptly, making Penelope's face turn white with shock. The people who were still laughing at Jasper were all stunned. Hugh narrowed his eyes and said, "Mr. Landon, what do you mean?" Mr. Landon dared not chastise Hugh. He sighed and looked at the ruby pendant in his hand. He then said something that made the whole room change the look on their faces. "Mr. Lewis, this ruby pendant is genuine. It's indeed a ruby pendant worn by Queen Victoria, called the Chance Ruby. The most recent record of it was in the hands of a duke, but there was no news of it later. It must have changed hands after that. I didn't expect it to reappear today." Mr. Landon sighed as he stroked the jewelry in his hand. Then he carefully returned it to Jasper. "Mr. Lane, if you're interested in selling it, you can choose my auction house. If this item is auctioned out, it can definitely be the finale. I can give you the best price in terms of commission," Mr. Landon said sincerely. "Thank you," Jasper said with a smile. "Mr. Landon, are you sure it's not a mistake? If it's genuine, how could it be sold for 500,000? Hugh frowned at this. Mr. Landon's face straightened as he said confidently, "I've been in this industry for most of my life. I've never made a mistake since I officially entered the industry. I can't be wrong. The price that Mr. Lane quoted is still undervalued. According to the current market, the Chance Ruby is worth at least 35 million. Chapter 15. As soon as this remark was uttered, everyone was shocked. The people who mocked him before could no longer laugh. The venue was filled with sounds of gasps. An item bought for 500,000 could be sold for 35 million. 35 million. At this moment, even those wealthy bosses were jealous. The ones who were most incredulous were Penelope and Rickton. Their faces were distorted with jealousy. No one knew better than them, for they had watched Jasper buy this ruby pendant for 500,000. At that time, they even laughed at Jasper for being cheated of his money. Now, it turned out that the ruby pendant was actually worth 35 million. Penelope's heart was dripping with blood. They both felt that this piece of jewelry should belong to them, and that 35 million was also theirs. "Jasper Lane, why didn't you say that this piece of ruby is so valuable?" Penelope pointed at Jasper and screamed, "Are you crazy, or is there something wrong with your brain?" Jasper said coldly, "Why should I tell you how much it's worth? You've earned so much now. You must give me at least half of it." Penelope said angrily, "Moron!" After spitting out the word, Jasper could not be bothered with her any longer. Penelope felt as if countless poisonous insects were gnawing at her heart. That was 35 million. She should have a share of it. She used to be Jasper's girlfriend, and they almost got married. Hugh narrowed his eyes at Jasper and said grimly, "You're a lucky kid." Hugh did not care for 500,000, but 35 million was different. No one would really question Mr. Landon's professionalism. If he said that was the price, then it had to be true. "Is the bet still on?" Jasper said casually. With a sneer, Hugh said, "Since you brought it to the doorstep, why should I refuse? Find someone to bring 2 computers." After speaking, Hugh immediately took out a checkbook. After writing a check, he tore it off, put it on the table, and sneered, "A check for 35 million. Right here." Jasper did not hesitate to put the ruby pendant next to the check and said lightly, "Let's get started." Hugh felt that Jasper was handing out his money to him, but why should Jasper not feel the same in return? It just so happened that the crude oil market had not started yet, and Jasper's capital of 12 million was still too little. With the addition of 35 million in ammunition, he could instantly complete the accumulation of his base capital and start the next step of his business plan. By betting on stocks, Jasper, who brought his past memory with him after being reborn, could kill Hugh within seconds with his eyes closed. Very soon, someone came over with 2 laptops and switched on the software. At this moment, it was 5 minutes before the market opened. Everyone gathered around. This was a huge bet of 70 million. Even if they were all wealthy, they were still stunned by this number. A gamble worth 70 million. Ordinary people dared not think about it for a lifetime. Jasper, be cautious. John walked to Jasper's side and said worriedly, Hugh made his fortune from the stock market. His foresight is experienced and ruthless. He rarely makes a mistake. Why don't we just forget it? It's not a big deal to lose a little dignity. You still have a chance. It's not worth it to take a fall here. Jasper knew John was being considerate. After all, no one was optimistic about his chances, including John. However, Jasper would not back down. He said, Don't worry. I'm confident. Seeing Jasper's resolute attitude, John sighed and said nothing more. Since he knew that Jasper put all 12 million into the crude oil futures account and increased the leverage by 50 times, he already knew that this young man was very decisive. He did not care about other people's opinions at all. When he also approached at one point, seeing her hesitation, Jasper smiled and said, Are you also going to persuade me to give up and say it's not worth taking the risk for my dignity? Wendy showed him a smile, one that looked like there were 100 flowers blooming. She whispered, No, I believe you'll win. Jasper chuckled lightly and said, Thank you for your trust. Penelope, who was standing not far away next to Hugh, was staring at Jasper bitterly. She said with a sneer, What a shameless couple. You'll be crying in a moment. Just as Penelope's words fell, Wendy stood up from Jasper's side. With such a lively atmosphere here, Wendy noticed that Jasper had become the target of everyone's attacks and ridicules. The instigator was this Penelope Hunt. Are you Penelope Hunt? Wendy looked at Penelope expressionlessly. Under such circumstances, not everyone would dare to stand and speak up. As the daughter of the richest man in the province, Wendy's intensity was undoubtedly powerful. After all, speaking of her identity and background, none of the people present were a match for her. With her powerful aura and perfect features, everyone dared not look down on this girl who had suddenly appeared. Perhaps her aura as the daughter of the richest man was too intimidating, or perhaps Wendy was too beautiful, so Penelope felt a little scared when facing Wendy. However, she now had Hugh behind her back. She mustered the courage to stand up. So what if I am? I don't know why you bear such intense hatred against Jasper, but I want to remind you as a fellow woman that you shouldn't turn yourself into an unreasonable and mean lady. And don't bully others by virtue of someone else. That will only make others look down on you even more. Seeing Penelope turning pale with those 2 sentences, Wendy became more confident. This was the first time she stepped forward because she disagreed with other people's actions. She did not understand the grudge between Penelope and Jasper, but she could see Penelope's scheming personality. If a woman doesn't even have a bottom line, what does it matter if you can win the favors of men? That's just a temporary act of charity from others. Wendy's words were like a knife in Penelope's heart. Although the scene was silent, most of the men present cheered for Wendy from the bottom of their hearts. In this era, most of the people standing here were rich first generations who started from scratch. They understood the hardships of starting from the bottom. Wendy's words were simple and straightforward, but they explained the simplest truth. For example, was a woman like Penelope Hunt really worth anything? It could be said that no man, including Hugh Lewis, would put her in his eyes. To put it bluntly, she was just a bully because she had the backing. You! Penelope gritted her teeth furiously. She pointed at Wendy and screamed, Who are you to say this to me? Are you qualified? Aren't you just another pretty face? I wonder how many men you've slept with in the dark? Everyone's climbing into a man's bed. So why are you nobler than me? Chapter 16. Although Penelope was reluctant to admit so, she knew that comparing Wendy to her would just be like comparing a swan to an ugly duckling. Overcome with low self-esteem and jealousy, words began spilling out of her mouth uncontrollably. Wendy was not angered by Penelope's insults. She simply shook her head. It can't be helped. You take pride in sleeping with other men, but do you think all women are like you? I'm sorry, I'm not a woman like that, she said. Everyone was immersed in the way Wendy carried herself. Ever since she appeared, Hugh had been staring at her lustfully. Even if he were to disregard her angelic beauty, she trumped all his other women with her elegant demeanor. How could he miss out on a woman like that? Well said. Hugh, who had already fallen for Wendy's charms, was the first to shout out supportively. Penelope's face paled. She looked at the man beside her in disbelief. Why was he supporting Wendy Schuler? Could he not see that she was scolding her? Nevertheless, Hugh did not have the slightest interest in Penelope at all at this moment. He walked over to Wendy with a smile on his face. Miss, my name is Hugh Lewis. I'm the chairman of Lantern Capital, he said. Based on Hugh's experience, every time he told women his identity, they would show him their prettiest smile and fawn all over him. However, Wendy did not do so. She took a step back, giving off an imminent sense of isolation. Even the way her brows curved into a frown was breathtakingly gorgeous. I'm sorry, I don't know you. I don't intend to get to know you either, she said. Hugh's identity clearly meant nothing in front of the daughter of the wealthiest man in the province. Although Hugh did not know her background, his interest in her grew. This was the first time he got rejected by a woman after starting up his business. This sense of excitement and curiosity reminded him of his impulsive behavior back in his youthful days. I think that we can get to know each other better. Jasper pulled Wendy to his side while he was speaking. Mr. Lewis, she's my date. You're talking too much, Jasper said lightly, putting Wendy behind him. Talking too much. Everyone looked around awkwardly. Although they all found Hugh's behavior unsightly and inappropriate, no one had the nerves to call him out except for Jasper. Hugh's expression darkened instantly. He stared at Jasper with a brute, lethal glint in his eyes. Wendy did not expect Jasper to stand up for her. A pool of warmth formed in her heart. However, she knew about Hugh's position and abilities. She came close to Jasper and softly whispered into his ear, Jasp, I don't feel well. Why don't we leave first? Jasper understood her at once. She wanted to help him escape this difficult situation. She stood up for him, as she could not stand the way Penelope insulted and taunted him. Now, she wanted to help him out of this as well. A woman like this was so much better than Penelope Hunt. Right then, a warm sensation washed over Jasper's heart. Not only was Wendy beautiful and well-mannered, but she was also warm-hearted and meticulous. However, Jasper could not retreat right now. Jasper looked at Hugh's aggressive stance. The game is not over yet. How can I leave? He asked. Worry filled Wendy's face. Just as she was about to say something, Hugh spoke out. I was worried that you'd run away. My dude, although you're bold and rash, I can't deny that you're really one of a kind. You're just a little foolish since you don't know when to give up, he said. The both of them were already not on good terms. Instead of giving in, Hugh chose to show off his position and abilities. Mr. Lewis, I have an idea. Penelope came forward with a murderous glare fixed upon Jasper and Wendy. She smiled cruelly. Why don't we raise the excitement? Besides the $35 million, why don't we add Wendy Schuler to the bet? Whoever wins the bet can take Wendy with him. Isn't this much more interesting? She proposed. Her words sparked an uproar among everyone. They all cast weird glances at Penelope. No wonder there was a saying that a woman's heart was the cruelest thing that there could be. The move Penelope made was cruel and shameless. She was forcing Jasper into a dead end. The greatest reward in the entire bet was not the $35 million anymore. It was Wendy Schuler. A bet like this was important to a man's dignity. If any one of them lost, they would rather kill themselves instead. Jasper frowned. He despised Penelope Hunt more than anything in the world. A flash of hatred could be seen in his gaze. Meanwhile, Hugh burst out into laughter. Penelope, you're smart. I admire you, he exclaimed. He continued to smile proudly. My dude, kneel down and crawl away if you don't dare to take on this bet, he told Jasper and Wendy. There was an icy glint in Wendy's gaze. She was thoroughly angered by Penelope Hunt. How could this woman be so devious and scheming? Wendy, although Jasper was not afraid of Hugh at all, He did not want Wendy to get involved in his affairs. Furthermore, using her as a bet was extremely insulting. Hugh and Penelope could be shameless all they want, but he treated Wendy as his friend. He would never insult her. Jasper, Wendy cut him off, looking at him intently. "Tell me, are you confident in winning?" she asked. Jasper laughed softly in response to this question. "I can easily defeat him," he said. "All right, carry on with the bet. Put me on the bet." As Wendy spoke, everyone could not help but be impressed by her courage. Not everyone would be willing to become a bet, let alone such a beautiful woman. Looking at Wendy's determined expression, Jasper nodded. "I won't let you down," he said. "I believe you," Wendy said, nodding her head firmly. Jasper turned over to look at Hugh after registering her words. "Mr. Lewis, since I've agreed to your request to add to the bet, you should add something too. I don't fancy the woman beside you. Raise your money to $50 million, he said calmly. His words made Hugh stare at him. The others did not expect Jasper to be so daring as well. Just when they thought that Hugh would never agree, he sneered out loud. "All right, I'll bet with you." Chapter 17. Hugh requested a checkbook immediately after speaking. He wrote out a check for $15 million and signed it. He then slammed it onto the table. "If you win, take everything. All this money will be yours. However, you need the skills to win first," he said. Wow, Mr. Lewis actually agreed to it. Everyone burst out into an uproar instantly. This bet was reaching up to $100 million. In 2000, even someone with just $1 million would be put up onto a pedestal and be known as a millionaire, let alone $100 million. Even to the high-status people present right now, a bet worth $100 million was shocking. Furthermore, the person joining the bet was Hugh Lewis. This made everything even more interesting. Looks of excitement appeared on everyone's faces. They all could not wait for the round to begin. Right then, the afternoon trading session began. The stocks were continuously fluctuating. The market changed every second. There was no way to guess what would happen in the next second. Jasper and Hugh stood in front of their respective computers and focused on their screens. Jasper was going through his memory in search of something. Not long after, he picked a company's stocks, Horizon Shares. When he opened the interface of Horizon Shares and looked at the downward trend of the stocks, Jasper grew confident. According to history, this stock first fell to the limit and rose all the way up to the limit. After that, nothing much changed. This was why Jasper did not choose it as one of his investment targets before this. It was the perfect timing to use this as a bet. The stocks of Horizon Shares had almost fallen to its limit. "I'll pick Horizon Shares. I bet that it'll rise to its limit," Jasper announced. The audience was composed of bosses within the financial industry. Naturally, they were all familiar with stocks and knew a lot about Horizon Shares. They instantly burst out into laughter upon hearing Jasper's choice. Is he joking right now? This stock has remained stagnant for 3 months. The dealer isn't renewing the market or suppressing it on purpose. This can only mean that the company isn't doing well and nobody wants to call dibs on it. If the market rises, it'll continue falling. You're telling me that a stock like that will rise to the limit? Alas, young people are young people. It's already about to fall to its limit. I guess he's closing his eyes and taking a gamble. Otherwise, how would he be able to win Mr. Lewis? He's doomed. He'll have to give up his date and his assets. Mr. Lewis is right. Young people nowadays are way too rash. They'll have to lose something one way or another. Exactly, look at Navy Pharmaceuticals, the stock Mr. Lewis picked. The company is doing extremely well, and its stocks are stable as well. One can tell that it'll rise at first sight. Meanwhile, look at the junk Jasper Lane chose. He's here to be a joker, right? Hugh glanced at Horizon Shares and chuckled. Don't say that, everyone. Maybe this kid can really estimate well. What if it really rises, he said. After Hugh finished speaking, Horizon Shares fell to its limit. Everyone erupted into laughter. You're being humorous, Mr. Lewis. How can he possibly estimate things well? This kid here picked a stock that has fallen to its limit. I'm dying of laughter. Exactly, it has already fallen to its limit. Is it possible for this trashy stock to rebound and come up with a counterattack? I've been trading stocks for so many years and I've never seen something like that happen. Jasper and Wendy were not affected in the slightest by the laughter encompassing them and the red sign on the screen that indicated the stock had fallen to its limit. Looking at Wendy's indifferent demeanor, Jasper admired her all the more. He was not afraid as he had memories from his past life. However, Wendy was doing all this based on her trust in him. How many people could do so? Don't be worried. Noticing Jasper's glance, Wendy thought that he had started panicking. She lowered her voice and whispered in his ear, "If worst comes to worst, I'll call my father. My father's very powerful. Nobody will dare to do anything." As Wendy's fragrant scent lingered around his nose, Jasper felt like laughing and crying at the same time. He almost forgot that Wendy was cheating on this bet. She had no intentions to follow the rules at all. Nothing could beat her invincible and powerful father. It's rising, it's rising. The stocks for Navy Pharmaceuticals are rising, someone exclaimed. Everyone turned over at once. The stock Hugh picked, Navy Pharmaceuticals, had risen up greatly. It continued to rise. It seemed like the victorious side had already been determined right then. Hugh chuckled. The stock you chose has already fallen to its limit. I guess there's no need to continue wasting everyone's time, right? Miss, you're now mine, he said. Wendy had an impassive expression on her face. She did not say a single thing. She simply stared at Jasper. If he nodded, she would call her father immediately and ask him to take control of the situation at hand. Right then, John Jackson exclaimed out loud in excitement, "It's rising! It's rising! What are you hollering for, John? Everyone can see that Navy Pharmaceuticals is on the rise. Do we need you to tell us? F*CK. I'm talking about Horizon shares. The one Jasper Lane picked. F*CK. Look at this uptrend. It's rising way too strongly." Everyone, Hugh included, rushed over to look at Jasper's screen. Their hearts lurched immediately. Chapter 18. As depicted on the software program, Horizon shares had stopped falling and began rising on an upward trend, just like a dragon soaring up into the horizons. The stock for Horizon shares rose up rapidly and reached the limit straight away. Only a few minutes had passed since it fell to its limit. Hugh's eye twitched repeatedly as he stared at the upward trend line cutting through the entire screen. He could not believe it. This was not as simple as a stock rising up vehemently against all expectations. Within a few minutes' time, Hugh had lost $50 million in cash. $50 million in cash was enough for one to buy multiple real estate in a time like this. Oh my God! It has really risen to the limit. Hundreds of thousands of stocks have been directly sealed. Someone shouted out loud in shock. How can this be? I've never seen such a trend in my entire life. It happened without any indications beforehand. How can this be possible? Everyone's hearts lurched upon catching sight of the uptrend. After making sure that they were not seeing things, they looked at Jasper the way they would look at God, in admiration. He's the god of stocks. He's really the god of stocks. John exclaimed in admiration. He thought that Jasper's impassiveness was a result of him being way too shocked. However, Jasper still had a calm expression on his face. John understood now. He had been confident since the very start. What kind of man was he? Jasper leisurely picked up the ruby pendant and checked under everyone's stares. He now had $50 million. He waved at Hugh. The winner gets it all. Thank you for your gifts, Mr. Lewis. After speaking, Jasper pulled Wendy, who was still standing at the same spot, and proceeded to leave the room. Stand right there, Hugh roared out in anger. He gritted his teeth upon noticing that Jasper had not stopped walking. Nevertheless, he could not bring himself to say anything. There were so many people watching him here. If he went against his own words, he would be thoroughly screwed. He was a powerful man. However, there were many people who would love to see him dead. A few of his archenemies were here, right now. They would definitely not miss out on this opportunity. However, Hugh could not lose to Jasper just like that. Just as Hugh was racking his brain to think of something, Penelope grabbed his sleeve. Mr. Lewis, what just happened? How did he win? She asked anxiously. He slapped her in the face. Hugh glared at Penelope, who had fallen to the floor. It's all your fault, you stupid B***sh. Scram at once. Otherwise, I'll kill you, he yelled. A shocked expression appeared on Penelope's face. However, she was afraid as well. She did not dare to talk back to him, and simply accepted his insults. How could Rickton White not notice that Hugh was infuriated? He immediately pulled Penelope away and left the venue with her. Everything had ended. The entire hall was silent. Nobody would have expected this round of gambling to end in such a way. Before Jasper made his lethal strike, nobody expected that he would win. Hugh, who was smug the entire round, ended up being the final loser. Everyone, John included, still had looks of shock and admiration toward Jasper in their gaze from the explosive moment just now. He took away $50 million just like that. Nonetheless, he won with his own skills. Why could he not take the money? Pondering upon this, John and the others started to take pleasure in Hugh's current situation. Many of them had taken a distaste to Hugh's bossiness and domineering stance. However, they had never dared to speak up against him. Now that he had lost $50 million, his company's future operations would become a big problem. He had fallen to his doom within such a short span of time. He has so much potential, someone murmured in a low voice. Before the others could rise up to express their agreement, Hugh pinned them with a gaze that was as fierce as that of a wounded lone wolf. You guys think that he won the bet? Hugh grinned maliciously. Chapter 19. Nobody wanted to trigger Hugh's fury when he had just lost everything. Everyone remained silent. I've been dominating the stock market for so many years. When I made my fortune, that kid was still playing in the dirt. If he thinks that he can defeat me through this alone, he should continue dreaming, Hugh yelled. He then turned around and left the venue. A slight frown formed on John's face. He was worried about Jasper. Alas, he was not wrong. He was an extremely powerful force in the stock market. Since he had made such a big loss, he would not just let it be. However, Jasper did not know about all this. He brought Wendy, who was still shocked from the previous surprising events, out of Royce Villa. How did you know for sure that the stocks for Horizon shares would rise? Wendy could not resist asking him. Jasper had not revealed any signs of hesitation and fear since the very beginning. He seemed to be confident in how the results would turn out. If Wendy did not know that it was impossible to predict the trend of stocks, she would have thought that Jasper had estimated everything perfectly. I believe in my instincts, Jasper said with a smile on his face. Nobody can tell if stocks will rise for sure. I often just go with my instincts. Wendy was rendered speechless. This reason was unbelievable, but it seemed to be the best explanation for everything that happened. Weren't you afraid that you'd lose such a large bet? Wendy asked. Jasper stared at her intently. I won't lose with you by my side, he replied. His words made Wendy press her lips into a firm line. At a loss of words, all she felt was her heart racing as it thumped loudly. What nonsense are you talking about? She murmured, avoiding his gaze instinctively. Although she was blaming him for spouting nonsense, her demeanor and the tone of her voice revealed how shy and flustered she was. Wendy, who looked like an ethereal goddess most of the time, had a human touch to her as well. Since things had gotten interrupted and Wendy did not want to continue asking about the bet earlier, the both of them took a ride back to town. After bidding Jasper goodbye, Wendy left. Jasper did not ask her to stay. Although she would definitely stay back to accompany him if he asked her, there was no need to do so. There were plenty of days ahead. Jasper still had plenty of time to foster a relationship with Wendy. The next day, Jasper went to Commercial Bank to deposit the $50 million he won from Hugh and transfer the amount into his futures account. He then returned home and did not leave the house after that. If he did not recall wrongly, today would be the day movement began in the international crude oil futures market. It all started because a fire broke out in one of the major oil-producing countries in the Middle East. It was originally a small fire in an oil field that could have been put out easily. However, an unexpected strong gust of wind caused the fire to detonate the 3 largest oil pipelines in the oil field. The entire world was then sent into a bout of frenzy. At the moment, the prices for crude oil were still hovering at the bottom. The current price was the lowest in recent years. Nevertheless, this incident caused crude oil prices to rise vehemently. Although the prices dropped after that, the prices for crude oil had never fallen again throughout the next years. After he planned out the course of actions he would be taking, Jasper opened the software. He had $62 million of funds in his account at the moment. Under a leverage of 50 times, he would have an operational principal of $3.1 billion. Although the money currently all belonged to the bank, he believed that the balance of his account would reach his desired amount. According to the exchange rate, this would be $360 million. Even with the experience of 2 lifetimes, Jasper felt rather anxious at the moment. This was $360 million in the year 2000. With this money, Jasper would become explosively wealthy and be able to receive countless benefits. Crude oil was now priced at $28 per barrel. The fire had yet to occur. Jasper did not hesitate anymore. He completed the deal at once and bought futures in his desired direction. He purchased thousands of barrels in one go. The order for 14,400 lots was immediately submitted for listing. $360 million entered the market. It was swallowed up by the international crude oil stock trading market within the blink of an eye. Jasper breathed out in relief upon seeing that the trade had been successfully completed. The next step would be to wait patiently. Chapter 20. In a luxurious villa within the province, Dawson Schuler raised his phone and laughed. "That means you really find this young man extremely capable," he said. Wendy, who was seated in her office in Commercial Bank, replied intently, "For real, Dad. He's the most capable person I've ever met in the financial industry. I know that the company is now in a financial slump. That's why I intend to bring him to meet you," she said. "Aren't you bringing your boyfriend to meet me instead?" Dawson laughed out loud. A faint blush dusted Wendy's cheeks. "Dad, I'm telling you something important," she nagged. All right, Dawson replied. "Since he's your friend, it's all right if you bring him home for a meal. I have my own plans for other things. You shouldn't overthink things. I've been through so many hardships throughout the years. This isn't much of a problem. It can be solved quickly," he added. From Dawson's perspective, Wendy was still young. Her friend was also a young man. What experience and capability would he have? Wendy was finding any help she could get. Little did she know, he was facing a huge problem. One could not even begin to imagine the magnitude of it. He could not solve it himself, so how could her friend do so? "You'll definitely change your mind after meeting him," Wendy said. She understood Dawson's thoughts. However, she did not say anything else. Reality spoke louder than words. She believed that someone like Jasper would shine wherever he went. After hanging up the call, Dawson sighed. If this problem could not be solved, he was glad that his daughter had someone to take care of her. However, this young man would first have to go through his vetting. On the other hand, Wendy was just about to head over to tell Jasper the time they would be meeting her father. Right then, someone barged into her office in a hurry. Harold would had an extremely panicked expression on his face. "Oh my goodness, Miss Schuler. Did you know that Jasper Lane purchased the futures for international crude oil in a full position? He leveraged the prices by 50 times. It's $3.6 billion. He bought it all in a full position," he exclaimed. "Huh? Has he gone insane?" When he shouted out loud in surprise. He was entering the market in a full position under a futures leverage. This meant that if the market fluctuated slightly in the opposite direction, Jasper's position would be liquidated and he would be done for. "I'll go look for him at once," Wendy exclaimed. Pushing Harold away, she rushed out immediately. At this moment, a fire was slowly spreading at one of the largest oil fields in the Middle East. A strong wind was headed its way from more than 6 miles away. It would be arriving in a few minutes' time. Nobody realized what impact this fire and the incoming gust of wind would bring to the world. It would take some time for the incident to take place. Jasper waited patiently for the news. Instead of news about the fire breaking out, Wendy was the one who came to him instead. "Wendy, why are you panting?" Jasper asked curiously when he caught sight of Wendy, who was holding onto the doorframe while heaving loudly. "How are you still so calm?" Wendy accepted the cup of water Jasper handed to her. She took a big gulp of water without thinking twice. "Did you purchase the international crude oil futures with a full position?" she questioned him. "Yes, you received news quite quickly," Jasper replied with a smile. He did not deny it. "Of course, your transaction involves a colossal amount of money. Commercial Bank will definitely keep an eye on it. Apart from me, the province branch will definitely be alerted about it as well. Why are you being so bold? It's too risky to do so. What if?" Wendy babbled on anxiously. However, She could not continue going on after mentioning what if. Of course, she was on Jasper's side. She wanted him to earn as much money as possible, so she did not want to say anything inauspicious. What if I lose everything? Jasper asked. He did not beat around the bush. To him, everything had already happened in history. He was now simply watching everything unfold from a first-person view. Can you still cancel the deal right now? Wendy asked hopefully. I can't cancel it, Jasper said. He shook his head and extended his arm out to Wendy. What do you want? Wendy asked Jasper while staring at his extended arm. Return my glass to me. I was drinking water from it halfway. Jasper replied with a tone of exasperation. Huh? Wendy gasped. She instantly blushed. Not only was this Jasper's glass, but he had also drunk from it. Was this an indirect kiss? Did that mean that she had just lost her first kiss? Wendy was so shy that she wanted to turn around and run away at once. However, Jasper pulled her into his newly remodeled study room right then. The furnishing is rather simple, but I'm sure I'll be able to move to another house soon. Take a seat, Jasper said as he sat down in front of his computer. Wendy took a look at her surroundings. It was so simple and plain that it did not look like a billionaire's study room at all. There was only a table with a computer on it and 2 chairs. There was not even a bookshelf in the room. However, now was not the time to look at all these. Wendy took a chair and sat behind Jasper. Since there was no taking back what had already happened, she could only pray to God that Jasper would earn something in return. You really are my lucky star, Jasper suddenly said. He sounded pretty excited. What do you mean? Wendy asked doubtfully. Jasper turned the screen over to Wendy. Look, he said. Wendy looked over and saw the news on the computer screen. A fire had broken out in the largest oil field in the Middle East, which was also the world's second largest oil field. The fire was still burning strongly, and a high-level country official reported that the production capacity may not be able to be restored within the year. The oil field may thus close down. The short news sent Wendy into a state of stupor. Trading in any market was essentially a manifestation of the supply-demand relationship. Now that the world's second-largest oil field may be closing down due to a fire, there would inevitably be a sharp decline in the global crude oil production capacity. How would the prices of crude oil circulating the market be affected? Then, even a 3-year-old kid would know that the prices would rise frantically. That was the world's second-largest oil field. It contributed up to 1/10 of global crude oil production. If Wendy did not know that it was impossible, she would have thought that Jasper was the one who started the fire. Jasper did not have the time to talk to her right now. He immediately switched to the interface showing the futures. As expected, the market had responded at once. Futures were not stocks. They could not rise or fall to a certain limit. Instead, they could rise or fall unlimitedly. The prices had already risen from $28 to $31 within a few minutes. Looking at the trend, this was just the beginning. How much have you earned? Wendy asked in disbelief. Let me take a look. $43 million. Chapter 21. Hearing these words, even Wendy Schuler, who was used to seeing wealth, felt suffocated. Oh my, Wendy murmured, with this rapid increase in wealth. Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? This is just the beginning. The corner of Jasper's mouth curled up. In his memory of the next 10 years to come, this wave of crude oil prices was the most likely opportunity for him to get rich overnight. It would be gone if he missed it. There would be many other opportunities to make money, but there would not be another chance for him to make so much so fast. Many of his plans in the future relied on this opportunity to work out. Speaking of which, he had to thank Hugh Lewis for the $50 million. Otherwise, Jasper could still earn some money, but not nearly as much. The continuous uptick of news immediately hit the international market like a tornado, and everyone's panic was directly reflected in the futures market. The prices skyrocketing in a short period of time blinded countless people. Just when people thought that the newly emerged price was the highest point, the number refreshed in the next second would hit them in the face. Everyone was screaming frantically, but few people dared to enter the venture at this moment because they were afraid that the roller coaster ride would fall rapidly in the next second. International capital surged rapidly as countless financial predators rushed into the market like sharks that smelled blood. As a result, A rare situation appeared in the history of the entire international crude oil futures market. There was only a buy order, no sell order. All the contracts in the market were snatched up and sold out. There were no transactions in the active market. People who only reacted now and wanted to re-enter the market were left without a chance. No matter the money, no fool would ever sell the crude oil in their hands. This was a goose that could really lay golden eggs. In this event, the biggest players were naturally those national units that controlled the world, followed by those financial oligarchs and consortia. Retail investors like Jasper were one of a kind and should be very conspicuous. It was just that no one would ever find out that such a young man had quietly laid a brick at the lowest point. As a strategic investment, crude oil was of great practical significance. Every country was frantically competing for the remaining crude oil on the market. For the countries, money was not an issue. They were more concerned about its strategic significance. Thus, under such circumstances of extremely strong demand, the price of crude oil futures climbed to a terrifying price of $58. The current domestic time was 2 a.m. Due to the time difference, the futures market was the morning of the third day. Even after staring at the screen for 7 to 8 hours, neither Jasper nor Wendy felt tired. Instead, they were even more excited than ever. Wendy, who had been persuading him to give up the venture before, was now more excited than anyone else. Go up! Go up! Keep going up! It's up by $0.1 again. Huh? Looking at Wendy's demeanor, it seemed like she was happier than making money on her own. However, Jasper was much calmer as he sipped from a teacup. Usually, he did not smoke or drink alcohol, preferring to drink tea instead. It was because he felt that tobacco and alcohol would numb people's minds. Finally, when the price of crude oil reached $59, Jasper chose to sell all the crude oil in hand. Chapter 22. The highest price of crude oil in history was $59. Following this, as the strongest powerhouse announced the release of some crude oil inventories, the price of crude oil would begin to ebb. So this was the perfect timing to withdraw while the going was good. When the market was most active and Jasper's large volume order of 11,400 was listed, it immediately caused a reaction from the market. It was wiped out almost instantly, and the outside world began to speculate which institution was holding so much crude oil in its hands. There were no secrets in the capital market. Soon, news of this large order from a retail investor came out, which immediately caused a sensation in the global financial community. Everyone wanted to find out about this mysterious retail investor. At this time, however, Jasper and Wendy were huddled together in the small study room, staring at the dazzling string of numbers in his account. After deducting costs and commissions, we made a profit of more than $3 billion. The account balance is $3,101,240,000. Wendy stared at Jasper blankly, her pretty face flushed with excitement. She suppressed her rapidly beating heart and said in an incredulous tone, You're too amazing. You actually used 60 million to make billions. Jasper let out a breath, the corners of his mouth turning upward as he said, If there are no issues, the man in front of you should now be one of the 10 richest people in the country. In the year 2000, the 7th in the National Forbes richest list was someone in this country with a total net worth of $350 million. At this moment, Jasper's assets had reached $360 million. He was well deserving of 7th place indeed. Of course, there were too many hidden wealthy people in this country, and Jasper was not arrogant enough to think that his $3.1 billion was enough to rank him 7th in the country. However, on the bright side, it was a fact that no one could deny. In 8 hours, Jasper realized his dream, doubling his personal assets 50 times over from $62 million to $3.1 billion. He withdrew the money successfully. This was a miracle that had never been seen in the history of mankind. Those with higher multipliers than him were not as rich as him, and those richer had fewer multipliers. All this happened in a remote corner of this ordinary county. When everything was settled and the money was in his pocket, Jasper exhaled in relief when he received the text message from the bank. The remittance of such a huge amount of funds would cause a reaction from commercial bank as soon as he went to work tomorrow. Moreover, Jasper estimated that his big move would also attract the attention of many people in the international market, but he had no idea how big the storm could be. After being ultra-focused for 7 to 8 hours, even the young and energetic Jasper felt a little overwhelmed by now. At this moment, two stomachs grumbling sounded at the same time. Both Jasper and Wendy looked at each other, a little embarrassed. When people were too nervous or emotional, they would ignore the needs of the body. However, once relaxed, the hunger would follow immediately. "Let's go out for supper," Jasper said with a smile. It was too late now, and the two of them were living in an ordinary small county that was far less boisterous than a big city. So when they got to the streets, the only thing they could find at this time was a snack bar that was about to close. Had it not been for Wendy's beauty, the lady boss would not have accepted their business. Sitting in the simple snack bar, Wendy was obviously curious, as it was her first time eating in a snack bar. "Are you unhappy with me for taking you out for supper in a place like this?" Jasper took a set of utensils and smiled when he passed it to Wendy. Wendy blinked and joked, saying, "You've earned so much. Of course, you have to treat me to a good meal. This meal doesn't count. Anything you wish for. As long as it's for sale, you can request it," Jasper said generously. As long as it was something that money could buy, it would not be a problem for him now. Chapter 23. The lady boss served a plate of snacks. Listening to the couple's conversation, she smiled and said, "You young couple seem to have a really good relationship. Little lady, did your boyfriend make money today? Don't just ask him to buy you dinner. He has to buy you some clothes too." In the eyes of the snack bar owner, Jasper had made hundreds or thousands at best. She would never have imagined that the man sitting in her shop and eating a fried nugget had just earned $3.1 billion. Wendy chuckled. "Did you hear that? I heard that. Buy everything." Jasper picked up a fried nugget and brought it to Wendy's mouth. "Hurry up and eat. You must be starving." Seeing the fried nugget in front of her mouth, Wendy was stunned for a while, wondering if she should open her mouth and eat it. Before this, when the lady boss mentioned their relationship, Wendy did not care. Rather, she did not want to care. Now, however, Jasper's behavior made her a little bit shy. Jasper also noticed that his actions were a little improper. Just when he was looking for an excuse, Wendy opened her mouth and gently bit into the fried nugget. While chewing slowly, Wendy dared not look at Jasper at all. She lowered her head as if savoring the taste of this treat. Seeing the bashful and charming girl in front of him, while also considerate and fearful that she could not recover from her embarrassment, Jasper chuckled lightly. Triumph in both business and love life. Since his life had ended up like this, what else could he ask for? After supper, Jasper and Wendy chatted as they walked toward her house in the county. As the daughter of the richest man in the province, of course, Dawson would not let Wendy suffer. Although he agreed to let her conceal her identity at work, he also bought a large house in the best community in the county for her. It was usually occupied by Wendy alone. At the door of the house, Wendy said with some regret, "I'm home. Why was it so fast?" The girl was a little annoyed. "The distance should be quite far." "I'll be going back then," Jasper said. Today, the relationship between the two had advanced a step, but before any affirmation, Jasper naturally would not do anything improper. Nodding her head, Wendy suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, are you free in a few days? Come with me to the provincial capital." Jasper immediately understood that he was about to visit Dawson Schuler, the future father-in-law. He nodded and said, "Okay. Aren't you going to ask me what we'll be doing in the provincial capitals?" Jasper's decisiveness made Wendy a little confused. "It can't be to see the future in-laws, right?" Jasper told the truth half-jokingly. Wendy was so embarrassed that she stomped her feet and said, "How clever of you!" After speaking, she slipped back into the house as if she wanted to escape and slammed the door shut. Jasper recalled Wendy's beautiful yet shy and embarrassed appearance as he left with a smile. In the house, Wendy leaned back against the door and heard the sound of footsteps going away. She was feeling a little lost and nervous. Holding her hot cheeks, she murmured, "This person, how can he be so smart and so bad?" That night, Jasper slept peacefully, but the international capital market exploded. Less than half an hour after Jasper cleared his account, The world's largest powerhouse held a press conference to announce the release of domestic crude oil inventories to ease the soaring pressure on crude oil prices. Immediately following that, all the smaller forces behind the powerhouse also declared the same. As soon as the announcement came out, the price of crude oil futures fell. Although the price was still outrageously high, it was not as crazy as before. The market had recovered from the previous frenzy, so people immediately noticed the mysterious retail investor who had thrown a large order of 14,400 lots at the highest price point. This retail investor, could it be a decoy account of a powerhouse? The financial predators scratched their heads. Otherwise, how could they explain his sudden actions that were immediately followed by the announcement that resulted in the price drop? Buying at the lowest point and selling at the highest point was ideal trading rules that every novice would know. However, how many people could actually do it? This retail investor did it, though. Therefore, this mysterious retail investor was even more unfathomable. Slowly, the news about the mysterious financial genius who swept up hundreds of millions of dollars overnight spread wildly. Some media even claimed that this mysterious retail investor was the second. Buffett and his talent in the financial field was incomparable. The sun rose again, and John Jackson came to his president's office. He made a pot of tea comfortably. While waiting for the computer to turn on, he drank his tea happily while thinking about today's schedule. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open. The loud bang caused John's hand to tremble with fright, and hot tea poured over him. John jumped up and shouted at Harold Wood, who rushed into the office. "B*****, you scared me. Are you asking to be fired?" Harold wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a peculiar expression, "President, something has happened." John was taken aback. Frowning, he said, "What's the big deal for you to be so flustered?" Swallowing a mouthful of spit, Harold could not restrain his excitement. He said in a very complicated tone, "President, you weren't in the office yesterday, so you don't know about this yet. That big client, Jasper Lane, entered the crude oil futures market with a full position." John was stunned for a moment. Ignoring the tea stains on his body, he said in surprise, "Full position? Is he crazy? Did he lose all his money?" Before Harold could say anything, John frowned and continued, "This kid is overconfident and doesn't follow the rules and regulations. Sure enough, he's in deep trouble now. Entering the market at 50 times the leverage, and he still took on a full position with such a big risk. It's over for him. President, it's not like that." Harold looked at John and said with a wry smile, "In the wee hours of this morning, $3.1 billion was credited into his account. Because of this transaction, our entire county branch's annual deposit KPI has reached the target. We even set a new record. I watched the news on the way to work. On the international front, it's rumored that a mysterious retail investor made hundreds of millions of dollars in yesterday's crude oil futures market. This person is the biggest winner of the crude oil market this time. It's in line with the time when Jasper entered the market and the amount of settlement. I'm guessing that the person being discussed in the entire international financial market is him. President, that's $3.1 billion we're talking about. With a capital of $62 million, he made $3.1 billion in just one day." Hearing Harold's words, John froze in place as if he had been petrified. Before he could digest the news, the red phone on the desk rang shrilly. Looking at this red phone that was used for emergency, John swallowed and murmured, "A call from the president's office of the provincial branch. This bragging right is over the roof." This kid actually pushed John Jackson's name into the eyes of the president of the provincial branch. Chapter 24. Send out my instructions. Keep Jasper Lane's personal information strictly confidential. No one is allowed to disclose it. John ordered. He knew very well about Jasper's current status and position. It would not be a good thing if such a large customer was taken away. Furthermore, any leaked information would cause unnecessary trouble for Jasper as well. "Yes." Harold nodded, understanding what the president meant. He immediately went to carry out the order. In the year 2000, at this specific time frame, the business models of most domestic industries were still at a very basic stage. In this era, when stock trading was still new, making billions of dollars in profits from the futures market overnight was simply a myth. Jasper knew that he could not hold back the news about him making money in the crude oil futures market and that it would cause a sensation, but he did not expect this matter to cause pandemonium. Online portals and physical newspapers immediately published the news that a mysterious retail investor swept $3.1 billion in the international crude oil futures market overnight. The news exploded in the faces of countless citizens, especially because this mysterious retail investor was a domestic citizen. Everyone's jaws dropped at this fact. $3.1 billion. This was a number that made people feel dizzy even when they said it. At the start of this millennium, when someone with an annual income of more than $100,000 was considered to be a rich person, ordinary folks dared not think of such a large number even in their dreams. Although all forces were trying their best to find out about this person, as a business that aimed to be the first in the universe, Commercial Bank had solid moral integrity. The news was kept under lock and no information about Jasper was leaked. At present, the news and reports only garnered a quick glance from Jasper. He did not pay much attention to them. The excitement was over. Right now, Jasper needed to seize every opportunity to make money and use it to arm and strengthen himself. After all, this country was filled with hidden talents and undisclosed prodigies. In front of the real bosses, his capital was insufficient. Now he was still at the fundamental development stage. He was more concerned about the two behemoths worth trillions coming up in the future. The first was the company that really changed people's lifestyles. This company had only been established for less than a year, and Ma Yun was still leading his 18 associates to set up his 1688 website in an apartment. There were still 3 years to go before the establishment of that super website, Taobao. Although Tencent, another online social giant, had launched QQ and occupied the first position of domestic social software, suffering from the inability to adapt to change, it was still facing difficulties with server fees. These two companies were definite targets for Jasper to invest in the future, but the time had not arrived as they were not facing hardships yet. If he entered the market at this point, the successful businesses may not give up too many shares. Therefore, he needed to bide his time. These two companies had a bright future, but before they started to make profits, they would experience several crises and go on the verge of bankruptcy. That would be the time when Jasper made his appearance. According to Jasper's memory, Alibaba's difficulties were still a few months away, but Tencent was almost at the brink right now. Within a month, that would be the best timing. At this time, Jasper, who was nestling at home, recorded all these things and began to plan how to get Tencent into his pocket. Just after finishing the plan, Jasper's cell phone rang. It was Wendy. Chapter 25. Jasp, you asked me to help you pay attention to the news about the house a few days ago. I heard something today. There's a villa area in the city. It has been more than half a year since its opening, but the sales are very bleak. The developers can't support it anymore, so they're doing promotional activities. The villa area in the city? Is it called Thornton Park? Jasper asked suddenly. How do you know? Wendy asked in surprise. Of course, Jasper knew about it. In his previous life, the boss of the company he worked for was the owner of Thornton Park. Thornton Park was indeed a villa area launched by local real estate developers in early 2000. It was mainly targeted at successful entrepreneurs and business owners, but the positioning was too high-end and advanced. As a result, the number of units sold in the 2 years after the opening did not even exceed 20%. Later, the developer went bankrupt and the project was taken over by others. It did not take long for the reversal of fortune. Real estate prices across the country ushered in the first wave of the surge. And Thornton Park, which no one cared about or wanted even if it was given practically for free, became the most expensive residence in the city. Before Jasper was reborn, although the units here were more than 20 years old, they were still not out of date. Real estate prices soared to a terrifying $267,000 per square feet, and a villa was worth more than $50 million. What about the housing prices in Thornton Park now? $800,000 was enough to buy a unit, furnishings included. It was no different than picking up scraps. I've heard it before. After all, it's the #1 residence in the city, Jasper said with a smile. He made an appointment with Wendy and headed straight out. Sitting in Wendy's BMW, Jasper felt that buying a car had to be put on the agenda. No matter what, Jasper Lane was already a wealthy billionaire now. How could he still ride in a chick's car every day? Thinking of cars, Jasper recalled BYD that had a great development in the future. Although not the best traditional fuel car, the new electric car was really awesome. In this regard, it seemed that it could be deployed in advance. In this era, there were opportunities to make money everywhere. Jasper was a little worried about not having enough funds on hand. The amount of $3.1 billion was enough to scare ordinary people to death. But in Jasper's blueprint, every targeted investment would touch hundreds of billions in the future. Chatting with Wendy all the way, the two went directly to the sales department of Thornton Park in the bustling area of the city. Although promotional banners were hung at the door, it was not surprising that this place was very empty. For later generations, $800,000 for a villa unit was the same as picking scraps, but in an era when the per capita annual income was less than $10,000, few people could afford it. Entering the sales department, there was not even a person to greet him. Jasper looked up and saw all the sales ladies wandering around with a couple. The woman was dressed up glamorously, and it could be seen that her features were rather pretty. However, she exuded a coquettish attitude, and her posture was pretentious. The person next to her was a middle-aged man in a suit and LV belt buckle, looking like a successful boss. However, Jasper and Wendy were very young. They were obviously unlikely to be able to afford a unit here. In contrast, the discerning people felt that the success rate on the other side would be higher. Jasper and Wendy were unperturbed, looking at the mock-up model by themselves. At this moment, however, the woman who was acting coy not far away caught a glimpse of Wendy. She froze for a moment before a sneer immediately appeared on her face. Wendy Schuler? Not far away, Wendy looked back as the familiar figure caught her eyes. Janice Little? Chapter 26. I didn't expect to meet you at this place, Wendy. Janice yanked the man beside her and came over to Wendy. She glanced at Jasper beside her and said disdainfully, Wendy, you do have a special preference. Is he your boyfriend? Dear, who is this lady? The man beside Janice looked at Wendy, immediately attracted by her gorgeous looks and vibe. If it was not for Janice's presence, he would have gone forth to court her. She was the goddess of our university, but after so many years, she's still the same way, always putting on an act as if she's very elegant. Janice hooked her arms around the man's arm and looked at Wendy proudly. During their times at university, they were both goddesses of the university. However, regardless of looks or the vibes they gave off, Janice would always lose to Wendy. That led to her having a miserable life in university. Janice always bore the grudge. She did not expect to bump into her at this place. Besides, Wendy was with a very old-fashioned man. Surely Janice would not miss this opportunity to tease her. Wendy, are you here to buy, or just a window shop? The price listed here isn't that cheap. Don't think you'll be able to get a cheaper price, just because the entrance states there's a promotion. You'll need at least $800,000 just for the cheapest unit. I can see that the man beside you isn't even wearing any branded clothing. Can he afford it? Her comments were ear-piercing. Suddenly, everyone's gaze shifted over to them. Wendy's expression was indifferent as she looked at Janice with a cold gaze. Then, she said to Jasper, maybe we'll come back later. Wendy was not willing to cause any trouble. Jasper was not willing to witness her being bullied and gave her a gaze of comfort. Then, without bothering Janice, he immediately shouted, Where's the saleswoman? I'm buying a unit. Tisk. Janice let out a sneer and looked at Jasper scornfully, saying, Where did this fool come from? Talking about purchasing houses the moment he starts talking? Do you think you can afford to buy the houses here? I'm very aware of the thinking you men have. You shouldn't put on an act and do irrational things in front of a pretty girl. You should do things that suit your status. Judging from your outfit that's not even branded, you still dare to purchase a house. Wendy whispered to Jasper when she heard Janice's endless sneering. Jasp, she's my course mate from university, but I've never offended her. Even so, she's always hostile toward me. She never treats me well. Why don't we come again at another time? Jasper understood her statement immediately. The lady with the name Janice had a nice appearance, but with just one glance at her, he knew she was a playgirl. A woman like her would only have her looks as her weapon. On the other hand, Wendy could easily win her, so it was pretty normal for Janice to develop a sense of jealousy against her. After giving Wendy a look of comfort, Jasper said calmly, "So you think one can only be rich if they're wearing branded clothing? Then your mindset is quite shallow." Ah! Janice burst into laughter. "Just admit that you're poor. Why bother smooth talking? You can't even afford to buy valuable clothing. Why bother talking sense to me? I've bumped into lots of poor guys like you who have no abilities but still enjoy talking big." While Janice was laughing coldly, the man beside her let out a cough. Then he said with squinted eyes, "Nice to meet you, miss. I'm Dixon Newton. I own a lighting shop. According to this year's record, its value would be tens of millions. Say, why don't we be friends?" Wendy was disgusted when she saw the revolting middle-aged man before her. She turned around to face Jasper, not even wanting to talk to him. This made Dixon ashamed. Suddenly, he had an awful expression on his face and snorted. She said to the saleswoman beside him, "Initially, I thought of purchasing a villa unit from you all for my darling to stay in. But these two people have made me frustrated. Can you please chase them out? But this pretty lady can stay back." The saleswomen exchanged terrified looks and felt troubled. Chapter 27. Dixon looked at Wendy with a perverted look, and this made Janice feel hateful that she started gritting her teeth. She quickly got herself involved and held on to Dixon's arm, saying, "You naughty. I'm right here, and you're flirting with another woman." Dixon burst into laughter. He raised his palm and slapped Janice's, but saying, "Don't worry. The one I love most is definitely you." As he was saying, Dixon glanced at Jasper coldly before snorting. "Hey, scumbag. Didn't you hear me asking you to leave? Why are you still standing here? And you bunch of saleswomen, are you all deaf? Or do you all think that this scumbag can afford to buy a house here? Let me tell you all, if you guys don't chase him out, I'm not going to buy." Dixon's comment made one of the saleswomen, who was slightly older and seemed to be the leader, grit her teeth. "Sir, as you've seen, we're currently quite busy. We can't entertain you, so please leave." Her comment had portrayed their attitude. Dixon and Janice smiled proudly. Janice covered her mouth and smiled while saying, "Hey, he's really bringing shame to his family for being chased out by others. Wendy, you get it now, right? Ladies should look for a powerful man to rely on. What can a poor guy possibly give you? He'll only make you get chased out the place like a dog." Janice smiled coldly as she said evilly, "Since university, you like to act all prestigious. Whenever I see your behavior, it just makes me want to puke. Who are you trying to show off to? In fact, you might be way hornier than I think. Shut your terrible mouth." A sudden roar made Janice fumble out of terror. She spun around and noticed that it was Jasper. Janice suddenly shouted with a stern voice, "Who are you to be roaring at me? Do you believe I'll cause you lots of trouble? I dare you. Let's see whether it'll be me who's going to cause you trouble first or the other way around." Jasper's eyes were glittering coldly. This woman was obviously challenging his limits by humiliating Wendy right in front of him. "Hey, brat, you're quite arrogant." Dixon smiled coldly and said in an unpleasant tone. Coincidentally, at this critical moment, two men came out from the office of the sales department. "President Jackson, we'll have to trouble you with our company's loan. Please take good care of it, or else our company will not be able to continue." The manager of the real estate company said to John respectfully and was trying to be on good terms with him. John remained composed and said politely, "Don't worry too much, Manager Jones. I know your company's ability well. However, I'm not the one to decide on the loan. It still requires investigation, so, hey, Mr. Lane, you're here as well?" John blurted the last comment after he saw Jasper at the entrance. Initially, John would only greet Jasper casually, but after finding out about the great events Jasper was involved with last night, John could no longer greet him casually. After all, he was facing the man who now had a net worth of $3.1 billion and was one of the country's top 10 super-rich men. They saw John calling out to Jasper and coming over with a delightful expression. John even bent slightly with a respectful behavior. Manager Jones was dumbfounded. The saleswomen were dumbfounded. Janice and Dixon were dumbfounded as well. Only Wendy put on a cold expression and stared at the group of people with a pitiful look in her eyes. Chapter 28. Dixon knew about John Jackson. After all, his company's loan was under commercial bank. There were a few occasions when he wanted to get to know this powerful president, but John never spared him any dignity. He did not even have a chance to enter his office. However, currently looking at John's action of trying to get on the other party's good terms made the corners of Dixon's mouth twitch. He found that behavior and expression rather familiar. That was the lowly expression he made when facing John. Mr. Jackson. Jasper was astonished as well to meet John here and shook his hand with a smile. Mr. Lane, you're here to buy houses? John asked. Jasper nodded and looked at the crowd, saying in a way that seemed calm, "That's right. Initially, I thought of having a look at the houses, and if there's a suitable one, I'd buy. But the service here has let me down. Just because of two people, they want to chase me out. So, here I am about to leave this place." His comment may have sounded calm, but in fact, there was a dark side to it. The manager of the real estate company had nearly gotten down on his knees and acknowledged John as his father just to get the loan. As for Dixon, he did not even have the chance to get to know John. Meanwhile, John was acting respectfully and cautiously before Jasper. From this obvious scenario, it was evident who was more superior. Manager Jones of the real estate company was a reasonable man. Seeing that John was about to get infuriated, he immediately dropped to his knees before Jasper with his heart pumping hard. He bent down and bowed in apology. Every gesture was accomplished in a split second. "Mr. Lane, it's really our fault for not providing proper hospitality. I'll fire all these saleswomen. Besides, from now onward, I'll personally provide my service to you. I'll give you the best discount and promotion to show you our sincere apology." He's a splendid person. Jasper looked at him with a smile, but obviously, Manager Jones misunderstood him. After thinking a while, he turned around and roared at Dixon and Janice. "The sales department is serving an honorable client. We'll be closed for the time being. You two, please make a move." Yeah, he's indeed a brilliant person. This time, even when he thought so as well. Dixon and Janice finally experienced what utter awkwardness felt like. The tables were flipped following Jasper's comment. Earlier, they were the ones ordering others to chase Jasper and Wendy out, but currently, they became an eyesore that was being chased out of the scene. Dixon's face went scarlet. His head was drenched with sweat as he wondered whether he should stay or not. As for Janice, she was so terrified that her face went pale. She dared not speak a word and only stared at Jasper, finding it hard to believe. With the intelligence she had, she would never comprehend what Jasper had that would make John want to get on his good terms. With just a word, he could revert the situation to favor him. This brat isn't just a poor guy. Could it be that all these people are blind? Manager Jones got angry when he saw the two people refusing to leave. He did not know about Jasper's identity. However, he knew that those who could make John behave so politely and respectfully were those he could not afford to offend. Maybe he's a second-generation son from a big family who has come out on his own to try and have an ordinary life. Aside from other issues earlier, if he had reacted any slower, John would have started questioning him. At that time, not just his loan would be in trouble, but whether he could continue being a manager would be questionable too. He was able to figure out the main problem with just only a tiny detail. That was the reason Jasper thought that Manager Jones was a splendid person. Just when Manager Jones was about to call the security guards to chase them out, Jasper spoke. "Forget it. If they're willing to stand here, then so be it. You're here to run your business. After all, each of you will just have to carry out your respective task." After speaking, Jasper brought Wendy aside and sat on the sofa in the client room. John and Manager Jones immediately followed them. The bunch of saleswomen who were getting fired had pitiful looks on their faces. They all glared at both Dixon and Janice. They would never serve them. Despite not being chased out anymore, both Dixon and Janice felt even more suffering. "That poor brat is obviously trying to make us look bad." Janice was so mad that she gritted her teeth. "Dixon, let's go back first. Later, we'll think of a way to get our revenge." Janice was a fool, but Dixon was not. Even though standing there was more humiliating than walking away, he knew that he should not leave just yet. Chapter 29. Dixon glared at Janice, who was the cause of the entire havoc, and said coldly, "You'd better shut your crap. If he plans to deal with me later on, I'll be in trouble. For now, we'll watch right here." Besides, I'll be able to prepare myself if I know how powerful he is. Dixon, who just blurted the comment, heard Jasper saying his first words from the sofa of the nearby client room. The houses look not bad, and the price is cheap. I'm planning to buy all of it. Those few simple words echoed like thunderbolts in the quiet sales department. Everyone, including John, wore an astonished expression while looking at Jasper. People who always put on an act were those who liked to show off, but this time, Jasper did not plan to put on an act. These houses had the potential of rising in market value by 10 times in the future. Whoever purchased one would earn from it. He would not miss this opportunity, as just one villa less would mean losing tens of millions of profit. However, it was always because of that reason that Jasper was like a fool who attracted everyone's attention. Seeing the flustered looks on Manager Jones and John's face, Jasper knew that his comment might have frightened everyone. He said with a smile, "I'm sincerely planning to buy them all. Manager Jones, you won't think that I'm cracking a joke, right? F***CKU. This is rubbish. One villa costs $800,000, and even though it's almost close to its cost price, you're now claiming that you want to buy all of them? Isn't this a joke? This is a villa. One of them costs $800,000. These aren't those vegetables selling at 80 cents by the roadside. Vegetables that you don't eat can still be used to feed the pigs. But why on earth would you purchase so many villas? To be the landlord?" Manager Jones was cursing frantically internally. Of course, he would not know that Jasper really planned on becoming a landlord. He would own one while his parents would stay in another one. In the future, he would spare a few units to build offices, make them into hostels, and even use them as temporary offices. As for the remaining, he would rent all of it. When the prices rose, he would build a big office building and sell it off. That would allow him to earn a ton from it. Well, Mr. Lane, all this while we've never done such a huge transaction on our houses. For now, there are still 24 units of villas that are empty. This is quite a huge number, Manager Jones said cautiously. Every word he said was done after thorough consideration, fearing he might offend Jasper. However, what he was trying to convey was pretty obvious. There were 24 units of villas that were empty, and purchasing all of them would be impossible. Jasper frowned. Just when everyone let out a sigh of relief, he said another shocking comment. "Only 24 units? It's quite little, but it's better than none." Jasper thought that there would be at least 30 units, but he did not expect there to only be 24 units left. However, he did not mind. At most, he would only end up earning less. At that moment, John could make out that Jasper was not joking and really intended to purchase all the villas. Of course, he was aware that Jasper had the ability to do so. Currently, Jasper's account had 3.1 billion cash in it. Buying all these houses would not be a difficult thing for him. "Mr. Jones, my friend has already spoken, and he's really going to buy them. The loan on the houses of your real estate company is about to reach its limit. Now, with such huge business in front of you, why don't you hurry up and propose a better price?" John reminded him from the side. Since John had spoken up, there would be no more reason for Manager Jones to hesitate. Regardless of Jasper's intention in purchasing those houses, as long as he could earn back his cash, he would not be bothered by anything else. "I can give Mr. Lane another 10% discount from the $800,000 price. This will be its cost value," Manager Jones said through his gritted teeth. As soon as he finished speaking, a card was thrown on the coffee table between the two men. "Sign the contract," said Jasper simply. Manager Jones was dumbfounded once again. He really takes buying villas as if he's buying vegetables? Chapter 30. Just a sentence or two, and the deal's sealed? Manager Jones was dumbfounded. After snapping out, he was feeling thrilled. After the end of drafting the agreement, both parties signed and chopped. It was acknowledged. Then, Jasper immediately transferred the $17.28 million into the company's account. This made Manager Jones so touched that he could feel the heat in his eyes from the tears. His company's financial flow had been about to break. If he had failed to get a loan or failed to sell any houses, the company would need to officially announce bankruptcy. However, currently, all the problems have been settled. Even though he did not earn much, at least he managed to sell off all the houses at Thornton Park. "Mr. Lane, you really are my life savior." Mr. Jones grasped Jasper's hand and said, feeling moved. Even though John, who was standing aside, was just an observer, he was envious as well. He thought of his annual salary of more than $200,000. Even though the amount was way larger than any ordinary people's salary, when compared to Jasper's money, it seemed so trivial. Jasper was feeling quite pleased when he got to earn other people's income while being regarded as a savior. Although these houses had the potential to have their market value skyrocket in the future, the real estate company would not be able to withstand it until that time came. In history, their company went bankrupt after half a year. This time, Jasper was considered to have saved them. Hence, Jasper was just doing what he thought was right with no stress. At that moment, Dixon and Janice, who witnessed everything, were astonished to the point where they could not speak a word. Jasper brought Wendy to the entrance. He looked at the branded clothes Dixon and Janice were wearing before saying with a faint smile, "It seems that relying on branded items to show one's status is not worth anything." After speaking, Jasper immediately left the scene without looking at the pale looks on them both. "You don't have to see me off, Mr. Jackson. We'll be taking our leave now." Standing beside the BMW, Jasper smiled at John and said. John said with a sigh, "Mr. Lane, about last night's crude oil futures." "It was me." Jasper immediately admitted to it. Hearing Jasper admitting it personally made John's expression change drastically. Even though there was enough evidence, hearing it from Jasper himself still made John find it hard to believe. "Splendid," said John sincerely. "It's just luck," said Jasper. John shook his head and said, "Earning 10,000 or 20,000 is luck, but to earn that much, it's way beyond luck. You must not know about it. But this morning, the president of the district branch gave me a call and praised me. These blessings are all thanks to you. Brother, you have the abilities. It's just a matter of time before you get promoted," said Jasper with a smile. "I still have to depend on the help from great people. And that person is you," John said seriously. When saying that comment, John felt a pang of guiltiness. In the days before yesterday, they were both of equal ranking. However, Jasper had now become the country's #1 richest man. John, as the president of the district branch, really got to know someone influential this time. "Let's make this clear. We're both using each other for gains. There are many things I still have to thank you for helping me out," said Jasper with a smile and without the domineering vibe that John was worried about. As someone in such a sensitive position, John had seen plenty of people acting almighty once they managed to become rich overnight. Whoever they saw, they would act arrogantly, but Jasper was like his usual self and was never proud. John, who was praising Jasper from the bottom of his heart, chatted with Jasper for a while more. Then he personally saw him entering the car and left. Looking at the car, John shook his head and said in an envious tone, "It's damn good to have money. I'm absolutely envious." Chapter 31. In the car, Winnie could not stop looking at Jasper while driving. "Is there something on my face?" Jasper asked her while touching his face. Looking at his reflection in the rear-view mirror, he was no different from other men apart from the fact that he looked a bit more handsome. There was a dazed expression on Wendy's face. She registered his question not long after. "I'm just curious. You always treat the people around you with kindness and courtesy. However, you also act pretty cold to other people. Instead of asking Mr. Jones to send them away, you let them remain standing over there. That's a lot harsher than sending them away." She chuckled. "I didn't think too much into it. To me, they're simply meaningless passers-by in my life. If it wasn't for the fact that they spoke to you in a derogatory manner, I wouldn't have even bothered with them," Jasper said matter-of-factly. As a person who had lived 2 lifetimes, how could he not understand the importance of remaining humble? As for John, I think he's a pretty nice person. Besides, he has way more connections than I do locally. There will come a time where we'll need each other's help. It's always better to have one more friend than one more enemy in the business sector. Take today's incident, for example. His appearance saved me from undergoing a lot of trouble. It would be impossible for me to just find someone and show them the balance in my bank account to tell them I'm rich, right? Although the feeling of doing so feels pretty great, I can only do it once or twice. Doing it often will make me seem retarded." Wendy kept smiling. She seemed to have thought of something. "By the way, are you free tomorrow?" she asked. Are we going to meet your father? Sure. With a playful smile on his face, Jasper agreed at once. Wendy was startled. She stared at Jasper in shock while wondering if Jasper knew how to read minds. It seemed like he could always tell what was on her mind. That was right. After accompanying Jasper and watching him earn a monumental amount of $3.1 billion by trading crude oil futures, Wendy was determined to recommend him to her father. Her family's company was currently in a dire situation. Wendy desperately wanted Jasper to help her family resolve this problem. However, Wendy intended to tell Jasper about her true identity before that. "There's something else I must tell you," Wendy said in a careful tone. Jasper pretended to listen to her attentively. "Actually, my father is Dawson Schuler," Wendy said. After blurting it out, she stared at Jasper unmovingly. She was previously worried that Jasper would feel pressured after she revealed her identity. However, her worries eventually dissipated since Jasper was now wealthier than her father. Nonetheless, Wendy was still worried that Jasper would blame her for concealing her identity from him. "I guess correctly," Jasper smiled. There was not an ounce of distaste on his face. He continued to speak. "The way you dress and act sets you apart from those who come from an ordinary family background. Furthermore, we're both from the same town. The only wealthy man with the last name Schuler from our town is the head of Schuler Group. You don't blame me?" Wendy asked anxiously. "What should I blame you for? After all, I hid my identity from you," she said. "That's nothing much. It's not a big deal at all. You've always kept a low profile and never wanted to attract unnecessary attention or cause unnecessary incidents because of your identity. If this was in the past, I'd feel extremely pressured. After all, your father is the wealthiest man in the province, and you're his only daughter." Jasper chuckled softly. Wendy let go of some of her tension after listening to Jasper's words. She laughed lightly. "Are you pressured right now? I don't put someone else's finances into consideration when I'm making friends now. Anyway, they can't be richer than me now." After telling her a well-known joke from the future years, Jasper once again felt that it was truly great to be rich. Everything was way too good to be true. Besides, your father is the wealthiest man in the province, and I'm one of the top 10 wealthiest billionaires in the country. He won't take me as someone who's going after you just because you're his daughter, right? Chapter 32. "All right, let's head over tomorrow then. I've taken a day off." Wendy nodded. Given her father's current situation, it seemed that he would be the one reaching out for Jasper's help instead. However, she was extremely worried about her father's incident. That was why she wanted Jasper to meet him as soon as possible. "Sure," Jasper agreed at once. After reaching home, Jasper did not rest. He continued to recall his memories to further perfect the next steps he intended to carry out in his master plan. When he arrived at Jasper's place the next morning, the both of them then headed off to the province. Dawson decided on a time and venue for them to meet up under Wendy's arrangement. They were not meeting up at his house or his company. Instead, they were meeting up at a recreational facility, a golf course. Thompson Golf Course was one of the most popular gathering locations among the wealthy people from the province. There were not many forms of entertainment available in the year 2000. A man like Dawson Schumer could not be spending his leisure time in the disco, right? In comparison, golf was a relaxing, recreational, and premium activity that raised one's status. It naturally became one of the favorite sports of the local wealthy people. Jasper and Wendy entered the golf course together. A middle-aged man dressed in white smiled at the both of them from a distance away. It was a face that Jasper was extremely familiar with. He was the chairman of Schuler Group, Dawson Schuler. He was a businessman who had started off by selling fruits from a cart on the streets and came to own billions of assets at his peak. In the days of the 1990s, households that owned $10,000 were considered rich. During those days, Schuler Group was considered the province's main enterprise. Although Schuler Group was not as brilliant as it was back then at this moment, it still possessed a large number of funds. With more than $1 billion worth of assets, Dawson Schuler was the wealthiest man in the province. Of course, this was all before Jasper was reborn. "Father," when he called out happily. She threw herself into Dawson Schuler's arms like a bird returning home to its nest. "I finally get to see my darling daughter. How's everything?" Is work going well? Dawson asked, laughing out loud. Everything's going well. Wendy grinned. She did not forget to include Jasper in the conversation. Returning back to his side, she said, Father, this is the friend I told you about, Jasper Lane. Mr. Schuler, I've admired you for a long time, Jasper said sincerely. In his past life, Jasper could only admire someone like Dawson Schuler from afar. Even though he eventually committed suicide by jumping off a building, Jasper could not even begin to compare to him. Nevertheless, Jasper had unknowingly overtaken his place. Dawson smiled and reached out his hand to Jasper. Wendy has told me a lot about you these days. Jasper Lane, right? Not bad at all. You're talented. Don't call me Mr. Schuler. Since you're Wendy's friend, you can address me as Uncle Schuler instead, he said. I'll address you as Uncle Schuler then, Jasper said. Do you know how to play golf? Dawson asked Jasper. So far, he was having a pretty good first impression of this courteous man. Dawson asked Jasper casually. In his opinion, a young man like Jasper should be capable of playing billiards well. He would probably not know much about golf. Golf was a sport pursued by those from an upper social class. According to Wendy, Jasper was not from a wealthy family. He was born into a rather poor family. Wendy had the same thought as her father as well. Just as she was about to say something to prevent Jasper from feeling awkward, he spoke up. I know a bit. My skills are really mediocre, though. Even so, I should be able to play a few rounds with you. Chapter 33. Dawson was rather shocked. He could tell that Jasper was confident in himself. He did not seem to be saying so just for the sake of showing him courtesy. All right, go take a golf club. Let's go in and play one round. Wendy and Dawson did not know that Jasper had often accompanied his boss to play golf in his past life for business purposes. He did not dare say that he had world-class golfing skills, but he considered himself better than an amateur. Jasper walked over to get a golf club. Both of them then chatted happily while walking toward the golf course. With a caddy following behind them, Wendy could not join in their conversation. She could only listen to what they were talking about. She wanted Jasper to come over to help her father out. However, both of them had not talked about business after meeting. They were simply chatting about their personal insights on certain trivial matters. Wendy was overcome with dismay. The weather today was pretty good with white clouds floating in the brilliant blue sky. The air was also cleaner and fresher compared to the future years. On top of that, the golf course had an excellent environment. Jasper and Dawson were rather high-spirited while they chatted and strolled toward the course. As they made their way over to the tee, Dawson, acting his part as Jasper's senior, gestured for him to start off the round. Jasper did hesitate either. He grabbed the club he would be using to strike the ball and bent his knees slightly. Holding tightly onto the handle of the golf club, he turned around and struck the ball in one go. Dawson's eyes shone as he watched the white golf ball fly over the fairway and fall onto the green where the hole was located. What an accurate strike. You're a veteran, he said. Excuse my poor performance. After Jasper spoke, he walked toward the ball with Dawson. I heard from Wendy that you've done some investments. Why don't you find a stable job instead? It's risky to do business, Dawson said in a casual tone. Jasper's brows arched slightly. After going through all the formalities with him, Dawson was now beginning to probe into his details. This meant that he had obtained Dawson's initial approval. If their previous meeting and subsequent conversations had not satisfied him, he may not be facing such a situation. They would most likely just have a meal together and return to their homes respectively. It was not a must for Jasper to help Dawson Schuler and his company. He was only doing this because of Wendy. Furthermore, Dawson was Wendy's father. It was very important to gain his approval. Everything in life is risky. Some risks are meaningless, but some are largely beneficial. Although having a fixed job is good for stability, one will be restricted as well. I like to earn money with my wits. Jasper tapped his head. You're really confident. Dawson chuckled without commenting further. Father, Jasp is really good, Wendy said weakly. She regretted not telling her father about Jasper's extraordinary work performance just because she thought of giving him a surprise. If she had told him, he would not be treating Jasper with an attitude like that. Dawson was slightly dismayed at Wendy's behavior. His precious daughter, whom he had raised and cherished dearly for more than 20 years, was so quick to take someone else's side. Inspecting Jasper from the perspective of a father-in-law, Dawson was slightly dissatisfied with his confidence. The company was now in a critical situation. If things did not take a better turn, all he could do was ensure that the rest of Wendy's life was stable and prosperous. Since Dawson would be leaving his money to Wendy, her husband could be unskilled and untalented. However, he must be always reliable and treat Wendy well at all times. "Uncle Schuler, I'm not playing this round," Jasper said. His words came as a shock to everyone. Dawson looked at the golf ball that had landed nearby. "Why not? The ball is at most 3 shots from the hole. You have a good chance," he said. Jasper pointed at their surroundings. "Although the distance is good, the surroundings aren't that great. There's a sandpit on the left and a water barrier on the right. This isn't a landscape that I'm familiar with," he replied. "I'll have to pay a high price to save the ball, so I won't simply dabble into unfamiliar areas. Once I realize a problem, I'll choose to stop the loss immediately instead of forcefully keeping things going," he added. Wendy's heart lurched upon hearing what Jasper said. She never expected Jasper to say something that perfectly represented the current status of her family's company. Dawson squinted, the kind expression and smile on his face vanishing instantly. It was replaced by an overcast look of anger. Chapter 34. The person who tricked you even asked you to single out the property rights to the group's chain supermarket assets. He told you that it was to facilitate the group's listing review. According to the original plan, that huge cash flow would help you earn a fortune in the financial market. However, the investment failed, resulting in a huge deficit. The funds cannot be collected, so you have no choice but to owe the supplier their payment. Even if Schuler Group were to apply for a bank loan, it would not pass the bank's evaluation because the property rights of the group's most important supermarket chain assets have been removed from the group. If any news of the fund spreads out, the supplier will ask Schuler Group for payment once they know about it. Meanwhile, Schuler Group can't take out the money. Therefore, you can only announce your bankruptcy to liquidate the assets. "Mr. Schuler, am I wrong?" Jasper asked while staring straight into Dawson's eyes. The expression on Dawson's face darkened with every sentence Jasper said. Alas, Wendy was Dawson's daughter. From the expression on her father's face, she could tell that what Jasper said was true. Wendy's face was pale in shock. "Father, is Jasper telling the truth?" she asked in bewilderment. Dawson let out a long sigh and nodded. "That's right, but how do you know about it?" "These are all confidential information that's kept within the company," he said. Of course, Jasper would not tell Dawson that after he committed suicide in the future, everything became known to the public. The person who set the trap used the listing of the company as bait to trick Dawson into investing his funds into someone within the financial circle. In history, he almost swallowed all of the core assets of Schuler Group, even managing to claim dozens of chain supermarkets all over the province. He was the largest winner. "This is a trap," Jasper revealed. "His goal is to acquire Schuler Group. Looking at it now, he's about to succeed," he added. The expression on Dawson's face was quite a sight. He had been through countless ups and downs in the business sector in the past few decades. He had managed to become the wealthiest man in the province. Dawson Schuler was not an idiot. He had considered all the risks before commencing his course of action. The situation at hand, he had prepared himself for it since the very start. However, to hear Jasper say that it was all a trap, Dawson could not admit to it. Once he admitted to it, that would mean that there was a problem with his personal abilities. Chapter 35. The business records he set for the past few decades had all become a joke. If news about this spread out, he would become the joke of the entire province. Furthermore, that person had a terrifying personal background. Although Schuler Group was large, they did not have to go to such lengths to trick him. All things considered, Dawson did not believe what Jasper was saying. "What nonsense!" Dawson shouted out in anger. "Many things have happened in between. You're just an outsider. You don't know everything. How dare you conclude that it's all a scam? Do you mean to say that I'm a fool with decades-long experience that's proven to be useless since I got tricked so easily?" If it was not for Wendy, who stood beside them with a shocked expression on her face, Jasper would have already turned around and left. The rise and fall of Schuler Group had nothing to do with him. Initially, Jasper intended to take advantage of this opportunity to buy a stake in Schuler Group. After all, Schuler Group had a mature supermarket supply chain system. After the year 2000, the population's income would grow rapidly, and this would lead to an uprise in the supermarket business. As long as one opened a store, they would be able to earn money even with their eyes closed. Furthermore, the supermarket industry had a cash flow advantage that was incomparable to any other industry. In his previous life, the man behind all of it succeeded in seizing the national market after taking over dozens of supermarkets from Schuler Group. When Jasper was reborn, he was already a hotshot with a market value of $80 billion. His company was also within the top 3 domestic supermarket brands. If he had the chance to buy a stake in Schuler Group right now, he may make an extremely large profit in the future. However, Jasper was not worried about losing out on opportunities to earn money. Therefore, Jasper was not really concerned about whether he could buy a stake in Schuler Group. "Father," when he voiced out right then, she looked at Dawson anxiously. "You've always told me not to be conceited when I achieve something and always remain humble. Learning isn't a competition," she said. "Why don't you understand this principle right now?" she added. "I know Jasp well. He's definitely not the type to speak carelessly or exaggerate things. He must have his reason for telling you all this. Why can't you just remain level-headed and think through it?" she asked. Looking at Wendy, Dawson huffed coldly and turned toward Jasper. "All right. In that case, I'll give you a chance to prove to me that this is a scam," he said. "If you're right, I'll apologize to you. Otherwise, leave Wendy," he added. "How hard can it be to get proof?" Jasper smiled confidently. "Firstly, the person who planned everything must have full authority over the group's financial investment department. Mr. Schuler, you would only need to check what projects he has invested all the funds into during this period of time. I'm certain that those projects are just empty shells. He's using them to gain ownership of the company's funds. Next, the company lost its rights to its core supermarket business. Therefore, the other party must have transferred all the funds out from the newly established company. You can find out just by giving it a quick check," Jasper said. Dawson pinned his gaze on Jasper. After he finished speaking, Dawson immediately called his close associates and asked them to look into it. Although Dawson did not say it out loud, he had begun to grow more and more suspicious. He then made another phone call. "Uncle Schuler, is there anything you need?" The passionate and confident voice of a young man rang out from the other end of the phone. "It's nothing, Zayden. I'm playing golf at Thompson Golf Court. Wendy is back as well." "Wendy is back? Wait for a while, Uncle Schuler. I'll be there soon," the man said excitedly. Putting down the phone, Dawson told Jasper, "I called him over. Both of you can interrogate him personally. Don't disappoint me." Chapter 36. Father, you still keep in touch with Zayden Hanks? Wendy asked her father after listening to the voice on the other end of the phone call. "One of my greatest wishes is to list the company publicly. The elders from Zayden Hanks' family happen to hold some authority over this sector," Dawson replied. "He's a cold-blooded jackal. Father, nothing good will come out of working with him," Wendy said angrily. "Wendy, you must know that there are no eternal friends or enemies when it comes to business. Only benefits are eternal. We're collaborating for mutual benefits. However, if he has thoughts that he shouldn't have, I won't have mercy on him," Dawson said in a cold voice. Nevertheless, Jasper's words were yet to be verified. However, the possibility of something occurring was sufficient to shift the mentality of a formidable character in the business sector like Dawson Schuler. Looking at the unreadable expression on Dawson's face, Jasper realized that Dawson Schuler was definitely not an ordinary person to be able to found such a large foundation. Half an hour later, a casually dressed young man who gave off a noble air arrived at the golf course in high spirits. Dawson was not in the mood to play golf, though. The three of them planned to have a meal at the restaurant on the golf course. Zayden Hanks had arrived. His gaze flitted from Jasper and lingered on Wendy. "Wendy, when did you come back? Why didn't you tell me? I would have fetched you over," Zayden said in a warm voice. His attitude was beyond passionate as well. From his external appearance to his etiquette, Zayden was flawless. Ordinary girls would not be able to resist a young, rich, handsome, charming, and well-mannered man like that. However, Wendy remained indifferent. She simply replied to him monotonously, I came back to visit my father. I have no intentions to trouble you. Zayden acted as if he could not tell the implication of rejection from her cold demeanor. He chuckled. How would it be a trouble? Given our relationship, there aren't any troubles between us. Zayden, please take a seat. Dawson pointed to the empty seat. Wendy sat in the middle while Jasper and Dawson were by her sides. Zayden chuckled. He made his way to Jasper's side and said humorously, My dude, since I'm here, get up and sit by the side. Once Zayden entered the room and realized that Jasper was seated beside Wendy, a flame of jealousy sparked off within him. The way he spoke left no room for Jasper to deny his request. He was giving Jasper an order. Jasper slowly took a bite of his scone and chewed a few times. He turned over to Wendy and told her, This scone is pretty delicious. You should have one too. He then placed a scone on Wendy's plate. Jasper did not even bother to look at Zayden. He simply ignored him. As someone who was brought up in a wealthy family, Zayden had never received such treatment. His face darkened, and he glared at Jasper. It seems like you aren't going to acknowledge me, yeah? He asked. You don't know what kind of person I am, right? Huh. Picking up a wet towel from the table, Jasper said coldly, Whoever you are is none of my business. Your acknowledgement isn't worth anything to me either. Chapter 37. Zayden smiled through his rage. All right, nobody in the entire province dares to talk to me like that, he said in a level tone. Zayden, Dawson said, Young people shouldn't act so rashly. It's the same anywhere you sit. Come here, sit beside me, he added. Although Zayden was extremely displeased, he could only suppress his anger since Dawson had told him off. Anyway, it was more embarrassing for him to stand there. After taking his seat beside Dawson, Zayden raised his gaze and pinned it on Jasper. Given your arrogance, you must not be an ordinary person. How do you talk to me like that? Tell me, which family are you from? Zayden asked. The Lanes, Jasper replied curtly. The Lanes? Zayden pondered upon it. There were not any prestigious families called the Lanes in the province. No one in the province would dare to talk against him like that. Was he from overseas? Don't think about it anymore. My family isn't prestigious or wealthy. We're just an ordinary family, Jasper said nonchalantly. The expression on Zayden's face changed immediately. Are you making a fool of me? He asked angrily. How am I making a fool of you? Jasper questioned him. Zayden glared at Jasper and sneered. Don't be too arrogant. You be starred. It takes skills, not slick talking, to make it in this society. If you act so rashly, be careful of not even knowing how you fell to your doom in the end. He was seething in anger. Also, know your place and leave Wendy immediately. She's not someone meant for a lowly B*** like you. Why don't you take a look at yourself instead? You should go and ask around, then you'll know what kind of family the Hanks are in the province. You're just a mere ant in front of me, he added. That's enough. Wendy burst out suddenly. Zayden Hanks, there isn't any sort of relationship between us. Who I choose to befriend isn't any of your concern either. Wendy looked at Zayden, who had an overcast expression on his face. You tricked my father into investing in the financial sector. Where did all the money go? She questioned him at once. Zayden remained impassive, but waves were crashing against his heart. Wendy's reaction did not surprise him. However, Dawson was remaining silent without saying anything either. This made him feel all the more cautious. In a logical sense, his plan was flawless. It was impossible for anyone to find out about it. He was so close to succeeding. By then, Schuler Group would be his. Wendy Schuler would belong to him as well. However, Dawson's attitude was ambiguous right now. He simply watched Wendy, who was interrogating him, without saying anything. He was obviously waiting for Zayden to give him an explanation. Zayden immediately suppressed his thoughts and said, Wendy, you've misunderstood. What do you mean by trick? Uncle Schuler is the best businessman in the province. What makes you think that I have the ability to trick Uncle Schuler? Or do you think that it's easy for someone to trick your father since he's old now? Don't change the topic. Answer me. Where did the invested money go? Wendy said coldly, still staring straight at Zayden. The smile on Zayden's face gradually vanished. As you said, the money has been invested. Of course, it's being used to fund some projects, he said matter-of-factly. Those so-called projects are simply the paper companies you created. You simply handed in a project plan and transferred all the money to your paper companies, right? Jasper suddenly chimed in. Zayden was not a fool as well. He was capable of coming up with such an extensive scheme and had even succeeded in fooling Dawson. He came back to his senses at once. It was impossible for Dawson to be suspicious of him all of a sudden. Besides, Wendy was clueless about all the internal details. The only person who could have done so was the rash, arrogant young man sitting beside Wendy. Hey, are you the one spreading lies to everyone? Are you seeking death? Huh. All of a sudden, Zayden stood up and yelled at Jasper angrily while pointing at him. Chapter 38. Zayden was flushing red while Jasper remained unfazed as he ate his dumplings, completely ignoring him. Jasper is my friend. Wendy suddenly spoke, looking at Zayden impassively before Jasper could say anything. I'd prefer if you were more polite to him. Zayden felt the flames of fury within him burning extremely hot as he watched Wendy defend Jasper. With a scoff, Zayden spoke disrespectfully. Everything I'm doing is to help push the Schuler Group into the market. Instead of thanking me, you're here suspecting me? The financial investment department has always been under your management, and I have no doubt of your abilities. However, there are still things that must be done for the sake of formality when it comes to the board of directors. So, submit an investment report for the department tomorrow to the board for analysis. Dawson suddenly requested. Of course, but sir, is someone on the board questioning the work of the financial investment department? It's just for formality's sake. I'll be there. What can possibly happen? Dawson smiled as he reassured. Of course. Zayden agreed with a polite smile. All it takes is a word from you, sir, and I'm sure no one will dare to question further. If you'll excuse me, I'll be taking a trip to the washroom. With that, Zayden got up and went to the bathroom. The smile on Dawson's face disappeared the moment Zayden left. It really is a scam. Dawson's tone was laced with fury. Wendy's expression changed, and she immediately suggested, Then what are we waiting for? Let's just expose him once he gets back. No. It was Jasper who spoke. The father-daughter duo turned to look at him. Wendy's gaze was filled with confusion. Meanwhile, Dawson's gaze held admiration. Zayden has plotted a large scheme, not to mention that he has the Hanks family backing him. Otherwise, there's no way he would manage to hide this so well from you, Uncle Schuler. They've been planning this since a long time ago, so we got to have a backup plan as well if we're going to turn against each other. Jasper's mind was clear. We don't act unless we're absolutely certain of our victory. Dawson nodded satisfactorily and spoke. Jasper is right. They've been planning this for a long time. They'll only scatter and run if we suddenly turn against them. Then could he have possibly realized something from what I just said? Wendy asked nervously. Jasper smiled and replied, No. What you said was crucial, or he would have just continued with his plan. You've pushed him a little, and if he panics, there'll be cracks in his plan. Dawson broke into a loud laugh. What a friend you have here, Wendy. Quite the complex mind you have, young man. Jasper continued to eat his dumplings, but his eyes were bright. The fact that Dawson had managed to become the richest man in the province was evidence that the man was smart. Taking advantage of the issue that had arisen with the investment, it was adding fuel to the fire by requesting Zayden to submit an investment report tomorrow. It was a small piece of detail, yet it was all it took to feed Zayden's guilt. He had just arrived at that thought, but Dawson had already seen through it long ago and made his move. Experience was truly something to be wary of. It would be foolish for him to look down on anyone just because he had the advantage of having transmigrated. In the bathroom, Zayden pulled out his phone and called a number once he made sure that he was alone inside. It's me. We need to speed things up now. 3 days. We're almost done with moving the assets, but I think that the **starred Schuler might already be suspecting something. Chapter 39. Zayden's expression tethered between gloomy and sunny when he hung up the phone. He felt slightly frantic. Having plotted for over 2 years, success was right before his eyes. Yet if anything were to happen during such a crucial time, forget about not getting any benefits, but his family would also surely doubt his ability. Mother **Kerr. It's got to be that be **starred. Jasper's appearance flashed through his mind, and Zayden punched his fist onto the wash basin. Then again, so what if you found out? My success is just a moment away, and Schuler Group will be mine in no time. And you, Wendy, all you need to do is be my woman, and I can perhaps let you live. Don't you dare try to die. After returning from the bathroom, Zayden was no longer in the mood to eat, so he made up an excuse to leave. Dawson did not ask him to stay and let him go as he wished. Dawson frowned as he watched Zayden drive away from the field. He's growing impatient. There's no doubt that he'll try and speed up the transferal of assets, but that's not something I can deal with. The money I've already taken out for investment. Sigh. Hearing Dawson, Jasper suddenly piped up, I can deal with that. Dawson looked at Jasper in shock. Dawson was stunned. That's quite the claim you have there. How are you going to rein back $600 million worth of investment funds? As long as it's to do with money, it's nothing much. Jasper smiled lightly. Jasp is really skilled when it comes to this, Dad. Wendy boasted. Don't joke around. Dawson shook his head. That's $600 million that he has scammed from me with a paper company. There's no way to get that money back. The company's cash flow is tight and about to break right now. Suppliers will surely begin to knock at our doors if news gets out. As far as Dawson was concerned, Jasper had already proven his claim that this was all a scam. Yet how is a youth like Jasper going to get the $600 million investment fund back? Throttle Zayden and threaten him to return the money? That's unrealistic. At that thought, Dawson felt despondent. I never expected to still be blinded at such an age, but I've already planned it out. Should we get to the point, I'll leave the both of you enough money to live the rest of your life in riches. At that, Dawson patted Jasper's shoulder. I like you, Jasper. I don't think I managed to be as outstanding when I was your age. I have nothing to worry about if you're the one beside Wendy. What are you talking about, Dad? Wendy was nervous and embarrassed. She was nervous due to Dawson's pessimism and embarrassed at how he had just given her off to Jasper. You're my child. How could I not understand what you're thinking? You've never taken an interest in any boy since you were a child, and here you are bringing him before me. How could I be blind to what you're thinking? Dawson's tone was grim. I'd take the time and slowly assess you if none of this was happening, but I can't afford to do that now. Uncle Schuler. Jasper could not help but speak as he watched Dawson's gaze turn more pessimistic. It's just $600 million. I can give it to you. Despite having seen his fair share of things in his life, Dawson was utterly shocked when he looked at Jasper. Just a second ago, he had thought that this young man was outstanding. Why was he bluffing like this right now? Jasp just earned $3 billion and $100 million from the stock market a few days ago, Dad. When he spoke gleefully, the look in her eyes prouder than when she earned money. Three? What? Dawson thought he had heard wrongly. $3 billion and $100 million. Wendy repeated herself. Looking at Jasper again, Dawson found that his understanding of the boy had been rewritten. He had worked his whole life, yet not even at his best did Schuler Group ever own that much in assets. Even so, this youth before his eyes, who was such a young man, had earned $3 billion and $100 million? Chapter 40. I must be growing old. Dawson could not help but sigh when he found out that Jasper had indeed earned such a large sum of money from the stock market. Jasper smiled and spoke. You shouldn't belittle yourself, Uncle Schuler. As a person who has lived through more than I have, you have much more experience than me. There's much for me to learn from you. Dawson could not help but feel ashamed in the face of Jasper's humility. Before his scam was exposed, Dawson had thought that people like Zayden were the epitome of outstanding. The thought of marrying his daughter to Zayden had indeed crossed his mind. Yet now that he thought about it, he wondered just what he had been thinking. He had completely disregarded how heinous Zayden's greed looked on him. Jasper's outstanding character had easily outshined everyone else he had met before. The young man had a net worth of a few $1 billion, yet he had not let money cloud his mind. Rather, Jasper had only gotten more humble and polite with each meeting. What was such a person if not the best of the best? I wasn't the nicest to you, Jasper, and for that, I apologize. Dawson spoke sincerely. You're too kind, Uncle Schuler. Jasper shook his head. I'm not the kind to stick my nose into others' businesses, but there's no way I can just stand by and watch when Zayden bears ill intent to you and Wendy. As he spoke, Jasper glanced deeply at Wendy, who was flushing and too embarrassed to look at him. Jasper smiled and spoke again. I know that Zayden took the money to invest in a specific stock. While I can easily take the 600 million out, there's also no way that I'll just let him walk free with so much money. What's yours is yours, and I'll make sure he'll give it back with not a cent less. What do you plan to do? Dawson's eyes sparkled as he asked. Ever since I got into the stock market, I've been buying and selling stocks by following whatever the trend was. I haven't stock sniped anyone yet. Have you heard of the dealer-takes-all idea, but in terms of the stock market, Uncle Schuler? Jasper smiled slightly as he spoke. I'd like to be the dealer today. You're audacious. I like that about you. Dawson praised. What do you need? I'll help you prepare what I can. Just a quiet office and a computer. Without another word, Dawson immediately had his driver fetch them to Schuler Group's building after Jasper made his request. As this was the corporate building of the richest man in the province. It was a 66-story, high landmark building in the capital of the province, and a place of wealth that countless people yearned for. With Dawson there, Jasper made a beeline to the chairman's office on the highest floor. Sit here, Jasper. Dawson had Jasper sit on his main chair. I don't think this is very appropriate, Uncle Schuler. Jasper did not know whether he should laugh or cry. If I say it's fine, then it's fine. Just sit. With how Dawson was getting progressively satisfied with Jasper, he no longer cared about such semantics. Just then, the secretary came into the office with a tray of tea. Upon looking up, the secretary was met with the sight of an unfamiliar young man sitting on the chairman's seat, while the said chairman was talking to him with a face full of smiles. The secretary was dazed by the sight. Placing the tea down, the secretary then turned and left the room completely frozen. It was a surprise that the secretary made it through the door at all. By the side, Wendy's cheeks were flaming in embarrassment. Dad can't possibly be thinking about handing the company to Jasp. Can he? Good Lord! Is this my dowry? As her face flushed deeper with every thought, Jasper had already clicked open the stock market software by the time Wendy snapped back to reality. After deducting the $17,280,000 paid for the villa, Jasper's account amounted to a current total of $3,083,960,000. Despite knowing that his daughter would not lie to her, Dawson could not help but feel stricken when he saw the long line of numbers that would easily burst anyone's blood vessels in Jasper's bank balance. Chapter 41. Dawson's net worth had never exceeded $2 billion even when Schuler Group was at its best. Yet here Jasper was with $3 billion in cash. There was no comparing them. Jasper did not know of Dawson's current mixed feelings and directly typed in the code for a specific stock. Heavenly Dragon Real Estates. Zayden's plan had succeeded in the previous timeline, so when nosy people decided to look for leads afterward, they found that after Zayden had scammed the $600 million from Schuler Group, he took the money to buy stocks from Heavenly Dragon Real Estates. Heavenly Dragon Real Estates had a total market value of $4.9 billion. Moreover, the owner of Heavenly Dragon Real Estates was the Hanks family. The real estate company could be considered as one of the Hanks family's main assets. Under Zayden's hard work, Heavenly Dragon Real Estate stocks managed to triple in value, and the $600 million turned into $1.8 billion. Just like that, Zayden became a legend in the stock market business. However, there was no way Jasper would let his dream come true. Investing all $3 billion worth of funds into his own securities account, Jasper opened a position at the current price. City A had a large stock market, where not even the influx of funds could ripple the market capitalization that had amounted to trillions of dollars. However, with a current market price of only $4.9 billion, Heavenly Dragon Real Estate's value was immediately pulled to its daily limit once the $3 billion worth of funds rushed in. The sudden and unexpected shooting up of the candlestick chart had excited all potential investors. Even some bigger organizations were stunned. Heavenly Dragon Real Estates was currently unlisted, so it was evident that a strong investor had entered the market with how its stock price skyrocketed. Who was this investor? What was he trying to do? The domestic A-share market instantly surged. Funds were the most sensitive to changes, and Heavenly Dragon Real Estate's share price had immediately attracted attention from all parties. While everyone watched, Jasper began to liquidate his position. The daily limit reopened and was immediately followed by a terrifying drop as Jasper depressed the prices. The sudden drop ignited fear within investors and urged everyone to believe that it was a hidden dealer who was trying to offload stocks. As such, all of them decided to jump ship as well. No one wanted to be a fool. Therefore, as if it was on a roller coaster ride, Heavenly Dragon Real Estate stock prices first skyrocketed before finally plummeting into the void. Such fluctuation resulted in heavy losses for numerous people. Those who bore the brunt were those who had heavier positions. Yet, this was only the first step of Jasper's plan. Watching Heavenly Dragon Real Estate's stock price drop, Jasper reopened his position and began to slowly consume shares that investors were underselling. Minutes ticked by, and Heavenly Dragon Real Estate stock prices had yet to cease falling, for Jasper was using a large number of funds to undertake them. As long as the stock price was close to the down limit, he would take it all, until there was no more of it left. Now, all retailers and organizations understood what he was doing. Some divine being was trying to deal Heavenly Dragon stocks. The rise and fall of Heavenly Dragon stocks were at Jasper's fingertips. At that moment, Jasper seemed to have become the god that controlled Heavenly Dragon stocks. If he wanted their prices to rise, they would rise. If he wanted them to drop, then not even the gods could save them from dropping. Unless the opposing party could come up with enough funds to overpower Jasper's and dump him, it was game over for everyone else. However, Jasper stared at the 2 billion funds he still had in his account, and it was evident that no one could stop him. Sure, those organizations had a large number of funds in their hands, but why would they come and fight for Heavenly Dragon stock prices against him for no reason? They were not even related to Heavenly Dragon Real Estate. As such, there was no way. Doing so might even result in losses to them. At the same time, in one of the state's many luxurious mansions, Zayden received a phone call. The person on the other end sounded terrified and nervous. "Mr. Hanks, quick, look at Heavenly Dragon stocks. It's almost dropping to its lower limit. We've lost $200 million today." Chapter 42. What? We lost $200 million? Zayden was instantly infuriated. How do we lose $200 million out of the blue? The Hanks family was rich, and Zayden was hardly poor, but that did not mean money fell from the skies. Such a sudden turn of events had knocked the wind out of Zayden's chest like a hammer. He did not understand how his smooth sailing plan had suddenly taken such a sharp turn. The person on the other end continued to mutter, prompting Zayden to shout at them. "All right, enough. Shut up. Why are you so frantic? We'll be fine. Let me take a look first, and I'll update you." Hanging up the phone, Zayden quickly turned on his computer. Although he had mentally prepared himself for what he would see, the sight of skyrocketing K-line followed by the downward plummet of stock prices still stunned him. Zayden's expression darkened, and it was gloomy to the point that a storm seemed to be brewing between his brows. "Mother asterisk cur. Someone's obviously out to get me." Zayden opened the backstage and stared at the shocking 8-figure value on his profit and loss account. He clenched his teeth in infuriation. Is it Schuler Group? No way. Zayden immediately debunked that thought, for he had already cut off Schuler Group's cash flow. There was no way they would have the money to do such a thing. Not to mention that they could not have known how he had invested the $600 million into Heavenly Dragon Real Estate. Only a selected few from his family knew of this. Who could it be? One of my brothers who also want to inherit the company? With his thoughts going haywire, Zayden shook his head. He had no idea who the culprit was and whether it was a mere coincidence or if all of this was planned, but he had to counter it. Or this will be the end to the $600 million. At that thought, Zayden dialed a number. I've seen the market capitalization. Immediately transfer around $80 million in funds from my personal account over. I want the prices pulled back up. The prices are back up. Jasper suddenly spoke, bringing both Dawson and Wendy's gazes over to the computer. A large order of tens of millions of funds could be seen entering Heavenly Dragon stocks, which pulled the prices that were hovering over its limits up quite the notch. The rise in prices was steady. Looks like he's made his move. Jasper was not surprised to see such a quick reaction from Zayden, for there was surely a group of professionals working for him and monitoring the market. It would be underestimating him to think otherwise. Yet, so what? What do we do now, Jasp? Do we continue to beat the stocks down? Wendy asked. No. Jasper shook his head and smiled. He's fighting us for bargaining chips now. There are only so many of Heavenly Dragon stocks, and most of them belong to retailers. If he wants to control the prices of the stocks, he'll have to ensure that he has enough of them on hand. I bought quite a bit of them when I played around with the limits, but they aren't enough. If he wants to pull the prices back up, then we'll pull them up with him. At that, Jasper then transferred 20 million in funds, and the prices began to increase. Followed by Jasper's investment, Heavenly Dragon stock price began to rise as well. These tens of millions of funds had thus driven the market prices to skyrocket again. This time, investors who were still pondering no longer hesitated. Even a fool could tell that two dealers were trying to fight for decision rights with Heavenly Dragon stocks. Chapter 43. The stocks retail investors owned acted as reminders. If they end up pissing the dealer off and the dealer decided to hammer the market again, it would be over for everyone. Therefore, all the retailers decided to undersell the stocks they had, leaving some larger organizations to observe the scene. They still had no idea who this investing party that had just come in and entered a fund of over tens of millions of dollars was. As such, organizations decided to be more careful as to not act impulsively. The other parties raising the prices as well, Mr. Hanks. That's weird, I thought they'd continue dumping stocks. The other person's words from on the other end of the call made Zayden frown. It looks like they're targeting me, then. Zayden clenched his jaw. They're accumulating stocks. The 80 million will be used up in no time if this keeps going on, Mr. Hanks. We got to come up with a plan. Motherf asterisk her. Zayden suppressed the urge to bring parents into his swears. In addition to the 600 million, he had put in another 80 million from his own pocket. He would be in big trouble if he lost the money. Sweeping his eyes at the bottom right of the monitor where the clock was, Zayden clenched his jaw. I'll transfer another 14 million. Whatever you do, I need you to hold out for another 27 minutes until the market closes. Then, we'll deal with this tomorrow morning when the market opens again. With that, Zayden hung up the phone and withdrew $14 million at the last minute, transferring the funds to the securities account. Zayden felt his heart cry as he watched Heavenly Dragon's stock price increase nonstop. He could only pray that this mysterious person did not have a large sum of funds and would back off at the current situation. While Zayden pulled his money, Jasper had just gotten off the phone with John. It's done. Extraordinary situations require extraordinary solutions. Your personal account's back, Uncle Schuler, but you'll need to sign up again at a securities company nearby, Jasper said with a smile. Great. Dawson had no qualms at all. In the stock market, any institution or retail investor holding more than 5% of a company's outstanding shares must hold a placard. We don't have that kind of time, so we can only open 2 of your smaller sub-accounts to do this. Jasper glanced at his account that was moments away from needing to hold a placard as he spoke. He transferred the funds to both Dawson and Wendy's accounts while his own continued to accumulate funds. The matter of funds did not worry Jasper at all, for the entirety of Heavenly Dragon stocks only amounted to 4.9 billion on the market. He had 3 billion, and that was enough for him to buy 70% of its stocks if he wished. Zayden was screwed. He had nothing to fight Jasper with. That was why when Jasper watched Zayden clench his jaw and continue to invest, he decided to put in another $50 million to corner Zayden. Mr. Hanks, our defenses are down. We don't have any more money. Zayden glared at the market lines with a grim look on his face. His hand tightened harshly around his phone, moments away from smashing it. Motherf asterisk King Hal. First, you dragged the stocks to their limits with the 400 million. Then you dumped the stocks and accumulated at least 200 million in funds. Now when I've entered 80 million, you follow. I entered 14 million, and you're still one-upping me with 50 million. Do you have asterisk King print the money out or what? Who the hell are you? Why do you have to target me? Like an enraged lion, Zayden paced around the room. His eyes glanced at the stock market, and he sat back on the chair with an ashen expression. It was just in time for the market to close for the day, and all stocks had stopped their exchange. In the end, the price of Heavenly Dragon stocks had stopped at a 9.99% increase, and it had not met the daily limit. Zayden understood that this was what the other party intended, to continue accumulating shares. He did not care about the money. What he wanted were bargaining chips and stocks. Once this person manages to accumulate enough shares, Heavenly Dragon Real Estate will be over if they try to crash the market. Fear struck through Zayden's eyes as the man shot up. His hair was standing on end, and his goosebumps were raised. No, that can never happen. His scalp aching in fear, Zayden did not hesitate before leaving the house and speeding to Hank's residence. He had to see his father, for only his family could help him at such a time. Chapter 44. Running red lights as he sped to Hank's residence. Zayden had yet to catch his breath when he was summoned by Silva, his father, and the head of the Hanks family, to the study. I just received notice this afternoon that there were unusual fluctuations with Heavenly Dragon stocks. Someone is trying to control the market price. I believe you've already fought them? Silva stated as he looked at Zayden impassively. As Zayden's father, no one knew better than Silva of his son's actions. Embezzling Schuler Group, for example. Without Silva's permission, there was no way Zayden would have the guts or the resources to do so. As well as when Zayden did not hand over the $600 million he had taken from Schuler Group and invested it into Heavenly Dragon instead. It was something Silva had allowed. Yet evidently, the current turn of events had exceeded the expectations of the father-son duo. Taking a big gulp from the cup a servant had brought in, Zayden then relayed the entire situation to his father with an embarrassed look on his face. Silva remained quiet as he listened and did not comment on anything at all. Which is to say, your plan has been exposed. Silva's tone was void of emotions. Zayden knew that this was a premonition to his father's fury and quickly replied, "The plan's been smooth sailing this entire time, Dad. Everyone around me is too loyal to betray me. I can't think of how that **starred Schuler could have gotten wind of it. You were set for failure the moment you saw Dawson as a fool who would be easily trampled on." Silva chided. Dawson and I are from the same generation. If he could have gotten to where he is today, even under your grandfather's control, then what makes you think you can hold power over him when the Hanks family has failed to? Did you think that your plan was flawless? Do you have any idea how many times I've had to clean up after you? Zayden's expression grew despondent as Silva continued to berate him. Dad, the biggest issue now is that we have no idea who this person sniping Heavenly Dragon Real Estates is. Maybe Dawson found someone to lean on, but we still have to make a move no matter what. No **T. Silva scoffed, speaking in a grim tone. Heavenly Dragon Real Estate is one of our family's main assets. You have no idea how many of your uncles and cousins are dying to get their hands on it. With the **T you've gotten into today, I've already received 4 to 5 calls from them. The Hanks family may be strong, but these uncles of yours are hardly easily placated. Any mishandling of this will result in a grave loss to the family. Screw this up, and you can forget about succeeding my place in the family. Zayden banged his fist on the office desk and growled. I don't care who this person is, but I'll make sure I won't let them get what they want. I can tell you for sure that they're here for the sole purpose to crash the market. This person has enough funds, which means that they came prepared or perhaps have been plotting against us from a long time ago. That'll explain why money isn't his objective. What he wants is to crush Heavenly Dragon Real Estate. Give me some funds, Dad. This person has accumulated enough shares today, so I'm sure he'll crash the market right off the bat tomorrow morning when it opens. We can't just stand by and watch it happen. What if all he wants is to make a fortune? Won't you just be walking into their trap with my money? Silva asked. Zayden shook his head and replied with certainty, no way. Heavenly Dragon has been low profile this entire time. There's nothing to profit off of it. From what happened today, this person's still accumulating shares even as the stocks are at a 9.99% increase. They'll control the stocks at the lowest possible price if they're doing this for the money. There's no other explanation but to crash the market. Silva fell silent for a moment before he asked, so how much money do you need? $1 billion. Zayden's words were shocking. We'll have to take from the family's assets if you want to withdraw that much money. Are you aware of the consequences? Silva's expression was solemn. Zayden clenched his jaw. If we succeed, our family will suffer no losses. We can take advantage of the $600 million I invested in the beginning for profit, coupled with my own money that I put in. It'll accumulate to a total of $1.7 billion of capital. It'll be enough to crush them, and I'll have at least $2 billion to spare when we're done. I won't lose. We can't delay the situation with Schuler anymore. I've decided to push the plan forward and immediately publicize Schuler Group's broken cash flow. There's no doubt that Schuler Group will be over. If the person in the stock market is the one Schuler is leaning on, then they'll be attacked by both sides. They can't possibly take care of both ends at the same time, so they'll lose. Seeing the confidence in Zayden, Silva fell deep in thought for a moment before he made a decision. All right, I'll support your decision. The money will arrive in your account by the time the market opens again tomorrow. Don't forget that this is a battle you cannot lose. Win, and no one will be able to steal the spot as heir from you. But lose, and my place will be affected by your actions as we. Zayden gave a wretched smile and replied, Don't worry, Dad. There's no way I'll lose. Schuler Group will be ours, and I want Wendy too. A lustful look flashed through Zayden's eyes as he began to salivate at the thought of Wendy's ethereal features and alluring figure. While Zayden returned to Hank's residence, Jasper turned the computer off back at Schuler Group. How'd it go? Dawson asked Jasper straightforwardly as he did not understand stocks too much. Not too bad. Zayden reacted quickly and has enough funds, so he was able to pull at least 100 million more at the last minute. But most of my shares were bought when the prices were close to the down limit, and almost all of them seem to have increased to the daily limit now. As such, I ended up earning more than 10 million today. Jasper was in a good mood. It was not a daily occurrence where the enemy provided you ammo. You've earned more than 10 million in just a few hours? Dawson was astonished. His company was in the supermarket industry. It was a legendary cash cow that guaranteed profits every year. Still, excluding expenses, Schuler Group earned a net profit of no more than 1 million every day. To earn such an amount was already considered impressive at such a time, but it seemed so inferior in comparison to the over 10 million Jasper had earned in a few hours of doing absolutely nothing. That was the reason why Dawson was so impatient to introduce his company to the stock market. Sure, Dawson did not understand the market, but he knew that legally the fastest way to increase his capital would be through stocks. I told you, didn't I, Dad? Jasper is really good at this. Wendy began to boast again, as if she would never grow tired of doing such a thing. So what happens tomorrow? Dawson asked. Zayden doesn't have a choice. All he can do now is withdraw and pool money so that he has more available cash than me. However, there's no way he's winning in terms of liquid cash. Jasper chuckled lightly and spoke. He'll definitely do everything he can to accumulate as many stocks as he can tomorrow, which is why I'm going to close my position and drive his cash flow into a drought. Chapter 45. You're not going to hammer the market again? Wendy asked, astonished. If even you assume that I'll hammer the market, then there's no doubt that Zayden will think so too. He has to save Heavenly Dragon real estate, while all I want is to crush him. Not to mention that I'm not interested in playing in such a small pool with him. Heavenly Dragon real estate is hardly any high-quality stock. It'll only be a matter of time before inflated stock prices would plummet. He has no shot at saving this market. Dawson agreed with Jasper's words. Despite not understanding how the stock market worked, doing business was built on the same idea. When a company only had so much to provide, it did not matter how people hyped it, for the company's market price would not exceed its performance by too much. After all, investors were not fools. All right then, that's it for today. We'll deal with it again tomorrow. Come back with us for today, Jasper. You can stay at our home. Dawson's words were shocking. Wendy made a small sound and began to shuffle on her seat. She glanced at Jasper, then back at Dawson. The more conservative part of Wendy told her that it would not be very ladylike of her to have Jasper stay over at their house. However, Wendy's heart did not reject the notion. In fact, her thoughts began to spiral in a fanciful direction. Isn't this cohabitation? Wendy's cheeks flushed greatly at the word that drifted through her head, and she turned her face away so that no one would see the ripple of emotions in her eyes. It would be my pleasure. Jasper gave a small smile as he took in Wendy's embarrassed, yet charmingly unrestrained appearance. Dawson laughed aloud and brought the two of them downstairs. After exiting Schuler Group headquarters and getting into Dawson's Maybach S600, Jasper stared at the sight of the province around him. In the year 2000, while it was still appointed the province, it had hardly begun to develop. Low-story housing could be seen everywhere, and the roads were still narrow. Sites of private constructions could be seen everywhere. Thinking back to how the province looked in his past life, Jasper suddenly spoke. If you're interested, Uncle Schuler, I think you could consider something in the real estate industry. This industry will inevitably be the pillar industry of the nation's economy in the future. You'll earn great revenue by dabbling in it while it's still early. Now that Jasper held a strong enough place in Dawson's heart, Dawson would genuinely consider the words he said. I've thought about it before, but while Schuler Group is quite a smooth cash flow, we're still wary when it comes to the real estate industry. It takes too many funds, and it's not liquid enough. Jasper was not surprised by Dawson's explanation. Think of it this way, Uncle Schuler. Sure, it may require a considerable amount of funds to build real estate, but you don't have to come up with every cent of the funds. With your connections, Uncle Schuler, I'm sure it won't be too difficult to fish out a few plots of land with good potential. You could mortgage the land and borrow money from the bank in return. Using the money you borrowed from the bank for construction, you'll only need to pay 35% of the whole cost. Let the contractor pay the rest of it in advance, and only pay them back after the construction is completed. In that case, Schuler Group will only need to come up with $20,000 at most for a project requiring $100 million in funds. What Jasper spoke of was a common trick that many real estate companies would employ in the future. It may not seem much to him, but it had opened a large door to Dawson when the latter heard it. That's very promising. Dawson was extremely sensitive when it came to sniffing out good businesses, and with Jasper's reminder, he realized that this was a viable option after a moment of thought. Would you be interested, Jasper? My connections with your funds, we can do this together, Dawson suddenly said. Jasper's eyes sparkled at the suggestion. While Schuler Group did have an issue with funding, it would no longer be an issue if Jasper were to help them meet the requirements. Once the matter of funds was resolved, it would no longer prove to be impossible for Schuler Group. Chapter 46. Dawson making such a suggestion was an evident act of reciprocation, so that Jasper would be benefited as well. The most crucial part of the plan was connections, for it involved the bank, the contractors, and official dealings. These were all things that Jasper could not perform as he was still a rookie in the field. Dawson, however, was different. Perhaps Dawson was doing more than just returning the favor. Perhaps there was something deeper to it. Jasper glanced at Wendy, who sat next to him. She seemed secretly elated about something he had no idea about. Slowly, he found himself understanding what his future father-in-law's intention was. He was using his own connections to pave a path for Jasper. Sure, we can talk about this officially another day, Jasper replied. Dawson nodded in satisfaction. There was no need to explain himself too much when he was talking to someone smart, for they caught on pretty quickly. The car sped away, leaving the heart of the city and entering the outskirts. As the richest family in the province, the Schuler's residence was luxurious and spacious. Dawson had bought this piece of lush land and built a villa amidst the mountains and bodies of water. It occupied a large plot of land, and the front courtyard itself amounted to thousands of square feet. The first thing that met them when they walked in was a fountain and two wide paths for cars in the middle of the grass lawn. The paths stated clearly which was to drive in and which to drive out. Driving past the fountain was a villa built in a way that resembled a palace. Servants had already arrived and opened the door. Despite already readying himself for the sight, Jasper could not help but admire the depths of the richest man in the province's wealth as he stared at the villa that was so luxurious it was nauseous. Dawson had initially planned to eat dinner with them once they returned home, but he received a phone call that changed his plans. A lot of people in the group are asking about credited payments. I have an inkling that Zayden must have let the news out now that he's panicking. Not to mention that now I have an idea of the transfer of funds. I've got to deal with this in person. You guys should eat first at home. I'll be back later. Hearing Dawson, Jasper replied, Do what you need to, Uncle Schuler. Just tell me if there's anything I can do to help. Dawson waved his hand dismissively. It's not a big deal, I've got this. The name Dawson Schuler itself is a brand of its own in the province. I'll definitely push this back down, don't worry. Then Dawson quickly left. Watching the car drive off, Wendy asked worriedly, My dad will be fine, right? There's no way your dad will let this whole empire he created by himself end just like that. Relax, it's just one Zayden Hunt. He can't do much to your dad. Jasper comforted. Wendy then turned to look at Jasper and asked, "What about you? I've never seen you panic since I met you again. Is there nothing you can't resolve?" "There is." Wendy had not expected Jasper's reply. "What is it?" Wendy asked curiously. "You. The question of your happiness and future is a very important problem to me." Jasper stared at Wendy and smirked. Staring blankly at Jasper, Wendy's fair and dewy cheeks blushed red before Jasper's eyes. Wendy staggered backward in embarrassment. "You sweet talker." With that, the beauty fled. Her initial angelic and calm composure was long thrown out the window. Chapter 47. Watching Wendy's fleeing figure, Jasper's eyes were filled with mirth. The most fantastical period between a man and a woman was during this blurred and ambiguous time. Jasper had already regarded Wendy as his own to love, and Wendy showed no intention of rejecting. There was no way this relationship would meet the same fate as in his previous life. Over the moment it began, Wendy did not reappear before Jasper until dinner, but even then she still dared not look at him. It was precisely such shyness that was akin to a lotus fluttering in the cold breeze that made Wendy look particularly enchanting. As the two talked and laughed at the dinner table, a servant interrupted them with the arrival of a guest. The message had just been relayed when the door of the villa was pushed open, and a loud couple walked into the living room of the villa. "Are you back already, Wendy?" the well-dressed, heavily accessorized woman asked in surprise when she saw Wendy in the dining room. Wendy replied politely, "I just came back today. Uncle Zach, Aunt Luna, are you here for Dad?" Hearing this, Luna and Zach shared a look before Luna finally asked, "Is your dad at home, Wendy?" Wendy shook her head and responded, "Dad went out to do something, Aunt Luna." "How can I help you?" Luna chuckled and answered, "Nothing much. I just heard rumors that something came up with the group's funds. We were wondering how your dad is doing, so we came to visit and check up on him." Wendy's expression turned slightly cold when she spoke. "Don't worry, Uncle Zach, Aunt Luna. How could such a large group have a funding issue?" At that, Luna's expression shifted slightly, and she stated bluntly, "That's where you're wrong. It's never impossible for things to take an abrupt turn when it comes to doing business. You never know what could possibly happen, which brings us to the main reason we came today, to ask your dad to pay back what he owes us. It's nothing much, just around $1 million. It was originally supposed to be settled by the end of next month, but now our food factory isn't making too many profits and we can't take the risk." Wendy was infuriated at Luna's words. "It's not even that big of a deal outside, and as my uncle and aunt, as my dad's brother, not only are you not helping my dad, but you're also the first to come to ask for money." Luna and Zach looked grim when they heard Wendy's words. Luna shouted, "Bullsh asterisk T. What do you know? You're just a child. How can you speak to your elders with such an attitude?" Wendy was pissed. "I'll treat you like an elder the moment you act like an elder. But with how you're behaving now, what kind of attitude do you expect to get from me? You disrespectful child." Luna was furious. "Even your dad wouldn't talk to us like this. Who do you think you are? Since you're not going to treat us as your uncle and aunt, then I'll make it clear to you today that your family owes me money. That is a fact. Pay us now, or we'll start moving our products out of your supermarket overnight." Wendy turned pale with anger and spat out bitterly, "You've always been in poor health, Uncle Zach, and the situation in your family used to be very difficult. When Dad founded the company, he had never once forgotten to help your family's situation. Your food factory would have gone bankrupt long ago had it not been for him. Not to mention that my dad was the one who sponsored the opening of your factory. He would tell you he lent you instead of giving you that money if you asked him, so that it wouldn't bruise your ego. You've earned your fair share of money from my family for so many years. But have you thought of the money from back then?" Luna raised her finger at Wendy furiously and shouted, "What are you trying to say, you stupid lady? Your father has so much money, and your Uncle Zach is his brother. What's wrong with giving his brother a little money, huh? I knew that you looked down on your poorer relatives, you stupid girl. I knew it. Don't act so ostentatious. Your company is facing a problem. I could tell long ago. We've already given you leeway and time considering the fact that we waited until today to come and knock on your door. No matter how you look at it, isn't this all your own problems? You should be blessed to be fancied by Zayden from the Hanks family. Yet you just had to play hard to get and ignore him. Had it not been for you, Mr. Hanks would have solved this problem the company is facing for you long ago. So if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for acting all high and mighty. Wendy stared at Luna indifferently. No wonder Zayden managed to find me no matter where I went. You were the one secretly informing him this entire time. You couldn't wait to see me marry Zayden, couldn't you? Luna sneered. What's wrong with Mr. Hanks? You think that because you and your dad are rich that makes you the best in the world. The Hanks family bears power that you cannot possibly compare. It's your honor to marry him. How could you be so stupid and blind to not even recognize a blessing when it's right in your face? Disappointed, Wendy did not even bother to reply. Forget it, there's no way I can talk to people like you. Leave, my dad isn't home. What about the money then? Luna shrieked. Don't you plan to pay back the money you owe? It's just over $1 million. Pay me now. Wendy was utterly irritated and was about to refute her when Jasper walked over. It's all right. She's not worth your anger. Jasper comforted. Jasper turned to look at Luna. If I heard you correctly, the payment is due next month, correct? That makes it unreasonable as well as illegal for you to come and ask for money now. Please leave. Luna looked at Jasper doubtfully and sneered. Where the hell did you come from? Who are you to act so arrogantly in my face? This is a matter between me and the Schuler family. What does it have to do with you? Jasper replied calmly. Wendy's issues are my issues as well. Ah! Luna laughed. Your issue? Sure, then hand over money on her behalf. I'll leave once I get the money. Luna glanced at the two of them while she spoke and sneered. This rascal is the reason you rejected Zayden. Wendy, just look at the shabby clothes he wears. What makes you think he's worthy of you? With that, Luna turned to Zach, who was silent, and sneered. Won't you try and control your niece? She's only so young, and she's already so shameless, simply taking any Tom, Dick, and Harry home. Who knows just how much more shameless things she has done in private? Zach frowned and turned to Wendy. Don't be fooled by people outside, Wendy. There's a lot of men outside with nothing better to do who hit solely on daughters of wealthy families like you. They think they'll get to live their lives in luxury without working hard for it. Exactly. Choose a capable man, not one so shabby-looking like him. You're just bringing shame to the Schuler family. Luna sneered. If you want to talk about bringing shame, then it's the two of you who are bringing shame to the Schuler family. At the sound of the exclamation, the villa's doors opened, revealing Dawson. Despite being exhausted, the man walked into the room with a dark look in his eyes. Chapter 48. To Dawson. You're back. Uneasiness bubbled in Luna and Zach's hearts at the sight of Dawson. After all, the couple was only so well off today, thanks to Dawson. Why wouldn't I be back? You came here to look for me, didn't you? Dawson spoke angrily. He understood if outsiders wanted to trouble him for their own personal gains now that there was a small issue with the group. Yet to think that it was his own family, Zach and Luna, who would be the first to come knocking on his door for money. There was no way Dawson would not be furious. Their actions had chilled his heart. Luna's expression shifted between gloomy and bright as she clenched her jaw. We just want to sustain our family, Dawson. Can't you just pay the credit first? Dawson threw a check at Luna's face, interrupting her. Here, $1,130,000. Take it and leave. Luna picked up the check. With the money in hand, she found no need to suppress the things she wanted to say. She clenched her jaw in infuriation. This is where you're wrong, Dawson. No matter how you want to see it, we're still your brother and sister-in-law. What's with that charitable expression on your face? We sell you products and you pay us back. It's just, have you no idea about the quality of your products? Dawson roared. When it comes to products of the same kind, yours are the ones with the most complaints. I would have thrown all of it out long ago had it not been for the fact that your family. Luna's expression shifted. She glared at Dawson and his daughter resentfully. We've had enough of you looking down on us just because you have money. Schuler Group is going bankrupt anyway. I'd like to see what you're going to do when your luck runs out. The fact that you came knocking on my door for money the moment something went wrong with the group's funds means that you knew about the news long before I did. You're dying to see Schuler Group go bankrupt, aren't you? Just how many benefits did the Hanks family promise you? Dawson pinned his gaze on Luna as he questioned darkly. Luna's expression changed as she shrieked. I don't know what you're talking about. You don't know? Dawson scoffed. Do I look like an idiot to you? You were the one who spread the news to the suppliers. So tell me what exactly the Hanks family promised you? Why are you so ready to work for them? Stop talking crap when you have no evidence. Being rich doesn't give you the right to slander me, Luna argued. She did not dare to meet Dawson's gaze as she pulled Zack away. Dawson watched the two figures leave and did not block their way. Now that Luna and Zack had left, Wendy asked, did they really go inside with the Hanks family, Dad? I wasn't sure before, but it seems like it now, Dawson replied, disappointed. But he's your younger brother. Wendy was furious, disregarding the fact that they've benefited greatly from us all these years. How could they help a stranger the moment something happens at home? Such is human nature. Shaking his head, Dawson turned to Jasper. I've made a fool out of myself, Jasper. Jasper shook his head and asked, how did it go with the suppliers? Is everything okay? Dawson replied confidently, there's still some weight to my name, so I managed to hold it off for the time being. But I'll still need to make up for the lost funds, or I won't be able to drag this on any longer. Jasper smiled. Victory will be determined tomorrow. Dawson chatted with Jasper for a while before he went upstairs and wrapped up the day. Partially so that he could give Jasper and Wendy some space. Partially also because Dawson had been under a lot of stress lately and was exhausted. After Dawson left, Wendy piped up with a concerned look. Dad doesn't like looking weak in front of other people, so he doesn't normally tell me about the kind of stress he's under. I know that he doesn't have it easy. Chapter 49. That's how fatherly love works. Weighted and grand. Jasper comforted Wendy, saying, everything will get better after this. It's the final fight tomorrow, isn't it? Wendy stared at Jasper with a burning gaze. Jasper nodded. Tomorrow determines whether we win or lose, whether life or death awaits us. We'll win though, won't we? Wendy asked seriously. Jasper smiled. Yeah. Wendy was greatly relieved by that reply and beamed. Come on, I'll bring you to your room. The following morning after breakfast, Dawson cleared his schedule for the day and sat next to Wendy behind Jasper. Their transfer of assets got buffered since we managed to find out about it early, so the most crucial thing now is this battle of stocks. If we lose here, then it's over for Schuler Group. But if we manage to win, then it's smooth sailing from here onward. Dawson patted Jasper's shoulder and reassured him. No matter what happens, don't give yourself too much pressure. Seeing that there were still 10 more minutes before the market opened, Jasper nodded. His gaze was tranquil. At the same time in a mansion, Zayden was talking to 3 stock traders in front of him. The man seemed slightly nervous as he spoke. Wake up, wake up. The market's about to open soon. I've already transferred the funds into the account. All you need to do is work the stocks according to my orders. He had just received $1 billion, which was transferred from his family's account half an hour ago. With this $1 billion, Zayden had full confidence that he would be able to crush and defeat that party in the market. Once the 10 minutes were up, the market came to life. The day began. Jasper squinted slightly as he watched the stock prices for Heavenly Dragon Real Estate begin to rise the moment the market opened. But he did not move to do anything. Like a cheetah hidden in the depths of the jungle, he waited for the best opportunity for action. Meanwhile, Zayden ordered his stock traders frantically. Buy it. Buy every single stock there is for this price. Under the clickety-clack of fingers on keyboards, the stock price showed a smooth upward trend. However, it seemed like the person who fought him yesterday for stocks did not appear. Where are they? Where did they go? Zayden frowned before he suddenly sneered. Afraid now, are you? That person has made a move, Mr. Hanks. A stock trader suddenly spoke, and Zayden immediately turned to look at the trading interface. Indeed, a large sum of money had been entered, and the speedily increasing price suddenly skyrocketed. Investors were stunned at the sudden jump. Countless investors began to buy, causing a surge in the investment funds entering. Everyone was afraid to let go of such a good chance to earn money. Step it up. I want every single stock there is. Zayden's expression was a wretched one. You want to compare how much money we have? Sure. I have $1 billion. It's enough to bury you alive. The stock price continued to rise, and the number of funds Jasper and Zayden had invested was immense. It was a battle where blood was spilled without the use of firepower. Both Jasper and Zayden seemed to have lost their minds. Just as the stock price was about to reach the limit, Jasper was certain that Zayden had already gone mad. Chuckling lightly, Jasper sat in the villa's office as he sold every stock he had bought over the last 2 days. "This is the moment we've been waiting for." The corner of Jasper's lips curled upward. Chapter 50. The bait has been bitten. Now it's time to rein in the net. Zayden's in for a big loss this time, Jasper stated indifferently as he stared at the screen. By his side, Wendy stared at Jasper's side profile besottedly. It was said that a man looked the best when he was buried in work. At that moment, in Wendy's eyes, Jasper was glowing. In just 2 days, the stocks in Jasper's own account, as well as both of Dawson and Wendy's sub accounts, had arrived at a frightening amount. Coupling that with how he had cornered Zayden yesterday and pulled the stock price to its limit again just now. As of that moment, Jasper's trap had been set. All he had left to do was give Zayden the illusion that he was here to fight to the death, that he wanted all of Heavenly Dragon real estate stocks. If that was the case, then he would become the dealer of Heavenly Dragon real estate stocks, and Zayden would lose all decisive authority. That was why Zayden could not give up. It turned out just as Jasper expected. Zayden had given his all just to get his hands on circulating stocks before Jasper could. Just as everything got brutal, Jasper revealed his wretched fangs now that his setup was complete. Hidden in the jungle, the cheetah had finally gotten the chance to kill his opponent. There was no room for slip-ups. He had caught Zayden completely by surprise when he sold his stocks. It was as if 2 chess players were trying to outplan the other, only for one of them to suddenly stand up and forfeit the game. Zayden's mind went blank as he watched Heavenly Dragon real estate stocks make a dive. It was an actual dive that collapsed the platform and bombed the entire battlefield. Zayden assumed that Jasper would fight to the death with him, so he had never expected the latter to suddenly pack his things and leave. "The opponent is selling. Our funds have all been absorbed to buy the stocks, Mr. Hanks. We don't have enough funds, Mr. Hanks. We're screwed." The stock traders' voices rang out incessantly as they urged Zayden. His chest was engulfed with darkness while his throat had gone dry and raspy. Zayden stared blankly at the backstage of the stock market. This was the end of the $600 million coupled with the money he had invested yesterday, as well as the $1 billion he had just put in today. Just like that, $1.7 billion had turned from liquid cash flow into fixed assets. Jasper had just cashed in the highest list price in one go. Staring at the few $1,000s of funds he had left, Zayden's complexion paled. He finally understood. Jasper had never intended to deal Heavenly Dragon real estate stocks. His only goal had been to scam Zayden so that he would fall into the other's trap. While Zayden had indeed taken the bait, not only did he invest every dollar he had, but he had transferred $1 billion of the family's funds as well. Now the $1 billion had turned into Heavenly Dragon real estate stocks of its worth, unmovable and fixed. "We've won?" Jasper chuckled and exhaled, his posture calm and collected. This battle of funds had come and gone quickly. In less than 2 hours, a gruesome battle involving a couple of $1 billion had come to an end. The most terrifying of all was how investors were not petrified after Jasper sold off all his stocks. While the investor and the dealer battled, the retail investors were one simple mistake away from losing everything they had. When they saw that the stock price was beginning to fall, everyone began to sell their stocks as if their life depended on it. Chapter 51. While Jasper had taken all of Zayden's funds, without Jasper watching over the market, Heavenly Dragon real estate stocks crashed. It was a downward plummet. Forget about the retail investors, but even organizations were stunned. No one knew what Heavenly Dragon real estate had done to offend such an investor that they crashed its market. "How much did you earn?" When he leaned over, some unruly flyaways caressed the tip of Jasper's nose, and they brought along the delicate fragrance of a lady. Winnie did not think that far, for she was only interested in looking at Jasper's backstage. Deducting the administrative costs, it's a total of $4,578,888,542.85. I started with 3 billion in funds and ended up with around 4,570,000,000 in my account. It's safe to say that I've wrung Zayden dry. Jasper sent 600 million to Dawson's account before transferring the rest of the money back into his own. Counting his earnings this round, he had earned almost 900 million after excluding the 600 million that belonged to Dawson. Good Lord! While this was not the first time she watched Jasper make money, Wendy still could not believe that he had managed to earn 900 million so easily over 2 days. While earning at such a speed may seem alluring, there's not too many chances to do something like this. There are too many factors required. Time, people, and opportunity. Jasper smiled. But it's still very cool. Wendy blinked and turned to boast to Dawson. Look, Dad, Jasper got all the money they scammed from you back. Dawson did not know if he should laugh or cry. Yes, I can see it. Your boyfriend's the best. Stunned, Wendy's cheeks flushed as she refuted. What are you talking about? We're just friends. Dawson laughed out loud and decided to stop teasing his embarrassed daughter. He turned to Jasper instead. You've got a great future ahead of you. With how you're able to make money like this, I'm sure you won't even need to start a business at all. You'll make a great living through stocks. Jasper shook his head. No matter how prosperous the stock market may be, it still relies on the operation of the actual economy. Sure, you may be able to turn into a nouveau riche overnight, but many will go bankrupt in return. Risks and benefits do not exist without the other, and no one is said to win forever. You're right. Dawson grew more and more satisfied with Jasper when he saw how the young man remained humble and diligent despite his success. It was not a trait or a mindset any ordinary person would have. Since you've already dealt with this, leave it to me to wrap up the rest of it then. The Hanks family has lost a large amount of money today. There's no way I'll let go of the chance to take advantage of this victory and get my revenge. Dawson spoke in a dignified manner. As the richest man in the province, Dawson was never the kind of man who would forget and move on when he had been taken advantage of. Now that the most important issue about the group's funds had been resolved, it was time for him to take revenge. At that moment, Zayden was sitting alone in the room with a pale face. He had shooed the 3 stock traders out. Boneless and weak, Zayden went over the happenings over the past 2 days and confirmed that this was indeed a trap his opponent had set up for him. Foolish as he was, he ran headfirst into it. Burning with humiliation, Zayden grabbed the keyboard by his hand and threw it at the computer before he let out a ferocious roar. Just then his phone rang. Seeing that it was from his father, Silva, Zayden's hand trembled as he picked up the phone. I lost, Dad. Zayden's voice was shaking as well. The other end of the phone fell silent before the man piped up in a cold tone. The family's furious, and someone has to take responsibility for what happened here. I'll try my best to keep your position as a family member so that you won't be thrown out. I understand, Zayden replied, his head dropping. Do you know who the other person is? Silva asked. Zayden smiled bitterly. I don't. That person took more than $1 billion from you, as well as your right as the heir, and you're telling me that you don't even know who it is. Silva roared. Chapter 52. Silva's roar added to the layer of sweat over Zayden's forehead. Someone with this kind of ability definitely has to be some big shot, Dad. I'll find him, Zayden frantically replied. Silva scoffed. The family has lost $1 billion because of this. Even without you mentioning it, there's no way the family will forgive this person. Stay low for the time being. Don't linger around the province either. Go take a vacation. Dawson is hardly an easy opponent. The family will have to prepare to deal with his revenge. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? Zayden refused to believe what Silva was implying. He can't possibly think of attacking me. How do you think Dawson managed to make a name for himself among so many outstanding people and got a good hold on the title of the richest man in the province for so long? Let me tell you, everything you know about Dawson Schuler is only what that man wants you to know. Not wasting more saliva, Silva hung up on Zayden. Zayden's expression had turned sinister and fierce. Had his plan succeeded, it would only be a matter of when before the entire Schuler Group was his. Yet right now, forget Schuler Group, but he had even lost $1 billion of the family's funds as well as his right as the heir. F***CK, Zayden roared, smashing and breaking everything in the house like a madman. I don't care who you are. but you're F asterisk ked the moment I find out who you are. You be asterisk starred. At Schuler Villa, Dawson received a few phone calls and went to make the appropriate preparations. I'll deal with the rest. Thank you, Jasper. I don't know what I'd do if not for you. Dawson sighed appreciatively. Jasper smiled. You're too kind, Uncle Schuler. Your issues are my issues as well. Dawson smiled and patted Jasper's shoulder. There'll be a fight between me and the Hanks family to come, but once this incident ends, you and I can sit down and talk about that real estate project. I'm very intrigued. Jasper nodded. The real estate industry will become highly profitable in the future. It would be unwise for us to let such an opportunity go. The sooner the better, too. Just inform me once you've got a plan, Uncle Schuler. Dawson hummed in approval and glanced at Wendy with a smile. I'll put Wendy in your care for a short while then. Please watch over her. It's part of my job. Jasper did not back down. Flushing red, Wendy secretly kicked Jasper. The man was too casual and courageous by saying such a thing in front of her father. What do you mean as part of your job? Are you implying that I'm yours? Wendy felt more embarrassed the more she thought about it, and she could not help but kick Jasper lightly again. About to engage in another battle with the Hanks family, Dawson quickly went to the company after a quick conversation with Jasper and Wendy. He was a busy man. Jasper had relaxed a bit now that he had gotten rid of the biggest threat in Wendy's life. Do we go back now? Wendy blinked and asked. We've just earned quite a bit of money, so what better thing to do first than a shop? To the Bentley showroom, Jasper said with a smile. Jasper had exclusively loved Bentley since his past life, but all he could do then was look at images and fantasize about driving one. Now that he was rich enough to buy his dream car without losing a large percentage of his money, there was no reason for him not to. The point of earning money was to spend it on things that sparked joy. In the year 2000, where the average income hardly amounted to $10,000, a car that could easily cost a person millions of dollars was a luxury regular salaryman could not even imagine having. Chapter 53. That explained why, despite them being in the province, the Bentley showroom was nearly empty. Jasper and Wendy's arrival had caught the attention of a few salesmen, but they decided to leave them alone when they realized that the two were mere youths. After all, a mere Chevrolet was hardly something any ordinary person could afford, let alone a Bentley that cost more than millions of dollars. Not that Jasper minded, for he saw the Bentley Mulsanne he had been yearning for a long time the moment he walked through the door. One of the greater things about brands like Bentley and Rolls-Royce was their classical designs. That was why the Bentley now did not look too different from the Bentley of 20 years later. From the timelessly classical cylindrical headlights to the powerful air intake grille, to the double-winged Bentley logo that represented honor and wealth. It was an iconic brand design that was unforgettable to any man. Are you too interested in buying this Mulsanne, sir? I can tell you more about it. A timid voice sounded from the side. Jasper turned his head and realized that it was a girl in a sales uniform. She looked young and held a mop in her hands as she cleaned the place. Glancing at the older salesman chatting in a circle not too far away, Jasper immediately understood that this girl was newly employed and discriminated against. Yeah, I came to take a look, Jasper replied. While the two conversed, a saleswoman suddenly piped up in a mocking tone not too far away. You can't expect to look for good business opportunities with eyes as blind as yours, Xena. The man looks just as old as you. How could he possibly afford a Bentley? Xena flushed and mustered up her strength to speak. He's still a customer. Regardless of whether he buys from us or not, I should still do my part. F*** king idiot. Another saleswoman scoffed and chided disrespectfully. A country girl will always be a country girl. She'll never compare to us city folk. She doesn't have the brains. The woman's words brought out laughter from a few other saleswomen. Xena gripped the mop tighter at the mocking laughter targeted at her. Feeling inferior, she stared at the ground and did not dare to fight back. I think you're doing just fine, Jasper spoke calmly. You don't have to pay so much attention to what other people think of you. Xena looked up at Jasper and gave a forced smile. Can I try how it feels? Jasper asked politely. Xena nodded vigorously. Yes, you can. Just as Jasper was about to open the door and take a seat inside, the saleswoman who had been staring at them the whole time suddenly yelled. Hey, hold up! Jasper turned his head to see the saleswoman approaching. He was about to speak, but she was a step quicker. What do you think you're touching? Do you have any idea how expensive this car is? Don't touch it if you're not going to buy it. You won't be able to pay for repairs if you break it. You too, Xena. Stop letting any poor person who pops out of the blue touch the car. Who's going to take responsibility if something happens? Do you still want her job? But the purpose of a showroom is that Xena flushed as she tried to argue. However, she was interrupted by the annoyed saleswoman. What do you know? You're just a country girl. If I say that you can't let him touch it, then it means you can't let him touch it. With that, the saleswoman pushed Jasper's hand away with a disdainful and disgusted expression before taking a towel to wipe the car door handle that Jasper had just touched. It was almost as if Jasper's touch had made it dirty. Isn't the point of a showroom so that people can try and see how the car feels? Jasper questioned coldly. The saleswoman snorted. It is for people to try and see how it feels, just not for poor folks like you. I have to chase people like you out a few times each month. You people just can't seem to get on with your lives when you see an expensive car. You think that because you've touched it then you're some big shot now. I've seen more than enough. You disgust me. Chapter 54. Next to them, Wendy frowned at the saleswoman's attitude and choice of words. Isn't your service a bit too unwelcoming? How can you even work in sales with such an attitude? Oh! The saleswoman side-eyed Wendy and scoffed. Do you not know where you are? This is the Bentley showroom. Every car in here costs a few $1,000,000. I've got to admit that you have quite the taste, making a beeline for the Mulsanne the moment you walked in. You can't even afford this no matter how you look at it. So why do we have to be polite to you? How do you know that we can't pay for it? Wendy was irked. The saleswoman guffawed as if she had been told a great joke. I'll swallow this towel if you can afford this. How's that? Then, the saleswoman waved her hand to shoo them away irritably. Enough is enough. You've already seen it, so stop standing here like an eyesore. Seriously, how do you even have the dignity to come in here with how poor you look? Once she was done speaking, Jasper then handed Xena his bank card. Write the contract and swipe the card. I'll pay in full. Jasper pointed at the Bentley Mulsanne. I'll take this Mulsanne. With that, Jasper then looked at the gaping saleswoman and spoke coldly. Swallow the towel. His tone was hardly heavy and his voice was not too loud, but it left a thundering shock in the saleswoman's ears. With a frozen expression, the saleswoman stared at the bank card in Xena's hand. She snapped back to reality and scoffed coldly, unfazed. You think you can joke around with a simple bank card? This car costs $6.8 million. We don't provide discounts. How could you have so much money in your card? You just don't know when to quit. Jasper did not want to waste his time with her. Write up the contract, please. Jasper turned to Xena. Huh. Xena finally reacted and stared blankly at Jasper. Wait, you're really buying it? I'm really buying it. Jasper flashed her an encouraging smile. Xena immediately ran off with the bank card in hand. Soon later, Xena walked over with a printed contract and the proper documents for the procedure. Under everyone's gazes, Jasper keyed in the password and paid $6.8 million with his bank card. Everyone let out a breath of astonishment. While there were people rich enough to buy Bentleys in the year 2000, there were powerful big shots who rarely appeared. It was unlikely for these people to buy the car in person, for they usually had someone else do it for them. Therefore, since its opening, this was the first car the showroom had sold. Commissions could be earned from selling cars, and with this transaction, Xena had earned at least $20,000. $20,000 in the year 2000 amounted to the annual income of an average citizen. Members of the sales department turned to look at Xena enviously. Meanwhile, she was overjoyed and thanking God for his blessings. The only pale-faced person in the room was the saleswoman who had mocked them earlier. So, what are you waiting for? Swallow the towel. Jasper spoke coldly as he signed the contract. The saleswoman's complexion was sickeningly pale, and while she was bitter, she understood that she could not afford to offend someone who had the power to buy a Bentley. At that moment, she wanted to die. I'm sorry, sir, the saleswoman wailed. Did you forget what you promised? Jasper questioned coldly. Chapter 55. Since Jasper was not customizing his car with additional accessories, he was soon done with the procedure and could directly drive the car home. The automobile industry in the year 2000 was not as disgusting as it would be in the future, for bundled insurance had yet to be a thing. Once Jasper got the keys, he was allowed to drive to the DMV for his license plate right away. Jasper took the car keys from Xena and got into the car as the saleswoman trembled to stuff the towel into her mouth. Flicking on the headlights, he drove the car off its spot and left the showroom. The entire time, Jasper did not seem to check if that saleswoman had really swallowed the towel or not. Dashing across the roads in his almost $7 million car, Jasper was utterly exhilarated. While a car this luxurious was not well known among ordinary people in this time and age, its aura was non-dismissible. Any discerning person could tell at a glance that it was an expensive car. Jasper did not care about the gazes from the surrounding people, but he was overjoyed by the delight he felt from sitting in his dream car. Wow, this car really is different. It's so much better than my BMW, Wendy exclaimed in surprise while sitting in the passenger seat. Do you like it? I can buy you one if you want. Jasper smiled. The price was but a speck of dust to him, not to mention that the purpose of making money was to spend it. However, Wendy shook her head. No thanks. I think a car like this is more suited to be driven by you, man. I quite like my small BMW. It's convenient and easy to drive. Plus, I want to make my own money. I like your determination. Quit your job and come with me if you want to earn money, Jasper suggested. Sure, Wendy immediately replied. It surely must not have been easy to get a job with Commercial Bank, though. Are you sure you want to give it up just like that? It was Jasper's time to be shocked. I'm only there to hone my skills, but from what I see now, I learn more by your side than at work. But you'll have to pay my salary if you want me to work for you, though. Wendy joked. That's fair. Jasper chuckled. You'll work as my secretary for now, but I'll give you a more adequate position once I get my own company working and running. You want to start a company? Wendy asked, stunned. Jasper nodded. There's not much I can do if I'm just a one-man entity. I've been thinking about this for a while, so we're going to go look for someone now. He'll play a crucial helping role. Wendy was speechless. Jasper alone had managed to earn $4 billion in a short time. If he thought of this amount as not much, then she had no idea what would satisfy him. As he had said, Jasper did not return to the city. Instead, he took a detour and drove into the heart of the country's economy, Andros. While Andros was hardly as flourishing as the province, there were already signs of it being the center of Alexandria's economy. After driving for 4 to 5 hours, Jasper and Wendy arrived at a modern-looking building in the heart of the city of Andros. Warsoft Alexandria Technical Support Center. This was the destination of Jasper's journey. The person he was looking for was the current general manager of this technical support center. He was Jack Tanner. In the future, he was a senior executive who took over the position as Warsoft's domestic president and then resigned from Warsoft to work for Sacred as their professional manager. Trained by Charles Granger himself to take over Warsoft, Jack had begun working in its core management as someone of Oriental descent. Upon leaving Warsoft, Jack then pushed Sacred into the strongest market in the world and helped Quade Chandler become the richest man in the country. Jasper thought that such a man would be the perfect choice to assist him in starting his empire. Not to mention that he should be at his lowest at this moment in time. Wendy thought that she had heard wrongly when Jasper told her what kind of person he was looking for. Are you sure he'll leave Warsoft to start a business with you, Jasp? Wendy could not help but ask. Definitely, because I know what he wants and I can give it to him, Jasper chuckled and said as he stared at the modern-looking building before him. Chapter 56. Hearing Jasper's words, Wendy asked curiously, what does he want? What a manager whose highest ambition is to realize his ideals needs is a stage where he can display his true talents. Jasper smiled. Coincidentally, that's exactly what I'm offering. Wendy did not understand completely, but it seemed like something great. Instead of bringing Wendy to Jack's office, Jasper went to a coffee shop with her in tow instead. Having read Jack's autobiography thoroughly, Jasper knew that this coffee shop was the place Jack loved the most while he worked in Andros. It was a place he was sure to drop by after work every day. A cappuccino and a Jamaican Blue Mountain, please. After ordering, both Jasper and Wendy went to sit by the window. Wendy wanted to ask why Jasper did not go to the man's office, but since Jasper was not saying anything, she suppressed the urge to ask. Wendy was now aware of how Jasper did things, including the fact of how he would always plan first before he acted. Every time he acted, it was always with a 100% success rate. 10 minutes later, the doors to the coffee shop were pushed open and an unattractive man in a suit walked in. The usual Mr. Tanner? The server seemed very familiar with him and smiled as he asked. Yeah, Jack replied and walked over to the table he always sat at. However, he was shocked when he realized that a young couple was already sitting there. Jack did not comment on the fact that they had stolen his seat and gave Jasper a polite smile before he searched for an empty table instead. Just as Jack turned to look for a seat, Jasper spoke. This is the table you've habitually sat at for the past few years, Mr. Chandler. My apologies for occupying it today. How would you like to sit and chat? Jack looked at Jasper in shock, but it was not because he was curious how the other knew about him. After all, he appeared in domestic finance magazines all the time. Jack had an inkling that this young man had come for him. Do I know you? Jack asked. No, but you do now. Hi, I'm Jasper Lane. Jasper stood up and reached out his hand with a smile. Jack smiled and shook Jasper's hand, taking the invitation to sit. First stunned by Wendy's beauty, Jack then turned to look at Jasper. How can I help you, Mr. Lane? Jasper took a sip of coffee and smiled. You're the only employee in history to be awarded Wearsoft's Granger Excellence Prize twice consecutively, Mr. Tanner. Wearsoft's management team seemed to be very happy with you, including Mr. Granger, the richest man in the world. But you don't seem very happy working at Wearsoft. Are you, Mr. Tanner? Jack could not help but chuckle. I'm very happy with my job, and I don't have any intention to resign and work for someone else. I'd appreciate it if you headhunters don't look for me again. Jack had taken Jasper for a headhunter. Jasper smiled and went straight to the point. I'm not a headhunter, but I did come here today to invite you to join my company, Mr. Tanner. Jack did not know whether to laugh or smile as he looked at Jasper. He stood up, saying, My apologies, Mr. Lane. I have places to be. Let's continue this another time. Jack felt like he was wasting his time by entertaining this audacious man who came up to him and asked him to work for him. You know, Mr. Tanner, any modernized company takes the integrity of their employees very seriously. The consequences would be horrifying should the news of a fraudulent employee come to the surface. You've been living in fear too, haven't you, Mr. Tanner? Chapter 57. Jasper spoke casually as he played with the coffee cup in his hands. Jack's leaving frame was frozen in place as he turned to glare furiously at Jasper, spitting out the words, I don't think I understand what you mean. Jasper looked up at Jack and smiled. Your PhD in computer science at the Furnia State University of Technology is fake. Jasper's tone was not that of a question, rather a statement that carried absolute certainty. In his past life, it would only be a few years before Jack's falsified qualifications would come to light. It caused him great trouble, which then became one of the reasons why he left Wearsoft. Jack's expression shifted at the statement, and the man was mortified. What do you want? I'm not trying to threaten you, Mr. Tanner, but I'm very sure that you spend every moment worrying about your falsified certificate of education. A lie will always be a lie, and it'll only be a matter of time before people find out. Jasper looked at Jack calmly. Instead of being constantly worried over something like that, wouldn't it be better to accept the invitation of a company that admires you and is willing to accept this blemish of yours? Jack scoffed. My annual salary is $4 million. Can you even afford me? I could pay you $8 million. Jasper stood up to meet Jack's gaze. You're worth that price. Jack squinted and stared at Jasper warily. The young man in front of him was too young. He could not find it in himself to believe that Jasper could pay such a high price. Which company are you from? Jack asked. I haven't found a company yet. But as long as you agree, I'll gain the approval needed for my company as quickly as I can. You'll be my first employee, Jasper replied. Jack widened his eyes as he looked at Jasper, only to scoff irritably after a short pause. I can't believe I actually wasted so much time here with you. Mr. Tanner, Jasper's voice sounded from behind Jack, who had already turned to leave. My time is worth more than yours, so I hope you'll actually consider my proposal. What you've just rejected is more than a mere invitation to work for me. It's a brighter and better future for you and a chance to open a new era of business in the country. Jack's footsteps came to a stop. The two men found themselves at an impasse. Jasper took a small sip of his coffee. It's a little bitter. Meanwhile, Wendy was too nervous that she was struggling to catch her breath by the side. Over the course of their short conversation, she had managed to find details about Jack Tanner. It was then that she found out what kind of person this ordinary-looking man before her was. Jack was part of the country's first generation of professional managers, and he was a person of talent that Warsoft valued highly. His managerial skills had arrived at the highest level of mastery. Yet such a person was forced to take the passive role during his entire negotiation with Jasper, not able to go on the offense at all. When he looked at Jack before turning to Jasper, there had been a few times when she wanted to speak, but she suppressed the urge to do so. She was afraid that she would knock Jasper off his tempo. However, she was worried that Jack would be enraged and turn to leave. After a while, Jack finally turned around and approached Jasper with a dark tone. "I want to see what you can do. How do I know that you haven't been joking with me this entire time?" Jasper turned on his phone and showed Jack the balance in his bank account. $4,578,000,000. Jack stared at the earth-shattering number on the small screen of Jasper's phone, and his breathing grew heavy. Jack had never seen so much money his entire life. Chapter 58. Over $4 billion. It was a figure that would raise blood pressures and burst arteries. Jack felt his scalp go numb at the sight. While his current boss was Charles Granger, the richest man in the world, and $4 billion was only a fraction of his wealth, it was only because Charles was his boss. As a professional manager, Jack's annual salary was already considered to be one of the country's top paid occupations. Still, Jack's mouth dried at the sight of such a terrifying figure. "If you still have any doubts, Mr. Tanner, you can come with me to Commercial Bank to verify it," Jasper spoke plainly. Jack smiled in embarrassment and could hear the jab in Jasper's words. "That's all right. I'm sure you have no reason to joke about something like this, Mr. Lane. Indeed, both our time is too precious for that." Jasper gestured back at the seat Jack had sat on before. Understanding what he meant, Jack sat back down. Jack recollected his emotions and spoke. "If I may ask, Mr. Lane, is all your capital yours or your family's? Or is it a joint venture?" Jasper smiled. "Are you updated with the futures market, Mr. Tanner?" Jack nodded. "I haven't dabbled in it myself, but I do know that two mysterious retail investors have recently appeared in the futures market. One of them earned tens of millions worth of revenue, with just a few $100,000 as capital in the domestic bean futures market not too long ago, while the other took a step further with international crude oil futures, earning a whopping few billions." "Wait, were both retail investor accounts yours?" Jack was stunned by his own deduction as he stared at Jasper in disbelief. "Precisely speaking, I didn't have even a dollar to myself a month ago. I got myself an $800 million loan with my house's mortgage, and that $800 million has become this much." There was no hint of boasting in Jasper's tone. In fact, the man sounded like he was retelling a normal occurrence. Dazzled, Jack muttered to himself, "People in the financial circle have been looking for the identity of these two mysterious retail investors this entire time. I never thought that it'd be you. It'll be thundering news should the public come to know that both accounts belong to the same young man. Now isn't the time to make it public." Jasper smiled and asked, "Well then, Mr. Tanner, is there anything else you'd like to know?" Jack asked, "I have no doubts about your abilities, Mr. Lane, but I'm curious about which industry you'd like to venture into." Ordinary employees tended to ask about wages and benefits, for a good boss was one who gave a high salary. Jack, however, was more concerned about the boss' ideals. He would not entertain the idea at all if their ideals did not align. Such a level of cooperation was essentially a mutual inspection between the boss and their professional manager, as opposed to the boss interviewing employees one-sidedly. In response to Jack's question, Jasper replied with utter certainty, "The internet." With memories of what would happen in 20 years, Jasper knew very well that the internet would be an industry that would create the most miracles in this era. Both Abelon Incorporated and Terry Zone Incorporated in the future were companies that dealt with the internet. Those were the true giants of the industry. Jack's eyes shone as he looked at Jasper intently. "Let's not talk about the domestic market. Not even investment groups overseas are optimistic when it comes to the internet. They see the current trend of the internet as something fragile that would easily shatter. Are you confident, Mr. Lane? Jasper gave a small smile. It all goes down to the ability to profit when it comes to making an industry prosper. The only reason why internet companies around the world right now can't make money is that they haven't found a method to monetize website traffic. As a result, most of the upward trend in this market you see now is due to capital speculation. I wouldn't fault anyone for calling it fragile at all, since it will shatter. But I also firmly believe that the internet will affect our way of life as a whole within the next 20 years. Jasper pointed at Andrew's bustling nightlife outside the coffee shop and spoke in a tone so confident it was borderline maddening. Look, the country's filled with chances and gold right now. I'm going to create a world so prosperous, and then I'll stand right at the top of this world. Are you willing to miss out on this, Jack? Jack remained quiet for 2 minutes before he finally made his mind and reached a hand out to Jasper. I look forward to working with you. Jasper laughed and reached out to shake Jack's hand. You won't be disappointed. Now that they had decided on working together, Jack asked, when do you plan to start the company, Mr. Lane? I have to submit my resignation with Worse Off first, and that'll take around a week. A week's enough. Come to look for me in my city in a week. With the partnership established, Jasper left the coffee shop with the other two in tow. The three of them went to an Italian restaurant and got to know each other better while they ate. Jack and Jasper talked a lot during dinner, mostly exchanging business ideals with one another. Jack was surprised to find that despite Jasper's young age and the fact that he had spent his entire life within the country, he had a sharp mind when it came to business planning and looking out for trends. Not to mention that the young man's vision was extremely long-term, and many of their ideals coincided. Jack's expression was filled with excitement and anticipation by the time they parted ways. He could not wait to start at Jasper's company and work up a storm. Getting into the car, Wendy sighed in admiration. Sometimes I just want to open up your brain and take a look at what goes on inside, Jasp. For a professional manager like Jack with his eyes set on the sky, I don't even think he'd agree if it was my dad who invited him, if I'm being honest. So, why would he listen to you? Jasper smiled. How much he gets paid annually doesn't matter to people like Jack, because realizing his goals and ambition is what's more important to him. What he needs is a platform and an opportunity to do so. Then why would he resign from Worsoft? That's the company with the highest market price in the world. His boss is the richest man in the world, Wendy asked curiously. That's because Worsoft's too big. Jack knows that no matter how outstanding he is, it won't change the fact that he's still just an outsider. He won't get to make use of his best abilities with Worsoft, but he can with me. That's why he'll join us. Wendy nodded as if she understood and looked out the window to stare at Andrus' bustling nightlife, sighing. Andrus sure is flourishing. Our country is in for rapid development in the future. What you see now is just Andrus getting started. Skyscrapers will fill the land before you know it, and Andrus will become Alexandria's as well as the entire world's economic center. Jasper's tone was confident. By then, my name will be spread by countless people across the city, as well as the entire world. Stunned, Wendy stared blankly at Jasper for a moment. She must have thought of something, for she broke into a beautiful smile. Her beauty resembled hundreds of flowers blooming at the same time. The inside of the car was suddenly tinted in a warm and amorous color. I believe you. Chapter 59. I know you believe me, and I promise I'll make it come true. I want you to be there with me when it happens. Jasper chuckled, leaving one hand on the steering wheel while he reached out to take Wendy's hand with the other. Holding her hand, he placed it lightly over the gear. He had a beauty in the passenger seat of his luxurious car as he drove off. This was a scene almost every man had fantasized about. At that moment, Jasper was already on his way to success. The most important thing was that Wendy was the said beauty. Her fragile and delicate hand trembled in Jasper's broad palm from embarrassment, and the smoothness of her skin made him never want to let go. Wendy had not expected Jasper to make such a sudden move. Thank goodness it was dim inside the car. Her flushed cheeks could only be seen when the street lamps flashed from time to time. Wendy's heart raced as she felt her entire body freeze. The conservative part of her mind told her that she could not let Jasper touch her as he wished, and she should pull her hand back. Yet the voice in her heart rejected it. We're just holding hands. It's nothing much. After moments of hesitation and mixed feelings, Wendy sided with the voice that told her the latter. It was almost as if Jasper could feel the unease and shyness from the woman next to him. She was like a doe in shock. The corners of Jasper's lips curled upward, but the man remained silent. A man needed to know how to flirt, but he should know when and where to do it as well. At moments like these, remaining silent was better than anything he could possibly say. The Bentley sped quietly on the highway, and the man and woman in the car did not say a word. They opted to sit in comfortable silence instead. In the quiet of the night, a slight fragrance drifted within the car and pulled at their heartstrings. It was midnight by the time they arrived at the province, and Jasper sent Wendy home. "I'll come and fetch you tomorrow. Then we can go and register the company at the Bureau of Industry and Commerce together," Jasper stated. Wendy's cheeks were still flushed, and she did not dare to look at Jasper. Making a rushed sound of acknowledgement, she ran into her house. With the keys to the Bentley hooked around his finger, Jasper left the district Wendy lived in with carefree steps. Wendy went to Commercial Bank to resign from her position the following day. With Jasper there, John had no qualms and sent the duo off himself once the resignation procedure was completed. "Wendy's the beauty of our bank, Jasper. You have no idea how many hearts you're breaking by bringing her away. Treat her well, or as her family. We won't let you do as you wish." John was a smart man. There was no way he would recognize the hidden amorous air around Jasper and Wendy. Those were quite the words he had said. "Fair enough. I wouldn't have the heart to make Wendy suffer." Jasper smiled before changing the subject. "I want to register a company, John. I was wondering if you know anyone from the procedural aspect of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce? Could you help me cut the queue? I'm short on time." John patted his chest. "Don't worry about it. Mr. Ziegler from the Bureau used to be my classmate. I'll go with you." With John in tow, Jasper and Wendy made a beeline for the Bureau Chief's office. Since John had already called in advance, Mr. Ziegler was exceptionally passionate and courteous when they met. Despite having already mentally prepared himself, Mr. Ziegler was still stricken when he saw the starting capital Jasper had applied for. $1 billion. Mr. Ziegler had seen his fair share of things to sit as bureau chief, yet he could not help but be stunned at the sight of a $1 billion starting capital in such a time and era. Chapter 60. How many enterprises were there in the country worth more than $1 billion? Ignoring those that were national, there were less than 100 private enterprises within the country that were worth more than $1 billion. This meant that the moment Jasper's company was registered, it would already be part of the top 100 enterprises in the country. "Quite the man you are, Jasper." Mr. Ziegler sighed in admiration. "Thank you for helping me out, Mr. Ziegler, or the whole registration process would have taken much longer." Jasper thanked politely. Mr. Ziegler waved his hand dismissively. Now that every local government began to openly ask for investment, wealthy businessmen like Jasper were considered VIPs no matter where they went. There was no reason for him to act high and mighty. "You're too kind. I'm just doing my job. What do you want to name your company, though?" Jasper glanced at Wendy, who had her lips pressed into a smile, and gave the name he had come up with long ago. "JW Capital." Wendy was stunned. Then her face flushed red. The last thing she expected was for Jasper to name the company with a combination of their names. "All right, JW Capital it is." Mr. Ziegler laughed aloud and waved his hand to have his employees put the relevant information into the system. Half an hour later, with all of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce's papers in his hands, Jasper bid Mr. Ziegler and John farewell. "The guys from Royce Villa are meeting up for dinner at Sheridan, Jasper, and they want me to invite you. Won't you join us?" John smiled and asked Jasper. Jasper nodded. "Sure, I'll be there tonight." Seeing Jasper agree, John broke out into a laugh. "All right then, see you tonight." Jasper waved goodbye. The two watched as Jasper and Wendy got into the Bentley and drove off. Mr. Ziegler turned to John and sighed in admiration. "Just what divine being is Jasper, John? That's one hell of a capital. Don't think too much about it. He isn't from some big family at all. All of that is his own hard work." John chuckled. He could not help but feel proud at the expression of shock on Mr. Ziegler's face. "I didn't believe it either in the beginning, but I think I understand now. Some people are just born smarter than others. It's not something we can compare to. Indeed. Mr. Ziegler nodded and lamented. Count me in for dinner tonight? Mr. Ziegler asked. John smiled. It'd be our honor to have the great Mr. Ziegler join us. Sitting in the car, Wendy held the file of documents in her hand. They may seem like just a few official papers and seals when in truth, they held the qualifications of a $1 billion company. Besides, the company was given a name that was a combination of hers and Jasper's. Feeling warm on the inside, Wendy turned to Jasper. I heard that you, President Jackson, and others have a dinner reservation at Sheridan? Jasper nodded. They're all connections. You can't do business without a few friends here and there. It's the same regardless of which industry you're working in. There are some people who you just have to entertain. Wendy explained, I didn't think to tell you this before, but do you remember Ivan? He used to be our classmate back in high school. He called me quite some time ago and said that there'd be a high school reunion at Sheridan tonight. I didn't want to go, but he persuaded a few female classmates who I used to be friends with and kept telling me to go. You'll be having dinner there too, right? How would you like to come and drop by with me? Wendy suggested. Why didn't anyone call me then? Jasper asked playfully. You know how people are, how they like to look down on others. As far as they're concerned, you're just a poor boy. I think Ivan managed to earn quite a bit on the stock market this year, so he called up some rather wealthy classmates to hang out together. That's why he didn't call you. Wendy was a little pissed. Has Ivan been trying to pursue you this whole time? Jasper asked. Wendy quickly rejected the notion. Impossible. We don't even keep in contact. Looks like I've got to go to the reunion then. Chapter 61. Your words make it easy for others to misunderstand our relationship, Wendy murmured. There won't be any misunderstandings. I mean what I say, and you know it too, Jasper said affirmatively. Hey, you're not even prepared yet. How can you just say that? What do I need to prepare? What I meant was that you should focus on your work by my side instead of thinking about relationships. As a boss, I don't want my secretary to be thinking of other men all the time. Go to hell. 5 o'clock in the evening, Sheridan Hotel. As one of the first clusters of Western hotel chains in the province, ordinary people could not afford to go to the Sheridan. A lot of people held a deep sense of curiosity and admiration toward this extravagant 5-star hotel. Jasper's Bentley gradually came to a stop in front of the hotel entrance. After getting out of the car and throwing the key to the bellboy, Jasper received a call from John. Mr. Lane, we're in the Orchid Chamber. Everyone is waiting for you. Jasper glanced at the time and grinned. I'm in room 407 downstairs. I'll come up after talking with a few people. 407? All right. We're waiting for you, John said with a chuckle. After hanging up on the call, Jasper and Wendy entered the hotel lobby together. Although the Sheridan was extremely luxurious for people in the current era, it was way too old-fashioned for someone who has seen the aesthetics 20 years into the future. I should get involved in the hotel industry next. None of the hotels of present are notable, Jasper said casually. Wendy was already used to Jasper's eccentric train of thoughts. Just as she was about to speak, a familiar woman appeared in front of them both. Wendy Schuler, the woman remarked in surprise. Wendy smiled. Are you Quinny Clint? I almost couldn't recognize you, she said. Quinny's face was amicable and rather pretty. However, her looks paled in comparison to Wendy. Despite this, Quinny had a refined demeanor. Jasper remembered her as well. She was a highly educated and well-mannered girl. Quinny had dressed up for today's reunion event. She had bought her dress not too long ago, and it was quite a good fit for her. I thought that you wouldn't come. Overjoyed upon seeing Wendy, Quinny walked forward and continued speaking. I had no choice. You guys kept calling me one by one. I had to come over no matter what. This is Jasper Lane. Do you still remember him? Upon hearing Wendy's words, Quinny looked toward Jasper. She pondered it for quite some time before shaking her head. It's been too long. I don't remember, she said awkwardly. Jasper did not mind as well. He laughed. 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. It's normal for you to not remember, he said. Quinny did not put much thought into what Jasper had said. Did you know? There's a very skilled stock speculator in our class. Ivan Larson has earned $700,000 to $800,000 from the stock market this year alone. He paid for today's reunion event, she told Wendy happily. He's in the room upstairs telling everyone about the basics of stocks. Let's go quickly. We may be able to get some tips and earn a sum of money, Quinny said. She then pulled Wendy upstairs with her. Looking at Jasper, who had a faint smile on his face, Wendy smiled exasperatedly. Which stock speculator could even compare to Jasper? Ivan was so full of himself after earning $700,000 to $800,000. He even held a reunion event to show off. He did not know how badly Jasper surpassed him in achievement. Upon arriving at the room upstairs, Jasper could hear the voice of an arrogant young man before even entering. That's why I said that you guys are clueless. If you want to learn how to trade stocks, learn from me. I earned up to $800,000 in a year. You guys can't even earn that much in 10 years. If we weren't classmates, I wouldn't give you guys this chance. Do you what the people out there call me? They call me the king of stocks. Right then, Quinny pushed open the door. Look who I brought over, she told Ivan, who was imparting advice by the table, excitedly. Ivan turned over. Upon catching sight of Wendy, his eyes gleamed. He took a few large strides over. Ivan, who was clad in a designer's suit, feigned an air of elegance as he spoke to Wendy. Wendy, we've been waiting a long time for you. A slight frown formed on Wendy's face. I'm here just to visit my old classmates. You don't have to wait for me, she said. Noticing that Wendy was still adamantly rejecting him, Ivan was rather displeased. It was fine if she did not like him in the past. Now that he was rich, how dare she continue to treat him with a lukewarm attitude? Wendy, you didn't know, right? I earned up to $800,000 from the stock market. In a few months, it'd sum up to $1 million. I'm wealthy now, Ivan said matter-of-factly. Being known as a millionaire was indeed an attractive title at this point. He was confident that Wendy would look upon him highly. Congratulations, Wendy said. Nevertheless, her response was still indifferent and underwhelming. Ivan frowned. He felt humiliated. Everyone had flattered him with smiles on their faces after learning about this. However, Wendy still seemed indifferent toward him. Ivan glanced at Jasper, who was standing beside Wendy in close proximity, and frowned. Who are you? This is our reunion event. Unrelated people shouldn't be allowed to enter, he said. He's Jasper Lane. Quinny thought of Jasper right then. He's our classmate as well, she added on in a hurry. Ivan thought about it for a while. He then scoffed and pointed at Jasper. You're that poor jerk that ate 2 meals a day? The one who only has measly oats for meals every day. He exclaimed. Ivan Larson, he's our classmate. Be more polite. Wendy shouted out upon seeing him humiliate Jasper. The more Wendy stood up for Jasper, the more unhappy Ivan became. He sneered coldly. Classmates or not, he must have come to beg me for tips after hearing that I earned a large sum from the stock market. Right? I've seen plenty of such people, he said. You couldn't even compare to me during our schooling days, you poor jerk. The gap between us is even larger right now. If you know your place, don't get too close to Wendy. Don't even approach her. I can give you a few tips on the stock market if I'm in a good mood. You can earn enough to have some meat, he added. As Jasper set a stony gaze upon Ivan, who was being beyond arrogant, he raised an arm and wrapped it around Wendy. What did you say? Ivan's pleased expression turned rigid immediately. Jealousy and humiliation overcome him. He pinned Jasper with a dark gaze and gritted his teeth. Get your dirty hands off her! Chapter 62. Exactly, he must be trying to show off in front of Wendy. The king of stocks record is as clear as daylight. He's nothing compared to him. I've decided to purchase stocks from Atlantis Tech when the market begins to trade tomorrow. What a joke. This B** starred ruined everyone's mood at this nice reunion event. Ivan, don't drag yourself down to his level. What is a country bumpkin like him capable of? You should share more about your experience in trading stocks. Jasper did not mind their intrusive, impolite discussion. They could go to hell for all he cared. If Quinny wasn't Wendy's good friend, he would not have bothered to give her a reminder either. The life and death of these people had nothing to do with him. Wendy could not stand how they were looking down on Jasper. She grabbed Jasper's hand and told him, Jasp, let's go. Nothing good will come out of gathering with these people. From Wendy's perspective, these classmates of hers were a literal joke. They were amazing at fawning over those of a higher status and trampling over those of a lower social status. They didn't recognize the true god of stocks who was standing right before them and chose to suck up to Ivan instead. At that moment, Quinny was staring at her phone screen. Oh my goodness, Atlantic Tech just released a notice. The board of directors have been reorganized, and there will be major changes to the company's management, Quinny said, attracting everyone's attention immediately. Ivan explained at once, that's why I've chosen this stock. Once the board of directors get reorganized, the company's performance will rise as well. By then, the stock price will spike. Most of them did not know anything about stocks. They believed in whatever Ivan said, due to his confident demeanor. However, someone said that Atlantis Tech has hidden the company's significant financial losses from the public. Also, they're suspected of faking their accounts. Stockholders are being told to sell out their stocks at once, Quinny said. She then raised her head to look at Jasper in a daze. This notice had just been released. However, Jasper seemed to have known about it beforehand. Jasper did not expect the news about Atlantis Tech to break out so coincidentally as well. Ivan was instantly stupefied. He made his way forward and stared at Quinny's phone with a pointed gaze. His face gradually paled. How is this possible? I put in all my savings into this stock. It must be fake news. Ivan shouted out in disbelief. The dealer must have released fake news deliberately just to get the stockholders to sell their stocks. The entire room fell into pin-drop silence. The only sound that could be heard was Ivan's heavy yet desperate breathing. Right then, someone knocked and pushed open the door of the room. John Jackson and Mr. Ziegler entered the room with a few prominent people from the city's financial sector. They all held glasses of wine in their hands and had come over to make a toast. Mr. Lane, you said that you had some business down here. The few of us wanted to meet your friends as well. We're here to make a toast in honor of you, John said. This act alone was a sign of respect and honor to Jasper. Everyone burst out into an uproar upon hearing these words. Oh my God! Isn't that the president of the commercial bank, John Jackson's? Isn't that the boss of Dason Companies? I accompanied our company's boss to have dinner with him last week. Mr. Ziegler? Mr. Ziegler from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce is here as well. All these renowned people are here to make a toast in honor of Jasper Lane? Chapter 63. All of you are being way too kind, Jasper said with a smile. He knew the good intention behind John's actions. John Jackson and the rest of them were all quick-witted and intelligent people. They could easily tell what was going on at just a glance. They could tell that the atmosphere in the room was not quite right. The other people in the room were not on the level to drink with them, whereas the atmosphere was slightly off. With that, John and the others clinked their glasses with Jasper and left the room. Jasper had no interest in staying there either. He followed John and the others to the orchid chamber upstairs. On the other hand, Wendy did not leave as she instantly got surrounded by a bunch of their classmates. Wendy, those people were all here to look for Jasper Lane? They seemed to treat him very courteously. What kind of person is Jasper now? How can he have a meal with those renowned people? Annoyed by all the questions, Wendy spoke out directly. Weren't you all sucking up to Ivan Larson just now? Why do you guys care about Jasper? Does a poor jerk like him deserve your attention? It was common knowledge that women tended to hold grudges. Thus, it was impossible for Wendy to forget how they mistreated Jasper just now. All of them had awkward expressions on their faces. A few of them were embarrassed. Wendy, we're all classmates. Don't be like that, Quinny said while pulling at the hem of Wendy's shirt. Wendy's impression of Quinny was rather good. Furthermore, she did not do or say anything against Jasper from the very beginning. Letting out a sigh, Wendy waved a document folder at Ivan, whose face was ash pale. Do you know what's inside this folder? She asked. Wendy then pulled out the freshly obtained business license from the folder. More than a dozen of them raised their gaze and looked over. JW Capital Company, Ltd. Legal representative, Jasper Lane. Natural person shareholder, Jasper Lane, fully owned holding. Registered capital, $1 billion. Sharp intakes of breath instantly resonated in the room when all they caught sight of the keywords in those 3 lines of text. The number of zeros behind the number 1 on the business license dazzled their eyes. If it were not for $sign behind the number, they would hardly be able to tell what number it was. Forget $1 billion. Many people could not even catch a glimpse of such a business license throughout their entire lives. Everyone grew wide-eyed with disbelief. Ivan could not even utter a single word. It was as if he had been struck dumb. At this moment, when he felt that it was all meaningless, she could finally understand why Jasper was not interested in this reunion event since the very start. They were really not on the same level. How could they get along? Jasper was not arrogant like Ivan was. He did not care about what these people thought of him. This was because he did not have to care about his achievements anymore. So what if they thought highly of him? So what if they looked down on him? When these people were still discussing about daily necessities, Jasper already had a net worth of up to $1 billion. They lived in different worlds. There was no way for them to get along. Wait! Ivan shouted out as he stopped Wendy from leaving. Chapter 64. Wendy frowned and looked at Ivan. She asked stonily, "Is there anything else?" Ivan's expression changed. His arrogant and haughty demeanor from before was long gone. He was simply a sore loser right now. "Since Jasper has so much money, can you put in a word for me? Help me out. We are all classmates. You can't watch me go down like this, right?" he said with a pathetic stance. "That's right. Since he's so rich, he should distribute some to us. Even if he earned that much money, he can't spend all of it. How can he bear to watch us suffer?" Once Ivan spoke out, a few petty people began to join in as well. "The lot of you are really hopeless," Wendy shouted. She was utterly shocked at how shameless these people were. Jasper has never wanted to show off. Classmates or not, he has never minded. Ask yourselves, during our schooling days, or even just now, who among you have ever treated him like a classmate? I was the one who forced him to come over today. However, I regret it badly. It's better for us to go on our separate ways in the future. Don't let your shamelessness break off the last strand of sentiment I have for all of you. After speaking, Wendy left without looking back at their awkward, embarrassed, and regretful faces. At that moment, Jasper was upstairs. He raised his glass and grinned. "Everyone made a toast with me downstairs just now. My alcohol tolerance isn't that great, so I can't make a toast to each of you individually. So, I'll make a toast to all of you now. I hope you don't mind," he announced. With that, Jasper finished his glass of wine amongst their loud applause and cheers. John burst out into laughter. "Mr. Lane, your news has spread everywhere within this sector. Everyone now knows that you've just registered a company. Don't forget us if there comes an opportunity to make a fortune," he told Jasper. Several bosses from the financial circle looked at Jasper intently. Their faces were full of interest. "We must definitely work together if the chance arises. Money is meant to be earned together," Jasper chuckled. "He's absolutely right. Let's make a toast to his words." John guffawed. Everyone would show support to someone who looked like they were on the path to glory. Nobody here would get on the wrong side of Jasper, who had just risen to power. Naturally, the host and the guests of the event were all happy and satisfied. After the meal, he received an entire pile of name cards. John, who was tipsy due to the alcohol, walked out of the hotel with Jasper. "Brother, that bunch of people may sweet-talk you, but they are all actually a bunch of ruthless, disloyal wolves. You should figure things out as you go. Remember not to make friends with them. You're nothing but a set of glowing benefits in their eyes." Jasper smiled upon hearing John's genuine advice. "Don't worry, I know what to do," he said. John nodded and let out an alcohol-infused breath. "That's enough. I'm old now. I can't withstand that much anymore. I'm going to go now," he said. Watching John get into his car shakily, Jasper turned over. He caught sight of Wendy in the leisure bar of the hotel lobby. Overcome with boredom, she was using a fork to poke at the plate of pasta before her. Jasper walked toward Wendy and sat down in the seat opposite her. "Why didn't you follow me just now?" he asked. "You were busy socializing with a bunch of men." "I won't go," Wendy remarked with a hint of distaste. "You must have waited for a long time," Jasper said apologetically. Shaking her head, Wendy replied in a dismal tone, "Those classmates of ours are really despicable. After you left, I couldn't stand it anymore, so I showed them your business license. I was rather happy to see their shocked expressions. However, I found it meaningless after that." Jasper chuckled. "That's fine. You can just cut down on your interactions with them in the future. Don't let it ruin your mood," he said. "You don't blame me, right?" Wendy asked hesitantly. "Why should I blame you?" Jasper asked. for bringing you along to the reunion event. Also, I showed them your business license on my own accord. I understand that we shouldn't show others the money we have, but I can't stand how they were looking down on you." Jasper burst out into laughter. "Don't show others the money we have? If I only had $1 million or $10 million, I would not dare to reveal it either. However, now that I'm so wealthy, I want the whole world to know that I am rich. Otherwise, how can I act high and mighty in front of everyone?" "You," Wendy glared at Jasper. "How honest of you." Chapter 65. "There's nothing I need to hide from you," Jasper chuckled. Wendy felt that Jasper was being beyond shameless with his words. However, thinking about it, it was the truth. If one owned a few $1 million, some people may come up with certain intentions and do something irrational. However, in the face of a wealthy man that had a net worth of $1 billion, who would dare to do anything to him? 1 week later, Jasper moved from the town to Thornton Park in the city. The house was already well renovated and designed, so Jasper could move in any time. However, Jasper had contacted the renovation team and asked them to carry out the renovation of 2 other villas within the same week. These 2 villas would be used as the temporary workspace of JW Capital. The computers, printers, and network office supplies had to be prepared and set up as well. The company only consisted of 3 employees, Jasper included, as of now. Meanwhile, he had handed the management of the company's finances to Wendy, as he did not trust anyone else for this except her. On this day, Jack Tanner came to the city as agreed. Jasper went to greet him personally. Jack had thoroughly made up his mind this time around. He had brought his wife and daughter along with him. "This villa is our temporary office space. On the other hand, your family can stay in the villa next door. You can choose any room you want." Jasper said this as he handed the key of the villa over to Jack. Jack did not have much to say about that. He directly asked, "What is my job scope?" "You are the general manager of JW Capital. The company still hasn't taken on any professional tasks yet, but there'll be work soon. By then, the operation of the entire company will be entrusted to you." Jasper had formed a plan early on. If a management prodigy like Jack Tanner was not put to good use, it would literally be a waste of a gift bestowed by God. Jack followed Jasper into the villa. Looking at the empty space and new office equipment, he chuckled. "This feels like a startup company," he remarked. "We are a startup company." Jasper laughed. "The only thing that's different is we don't need to accumulate our raw capital. I have the money. We can just acquire other companies," he said. "Have you found an acquisition target, Mr. Lane?" Jack asked. Jasper laughed lightly. "Yes, and I've ordered 2 plane tickets to Cavern City for the both of us," he said. "Cavern City?" Jack frowned and thought about it for a while. He shook his head and said, "There are too many internet companies in Cavern City." "May I know which company you have targeted, Mr. Lane?" "Terry's Own Incorporated," Jasper answered straight away. He clicked into a software program on the computer and said, "This instant messaging software currently has the largest number of users within the country, and the number of new users is increasing daily. As of now, it has more than 5 million users. This small icon will grow to become something that nobody could have ever imagined." Hearing Jasper evaluate Terry's Own so highly, Jack grew serious about it as well. "I've heard of it before. Warsoft has its own instant messaging software as well. It's called MSN. You know about it, right, Mr. Lane?" "According to our internal evaluation, Terry's Own is Warsoft's biggest rival in the country. However, all internet products, Terry's Own included, have not found a way to make a profit. They are making a loss every day." Jasper chuckled. "This will only be temporary. I want to let everyone know that it's possible to profit by selling internet products. We'll make a fortune." Jasper and Jack's flight would depart in the afternoon. After Jack familiarized himself with their surroundings and helped his family settle down, the both of them headed straight to the airport. Winnie did not follow along this time. She had to remain in the country to hire some clerks. Alas, it was impossible for only 3 people to work in such a large villa. Tasks like photocopying materials and picking up calls would have to be delegated to other people. Just as Jasper and Jack got onto the plane, Warsoft released news about Jack leaving the company on their official webpage. The domestic circle of professional managers was thrown into an uproar. It was not wise to overlook Jack Tanner's appeal and charisma in this era. As someone from an ethnic minority group, he was able to get a high-level executive position in Warsoft and even received numerous praises from the world's richest man, Mr. Gates. Jack was definitely the best in the country in terms of his work abilities and performance in the finance industry. Chapter 66. People would pay attention to every move and action of a person like that. It can even be said that as long as Jack Tanner was willing, countless of domestic companies would wave banknotes around just to hire him. However, Jack had left his position in Warsoft so unexpectedly to join a company that no one had even heard of. Suddenly, countless dominant forces and capital firms within the industry began to pay attention to a company named JW Capital. They were stupefied after looking it up. It was a newly registered company. The company had just obtained its business license not too long ago. The legal representative was someone named Jasper Lane. Who was he? Nobody knew him. They were all the more shocked after looking at the company's registered capital. $1 billion. How many people within the country could take out $1 billion just like that? Assets were assets. Cash was cash. These were two very different concepts. For example, Schuler Group, which was under Dawson Schuler, had a market value of $2 billion in terms of assets, but it almost went bankrupt because of the $600 million in their cash flow. This incident occurred when Schuler Group's main business was their supermarket chain, under the condition whereby their cash flow had been maximized. It was considered pretty good if the cash possessed by an ordinary company could account for 20% of the company's assets. However, this unknown, newly established company already had $1 billion in registered capital. Everyone initially thought they were a new paper company of one of the major companies and speculated about the company behind it. There were various diverging opinions. This was also the very first time the higher-up executives from the financial circle began taking notice of the names Jasper Lane and Wendy Schuler. Right then, Jasper and Jack arrived at the Cavern City International Airport. They took a ride to the hotel and put down their luggage. After that, Jasper dragged Jack into a taxi and headed over to the address that he had memorized beforehand. Half an hour later, they found Terry's own Incorporated's current office venue in a remote and old alley within the city. This is it. Jack stared at the old residential building in front of them in shock. It was hard to believe that a company like Terry's own with up to 5 million software users had such a shabby workspace. You have been working in a high-end company like Warsoft all this while. Of course you wouldn't know about the difficulties of being a domestic company that has started from nothing. These conditions are comparatively pretty good, Jasper said while shaking his head. He thought of another entrepreneur named Wayne Marlin. He was still working on his wholesale webpage with his team in a house located in one of the districts within Harvey City. The two of them walked up the dilapidated stairs. Of course, a building like that did not come with any form of soundproofing. Before reaching the door, Jasper heard a wail coming from within the house. The server is about to break down. No, I can't take it anymore. I want to buy a new server. How I wish as well. This was another voice. He, who doesn't wish for the same? But what about the money? This was the third voice. None of the three unkempt young men, who were all huddled together, noticed the two men standing by the door of their office. Lee Jean smiled and looked at the young man before him. The three of them were part of the famous founding team of Terry's Own Inc. Hudson Moore and Daniel Carter, the key figures, were not there. Meanwhile, Zane Colton, Cameron Scott, and Logan Zimmerman were all there. Jasper's gaze shone. He looked like he had just caught sight of 3 golden egg-laying hens. Chapter 67. Who are you guys? Logan Zimmerman asked them curiously. He was the first to notice Jasper and Jack standing at the door. Is there anything we can help you with? Zane Colton and Cameron Scott asked them after noticing their presence as well. Although Terry's Own Incorporated had been established for more than a year and even had around 5 million software users right now, people hardly ever came to visit the company. We're here to collaborate with you, Jasper chuckled. However, before commencing this discussion, your server will break down if you don't handle it right now. It was exactly the same as he remembered. Terry's Own was terribly poor right now. The entire company sustained themselves on the software Hudson Moore had created years ago and the first set of earnings they obtained from the stock market until now. It was hard to make ends meet. And what more, the 5 of them did not even take any salaries. Meanwhile, the server was their biggest problem. This was different from the future, where there would be tons of server resources. During this era, a normal server cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Other than wealthy state-owned enterprises, private enterprises could hardly afford one. The server currently used by Terryzone was a substandard product that Zane had assembled after buying the individual components from the Northern District during a desperate point in time. This simply showed just how poor Terryzone Incorporated was. Upon Jasper's reminder, Zane turned over to look at the server. It was on the verge of breaking down due to the huge data stream passing through it. Zane rushed forward with a yell. Other than Daniel Carter, who was in charge of the company's legal affairs, the 5 founders of Terryzone Incorporated all had top-notch programming skills. Otherwise, Terryzone would not have been able to support 5 million software users with a self-constructed, substandard server. The sound of the keyboard rang out in the small office. Zane stared at the screen, sweat beading on his forehead. The technical prodigy who had developed the main program of KK was not in a good mood. Logan, think of something. The server is now overloaded. It could break down at any moment. If it breaks down, we'll lose a lot of users. What can we do? Logan remarked. His fingers flew across the keyboard at the speed of light. The server's performance has reached its capacity. We can either add a server immediately or wait for this one to go down. If nothing else works, should we forcibly disconnect some of the users? That way, the data load could be alleviated, Cameron suggested. Zane and Logan remained silent after registering what he had said. Users were the very core of Terryzone. Although disconnecting some of the users would reduce the load on the server, doing so would make it seem like they were going against their principles. Right then, Jack, who had been standing behind them all along while watching them hustle, whispered in Jasper's ear. Mr. Lane, this bunch of young people seems to have a pretty good attitude, but it's just that they're simply too poor, right? Jasper smiled and stated what Jack was too embarrassed to say. If they weren't poor, we wouldn't have the chance to work with them, Jasper said matter-of-factly. He took a step forward as he spoke. Look at it from a different perspective. The main load on the server is coming from data transmission between users within the country, he told Zane, who was now drenched in sweat. You can open up a buffer area in the server memory to store the current messages being sent out by users and send them out after a 1-second delay. That way, the users would hardly feel the delay, but the server will get 1-second window to cool down. After this, it will have more computing power. Jasper's suggestion introduced a new perspective to the three of them. After thinking about it for a while, Zane was certain that this was an effective tactic. Cameron, Logan, hurry up and do as he says. Write up the code for the buffer area. I will support the data stream here. Do it at once. Chapter 68. Jack looked at Jasper in astonishment. Although he did not know anything about programming, he could tell that Jasper's idea was indeed feasible from the expressions on the others' faces. Not only was his new boss a total prodigy in terms of earning money, but he also knew how to do programming. He was still so young. He could not have learned all this in his mother's womb, right? 10 minutes later, Logan and Cameron wiped the sweat from their faces as they looked at the server, which had gradually stabilized down. They breathed out in relief. We've finally overcome this stage. It can hold on for at least 1 more week. More accurately, it would be able to support the users for 4 to 5 more days. You must consider the rate of increase in users, Jasper corrected them with a grin. Right then, Zane stood up and gazed at Jasper intently. It was almost as if he had just discovered a new piece of land. I'm Zane Colton. Your suggestion was really effective. Thank you for your help. Jasper chuckled. Actually, he did not know anything about programming. Zane was the one who had thought of this idea in his past life. He merely plagiarized his ideas in front of the mastermind himself. Jasper would never turn down the excellent opportunity to show off in front of a skilled programmer like him. I'm Jasper Lane. This is Jack Tanner. As I said just now, we're here to propose a collaboration with Terryzone Incorporated, Jasper said while shaking hands with each of them. Jack Tanner? Jack Tanner from Warsoft. A shocked voice rang out from the side of the door. They all turned to look at the door at once. Jasper instantly caught sight of a young, seemingly well-educated man. He was holding 2 bags of takeaway while standing by the door. He was the key figure of Terryzone Incorporated. He was the future chairman of a board of directors with a market value of up to trillions of dollars and a global leader of the internet, Hudson Moore. Unlike Zane and the others, who were fully immersed in programming and were hardly ever concerned about global news, Hudson always paid attention to the changes going on in the outside world. Today's greatest news was inarguably the fact that the nation's #1 professional manager, Jack Tanner, had quit Worsoft and joined a different company. Hudson would never have expected this renowned figure to appear in his small company today. Hudson felt like he was in a trance as he looked at Jack. Jack laughed. He said, "I've already left Worsoft. I'm now the general manager of JW Capital. Mr. Lane is my boss." This sentence alone made all of them shift their attention from him to Jasper. Jack, who was well-versed regarding workplace rules, understood that one should never steal the limelight from his or her boss, no matter the circumstances or occasion. Although he felt that Jasper would not care about superficial mannerisms like that. Putting down the takeaway bags, Hudson looked at Jasper curiously. "You're the boss of JW Capital? But you look really young," he said. "You're not that much older than me either, Mr. Moore. Didn't you establish Terryzone as well?" Jasper asked with a hint of a smile. Hudson waved his hands at once. He had yet to be the most powerful businessman in the world. Right now, he was only a founder of a startup company who was sick of being poor. Terryzone cannot even begin to compare to JW Capital. I saw the news of Mr. Tanner joining JW Capital today, so I looked up the company due to curiosity. It has a registered capital of $1 billion. After Hudson finished speaking, the other founders of Terryzone, who were still shocked by Jack's identity, felt a buzz fill their minds. They looked at Jasper with looks of disbelief. Other than Jack, everyone here was below 30 in age. Jasper was the youngest among them. However, he already owned a company that was worth $1 billion. Zane and the others felt that the world must have gone mad. Chapter 69. How much is $1 billion? Logan asked Zane in a hushed voice. Shaking his head, Zane replied honestly, "I've never seen that much money either. I'm guessing the money should be able to fill up this house, and the toilet as well." Oh. Cameron took a sharp breath. This was simply unbelievable. The 5 founders of Terryzone Incorporated did not come from poor family backgrounds. In this era, their families could be regarded as wealthy families with a decent amount of money. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to get together just for a so-called dream and endure a few months without having a salary in order to establish Terryzone. However, everything paled in comparison to $1 billion. After getting to know each other, they told Hudson about how Jasper had come up with an idea that helped reduce the load of the server effectively. Hudson suddenly began to look at Jasper differently. Jasper pointed at the box of takeaway in Hudson's hand. "Jack and I came over in a hurry. We haven't had lunch yet. Do you mind if we eat with you guys?" he asked with a grin. "Of course, we wouldn't mind," Hudson said. "It's just that the food may be a little too meager for your liking," he added. "Ah, I'm from the countryside myself. Back then, even a box of takeaway was a luxury for me," Jasper said while opening the boxes of takeaways. He handed each of them a box. Originally, there was no share of food for the both of them. However, there were many people in the company who were all young men. Therefore, Hudson had bought a few extra boxes of takeaway. Now, it was just enough for all of them. Nobody felt that Jasper was being bossy and domineering despite the glorification of his identity. On the contrary, they all felt that Jasper was humble, approachable, and easy to get along with. Since they were all young men, conversation flowed easily among them. When Hudson heard that Jasper was from the countryside, he asked him how he earned so much money out of curiosity. After knowing that Jasper earned his money from the stock market, Hudson's eyes shone. Not many people knew that Hudson had earned his first sum of money from the stock market. He had earned $700,000 with a principal of $100,000. Otherwise, he would not have had the money to start up Terryzone. Hudson could hardly imagine how Jasper earned $1 billion. He had felt pretty good about himself when he earned $700,000. Just how scarily accurate was his investment vision? He still did not know about all of Jasper's assets. Otherwise, he would have received an even greater shock. Even so, The founders of Terry's Own felt that the takeaway food in their hands had lost its appeal after listening to Jasper telling them about his journey to wealth. Comparing oneself to others would only bring rage and anguish. After having his meal, Hudson finally asked Jasper what everyone was curious about. "Mr. Lane, you said that you want to work with us. May I know which aspect you're referring to?" Zane and the others turned to look at each other. They then looked at Jasper curiously. Although Terry's Own had 5 million users right now and was ranked first in the country in terms of instant messaging software, they knew their place. Their company was nothing in comparison to Jasper's JW Capital. Jasper did not keep them in suspense. He told them directly, "I look highly upon Terry's Own as I've been using your products all along. In my opinion, Terry's Own's KK is the best instant messaging software in the country." After hearing what he said, Zane and the others were overcome with joy. After all, KK was their brainchild. They had watched it slowly grow up just like their own child. Receiving praise from a billionaire like Jasper Lane naturally made them feel a sense of accomplishment. However, Hudson read into the situation more deeply. He stared at Jasper with a scorching gaze and asked, "Mr. Lane, do you intend to make an investment?" What did Terry's Own need the most right now? Money. Chapter 70. Not to mention the price of a server. They had not even been able to afford to pay their own salaries for the past few months. If they did not earn anything in the short term, Terry's Own could only go bankrupt. Terry's Own was currently going through its toughest time. Plenty of investors had approached them due to KK, which had the largest number of users in the country. However, they were either greedy in terms of their demands or pessimistic toward Terry's Own's future development. In short, they just could not agree on anything. Hudson was eager to obtain an investment. He had even thought of selling KK. His ideal sum was $1 million, but the only boss who was interested only offered up to a maximum of $800,000. A disagreement thus occurred due to the difference of $200,000. This would become a major joke in the future. That boss missed out on the opportunity to invest in a $1 trillion company just because he could not bear to pay an extra $200,000. "Yes, I intend to invest $10 million. Jasper threw out a shocking statement in a calm tone. Huff! Cough! Logan choked on a mouthful of food and instantly spat it out. His spit landed on Cameron, who was seated opposite of him. However, Cameron did not bother to go after Logan for spitting on him as well. His eyes widened. "How much did you say? $10 million? He asked in utter disbelief. It felt as if Jasper had just pulled out a royal flush in front of them, while all they had were pairs of threes. TN. Royal flush and pairs of threes refer to cards dealt in a game of poker. A royal flush is the highest hand in poker. Unlike Zane and the others, Hudson did not show such an exaggerated response toward Jasper's proposal. Instead of excitement, worry overcame him when he heard about the sum of money Jasper would like to invest. Based on Terrazone's current net worth, $10 million was enough to buy 2 to 3 companies of the same net worth. The fact that Jasper was willing to offer such a large sum of investment meant that he really looked highly upon Terry's Own. On the other hand, this meant that Hudson's ownership and rights to Terry's Own would likely be relinquished. This went against Hudson Moore's basic principles. When a company received an injection of capital from an outside party, the founders would not be able to develop the company according to their own ideas. Would this brainchild of theirs still belong to them? Jasper could tell what Hudson was worrying about instantly. He continued to speak. "Yes, $10 million. It will be a cash injection, but not a full-scale acquisition. I want 51% of the company's shares. You guys can have the remaining 49% and distribute it amongst yourselves however you want to. In other words, I don't care how you divide the shares among yourselves, but I cannot have less than 51% of the company's shares." Huden let out a dry laugh. 51% of the shares exceed the proportion of shares owned by a majority shareholder. How is this any different from a full-scale acquisition? It is different from a full-scale acquisition because I'm only going to formulate the major strategic policies, such as coming up with ways to increase Terrazone's profitability, whereas you guys will have the final say on the specifics in company management and operation. I will not intervene. Jasper put down his spoon. Although he had a calm expression on his face, his stance was domineering and overbearing. Amazed by Jasper's strong demeanor, Hudson furrowed his brows without saying anything. Zane, what do you guys think? Hudson asked while turning to look at Zane and the others. Zane and the others were beyond excited. What else do we need to say about this? Of course, we'll agree to it wholeheartedly, Cameron said excitedly. Mr. Lane has already said that he won't intervene in the management of the company. He'll also help us achieve profitability. Isn't this exactly what we dreamt of? Jasper chuckled. Exactly. Don't think that the shares you own are little. Think about this instead. With a capital injection of $10 million, the 49% of shares you guys own will be worth up to $5 million. Even if you resell the shares, you'll earn a huge profit. Besides that, Jasper paused momentarily. He then stood up and continued speaking with a confidence that bordered on arrogance. In the future, Terry's Own will become an invincible company with a market value of up to trillions of dollars. You'll have the largest user base in the world, and you'll earn up to millions of profits every second. You guys will change the way humans communicate. Chapter 71. Yet what was Hudson thinking then? Hudson did not even think much of this promising future that Jasper spoke of, for he was more concerned about something else. You say that you've already come up with a way to profit? Hudson found that the future of $1 trillion and the re-establishment of human communication to be shallow in comparison. Now when Terry's Own could not even afford to pay the salary of its founders, nothing was more important than how to make profits. The problem of how to profit from the internet was something the whole world, let alone the country, still could not resolve. His words had brought everyone's mind back to reality as they stared at Jasper with heated gazes. Sign the contract, and I'll tell you. Jasper showed his palms. He was not an idiot, for history from his past life had proven that such a method to profit was sound. That was how Terry's Own came back to life. Still, he would be the one facing a loss if he told them, and they went back on their word. Fine, we agree. But the part where we'll profit and your promise to not manage the company's day-to-day business must be written into the contract as well. Hudson clenched his jaw. Of course. The moment I become a shareholder, resolving your problem on how to make a profit is no different than doing myself a favor. I wouldn't be that stingy. As for managing the company's business, I don't have that kind of time. However, Jack will help build your company's structure in the very beginning. He'll be given other things to do when JW Capital starts having more businesses. Is that all right with you? Hudson could not be more grateful to have a professional manager like Jack helping them. Now that they had agreed, Hudson called Daniel, the last founder who was in charge of the legal side of the business, to draft a contract. Daniel rushed over to the company. He was stunned when he heard of Jasper's identity. He whispered to Hudson and the rest when he was told that Jasper was going to add $10 million to their capital. After that, he happily went to draft an agreement. Jasper skimmed through the agreement and discussed it with Jack before they changed two small aspects to guarantee that they would benefit more. Both sides then signed and stamped the agreement before it was made effective immediately. Transfer equity at the Bureau of Industry and Commerce tomorrow after work, and my funds will be credited to your accounts. Jasper passed the contract to Jack, and a large boulder was finally lifted from his chest. Meanwhile, Hudson and the rest stared at Jasper with a shine in their eyes. Everyone was waiting to hear about the method to profit. Jasper chuckled aloud. As far as everyone was concerned, how Terry's Own was supposed to make a profit was an unsolvable problem. On the other hand, Jasper was well aware that there were just too many ways to make money. Chapter 72. Future products like KK Show, K-Zone, and KK Members, for example, were derivative products that would bring unimaginable profits. Would you dare to believe that a piece of code and a few pictures could be sold for $10? Yet that was the truth. Moreover, these derivative products had brought more than just profits for Terry's Own. They had also broadened KK's product line and thus increased customer stickiness, as well as competitiveness between products. Coupled with KK's ultimate attack in the form of a game, it would be simply invincible. Jasper knew of a rich woman in his past life who had spent $4 million alone on virtual currency for KK's poker game. Yet the most suitable method for Terry's Own at that moment was something else. KK's renowned mobile service. All of you have this little thing, right? Jasper pulled out his mobile phone. This material belongs to noveldrama.org. At that moment, he saw Hudson and the rest of them looking at him weirdly. A mobile phone was the current trendy method of communication. Sure, there were better phones with higher specs too, but those cost thousands of dollars and were too expensive. This mobile phone, though, was much cheaper and way more humble. However, it felt wrong to see such a thing on a rich man like Jasper. Jasper did not seem to care about their questioning gazes as he continued to speak. For KK users who are mutual friends to contact each other, it requires that both of them be in touch with a computer. However, say that we work together with Netcom, that would allow us to contact each other through messaging on mobile phones instead of computers. KK's competitiveness would increase fundamentally, and that's a great way to make a profit. Hearing Jasper's suggestion, Hudson and the rest fell deep in thought. The first to react was Cameron. In the past, he had been the first person to think of this method. That'll cause a great stir. It'll be a good thing for both us and Netcom, since one text message costs 10 cents. It'll still be a great profit even if we only get 3 cents per message. Cameron looked at Jasper with excitement and admiration, as if Jasper's words had spoken to his heart. Meanwhile, Jasper felt embarrassed, for Cameron was the actual person who had come up with the idea. Good plan. Both Logan and Zane nodded. I've already given you an idea, but how you plan to make it work is up to you. Alright, so after you've formed a partnership with Netcom, the next business you want to look out for is Nobile. As per history, Nobile would have just split and become independent this year. It was still in a sorry state of going through development as a small company with little reputation. Yet Jasper knew that Nobile would soon take over networking and telecommunications, thus turning the mobile phone industry into one of the country's biggest businesses. By building a foundation with Nobile right now, it would greatly ease any further partnerships. Nobile has just been established, though, as Hudson kept himself in the loop with a lot of the information regarding the outside world. He knew of the company. Indeed, but its development will be immense. Netcom is too big of a company, and while its capital is way bigger than Nobile's, something tells me that Nobile will turn out to be the most suitable telecommunications service provider in the future. The funds will be transferred tomorrow. Find another office and maybe buy a few servers. Then pay yourselves all the salary you're owed. Jasper took a look at the pitiful state that Terry's own office was in and said. Hudson was a little embarrassed, but was soon filled with confidence. I've never been so confident with Terry's own before than I am now. Oh, and one more thing. Jasper turned to Zane. I know you developed KK's program, but the problem now is that the program is too big. Maybe think of a way to compress it so that it's around the size of 1 megabyte. I know that it's troublesome, but trust me, doing so will increase the number of KK users by 3-fold. The average internet speed in the country right now did not exceed 50 kilobytes per second, and most of which were dial-up internet access, making it hard for customers to download programs that were too large in size. Compressing the program to 1 megabyte would be the beginning of how Terry's own completely crushed other communication software and began to thrive, enlarging the gap between Terry's own and others. Chapter 73. All right, I'll start working on it tomorrow. Zane nodded vigorously. Now that funds were no longer a problem and they did not need to worry when the servers would crash, Zane could direct his energy to other things. Not to mention that past events only proved that, be it his terrifying net worth or the $10 million he had easily fished out, as well as his method of helping Terry's own make a profit, Jasper's abilities were something that they could not possibly catch up to. Jasper's words were no different to those of a god as far as Zane and the rest were concerned. Hudson stared at the scene before him in exasperation. He knew that Jasper had won over his small team entirely. So what then? Hudson moved on from the thought in no time. As long as Terry's own could grow, his achievements would not be lost. Looking at it that way, the fact that Jasper had taken a liking to Terry's own seemed to be a blessing to the lot of them. The night darkened, and Jasper and Jack decided to return to the hotel. Before they left, Jasper made sure to advise Hudson and the rest to stop issuing 5-digit numbers for KK, and instead start with 6 digits. He also told them to keep lucky number sequences like 777,777 in the number pool. Hudson and the others did not understand the significance of this move, but promised to follow suit. Cameron even used his authority to change Jasper's normal 5-digit KK number into 999999. Jasper was the only one who knew that any of these numbers would easily sell for tens of millions. It was of precious value, and even if he did not wish to sell it, he could always give the number to his friends. After bidding Hudson and the rest farewell, Jack spent the entire ride back to the hotel asking Jasper questions about Terry's Inc. Business-wise, he would be representing JW Capital as he helped Terry's Own build their company structure. To do so, he must first understand what his boss, Jasper's, strategic vision for Terry's Own was in advance. If one were to ask him, Jack found Terry's Own's future promising, especially with Jasper's investment. Not to mention how weighted Terry's Own was in Jasper's heart. Even if it was for the sake of Jasper's impression of him, Jack would make sure that he completed his first job perfectly. Jasper told him everything he knew and even revealed the idea of derivative products that were similar to KK Show and KK Games to Jack. He would not have the time to spend every minute watching over Terry's Own in the future, which was why Jack was there to help him do things on his behalf. KK Show was still fine, but KK Games required the merging of a ready-made game company into Terry's Own, where Terry's Own would use up too much of its time and effort. Jasper did not give them money so that they could be frugal. Every minute mattered when it came to seizing market opportunities these years. As for the game companies to look for, Jasper did not have the time to discuss this with them himself, so he would leave this matter to Jack instead. After receiving Jasper's instructions, Jack happily returned to the room to plan. He was confident that he could help Hudson completely rebuild Terry's Own. The following day, Jasper received a phone call just as he and Hudson went through the equity transfer procedures. The phone call forced Jasper to end his trip in Cavern City. Leaving Jack behind and bidding Hudson and the rest farewell, Jasper bought a ticket for the next flight back to the city. Naturally, Wendy was the one who picked him up. Getting out of the Bentley, the enchanting sight of a beauty and a luxury car together stunned Jasper. "What are you looking at, silly?" Wendy stood alluringly in front of Jasper and smiled. Jasper sighed heavily. "Why do you give me the vibe of a beauty driving her husband's luxury car to meet up with her paramour?" Stunned, Wendy immediately flushed in embarrassment and raised her hand to smack him. Smiling, Jasper slid into the car. The Bentley sped on the highway, and Wendy turned to ask Jasper curiously, "Didn't you say you'll be back in a couple of days? Why'd you hurry back?" "Something happened at home." Jasper rubbed his temples and spoke plainly. Chapter 74. Home? Where your parents are? Wendy quickly asked. Jasper nodded and replied, "My mom called me this morning and said that my neighbor has decided to build a house. They took more than half of my family's land. My dad went to talk to them about it, and they almost beat him up. She wants me to go and take a look." "What kind of neighbor is that?" "That's just straight-up bullying." Wendy spoke angrily. "There's nothing wrong with building a house, but you can't just take someone else's land and then beat them up. That's why I put the matter in Cavern City on hold. I've got to get back and deal with the neighbor first. Maybe I'll take the chance to move Mom and Dad to the new villa as well, so that they can relax and not worry," Jasper spoke. Wendy nodded in approval. "I'll come with you." "Sure. You'll have to meet my parents sooner or later anyway." Jasper finally smiled. Wendy blinked. "Why do I feel like there's more to your words? I just don't like seeing people get trampled on even if they're your parents. Don't drive too fast. I'm retouching my makeup. There's still 2 more hours before we reach. We have time," Jasper replied in exasperation. "Hey, steady. I'll make you pay if my lipstick ends up crooked. I'll buy you 100 more. You think you can do what you want just because you're rich? My apologies, but you can do whatever you want when you're rich." It was rare for Lane Village to have visitors, let alone someone with a Bentley. Even the most knowledgeable person in the village had only gone to live in town for a few years, so none of them knew what a Bentley was. However, it was an incredible enough feat to have a 4-wheeled car during such a time. Therefore, the moment Jasper's car entered the village, it was suddenly surrounded by a large group of children. Even the adults in the village looked at the car with curiosity and envy. Much like the other villages in the country, most of the residents in the Lane village shared the aforementioned surname and were mostly related to each other in some way. Jasper's father, Charlie Lane, and mother, Sally Lard, were well known within the destitute Lane village for being poor. Despite knowing that Jasper's family's condition was not good, Wendy still could not help but be shocked as they walked along the twisty mountain roads. They then arrived at a small four-walled house. As far as Wendy was concerned, a hardly standing house that was old enough to be a relic such as this one was something she had only seen on television and pictures. Yet, that was Jasper's home. The kids were still chatting among each other as they surrounded the Bentley, touching it with unmatched curiosity. The adults watched as Wendy got out of the car and were immediately stunned. Wow, whose daughter is that? So pretty, so beautiful. I've never seen such a beautiful girl before. She must be from the city. Look at her clothes. I've never seen such clothes before. TSK, we've never had such a pretty lady in our village before. But why is she going to Charlie's home? Amidst the chit-chat, Jasper got out of the car as well. Everyone was stricken. That's Jasper, isn't it? It is him. I heard that he has been working in town after university. His parents even sold their house so that he could buy one there. Why is he back today? Is that pretty lady his girlfriend? It must be about his dad almost getting beaten up. Look at that car. It must have cost tens of thousands. His family's so broke that they even sold his house. How does he have the money to buy a car? Chapter 75. Jasper? Amidst the chattering of the other villagers, Jasper heard an ever-so-familiar voice. Jasper turned around and looked at the woman in a simple outfit and whose hair had gone more than half white. He also spotted her aged features that were caused by wind and sun. Mom, Jasper strode over and spoke remorsefully. I'm sorry I'm late, Mom. Be it in the past life or this one, the only people who would give their all for him were his parents. When he had been obsessed with Penelope, he had sucked his parents dry of every hard-working cent just to spoil her. He ended up suffering, and he dragged his parents into a difficult life as well. He had finally changed everything this life. And while he should have brought his parents to the city to support them long ago, he ended up being delayed by various things. Looking at his mother's face, which had aged much more than he remembered, Jasper felt guilty beyond words. Sally did not know of Jasper's internal turmoil, so she merely replied, "All that matters is that you're back. This is my friend, Wendy." Jasper pulled Wendy, who was somehow too embarrassed to show her face, over and introduced her. "Hello, Mrs. Lane," Wendy greeted shyly. Wendy was devastatingly beautiful, and Sally had never seen such a beautiful girl after having spent most of her life in the village facing the soil. Watching the two interact, there was no way she could not see the relationship they shared. She was way better than Penelope. "Hi," Sally immediately replied, slightly nervous. However, she felt a little confused. Why had her son changed girlfriends? Back then, he was even about to marry Penelope. Although she wanted to ask, there were too many people present and she did not think this was the place to ask. "Where's Dad?" Jasper then remembered the situation. Sally's expression was one of concern when she heard him. "He's with the village chief. Your aunt's family is there too. They're talking it out?" "What's there to talk about?" Jasper frowned and said, "They're building their house on our land. They even started hitting people yesterday. There's nothing to talk about here." With that, Jasper went to the village chief's house. Sally and Wendy quickly followed. Joining in the frenzy, the surrounding villagers came over to watch what was happening. Jasper ignored them. Sally turned to Jasper. "Don't be rash, Jasper. You know how stubborn your dad is. Just try and calm him down later, okay? Let's not make this bigger than it already is." "Mom?" Jasper frowned. "They're already trampling all over us here. Her family has never respected us at all to begin with anyway, and the fact that they could do such a thing is enough evidence that we don't matter to them. I have no qualms with making a fuss." "You brat." Sally was annoyed. "Why are you just like your dad? They're your neighbors and your cousins. You'll only end up making a fool of yourself if this gets blown out of proportion. Besides, we'll be the ones suffering in the end if we offend your aunt." "I know you're worried, Mom." Jasper sighed. "It's just about me borrowing 10,000 from them to buy a house back then, isn't it? I've come back today mainly to deal with this once and for all." "Huh." Sally looked at her son in shock, but Jasper only strode off without much of an explanation. Wendy smiled at Sally and said, "Don't worry, Mrs. Lane. Your son has made quite the name for himself now." Sally still did not know how she should face Wendy. On one hand, she found the girl stunning, like an actress you would find on television. On the other hand, she wondered what had become of Penelope. Not knowing what to say at that moment, Sally could only smile and nod. Ah, I see, I see. Chapter 76. The village was not big, so it took less than 5 minutes before Jasper arrived at the village chief's house. In truth, the house just had a larger garden in front. Jasper had not even reached the door yet when he heard the sharp voice of a woman with a strong accent shouting. "We're more than neighbors, Charlie, we're family. I've helped you when your family needed it. It's just a small issue and you're suddenly here to fight me over it? Aren't you afraid of making a fool of yourself? If I have to say anything, then it's always the poor who have so many problems. What do you even need the land for? Can you even build a house? If you're just going to waste it and leave it bare, then you might as well just give it to us." "Exactly. I just don't understand why you think you're in the right here. You don't want to give us that plot of land? Fine, then pay back that $10,000 we lent you. Isn't your son living in town? So you have money to buy your son a house, but not to pay us back." A man's roar suddenly rang out amidst the accusations that flew around the room. "I admit that I borrowed money from you, and I promise you I'll pay it back, but that has nothing to do with the plot of land. The land was given to me by our ancestors. I cannot give it to you." "Huh?" The sharp voice of the woman from earlier sounded again. "Then pay us back. I've never seen someone as shameless as you, buying a house in town even when you're broke. Don't you feel shameful for pretending to be some big shot?" "Exactly. Cut the *T. Either you hand over the land, and we'll give you more time to pay us back, or you pay us back right now. Everyone knows how broke your family is. You don't even have any skills at all. I should have known that you're just a useless piece of trash. Enough about him. Isn't his son a useless good-for-nothing too? I heard long ago that they bought the house for their son because his girlfriend wanted a house before she was willing to marry him. What a joke. They're already so broke, and they still want to taint another family's daughter? What did you get in return for borrowing money and buying the house then? All you have now is debt. What a great father you are. Don't you see how foolish this father and son is? Who knows, maybe that girl has even scammed the house away." "Exactly. You're already 50, yet you can't even pull out $10? Don't you even have a sense of shame? What kind of family would be so blind to marry their daughter to you?" Bang! The garden's door was kicked open, and the sound of it interrupted everyone's debate. Jasper's expression was cold as he stared at the 7 to 8 others in the room. Excluding the village chief and his wife, the other 5 were members of his so-called aunt's family. Meanwhile, his father was fending off everyone alone. Jasper's appearance had given them a shock, but his aunt quickly spoke in a dark tone. "Huh. And here I thought someone important had come in. Turns out it's just the useless child of a useless old man." The village chief frowned and glared at Jasper before turning to Charlie. "Your son is too impolite, Charlie." Kicking the door down. "What does he take me for?" Charlie frowned as he looked at Jasper. "Why are you here?" Jasper and Charlie's relationship was very similar to others in the country, where the fathers would be more solemn and unnecessarily strict. The sons would be more willing to spend time with their mothers, and their impressions of their dads were mostly filled with fear. In his last life, up until the very end, Jasper's relationship with Charlie was rather distant. However, Jasper had never once disregarded Charlie's love for him. His father just did not know how to best express his feelings. When Penelope was aggressive and humiliated him from time to time, Charlie, as hot-blooded as he was, would choose to remain silent so that Jasper would not be placed in a difficult position. Just like that, a machismo village man endured his daughter-in-law's insults. Having lived 2 lives, Jasper found himself overwhelmed with emotions as he took in his father's aging features. "Mom said something happened at home, so I came back," Jasper replied. "This has nothing to do with you. Don't poke your nose into others' businesses." Charlie glared at Sally, who had followed after in reprimand for telling Jasper about this. Chapter 77. Go outside with your mom. I'll come out in a bit. It was just like when Jasper was young. As far as Charlie was concerned, Jasper would always be a little boy who could not solve adult situations like this. Jasper shook his head. There was no way he would leave. "Did you bring the money?" Jasper asked Wendy. When Jasper asked Wendy to come pick him up at the airport, Jasper had also told her to take some money out. Wendy nodded and pulled out 10 bundles of brand new $100 bills. While everyone in the house was still stunned by Wendy's ethereal beauty, they saw her taking the money out. Everyone's eyes shone as they looked at Jasper in disbelief. Jasper's family was known for being poor, and while Charlie had done everything he could to buy a house in town, doing so had only made their family's situation worse. Now there were bundles of $100 bills. Where did Jasper get the money? This is $20,000. I'm paying the $10,000. I owe your family back twofold. Jasper then took 2 bundles and handed them to the middle-aged woman with a cold tone. My family doesn't owe you anything anymore, so stop using that $10,000 as your bargaining chip. Turning around, Jasper then handed 4 bundles to the village chief. We owe your family $20,000 for the time my dad went to see the doctor. I'll pay you back now as well. Here, $40,000 doubled with interest. The village chief took the money in shock and asked, "Where did you get the money from, Jasper? Didn't you see how he got it from that pretty lady's hands? Who knows? Maybe he found himself a rich woman in the city and got himself a pretty lady." The son of Jasper's aunt Bard had always been the village's ruffian. People were afraid of him in the village. The man spoke enviously as his gaze was trained on Wendy. His words kick-started the reactions of everyone else there. That's right. I heard that Jasper has been doing horribly lately. There's no way he could have so much money. Bard is right. He must have sold himself to someone. Good Lord. What a shame to the Lane family. How could your family give birth to such an embarrassment? Charlie's? Jasper's aunt pointed at Charlie and accused him. Charlie's expression turned sour. His gaze when he looked at Jasper was filled with doubt and anger. If that was the case, then Charlie would never be able to hold his head up high again. I earn my own money, Jasper replied. Bullsh *T. Bard scoffed. Don't think that just because we aren't that knowledgeable that you can get away with lying to us. I've heard since a long time ago that you were the lowest piece of trash in the city. If you have the guts to sell yourself to someone rich, why can't you have the guts to admit it? You're the one spewing nonsense. Sally stood up. She could not bear to see her son getting accused like this. Did you see it for yourself, for what? Don't accuse people of something they didn't do when you don't even have evidence. Jasper's aunt scoffed and was about to speak when Charlie suddenly stood up. Enough! If Jasper said he didn't do it, then he didn't do it. I watched this child grow up. You think I wouldn't know if he's lying to me? We've already paid you the money, so stop using it as leverage. With that, Charlie then pulled Jasper to leave. Wait, Dad. There's still more I want to say. Jasper motioned for Charlie that it was all right. Taking 2 steps to stand in the middle of the courtyard, Jasper swept his gaze over everyone's faces as he spoke indifferently. Our family is poor, and I admit that we've borrowed money from all of you for various reasons. However, no matter how you had mocked and humiliated my parents when we borrowed money, the truth is that we've also paid all of it back now. I've done my part, returning the money I've borrowed, and with interest too. So from today onward, be it the plot of land or the contract fields or anything else, if it doesn't belong to us, we won't touch it. But if it belongs to my family, don't even dream about taking advantage of my family, because I won't let you. I don't care what all of you think. What matters is what you'll do about it in the future. Move on, and we can all still be a close group of family and friends. But if you bare your fangs first, then I will not be blamed for turning against you as well. Chapter 78. Jasper was not loud when he spoke, but his aura had stunned the crowd. Jasper, despite his youth and the fact that he was still one of the younger ones in his generation, had managed to silence the elders in the garden with his words. Jasper was about to leave, but Bard was not having any of it. Bullsh *T. You really think you're some big shot now? Who are you acting for? Do you need me to beat you up before you listen? Bard scoffed as he glared at Jasper enviously. Having been held back one too many times, the hot-tempered Charlie had yet the chance to let out the flames of fury within him. After feeling pleased with his son's outstanding performance just now, he now roared at Bard's threat. I dare you to say that again. You be *starred. Regardless of how much of a ruffian Bard was, he still cowered before Charlie, who was known for his hot temper. Hiding behind his parents, he yelled, Don't look so proud of yourself. Aren't you living off the money your son got from selling his body? I'll kill you. UF *King be *starred. Charlie grabbed a hoe by the garden's door and ran after him. Not expecting Charlie to fend for his son to such a degree, Bard screamed and staggered backward. Just then, the village chief and the rest surrounded them to hold Charlie off. Jasper's aunt screamed, "What do you want, Charlie? Do you still want to fight? Watch your son's mouth." Charlie threw the hoe down harshly and warned. Just then, Wendy stepped out. Her appearance and figure stunned the crowd and turned the spotlight on her. "I think there's a misunderstanding here." Wendy reached out to tuck her stray hairs behind her ear. The elegance of her small act even made the elders pin their gazes on her. Jas started a company recently. He bought a new house, a car, and he still has money to spare. I'm not saying this to brag, but I want you to know that his money is very much clean and hard-earned. Don't look at people with your narrow ideals, or at least don't look at Jas like that. Wendy's words had thrown the entire garden into chaos. Is she telling the truth? Jasper started a company in the city. He even bought a new house and car. Wow, he's really living a good life then? Shut up, we don't even know if she's telling the truth or not. Amidst the group of people, Jasper's aunt pulled Bard to the side and sneered. That distant relative of ours, Terry, his family's factory sells ready-made goods, right? Go call him and ask. I'd like to see how Jasper deals with this if it turns out to be a lie. But what if it's real? Bard asked nervously. That's even better then. His mother's eyes were filled with greed. It's only right that his family gives more to his cousins and elders if they're rich. Your dad and I had planned to foster him before we had you. We even took care of him for a few months. Then we had you, and his parents refused to agree. So that was that. But we still took care of him for a few months, so he needs to repay us somehow. Bard's gaze shone, and he quickly ran to make the call. Soon later, Bard returned and whispered in his mother's ear with a strange expression. Hearing Bard's words, Jasper's aunt was filled with burning excitement. Don't miss out on this opportunity, okay? Just follow as I say. Bard nodded vigorously and replied with joy, Don't worry, Mom. I've inherited your smartness. Jasper's aunt pushed the crowd away and arrived before Jasper. Smiling drily, her attitude made a 180-degree change. Bard and I acted a little too impulsively just now, Jasper. But we're all a family, so don't take it to heart, okay? Let's all just move on from it. Chapter 79. Jasper replied calmly, Sure, if that's what you wish. Elated, Jasper's aunt began to praise him. Look at you, so forgiving, surely befitting of a man who has made it in the city. You've got to learn more from Jasper, Bard. Yes, of course. I'll definitely follow him, so I can learn more. Bard smiled as he nodded and bowed. Jasper frowned. Follow me? What are you trying to say? His aunt quickly replied, Bard is your cousin, Jasper. Now that you've established your own company, you need to have someone on your side to look after it. Don't you? I think Bard's a perfect choice. Bard patted his chest. Don't worry, Jasper. I'll make sure to keep a close eye on your company. I'll make sure not even a burglar gets in. Jasper finally understood what this family's intentions were and replied, My company isn't hiring, nor do I need you to go and watch over it. Bard was an idler, and there was nothing Bard had that he could be proud of from his educational background to his abilities and his character. Jasper, who had never liked the idea of a family business to begin with, would be crazy to allow Bard into his company. Hearing that, Jasper's aunt's expression shifted, but she forced her smile to stay on her face. Ah, is that so? Then there's no point in forcing anything. Think about it, Jasper. You've gotten rich now, haven't you? You shouldn't forget about your elders then. I want to build a house, and it's not easy financially. How about you give us several tens of thousands of dollars? Instead of lend, she had told Jasper to give. Not even Wendy could bear to see the utter shamelessness of this family, but she forced herself to remain silent. My money doesn't come dropping from the sky either. Jasper replied indifferently, not to mention that I've already repaid the money we owe you with interest. I don't have that much money. Jasper's aunt was done being polite, as Jasper did not seem willing to listen to anything. I'm still your elder, Jasper. Be grateful that I'm even talking to you nicely. You think that because you're earning money, you can look down on your poor relatives? You're going overboard here. Of course, I wouldn't look down on you. My family used to be even poorer, Jasper refuted without restraint. But the situation matters too. Just because I've made money, you're shimming up to me so that you can get a taste of it? What kind of relative are you? Who do you think you are? Jasper's words had turned the atmosphere awkward. Easily ashamed, Sally wanted to persuade Jasper, but a glare from Charlie stopped her. Don't placate him blindly. Jasper's right. Charlie's words killed the thought from Sally's mind. With a wretched expression, Jasper's aunt yelled cruelly, I'm still your aunt, and your elder no matter how you look at it, Jasper. How can you talk to me like that? Do you think that just because you're making money you're better than us? You're just making a fool of yourself. The village will talk behind your back. Is that what you want? Jasper replied in annoyance. Let them say what they want, I don't care. The truth of the situation is very obvious here, whether I'm the one being cruel or if you're just asking for too much. Basically, I don't have money to give you, and if you want a job, go look for one yourself. Go home. You're delaying my family dinner. I've already given you what I owe, so stop bothering me. Bard and his mother paled in humiliation and anger before she suddenly wailed madly. It was as if she wanted the entire village to hear her. What an outstanding person you are now. Huh, Jasper? You're even scolding your own aunt now. Do you think that just because you're making money now you don't need to respect your elders? Jasper's aunt was wailing louder by the second. Charlie got up and stared at the hoe behind the door intently. Keep wailing, and I'll kill you. You think I won't? Bard and his mother's expression changed. He immediately pulled his mom away. Let's go first, Mom. I'd like to see just how much longer they can be so full of themselves. Jasper was expressionless as he watched the family flee. Do you know how my dad managed to borrow that $10,000 from them at the beginning, Wendy? Naturally, Wendy shook her head in response. Jasper scoffed. My dad used our cow as a mortgage and was even forced to cut 20% of our farm's land. They call it lending, but they might as well have stolen it. My dad had never begged anyone before in his entire life, but he begged them for 3 days for my sake and got humiliated in those 3 days. When he turned to look at Charlie and Sally, who were quiet before turning to Jasper and speaking sincerely, you've got to repay your parents for all they've done, Jasp. At Jasper's house, the family was too poor to have actual furniture, so they could only let Wendy sit on the long bench with embarrassed looks on their faces. It was a familiar sight when Jasper had brought Penelope back. The only difference was that Penelope would have an expression of distaste and refuse to even enter the house, opting to stand outside the door as if entering the house would infect her with diseases. Wendy, however, was completely different. For starters, she was way more beautiful than Penelope, and she was not deterred by the family's poor condition at all. Instead, she kept talking to Jasper's parents and addressed them closely as Sally and Charlie. While comparing the two, Sally breathed a breath of relief. This girl was pretty and understanding, 1,000,000 times better than Penelope. It would be a blessing to have such a daughter-in-law. Sally relayed what had happened, as well as Wendy's identity as Jasper's friend to Charlie. The man's eyes were glued to the Bentley outside when Wendy suddenly spoke to him. Everything I said just now is the truth, Uncle Charlie. Jasper really is making money now, and it's all thanks to his hard work. Please don't misunderstand. Charlie, whose expression was usually one of solemnness, gave a rare and slightly embarrassed smile as he replied unnaturally, Oh, that's good. That's good. He no longer showed a temper, nor had the urge to hit people with a hoe, unlike back in the village chief's house. His reaction now stemmed from being nervous, just like how Sally acted before. After replying to Wendy, Charlie then looked at Jasper. He reverted back to the grim and strict father figure. It's good that you're making money now, and if you can, repay the debts our family owes. Excluding the $30,000 just now, we still owe a few other relatives $50,000. Jasper nodded. I brought the money. I'll pay them all back today. Good? Charlie nodded and fell silent. He remained silent and did not ask Jasper how he was making money or what he was doing now. The father-son duo did not know what to say. Let's eat first. I'll go kill a chicken. Sally stood up and suggested. I'll come with you, Sally, Wendy suggested dotingly. No, you sit here. You don't need to help out. Pleased with Wendy, Sally quickly refused her. Chapter 80. Sally went to make dinner with a happy chuckle. Wendy turned to Jasper with a proud look. Jasper chuckled. This woman's getting cuter by the second. Dinner consisted of chicken, a few vegetable dishes, and soup. Jasper and his family sat around the dining table. The atmosphere had lightened greatly, and Wendy was no longer as nervous as she was before. In fact, she began to actively lighten the mood. Charlie spoke more now that Wendy was here, and he would ask her some questions from time to time. The lady was smart, for she did not tell the whole story. Instead, she merely said that her family did business and she worked for commercial bank. As far as ordinary families were concerned, a lady with such a family background was the most suitable for their son. Not to mention that Wendy was a beautiful lady, and both Sally and Charlie were extremely pleased with her. Jasper drank with Charlie and said, "Dad, these years, I've troubled the two of you too much." Charlie did not even raise his head. "What are you talking about? It's part of our life as your parents." Jasper chuckled bitterly. "I've broken up with Penelope already." Wendy's ears immediately perked up at the topic. "That's good then." Charlie was pleased. "This girl is way better than Penelope. Wendy and I are still getting to know each other. We haven't gotten together yet, but it's only a matter of time before we do. Come back with us tonight, Dad. I bought a new house. We can live together," Jasper suggested. "No," Charlie declined without much thought. "I can't be as free in the city as in the village," Charlie explained. Jasper insisted, saying, "I bought a few villas in the city a while ago. The two of you can live in one together. There's even a garden by the side where you can plant vegetables and flowers. It's all up to you." Charlie fell silent. "I know that you and Mom have sacrificed a lot for me, Dad. I know that you've been keeping silent about how Penelope mistreated you just because I liked her. But it's different now. I just want the two of you to be happy." Jasper was sincere. "I'll have your mom pack things up after dinner. Remember to pay the money back," Charlie reminded. "I won't forget," Jasper replied joyfully. "Not when the dignity of the Lane family is on the line." "Brat." Charlie smiled and walked back into the house. After dinner, Jasper brought Wendy along as he went to repay everyone his family owed money to. Except for Bard's family, most of his relatives pitted his family, so they were more grateful than resentful. Jasper was clear when it came to these families. He would return 10,000 for every few thousand his family had borrowed, and 15,000 when they had borrowed 10,000. It was not that Jasper did not want to give more, for the mere interest he earned a day with his wealth was more than the amount he repaid today. It was just that people tended to take advantage of kindness. He would only be planting seeds of hatred if he gave too much. Having made his rounds, the entire village came to know that Charlie's son had made it in the city. He was even so generous to repay the debts they owed. The entire village praised him. Jasper returned home to find Charlie and his mom already packed and ready to go. They only had a few clothes, so they were ready to leave at any time. Locking the door, Jasper personally made a trip to the village chief's house and asked him to watch over his plot of land. Jasper would not be so kind anymore if Bard's family tried to take it from them again. Jasper did not actually care about the plot of land, but he refused to let his aunt do as she wished. If she wanted it, then he would do everything to keep it from her. Not to mention that this was something their ancestors had given to Charlie, so it could not be given away. This was a matter of the Lane family's dignity. After taking care of everything, Jasper put his parents' luggage into the trunk and left Lane Village, heading toward the city. Sitting in the car, Sally touched here and there before she exclaimed, "This car is really comfortable. It must have cost a lot, didn't it?" Charlie held his words back, but his gaze was filled with admiration. Jasper's parents had never sat in a luxury car, so they did not know much about them, but whether cars of this caliber were comfortable or not could be felt the moment they sat inside. Wendy smiled. "It's not cheap, but it's all your son's hard-earned money. It must have been difficult." Sally's heart ached for her son. Wendy covered her mouth and smiled before turning to look at Jasper intently as the other drove. "Yeah, it wasn't easy at all. It was so difficult, in fact, to sit behind a computer and move the mouse while typing on the keyboard." He made money in just a few minutes. A few hours later, at the villa area of Mirage City, Jasper parked his car at the door of the villa he had chosen long ago and entered the house with his shocked parents in tow. "Mom, Dad, you'll live here from now on. I'll have Wendy employ 2 housekeepers for you tomorrow as well to take care of you." Both Sally and Charlie shook their heads. "What housekeepers? They're just a waste of money. Why have someone take care of us when we can move around by ourselves? Don't get a housekeeper. Don't waste money. Charlie agreed. Jasper shook his head, but let the subject drop. Jasper handed Sally a card, the keys to the villa, and a few bundles of cash. I live right next door, but I'm usually busy, so just take care of yourselves. I'll be all right. Wendy and I will come over for dinner and accompany you when we're free. Keep the money, and the password to the card is my birthday. Don't worry about spending money. Sally accepted the card and promised, but it seemed obvious that she was planning to keep the card and save the money, unwilling to spend it. There was nothing Jasper could do, for his parents had gotten used to being frugal. It was almost impossible for his parents to start splurging now. Yet that was a habit that could slowly be changed. At least their living conditions were way better now. Wendy accompanied the old couple, and they walked up and down the villa to familiarize themselves with their new home. Meanwhile, Jasper took a call and walked to the villa's entrance. As per your instructions, Mr. Lane, we've uploaded the newly compressed program of less than 1 megabyte this evening, and the customer feedback has been great. Our registered users have exceeded 7 million, and we've arrived at a peak number of 3 million online users. Hudson's voice was filled with excitement. Good job, Jasper smiled. But Mr. Lane, I just received a notification from an old classmate who works at Senna, the largest portal website within the country. They're coveting our number of users and secretly developing a new instant messaging software to attack us. We might be in trouble. Chapter 81. Jasper frowned at Hudson's words. According to what he remembered, Senna should currently be in a critical period of preparation for listing. Senna had indeed developed a communication software, and they had indeed caused a great amount of trouble for Terry's own. Yet that was something that happened in 2004. The butterfly's wings had begun to flutter. Yet Senna was now entering the communications industry 2 whole years before it should have. Not to mention that they were developing it by themselves. Senna was currently in full swing and would turn into one of the country's top 3 networking sites along with Netsy and Soha. The most important concept for internet users right now was that of web portals. Since its main function now was to read up on the latest news, it was far less complex than it would be in later years. Terry's own and Senna were of completely different sizes right now. All it took was one small move from Senna, and Terry's own would lose 1 line of defense. Which was why Huston had immediately called Jasper the moment he got wind of it. His nervousness was apparent in his tone. Calm down first. Wait for my call. For now, find a way to get their internal beta version. Unlike those in Terry's own who were worried, Jasper remained unfazed. Senna had never managed to overpower Terry's own in the end, for the latter had slowly made its way into a trillion-dollar powerhouse. Meanwhile, Senna was left to stand on its last legs, completely left to the dust. Coupled with the memories he had of his past life, Jasper had full belief that he could come out of this business war victorious. All that was left was to wait and watch how Senna planned to attack Terry's own. After ending the phone call, the door behind him opened. When he came out, they've already fallen asleep, when he told Jasper. Okay, it's time for us to go back too then, Jasper replied. However, Wendy refused to move. Her gaze swept past Jasper as she asked nonchalantly, Your ex-girlfriend, Penelope, you two almost got married, right? Yeah, I've seen this script before. If I get this wrong, I'm screwed. Jasper walked toward the Bentley and replied in a tone even more nonchalant than Wendy's. To err is to human is to err. Wendy smiled with crescent eyes as she looked at Jasper and quickly ran to open the passenger seat door. Let's go. Send me home, please. Starting the car, Jasper let out a sigh of relief. Now's the time. Isn't it scary living on your own? In the Bentley, Jasper drove toward the small district where Wendy lived and asked casually. Not really, Wendy replied carefreely, not catching on to Jasper's hidden meaning. Don't look down on me, okay? I've been sleeping by myself since I was young because my dad was always busy with work. Then that followed on as I grew older. Jasper praised her. You can tell how much my parents like you, can't you? So come drop by my parents' place for dinner anytime. It's just that the district you live in is a little far, isn't it? That's a bit too much, isn't it? Wendy blinked, still clueless to what Jasper was hinting. I'll feel bad if I always eat your parents' food. What, your parents and my parents? Did you forget what your dad said? Jasper asked sternly. Wendy suddenly remembered how her dad had passed her to Jasper to take care of. That moment, it dawned on her what Jasper had been implying the entire drive. Flushed red, Wendy replied embarrassedly, This entire villa area is mine anyway. They're all empty for now, so just pick one around mine. Jasper invited sincerely. Weren't you asking me to move in with you? Wendy blurted out. 10 minutes later, below Wendy's apartment. With a bang, the car door was slammed shut. Jasper, you be Astra's starred. Screw you. Grabbing the villa key that she had stolen from Jasper, Wendy ran off humiliated and infuriated. Jasper watched as Wendy's figure slowly vanished into the building while he rubbed his cheek and sighed despondently. He knew that if he wanted Wendy to live with him, there was no chance Wendy would agree considering their current relationship and her shy, conservative character. As it had not been his intention, Wendy was pushed into playing the overthinking role, and she was now angry from humiliation. Still, he had given her another set of keys to his villa, and he would not need to spend time driving between the two locations. I should have just invited her to live with me if I knew this was going to happen. I'd rather be rejected than be resented by an angel, Jasper murmured to himself and drove home. As Jasper peacefully fell asleep, Senna's entire office was burning the midnight oil in Capital City. Having received venture capital from the world's strongest country in the beginning, Senna had plans to push themselves into the market overseas this year. Their working conditions and everything else were much better than that of Terrazone's. Dane Warren sat in the meeting room, where all of Senna's technical backbones and senior executives were present. I've already seen the beta version of Senna Chat. It's not bad. Dane spoke, and most of them in the meeting room brightened up. However, this is no reason for us to get ahead of ourselves. If we can't even win those 5 amateurs in Cavern City with the best industrial technical force and team in the country, then we might as well forget about entering the market. We might as well take a swan dive off the roof. Then, as the founder, Dane had absolute authority within Senna, and his choice of words was rather crude. Our goal is to take the leading spot in the field of instant messaging. A mere Terrazone has nothing more than the advantage of having developed the technology earlier than us. It's nothing more than a small pebble in our way to becoming the top. Instant messaging is the most important battle we have to win before we enter the stock market overseas. If we win, then our business reports will look much better, and it will thus influence the outcome of whether we can succeed in entering the market or not. There is no room for carelessness. Mr. Warren, the Technological Research and Development Department is very confident in winning this battle, claimed Wells confidently, Senna's current technical director. Dane nodded. What about the business department? Have you finalized the release plan for the first version of the beta program yet? Another senior executive nodded and spoke, ready as planned. It'll be officially released at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and we've already started spreading the news on our official website. Very well. Then I shall await your triumphant and victorious news. Dane stood up and walked to the large French windows with a smile. Soha is our only competitor when it comes to the internet market within the country. Even Sam's Netsea is miles behind us. Chapter 82. Jasper was woken up by Hudson's phone call at 6 o'clock in the morning. We've just gotten wind that Senna's beta communication software, Senna Chat, will be officially released tomorrow morning. Hudson's tone was anxious, for the release of Senna Chat would definitely deal a fatal blow to Terrazone right now. I'll be right over. Hanging up the phone, Jasper booked a ticket and rushed to Cavern City as fast as he could. Meanwhile, Senna Chat was officially released on the market. Senna's sudden launch of the software, Senna Chat, had resulted in a frenzy within the domestic internet circle. Disregarding its portal sites and its gaming aspect, instant messaging had the most users in the internet industry within the country right now, for it was also the easiest to draw users in at alarming rates. It was just that this form of business did not have overwhelming web portals like Senna and Soha. KK might have the most users within the country, but no one seemed to be taking Terrazone seriously at all right now. That was why Senna's sudden act had attracted a lot of attention. Several potential large investors in the circle downloaded the newly announced Chat software in their offices and revealed disdainful smiles when they saw the familiar interface. This was blatant plagiarism off KK's program. However, no one was speaking up for Terryzone. The market was like a battlefield. If given the chance, they would all come for a taste. Under the gathering of wind and clouds, everyone's gazes were pinned on Cavern City. Everyone wanted to know how Terryzone's group of amateurs would react. Entering Terryzone's office, he could feel the nervousness within the room. It was evident that neither Hudson nor the other four had slept a wink last night. Each of them had a bird's nest on their heads and looked unkempt. The sight of Jasper was the only thing that brought a bit of life to the crowd. For the only one who could save them and Terryzone now was Jasper. Mr. Lane, they're simply too shameless. Come and look at their Chat. It's an exact copy of our KK. Cameron huffed. Jasper remained silent and sat in front of the company, clicking on the software. Then, he registered a new number. It would do no good to say more when the priority was to understand the opponent's move. The entire main page and its features were 80% to 90% similar to KK's. Had it not been for the different name, one might not even be able to tell the two software apart. You have to admit that its optimization is better than KK's. Everyone smiled bitterly at Jasper's words, and the already depressive atmosphere grew denser. But it's only expected. Our research and development strength was too weak in the beginning, and we put all our efforts into maintaining the server and realizing KK's functions. Optimization-wise, if you employ a few technicians, I think you'll be able to catch up with no issue. Jasper smiled, his gaze filled with utter confidence. What you should do now is introduce new features to KK. Hudson suddenly asked, "What features?" Jasper previously had them compress KK's software to 1 megabyte. While everyone disagreed, it was the first instruction from Jasper, and they did not dare to hesitate. The moment the newly repackaged KK was released, Terryzone gained more than 2 million users. Terryzone did not even have more than 5 million users in the beginning. That one moment had garnered Jasper admiration from Terryzone's entire team. Jasper has absolute credibility and authority over Hudson and the others now. Realize the function of file transmission first, but not merely constricted to file transmission only. Instead, include the realization of breakpoint resumption as well. Everyone's eyes shone at Jasper's first sentence. There was no direct file transferring software on the internet, and the only option was through sending email attachments. However, email attachments were very troublesome, and they were very specific when it came to file size and capacity. Slightly larger files could not be transferred. The most horrible part was that if the current network was generally unstable, the transmission would often be interrupted midway. Once that happened, the only option was to start again. It was foreseeable that the implementation of the feature would definitely attract immeasurable users. That's easy to work with. I can make a beta version within today. Zane affirmed by the side. Such was life. Technically speaking, it was not much of an issue, let alone when the 5 founders of Terryzone, except Daniel, were the country's best technicians. The only problem was whether they could come up with the idea or not. Then develop a video calling feature as well as the feature to make friends within their cities. Jasper continued to speak. How did Mimi make a path for themselves despite the overwhelming force of WeTalk in the future? By developing the concept of making friends within the same city to its extreme. Even though everyone called Mimi the app one used to look for one-night stands, it was still a compliment in its own way. The product itself was innocent. In this aspect, Mimi was indeed better. At that train of thought, Jasper emphasized, the feature to make friends within the city should allow users a free choice on whether they wish to be found when searched and whether they can be freely searched by the opposite sex. Then limit the number of times each user can search each day and slowly increase that limit whenever they promote the software. These were all features that would be over-promoted in the future, but they were extremely novel now in the year 2000. The eyes of Hudson and the rest were shinier than the other. At the very beginning, Hudson had even pretended to be a woman and talked to strangers on KK to attract customers. While it would turn into a funny story for the future, it was a fact that confirmed people's desire to make friends with the opposite sex. Features like making friends in the same city were the best way to release their desires. Hudson and the rest knew that once this feature was released, no one could shake their position in the real-time chatting field within the country. Hudson exclaimed sincerely, "Your remarks have completely enlightened us, Mr. Lane. We've considered these functions before, but they've just never been realized." The others nodded in agreement. "Ah, all I did is to give suggestions and opinions. I'll still need you to settle the arrangements for how you want to do it, Mr. Moore." "Of course." Jasper chuckled. "This is just a small ripple. It won't end, KK. Instead, we'll only come out of this stronger." With that, everyone in Terry's zone began to move. Even so, Jasper's expression was tightly bunched up. Chapter 83. Senna was evidently at a greater advantage than Terry's zone right now. Not to mention that the other party was still one of the 3 major domestic web portals. Once they did everything they could to push their chatting software into the market, it would be an easy feat to gather more users. All they had to do was advertise it on their web portal. Therefore, merely giving Hudson and the rest ideas was not enough. What Terry's zone needed the most now was users. The purpose of the new features was only to increase their attractiveness and customer stickiness. However, it could also easily be plagiarized by their competitors. What Terry's zone needed the most now was to pull in a large wave of users in the shortest amount of time. Jasper already had a plan to carry that out, but he had to be the one to do it personally. If he succeeded, it would function as a figurative thruster for the carriage Terry's zone was, and it was something Hudson and the rest could not do now. That night, Terry's zone's office was brightly lit. The following day, Jasper was woken up in the lounge. Jasper was surprised to find that Zane had managed to make a rough version of the 3 features that Jasper spoke of the day before. Jasper immediately used the new version of KK Hudson sent him and clicked to turn on video calling. Although the screen was a little laggy because the current internet speed was too slow, the basic features were already realized. "Not bad, Mr. Moore. That's one promising team you have there. One night was all it took for you to complete 3 features." Jasper clicked on the new version of KK and tried out its intra-city friend-making feature. Since the feature was only available in the unreleased version, there was not a single contactable person in the city on the page Jasper clicked on. "All right, let's test it out now. If there are no problems, then we'll release the newest version before noon today." Jasper's gaze was exceptionally calm as he stood from the lounge chair. "One more thing, launch Terry's zone's web portal project as well." At that, Jasper's voice grew louder. "Build it directly into KK's program so that the users will receive a pop-up notification whenever they open KK. The pop-up will lead to our main website." Hudson and the rest were stunned. "What? So Dane can attack us, but we can't hit back?" "There are no rules about Terry's zone not being allowed to benefit from a web portal. I have to say, Mr. Lane, you're a much greater man than the rest of us." Hudson chuckled bitterly. He was not apple polishing, but being utterly sincere. In truth, including Hudson, all 5 founders of Terry's zone felt hopeless in the face of Senna's aggressiveness. Terry's zone was just too small. Had Jasper not bought $10 million worth of shares, they might have considered dispersing the moment they found out that Senna was targeting them. Still, Hudson and the 4 of them were considering how to best defend themselves from this wave of attack. It would be the best-case scenario to not lose any of their users, but if their luck exploded and they managed to strike back, then it would be a fanciful sight. That was the confidence Hudson and the others only got back after Jasper's guidance last night. Yet right now, Jasper was asking them to muster the courage and counterattack. It was evident that he refused to be pushed over by Senna's attack. There was no way Hudson could compare to him, not even in heart and mind. Hudson suddenly understood how Jasper managed to make so much money at a young age and even have the country's best professional manager, Jack, working for him. "Remember?" Jasper's gaze swept over Hudson and the remaining 4 behind the monitor. "Terry's zone may be weak right now, but you're no longer the same amateurs you were then. Nor are you fighting alone. You have me, don't you? And the $1 billion worth of funds from JW Capital. What are you afraid of?" Chapter 84. If 1 billion isn't enough, then 2 billion, 3 billion. There is not a single person in the domestic internet industry who has more money than me. While Jasper's 2 billion and 3 billion were mostly exaggerations, newfound confidence had grown in the Five's hearts with Jasper's words. Hudson waved his hand. Everyone heard what Mr. Lane said, right? Stop hesitating and get to work. All right. Cameron, Logan, and I will take charge of building the web page's content as fast as we can, while Zane and Daniel, you two endure a little more and finalize the new features we made last night. We'll upload the updated software before noon today. After a while of busying and under the expectant gazes of everyone, Hudson released the newest version of KK at 12 o'clock sharp. This update had caused an uproar within the market. It now seemed to everyone that Terry Zone was long prepared for Senna's aggressive attack, for they managed to upload a new version of KK the next day. Files could be transferred, support resumable breakpoints, intracity friend-making, talking to the opposite sex, video calling. Communication was no longer restricted to texts. The 3 lines summarizing the update neatly and efficiently told the entire country of Terrazone's determination to counterattack. Reading the 3 sentences, all users in the country were stunned. They had never expected such messaging software to be so outstanding. Video calling in itself was rather useless. Unless the users went to an internet cafe, most families did not have cameras at home. As such, it was mainly an extra feature. However, the file transferring feature that supported resumable breakpoints had cast the menacing CineChat into an extremely embarrassing situation. CineChat's selling point was its new ability to transfer files, but it was now replaced by Terrazone's enhanced version that supported resumable breakpoints. It was a slap to Senna's face. What was more extraordinary was KK's function to allow users to make friends. Normal users were elated that they no longer had to worry about not being able to make friends of the opposite gender. Meanwhile, the large investors had made their decisions and praised Terrazone's ability. The general public joined the frenzy, while those of the same line of business came to evaluate. Even the big shots within this circle were startled by Terrazone's fierce counterattack. Anyone with sharp eyes could tell that the friend-making function was the true ultimate attack among KK's updates. As such, Senna, after having released their software that morning and gleefully watching their user count increasing, were suddenly thrown into a spiral that afternoon. CineChat's advertisement started to seem like a background for KK. No one wondered how CineChat was doing, for everyone was curious about KK's new intracity friend-making feature. Senna's headquarters in Capital City, in the chairman's office. With a pale face, Dane stared at KK's new version on the screen, but did not say anything. There were quite a few people in the office, most of whom were Senna's senior executives, especially those in charge of Project CineChat. Sweat beaded on their foreheads, and they looked like they were about to cry. Would someone like to tell me why KK released an updated version after CineChat was released this morning? That resumable breakpoint has turned CineChat into a complete joke. Dane roared, his anger no longer able to be suppressed. Do you even know how many phone calls I've gotten today? Do you know how many of them are watching me make a fool of myself? Senna? We might as well be renamed Senile instead. With a hot temper, Dane vented his frustrations while the office went silent. No one dared to speak in fear of getting shouted at. James Lennon, the person in charge of Project CineChat, carefully piped up, "There's got to be some kind of divine being helping Terry's own Mr. Warren. I refuse to believe that they developed these features by themselves. Something tells me that there's more to this than we know." James continued to speak as he took in Dane's dark but silent expression. Each of these 3 features is strong enough to make Terry's own the top chatting software in the country. Yet Terry's own pushed for all of them at the same time. Someone has to be helping them. Dane threw a file at James' face and spoke chillingly. "If I needed you to tell me this, Senna would have closed down a long time ago. This is Terrazone's equity registration data. JW Capital had only just invested in Terrazone a few days ago. This must be the work of JW Capital." JW Capital? The legendary company that managed to bring Jack over from Warsoft. Someone in the office gasped. Chapter 85. This Jack. I've had people contact him before and offer him a high pay so that he could work for Senna, but he rejected the offer without a thought. Dane pushed himself from the table with 2 hands and stood. There was a treacherous glint in his eyes. I was fine with that since he was working happily at Worsoft, and there's no way Senna could compete with Worsoft. But then he moved to work for JW Capital and managed to bring the company instant success. There's something that doesn't seem right here. The person in charge of Senna's business department replied, "I've dug a little into this JW Capital before. All I know is that its legal personality and its shareholder goes by the name Jasper Lane. That's all I have. The company's investment with Terryzone should be their first investment. It's their first investment, and they've helped Terryzone counterattack us. There's more to this JW Capital that meets the eye." Dane scoffed. "That makes more sense then." James smiled bitterly. "Terryzone only ever had one server in the beginning, and I heard they built it themselves. It must be difficult to support so many users now, let alone with so many added features. However, Terryzone doesn't seem to be worrying about this at all. It must be because of the investment that they're so calm." Just then, someone knocked on the office door. Dane made a sound, and the secretary understood. She entered the room and whispered in Dane's ear. Dane's expression changed drastically. He rushed to his computer and found KK's software before opening it. A pop-up window that was still considered novel in this era appeared, leading its users to Terryzone's new web portal. Bang! Dane punched the table and roared. JW Capital sure is coming for my neck. We stole their market, and here they are, digging our graves. The person in charge of the business department looked solemn by the side as he watched the entire process of the pop-up window leading them to Terryzone's new web portal. They actually launched a web portal too. I wouldn't be worrying if this was any other company since there won't be users to fight with them over. But Terryzone already has more than 8 million users now, and they're still using a pop-up window to direct users. This is too cruel. JW Capital. Dane clenched his jaw, his gaze looking fierce. Without a question, Jasper had led Terryzone into victory in this business war. As of that moment, everyone in Terryzone began to busy themselves with optimizing all sorts of kinks. Jasper sat in the office and stared at Terryzone's website on the computer in distaste. There was nothing he could do, for web portals had only started these few years. Its hype was long gone before he transmigrated. Although the aesthetic and sorting of websites were still important back then, unlike how it was now. Staring at the mess of advisory contacts and a web page filled to the brim with words, it almost hurt to look at it through the eyes of someone from the future. The only consolation was that the web portals of the major 3 internet businesses within the country had similarly disastrous web pages, so no one had the right to laugh at someone else. According to the data from Terryzone, the portal had only been launched for less than 2 hours, but the number of visits had already exceeded 2 million. Senna was one of the country's 3 major internet businesses in these few years. But how many visits did they get each day on average? No more than 30 million. KK's users' loyalty and customer stickiness were evident now. Almost every other user who tapped on KK clicked into Terryzone's website, and the ratio itself was one that similar businesses envied and drooled over. At the same time, Jasper was getting progressively more pleased with Hudson's team. It was indeed a team that would one day sit Terryzone on the throne. Putting aside their technical skills, what was horrifying was their execution. They had managed to realize features that Jasper spoke of overnight. How long did the programming of the web portal take? 15 hours. While it was just a basic framework that could barely be used and many functions needed to be slowly improved as well as optimized in the later stage, it was still an incredible feat to come up with a website that could handle millions of visits in just 15 hours. Just then, Jasper's phone rang. Seeing that it was from Wendy, Jasper quickly picked up the call. "Jasp!" Wendy's voice rang out. "My dad told us to go back for dinner. He says he wants to talk to you about the real estate plan as well." "All right. I've wrapped up everything on my end as well. I'll be leaving Cavern City. Wait for me," Jasper replied. JW Capital did not have much business as of now. The only issue to deal with was Terryzone, and even that had come to a temporary end. What next would be to watch for the action Senna would take. With Hudson and Jack watching after Senna, Jasper was now very free. Chapter 86. When he saw Dawson again, it was when his future father-in-law was the most high-spirited. Jasper was not clear about the fight with the Hanks, but when he saw Dawson in high spirits, It was evident that the outcome was ideal. "The head of the Hanks family has stepped down," Dawson said directly after Jasper sat down. "That bad?" Jasper asked in surprise. After all, the Hanks was one of the influential big families in the province. The failure of the scheme last time almost caused the head of the Hanks family to fall from his position of prestige. The most important thing is that Zayden is the son of the head of the family. The father and son were pushed out by the Hanks to ease my anger. Dawson's face was gloomy. Although another person is the head now, the Hanks will still be the Hanks. This time, they've lost billions in their reputation. They won't do anything for now, but they won't let this go after suffering a loss. Different situations call for different actions. Jasper was not bothered. His development was destined to be faster and fiercer than what people imagined. They were just a family from the province, so even if they flipped the sky upside down, Jasper would not be bothered. "Let's talk about the property you mentioned last time. After what you said, I've hired someone to survey the market, and I think there's hope," Dawson said excitedly. Jasper was not surprised at the conclusion Dawson had come up with. As one of the main ruling bodies of reform and opening to the outside world, real estate was a trillion-dollar market. As such, it was obvious that there was a lot of potential. Schuler Group can make the province as the core to build and stabilize its headquarters. After that, you can spread out to the surrounding cities, Jasper smiled and said. After nodding disapprovingly, Dawson said, "However, this industry has a high requirement for capital and funding. I don't think Schuler Group is equipped to handle this." "Uncle, you're so ambitious," Jasper smiled and said. "According to Schuler Group's current numbers, it would not be a problem for them to get a few commercial properties to play around with." However, Dawson had already said that, so it meant he did not come to play. If he wanted to do this, he would just devour the entire real estate market in the province. There isn't any particularly large real estate market in the province. There are two, but they are state-owned. Because of the system, they will not be Schuler Group's rival in terms of market competition. Dawson's words were methodical and reasonable. It was obvious that he had thought this through. "So, I don't want to give anyone time to react before I take down sections of land in every excellent area and spread out. I want to use the least amount of time to build my position in the real estate market in the province." After Jasper thought about it, he said, "However, the capital for that is indeed the biggest problem. That's why I'm looking for you." Dawson looked at Jasper in admiration. He had heard about JW Capital during this period and knew how powerful Jasper was. If Jasper was willing to help him out with the capital, then there would be no problem. "I'm planning to start a new real estate company. Schuler Group will be responsible for its daily operation and management. We'll invest $500 million. After hearing what Dawson said, Jasper said directly, "Then JW Capital will invest $800 million. The total capital will be $1.2 billion. There won't be much problem dominating the real estate market in the province now." Dawson guffawed and said, "Good. What are your requirements in terms of the ratio of the equity shares?" "The more the better, of course." The person who said this was Wendy, who had not been given a chance to join in the conversation for a very long time. Her adorable face turned red after she said that because the two men opposite her were looking at her at the same time. Dawson shook his head helplessly. No wonder they said married daughters were like water that had been splashed out. His precious daughter's heart was completely siding with Jasper now. "Uncle Schuler, let me take an unfair advantage. I'll take 40% of the shares," Jasper said with a smile. In fact, according to the ratio of the capital, Jasper should be the one with the bigger portion. However, the real estate industry was not the same as other industries. Connections were very important, especially when they needed to get into contact with the local government and banks. Even though Jasper's JW Capital was famous now, it still could not compete with Schuler Group that had been established a long time ago in the province. Schuler Group's name would do better than JW Capital's when it came to getting into contact with the locals. As such, the ratio of the equity shares was pretty reasonable. However, Winnie did not care about this. Her beautiful eyes glared at her father, and it was obvious that she was not happy with the ratio Jasper proposed. She kept on hinting at Jasper to increase it. Dawson had no choice, so he said, "Let's do 50-50. My assets will belong to you two in the future anyway." After he said that, Jasper was delighted. Wendy was blushing while blaming Dawson for being so disrespectful even though he was the senior. After they finished talking about the serious matters, Dawson suddenly received a call while he was having tea with Jasper. After he placed his phone down, Dawson smiled and said to Jasper, "Jasper, the city hall of the province is planning to auction off a piece of land. I think it's worth the investment." Chapter 87. How's the location of the land? Jasper asked with one raised eyebrow. Dawson quickly asked someone to fetch a map of the city of the province. After opening the map, Dawson pointed at a small area on the map and said, "It's a total of 16 acres, so it's not small. The location belongs to the plot of the South Face River. However, the only problem is that it has slightly strayed from the intended line and is part of the surrounding of the city center now. The traffic and facilities might be a little worse." Jasper's eyes were glued on the map while listening to what Dawson said. Then, a glint flashed across his eyes. He was so familiar with this place. The most popular high-end residential area in the province would be built here 5 years later. The geographical location was not a problem at all because years later, the province would build the subway and enlarge the city center. In those two projects, this area would be included as the core area. The South Face River would be an important spot for tourism and be highly valued. Soon after, the biggest amusement park in the province would be built next to the area Dawson mentioned. This amusement park would be funded by investors from Harbor City, and it could be said that there was nothing like it. Jasper remembered how in his previous life, the opening price for this high-end residential area was $6,000 for every square meter. Back then, it was definitely an extremely high price in the province. However, this did not stop the passion of the house buyers. It was difficult to get a good house, so numerous house buyers lined up overnight and made every attempt just to get into the hot housing stock. What was even more extreme was that in the future, the only key university in the province would build their new campus here. Plus, with the development of an affiliated high school, the price of the houses would be pushed to a terrifying new height. How much was the price of a house in this residential area when Jasper was reborn? $80,000 per square meter. It was important to note that it was already 2020 back then, and it had been 15 years since this place was built. They could already be categorized as old houses. However, even the negotiated price of a second-hand house in the worst location would not be less than $77,000 per square meter. From the looks of it now, it's fine that the location is not so ideal. The construction of a building will take years at least. The development of the province will definitely be faster than our construction. Jasper's eyes were burning brightly as he said affirmatively. Now, the city of the province is pretty old and congested, so I think there will be an expansion coming soon. I think the higher-ups have already been discussing this. Plus, since this place is near the South Face River, it'll definitely be an excellent plot. Jasper's words surprised Dawson. Jasper, sometimes I wonder if you truly can predict the future. You're right. I've obtained some top-secret internal news. The City Hall is already discussing some related projects regarding the expansion of the city. After it has been confirmed, the proposal will be sent to the provincial government for approval. In the news I obtained, there's a high possibility that this piece of land will be included in the prioritized development project. The news is not out yet, but you're able to see this based on your own foresight. Dawson put away the map and sighed. Your nose for business terrifies me. When Wendy saw that Jasper was being praised, she beamed and felt giddy with happiness. Jasper smiled softly. Of course, he would never tell Dawson that he was indeed able to predict the future. How much is the base auction price for this piece of land? Chapter 88. Dawson chuckled wryly and said, 300 million. That's insane. Jasper did not know whether to laugh or cry. According to the market price right now, the residential area in the province will be about $3,000 per square foot. A 16-acre land won't even be 11,000 square meters, so 34 million should be enough, and they're asking for 10 times the price. Also, the land development rights to develop the south bank of South Face River as a whole. What Dawson said was shocking. Jasper lifted his eyebrow violently, and one word appeared in his heart immediately. Bye. There were a lot of barren hills on the north bank of the South Face River, so it was not suitable for commercial development. In comparison, the commercial value of the south bank would be much higher. This piece of land was located at the south bank of the South Face River, and the entire river cut across the province. Not only would there be universities in the future, but there would also even be affiliated high schools and a series of schools for the elite. The amusement park invested by investors from Harbor City in the future would be built at the South Bank as well. It could be said that in the next 20 years, the south bank of the South Face River that stretched for 6 kilometers would be the main area of development for the entire province. If one had the land development rights, then it would mean that they had bought a vast swathe of the province in the next 20 years. Since they had made a horrible loss from this deal, the province never sold any land development rights as a whole in the future anymore. The most they would give was one of the barren hills, but even so, people would go head-to-head for it. The base auction price is $300 million, so big families like the Hanks will definitely go for it. Anyone can see the importance of land development rights as a whole. It would be worth it even if you could just hold on to it. As such, the final price will definitely be high. Dawson pinched the bridge of his nose and said, "Do you think there's a need for us to fight for this? We have to take this down?" Jasper's extremely resolute voice made Dawson and Wendy look over in surprise. After he opened the map again, Jasper pointed at the heart of the city and said, "The heart of the city is too old. The city hall is contemplating the expansion of the city now, but according to my knowledge about the more urbanized cities, the transformed old city and the development of the new city will be mainstreamed. Look, is there another place more suitable than the south bank of the South Face River in the entire province?" Dawson and Wendy looked closely, and much to their surprise, they realized if they really were to build a new city, there would be no better place for it in the entire province than the south bank of the South Face River. Once we can get the land development rights to develop the south bank of the South Face River as a whole, then we will obtain the biggest power of speech in the core of the economic sector in the province in the next 20 years. Jasper said with utmost confidence and assurance. Then he opened his palm and made a grabbing motion with his hand on the map. This will be the trend in the future, and it's also the one thing that will help our real estate company flourish. Dawson stared straight at Jasper. He suppressed the emotions and excitement in his heart before saying, "Are you already planning for the trend in the next 20 years? Jasper said conceitedly, "Uncle Schuler, this is the age when only the strong survive, and we don't have much time. We can't move steadily and surely now. If we want to do this, we have to grab the chance to get instant success." "Okay, I trust you." If Dawson could start from nothing and build the family business to what he had now, it would mean that he was not an indecisive person. If the trend you mentioned were to come true, then it would be worth it even if I just hold the land in my hand for 10 years. Jasper thought silently in his heart. You don't need 10 years. If my memory is correct, the businessmen from Harbor City might now be in contact with the leaders in the Provincial Foreign Direct Investment Department. After confirming the amusement park project on the south bank of South Face River, according to his memory of his past life, the investment of $3 billion would become the biggest foreign direct investment in the province this year. If this project was implemented, then the capital for the land development rights would be back. Chapter 89. Jasper, you'll be responsible for the auction in the future. I'll get someone to register the real estate company. After they confirmed their plan, Dawson then sought advice from Jasper. Jasper nodded. It's better to do it now than later. Since we've decided this, then it's only natural to start immediately. Jasper and Dawson were people who were swift and decisive. They did not like to dilly-dally. The process of registering the company started immediately. On the other hand, Jasper also transferred the $800 million he had promised to the capital account of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Initially, he had a little more than $4.5 billion in his account. He had used $1 billion to register JW Capital. Then, Jasper used some of the money for investment, and he did not plan to take it out for the time being. After deducting the $800 million for the real estate company, Jasper still had $2.7 billion in his account. The money went out so fast. Wendy felt a little pitiful when she looked at the remaining balance in Jasper's account. The money that is spent never really left. They're just accompanying us in another way, Jasper said with a chuckle after recalling the sketch that went viral on the internet in the later generation. However, I don't feel secure seeing the number go down, Wendy said. It'll come back in twofold soon. Jasper was confident. As long as he wanted to, earning $100 million to $1 billion would be no problem to him. He had spent $1 billion as the capital for JW Capital and $800 million for the real estate company. In the future, they would all come back 1,000 or even 10,000 times more. Was there anything more effortless than this in the world? Province. Hank's residence. After Silva stepped down as the head of the family, he wore a casual tracksuit as he bent down to water the plants in the parterre. He was more than 50 years old, so, strictly speaking, he should be in the prime of his life. As such, he was far from the age where he had to wear the tracksuits old people wore when they were strolling to fiddle with plants. However, Silva looked happy and content. He did not look as reluctant or livid as the outsiders would have thought. Meanwhile, Zayden was standing at the entrance of the parterre. His face looked gloomy, and the glint that was flashing occasionally across his eyes stemmed from bitter resentment. "Dad, are you seriously going to retire like this?" Zayden said, while feeling unconvinced. "Your Uncle Zach has been eyeing my position since the beginning of time. I've been in that position for more than 10 years, so it's fine for him to be in that position for a while." Silva scrutinized the orchid in front of him carefully. When he saw the weeds next to the orchid, he reached out his hand to Zayden and said, "Give me the shovel." Zayden picked up the small shovel and handed it to Silva. When he saw him removing the weeds for the orchid, he could not help but ask, "Dad, how can you have such a relaxed frame of mind to take care of the plants?" After removing the weeds, Silva placed the shovel down and looked at Zayden flatly. Then, he got up to wipe his hand with a handkerchief. "When can you be more mild-tempered? You're so hot-tempered and impatient. You don't look like my son at all." "I'm unconvinced," Zayden yelled angrily. "You've been the head for so many years, and the development of the Hanks family has increased so much because of you. You've made so much money for the family that we can't possibly finish counting it all. It was just a tiny slip-up this time, and you were thrown from your seat. What the hell is going on?" Chapter 90. Silva leaned back against the rattan chair. He picked up a clay teapot and took a sip from the mouth of the pot. He asked, "Do you know why you lost?" Zayden stared blankly at him. Then his face became filled with bitter resentment. "The Schulers stabbed me in the back. They're despicable and have no shame. Everyone has the right to say that the Schulers are despicable and have no shame, but we can't. If you want to say those things, then both of us are the ones who are despicable and have no shame. Plus, the business world is like a war zone. If you lose, it means you're not as good as the others. You refuse to look at your own problems, but instead, you accuse others of being despicable and shameless. You're still too inexperienced." Silva asked Zayden to sit down. His tone and appearance looked unhurried. "The reason you lost is that you're too short-sighted. You were too caught up in the momentary gains and losses. When you're in the face of a crisis, you throw yourself into confusion. Plus, you're so condescending and opinionated." Silva looked deeply at Zayden. He was feeling a little disappointed as he shook his head and said, "You can be sophisticated, but your temper will be the thing that destroys you." Zayden said angrily, "Then why didn't you remind me back then?" "Why should I?" Zayden was speechless after Silva questioned him back. "You're my son?" Silva looked as if he was blaming himself. "I'll treat this 10 billion as buying a lesson for you. If you can grow, then this fee is worth it. However, Dad, your position as the head..." Silva interrupted Zayden. "That position is just a false reputation. If people acknowledge you, then you're the head. If people don't, then what's the use of you writing the head on your face? Dawson is not to be trifled with. There are more things he's hiding than anyone else. I've been going against him for 23 years, and I know him too well." Silva put his teapot down and said slowly, "This is just a gesture to show Dawson and the mysterious person behind his back." Zayden gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, "So we're just going to let this be?" "An old friend from the provincial government gave me some news. He said that they're planning to sell a piece of land at the south bank of the South Face River, including the rights to develop the South Bank as a whole." Zayden twitched his mouth when he heard Silva changing the topic suddenly. He said, "It's the middle of nowhere. What will it be worth?" "Short-sighted," Silva chuckled. "That piece of land will be very useful." Silva narrowed his eyes and said profoundly, "Dawson is very interested in that place. Zayden's expression changed as he lowered his voice to ask, "Dad, is there any inside news about this?" Silva caressed his expensive clay teapot and said, "Dawson is the prime example of someone who doesn't act without some incentives. If he wants to do something, then there must be some goodies that are attracting him. My people are still investigating what exactly it is. However, one thing is for sure. We will snatch everything he wants from his hands," Silva said and looked at Zayden. "I'll let you handle this. If there are any mishaps, don't even think about coming back to the Hanks family." Zayden could sense that Silva was definitely not joking. He quickly said, "Dad, don't worry. I'll definitely do it correctly this time. I know your little thoughts. Remember, a man's first goal is their career. Women and other things are all supplementary. When you have enough status, then the things you want will come to you without you looking for them." "Dad, I understand," Zayden said while feeling ashamed. "Go report yourself in the family's investment office later. I'll let you handle the business over there for the time being." Silva stood up and looked at the flowers all over the garden. He chuckled lightly and said, "I have a feeling that the grudge between me and Dawson for the past 20 years will end soon." Chapter 91. "Dad, don't worry. This time, I won't lose to anyone no matter what," Zayden said firmly while gritting his teeth. Silva turned back and looked at him. Then he patted his shoulder and said, "If that's the case, then the $10 billion fee is not much of a deficit." Zayden lowered his voice and said, "I'll take back this debt from the Schulers and that person behind them." Jasper had been staying in Schuler Manor in the province. Firstly, the registration of the real estate company and the series of paperwork regarding this process would need his signature since he was the shareholder. Secondly, he took this time to stroll around the province with Wendy as well. JW Capital was only investing in Terry's Own for now. In addition to that, Terry's Own was determined not to fall short, so they did not have to worry much about them. If there were any problems, Hudson and Jack were able to solve them. Jasper had planned this clearly from the beginning regarding this matter. He could not attend to everything personally, so if he needed to delegate, then he should. In his previous life, Hudson was able to lead his team into making Terry's Own a success, so there would not be many problems for him in this life. Plus, with his own investments and Jack's help, everything would only go even smoother. For now, Jasper was basically paying all of his attention to the province. In an instant, he was now living with Wendy under the eyes of his future father-in-law. Of course, they were sleeping in different rooms. Grape. Wendy's fair, supple, and long fingers held a peeled grape before putting it in Jasper's mouth. Jasper took it with his mouth, and when his lips touched the woman's finger, he got a coquettish eye roll in return. What a heavenly life he had right now. Back then, I heard my dad say that the news about that piece of land was leaked. Now, a lot of people are asking about it. A few of the millionaires in the province are very interested in it too. Winnie did not sound too happy. She looked pissed as if she was saying, "You be Astra's cheese better, not be sniffing around the thing I'm after." Nowadays, none of the people with a net worth more than 10 million are ordinary. If we can see something, then we can't expect everyone else in the world to be blind. Jasper felt that this was normal. Others aside, the rights to develop the south bank of the South Face River as a whole was already attractive enough. He knew how exaggeratedly valuable this thing would be in the future. However, this would not mean that the big shots could not sense anything even if they had not experienced a rebirth. It was just that they were not as clear and confident as he was. Jasper was not bothered about the others. The only ones he cared about were the Hanks. In his memory, the rights to develop had eventually fallen into the hands of the Hanks in his previous life. "I need to go out." Jasper got up and said. "Where?" Wendy asked. "The auction will start in 2 days. Today, the registration document for the real estate company will be approved. I'm going to register for the qualifications to bid," Jasper said before leaving the Schulers' villa. The auction was going to be hosted by the city hall, and the standard was very high. Since a lot of people were following it closely, the threshold was pretty high as well. The capital for registration would be at least 100 million. As such, nobody would have the qualification to come and watch. When Jasper arrived at the state-owned asset supervision and administration, he saw a lot of companies coming over to apply for the qualification to bid as well. When he was at the door, Jasper saw someone familiar. Zayden Hanks. The latter also spotted Jasper at the same time. Chapter 92. Zayden immediately walked over. Hey, you're here to apply for the bid as well? Zayden looked at the folder in Jasper's hand and chuckled coldly. You're just a man who depends on his woman, and you've gotten some worthwhile results? Seriously? You want to, but unfortunately, you'll never be able to, Jasper replied coldly. Zayden's eyes darkened as he scoffed. Lane, don't be so pleased. I've suffered some losses before, but what does it have to do with you? The winners are Dawson and that person behind him. At best, you're just a dog next to them. Stop trying to be a dog that's threatening people just because of its master's power. If that's the case, why don't we see who'll get the last laugh? Jasper shook the folder in his hand and said unhurriedly. Zayden said disdainfully with a scoff, You don't have the right to talk to me like that. Don't forget you're just someone who depends on his woman. The Schulers can kick you away anytime they want. Jasper peered at Zayden. He wanted to tell Zayden that the $600 million of the $800 million he invested in the real estate company was handed to him by Zayden. I don't know whether the Schulers will kick me away, but this time, I'm afraid your plan is going to be fruitless. After Jasper said that, he went straight to the staff to hand them his documents. Give me your company's registration details. The staff took down Jasper's details meticulously. He did not even lift his head, but when he saw the document Jasper handed to him, he was shocked. JW Real Estate's development company, Limited, is registering a capital of $1.3 billion. When he said that, everyone in the room cast sidelong glances at them, especially Zayden, who was still at the door and had not left. He clenched his fists tightly out of jealousy and shock. JW Real Estates. He knew that this company was started by Jasper and Wendy just by the name. Plus, the $1.3 billion registering capital was enough to make a person who was born in an upper-class family in the province like Zayden suffer from a dizzy spell. Not everyone was able to take out so much money in this time and age. Even the Hanks would need to scrimp and save for that amount of money after suffering the serious injury last time. He did not need to think to know that the $1 billion he lost last time must be in there. The interweaving jealousy and grievance were devouring Zayden's heart like venomous snakes. Then he heard something. The legal personality is Wendy Schuler, and the other shareholder is Jasper Lane. Are you Jasper Lane? Yes. This is my ID and the legal personality, Wendy Schuler's authorization document. All right. The details about the two shareholders are complete. This is your bidding number. Before the auction starts, please transfer a cash deposit of not less than $50 million to this account. Your qualification to bid will only take effect after that. Got it? Thanks. After the procedure, Jasper walked out of the door. Zayden stood in front of him, his eyes red. Did that old dog Dawson give the $1.3 billion to you and Wendy? Dawson and Schuler Group did not have any shares in the real estate company. Actually, if Dawson had given all of the shares to Wendy, Zayden could still understand. However, Jasper had a 50% share in this, and Zayden could not accept it. To him, Jasper was benefiting wildly for nothing. I was as surprised as you when the Schulers gave me so many shares and goodies. Jasper shrugged. Looking at Zayden, who was shaking from jealousy and shock, he chuckled lightly before saying, However, the reason he gave me the money the Hanks family gave to start a company and give me so many shares is that Wendy and I are on very intimate terms. Are you pissed? Bite me then. F***CKU. Zayden exploded and directly pounced onto Jasper. Chapter 93. Jasper did not move when he was facing Zayden, who was about to pounce on him, like a mad dog. He was even smiling at him, as if he was expecting Zayden to lose his mind completely. Mr. Hanks. At this critical moment, the people next to Zayden grabbed him tightly. This is the city hall, and upstairs is the office for the leaders. If you attack him here, then your family will be in trouble. Please calm down. Zayden's subordinates were still rational. They knew that if Zayden attacked Jasper here, he would be in trouble no matter whose fault it was. Zayden took a deep breath and suppressed his flames of anger. He glared at Jasper and said malevolently, You won't be complacent for long. Soon, I will make you kneel in front of me. Zayden turned around and left after he said that. Jasper felt that it was such a pity that Zayden had stopped himself at the final moment. If Zayden had attacked Jasper just now, then Jasper would have ways to make him get more than he bargained for. However, it was fine. It was a last-minute plan anyway, so it would not affect the bigger picture. Jasper turned around, and when he saw that everyone was looking over at them, he said, "Go now. Go on with your business. There's nothing to look at now." The crowd dispersed in confusion. After Jasper tidied his clothes, he was about to leave when he heard a woman laughing behind him. "You're pretty interesting." Her voice was soft and mellow with a lovely charm to it. Jasper turned around and saw a woman standing by the elevator. She was in her 20s and wearing a red dress. The weather was turning cold, so she had a shawl around her shoulder. She did not have much jewelry on her, but she was so charming as if she had been blessed by heaven. Her exquisite and outstanding beauty exuded a heavy feminine charm that could be sensed from her every move. This was the first time Jasper saw a woman who could compete with Wendy in terms of beauty. Wendy's beauty was so refined that it was unadulterated. She was like the most valuable gem in this world, and every inch of her was carved with the utmost care. On the other hand, the woman in front of him was different. She was beautiful, but she was not the most beautiful. The thing that impressed one the most about her was her fawning manner that was not pretentious. She was as charming as a light wisp of smoke. She could stand there and do nothing, but it would feel as if an invisible hand was plucking on your heartstrings. "Is that a compliment?" Jasper said without thinking the matter through. The corners of the woman's lips curled into a good-looking curve as she said, "I guess." "What would you do if he had really attacked you?" "Call the cops." Jasper was frank and straightforward. It was as if calling the cops after a battery was not a shameful thing to do for a man. This is a lawful society, so violence is not a solution for problems. People who go against the law will have to pay. When I asked other men this question, they would try their best to show their gentlemanly side that's not scared of provocation. It's as if this is the way to show their masculine charm. The woman's eyes shone as she looked at Jasper with interest. "So that's why there are other men," Jasper laughed and said. After he said that, he left. Chapter 94. The woman looked at Jasper in surprise. "Aren't you going to give me a name card and ask me for my contact number?" "Goodbye." The woman pouted while looking at Jasper's back. She felt that this young man was the most interesting person she had met after she came to mainland with her father. "Goodbye." Even though Jasper had already left the hall, she still muttered this. Jasper got into his car in the parking lot. His eyes were twinkling. The woman just now had a thick Harbor City accent. In addition to that, it went without saying that if someone from Harbor City was here at this moment, then it must mean that the big shot was coming over to invest in the province. Jasper had a plan forming in his head, and he quickly called Dawson. "Uncle Schuler, I have something to discuss with you." Dawson did not hesitate. He told his secretary to cancel his following schedule and said to Jasper, "All right, come to the company. I'll wait for you in my office." F***CK. F***CK. Damn that son of a B****. Zayden smashed the teacup in his hand furiously and was stomping his feet while yelling like a lunatic. The subordinates in the room did not dare to make a sound. They did not dare to provoke Zayden, who was in a violent rage. Who the F***CK does Jasper think he is? How dare he step on my head and tyrannically abuse me? When he recalled what had happened just now, Zayden felt as if jealousy and anger were gnawing continuously on his heart. He was on the brink of insanity. "Mr. Hanks," one of his subordinates said cautiously, "Master told us that we have to prioritize the proper business first. After we achieve our goal, that Jasper person will still be a dog in front of you. When the time comes, you can do whatever you want to him." Zayden pulled the collar of his shirt and laughed malevolently before saying, "You're right. Those dogs will never even dream that I've already contacted the businessman from Harbor City. With his support, I'll surely have the last laugh for this auction." While he said that, Zayden narrowed his eyes to hide the shock and greed in his eyes. It's a $3 billion investment. This Harbor City businessman is so rich. No wonder the leaders from the provincial government attach so much value to him. If an amusement park gets a $3 billion investment, then how much will the value of the entire south bank of the South Face River be in the future? At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Zayden quickly ran over to open the door. The person who came in was a sloppy-looking young man with an arrogant look on his face. "Mr. Law, you're here." Zayden did not put on any airs in front of Mr. Law. He smiled and bent over for him like a slave. Mr. Law grunted and looked at the room that was in a mess. Then he grinned and said in English that was dripping with a heavy Harbor City accent, "Didn't you say you're going to take me to have some fun in the province? I don't think you're in a good mood now." "Not at all." Zayden was smiling so widely it was as if flowers were going to blossom on his face. He said, "It's just a minor accident. My family wants to bid on that piece of land as well, so because of this, my father scolded me and criticized me for my slow progress." Mr. Law smiled and patted Zayden's face. He said, "Mainlander, don't play this with me. Don't worry, I've already told my old man about your situation. It's not that we can't work with you, because we're looking for a local company with strength anyway. You guys fit the bill, but if I'm not happy, my old man will not be happy. If we're not happy, then there won't be any hope for us working together." When Zayden felt Mr. Law's hand on his face, his smile became even more radiant and humble. "Mr. Law, don't worry. I'll definitely serve you well. The activities have already been arranged, so please come with me, Mr. Law." Mr. Law guffawed and said, "I love attentive mainlanders like you." Chapter 95. "You're too courteous, Mr. Law. It's my pleasure to entertain you," Zayden said in an extremely humbling manner. His heart was about to crack from anger and humiliation. However, he did not have a choice. He could only endure this because, at this stage, he could not offend Mr. Law. The auction was about to start, and the fruit of victory was just in front of him, so he must endure this. Zayden swore in his heart. After he won, he would return all of the grievances he had suffered during this period back to Jasper by 100-fold. "You mean the Hanks might have already contacted the businessman from Harbor City?" Dawson looked heatedly at Jasper, and his expression was solemn. Jasper nodded and said, "The attitude of the businessman from Harbor City could directly affect the attitude of the government. Since he's planning to invest, then the coherent facilities would follow after the land he invests in. Coincidentally, he would run into the matter of the province's expansion. Plus, the Hanks have already stated their determination to take down the land and the land development rights on so many occasions. On one hand, it's to make people back out of it, and on the other hand, I'm afraid the only other reason is to stir the pot so that other people would not be able to tell the truth." After hearing what Jasper said, Dawson asked, "What's your plan then?" "We'll give it to them," Jasper smiled and said. "Give it to them?" Dawson raised his eyebrow slightly. "It would not be wise to go head-on with the Hanks during the auction. This will greatly increase our cost as well." Jasper spoke frankly with assurance. He was very confident. The rights to develop as a whole is valuable because the investment project for the businessman from Harbor City is at the south bank of the South Face River. Plus, the businessman from Harbor City is the one with the final say. So, if he changes his mind, then the Hanks will suffer a great loss. Dawson understood what Jasper was saying. He took 2 steps forward and said, "Are you confident that you can influence the businessman?" Everyone knew the key element to this was still the attitude of the businessman. Jasper recalled the economic trend in Harbor City in his previous life. Then he smiled and said, "If the businessman is willing to work with us, he'll be able to get an even bigger profit, so why wouldn't he?" 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. Today, the city hall would become the temporary venue for the auction, and there was heavy traffic on the streets. Almost all of the influential families and millionaires in the province that people could name were here. Everyone was working for a living in the same territory, so when they met each other, they would surely exchange conventional greetings. "Mr. Long, you're so early." A middle-aged man clad in a suit smiled and said to another man who just got out of the car, "Me? You're in the pharmaceutical industry and you're interested in real estate." Mr. Long mocked. "What's the use of only being interested? There are so many people here, but all of us already know that we're going to lose." "You're right." Mr. Long sighed with sorrow. These 2 families had some bad blood before this. They were competing with each other openly and behind the scenes as well. Last time, the Hanks suffered a loss. This time, I wonder who will be the winning party. They've been sulking for a while. "So, it's worth the price of this ticket since we can watch a great show today," the man laughed and said. At the same time, Jasper and Wendy arrived at the parking lot. At the age where everyone was still treating Mercedes-Benz and BMW as high-end luxury cars, the appearance of a Bentley was very outstanding. Everyone at the scene of the auction looked over, and they knew immediately the Schulers were here. After Jasper got out of the car with Wendy, a few people who were close with Dawson all came up to them to exchange conventional greetings. Although Dawson was not here, Wendy was attending on his behalf. Wendy's performance for tonight was invulnerable. She greeted all of them with utmost manners, and it was as if she was able to chat with everyone. After exchanging conventional greetings, Jasper led Wendy to the venue of the auction. "No wonder your father isn't worried about letting you come," Jasper said with a smile. "You're doing a good job." Wendy pressed her lips together and said, "You can't escape these social niceties and interactions. I've been getting used to them since a very long time ago." The two of them walked to the entrance of the venue. They could see Zayden standing there from afar. It was as if he was standing there just to wait for Jasper and Wendy. He ignored the people around him who were greeting him. However, since his family was powerful, no one dared to quibble about this with him. When he saw the two of them, Zayden displayed a sinister look along with an evil grin on his face. He placed his hands behind his back before strutting to the two of them. "Hey, the man who depends on his woman is here." Zayden was acting strangely the moment he opened his mouth. After he said that, his eyes landed on Wendy. He looked greedy and malicious. "Wendy, you rejected the road to heaven and chose to mingle with this piece of trash?" Wendy looked at Zayden coldly and said, "Please go away." Zayden could feel his heart contorting when he saw Wendy wanting to put a good distance between the two of them. He chuckled coldly and said, "I liked you so much back then, but now you've become blind and chose this piece of trash instead." Zayden pointed at Jasper and said to Wendy, "This piece of trash is just coveting your beauty and family's money. Can't you see it?" Wendy did not want to continue bickering with Zayden, so she said, "I told you to go away, please. You'll only disgust me by standing in front of me." "Disgust?" Zayden lifted his face and guffawed. "All right, then I want to see how long you can stay arrogant for. Didn't you flaunt yourself as incorruptible? You feel disgusted looking at me. Huh? Soon, I'll make you adulterous swines kneel in front of me. You will regret this. You will regret choosing the wrong man. I will let you know that I'm the most excellent man, and this piece of trash next to you will just be my dog. Jasp, ignore him. Let's go." Wendy grabbed Jasper and walked past Zayden to go straight into the auction venue. When Jasper walked past Zayden, Zayden said with bitter resentment, "Just you wait. I'll wait." Jasper smiled. "I'll wait for your death." Zayden turned around with a flash of understanding. Then he stared straight at Jasper's back and clenched his fists. His nails were sinking into his flesh. Suddenly, Zayden cackled morbidly. "The more you feel pleased with yourself, the more down and out you'll be later. Come, let's see who gets the last laugh." After Wendy and Jasper walked into the venue, Wendy said to Jasper, "Jasp, Zayden is so gross." Jasper led Wendy to their seats and said, "We don't have to get angry over this kind of person. Our rival has always been the Hanks since the beginning of time, and not Zayden. He doesn't have that qualification yet." Chapter 96. After everyone from different industries arrived, the auction officially started. A group of people walked in from the side door, with the leader of the city hall leading them. Then, they sat in the seats that were intentionally separated from the rest. The leaders from different industries who came to the auction started interacting with each other. They understood that those people who had just walked in were the influential business people from Harbor City. The leader of the group was a man who looked like he was in his 60s. He was wearing a suit and looked lean. However, when he talked, he was oozing with the air of a successful man and looked like he was full of charisma. Next to him were a young man and a young woman. The man was chewing gum while looking slovenly. The woman was very beautiful and looked so charming it was as if she had been blessed by heaven. The moment she appeared, she attracted the attention of a lot of people. The woman was looking around in the venue as if she was looking for someone. Immediately, her eyes landed on Jasper. She smiled softly, greeting him from afar. Jasper smiled back at her as a response. "Do you know each other?" Wendy was particularly sensitive about this. "Not really. I only met her once," Jasper replied honestly. She's pretty, right? Wendy asked with a grin. SOSO. I don't feel anything looking at her. Anyone would just be a pretty shell compared to you. When Wendy got this answer that filled her with a will to live, she finally displayed a genuine smile. She was pleased with Jasper's tactfulness. Zayden looked into the eyes of the slovenly man from a distance. When he saw the other party gesturing an okay to him, he let out a huge sigh of relief before turning around to look for Jasper. When he saw Jasper and Wendy bantering flirtatiously with each other, his eyes darkened and he turned his head around with a scoff. The MC got on stage during the commotion and patted the microphone. After everyone was silent, he said, "Welcome everyone. I will be hosting the auction today. Plus, the returning millionaire investor from Harbor City, Mr. Zachary Law, his eldest son, Henry Law, and daughter, Anna Law, will be watching from one side." After knowing the identity of the business people from Harbor City, an uproar started among the millionaires from the province. Everyone knew that the business people from Harbor City were extremely influential, but they had no idea it was the #1 wealthiest family in Harbor City, the Laws. It could be said that the Laws were one of the friendliest families to mainland among the top millionaires in Harbor City. Their old master, Tom Law, and the leaders of Capital City had a very close relationship. They could not compete with Old Master Law in terms of status and position. The MC comforted everyone's emotions. Then he said, "So, let's start the auction now. There is only one thing being auctioned off today, and it's a piece of 16-acre land at the south bank of the South Face River. Plus, it comes with the rights to develop the entire south bank of the South Face River as a whole. The details of the land are already on everyone's tables. I'm sure everyone has already looked into this, so let's not waste any more time and start now. The base price is $300 million. Each bid increment should not be less than $1 million. $300 million. After the MC finished saying that, someone raised their paddle immediately. Everyone at the scene smiled knowingly. Everyone knew in their hearts that they were just here to watch the auction. The main characters would either be the Hanks or the Schulers. The wealth and power of the rest present were just slightly below these two families. $400 million. Indeed, Zayden called out right after. The person who called out $300 million gave in quickly. It was harmless to call out a starting price. If the Hanks had already joined, then it would be offensive to continue bidding. $500 million. Jasper started raising his paddle without disappointing the others. The auction had just started, and both of them came with guns blazing. Everyone started watching the show like obedient little kids. No one dared to interrupt the fight between the two families right now. Zayden looked at Jasper and smiled coldly. He had the promise of the businessman from Harbor City, so he was not afraid of spending money. $600 million. Zayden raised his paddle again. $650 million. $700 million. Zayden quickly called out and turned his head to smile coldly at Jasper. He said, "Don't come and bid like other people if you don't have money. Why don't you take a look at yourself first? He's deliberately infuriating you." When he pulled Jasper's sleeve. "I know," Jasper replied nonchalantly. "So what should we do?" "Our limit is $900 million. I don't think he'll give up based on his attitude," Wendy said worriedly. $710 million. Jasper lifted his paddle again. Zayden simply stood up and pointed at Jasper before laughing coldly. He said, "Did you run out of money? Where's the fun in increasing just $10 million? I'm going to call for $1 billion. Increase if you have the balls." After $1 billion was called out, it caused an uproar in the crowd. This price was more than what everyone had expected. Everyone turned their heads to Jasper. No one knew whether he would be enraged by the bid increment. "What are we going to do?" Wendy asked anxiously. There were no changes in Jasper's expression. He shook his head and said, "It's out of our price range." "You said the land development rights are very important," Wendy said hurriedly. "Don't worry." Jasper patted Wendy's hand. "I have a way." Wendy finally felt at ease after Jasper said that. It had been proven that as long as Jasper said he had a plan, he would never disappoint her. $1 billion going twice. "Are there any more bids?" The MC's voice kept coming from the stage. Everyone below the stage was quiet. No one expected the Hanks to win with an overwhelming advantage when they thought they would witness an intense battle between the giants. Zayden cackled furiously as he pointed at Jasper. "Aren't you extremely capable? Raise your paddle. Raise your paddle and continue the bid. I can kill you with just my money. You're still too young to play with me." Almost immediately after Zayden said that, Jasper's voice reverberated across the hall. 1.2 billion. There was a hint of confidence that would not lose to others in his nonchalance. Everyone widened their eyes to look over at him. When they thought Jasper was admitting defeat, he brashly called out 200 million to depress the price. "Jasp, aren't we letting this go?" Wendy asked in a small voice. She was confused about what Jasper was doing now. "Since the Hanks are so rich, then we'll make them pay a few $100 million extra," Jasper said and smiled softly. Wendy's gaze looked dazed. She looked at him as if to tell him, "You're so mean." She could not control the smile forming on her lips, and it was saying, "I love this." Jasper looked at Zayden, who had abruptly stopped cackling and was now looking like a duck that had been grabbed by the throat. A cold and calm smile then appeared on his lips. The smile on Jasper's lips looked like a blatant provocation to Zayden, and it was stomping completely on his dignity. It was as if what he did just now was just clownery. 1.2 billion. Going once? The MC's voice sounded. The corners of Zayden's lips twitched. He smirked malevolently and said, "Don't be so pleased with yourself. Do you think you can win with just 1.2 billion? Are you even qualified to compare wealth with the Hanks?" Chapter 97. We can't allow any mishaps for this auction. Zayden remembered the call he received from Silva before he left the house. The businessman from Harbor City had high hopes in them, and since they already had his support, the Hanks family had gathered most of their liquid funds for this. Zayden had a huge volume of bargaining chips in his hand. His dignity did not allow him to lose. Even though 1.5 billion was out of his budget, he was enraged as he gritted his teeth and called out, 1.5 billion. Zayden's expression was near malevolent. Everyone's jaws dropped when they heard this price. He also heard people sucking in their breaths. At this moment, everyone had the same thought in their heads. The Hanks were not treating money like money. 1.5 billion. Is there more? 1.5 billion going once? The MC's voice started to sound excited. 1.5 billion going twice. Zayden chuckled and said to Jasper almost morbidly, "Go on. Why are you not increasing the price?" "Huh? Go on if you have the balls. I don't King believe that you have the money to bid until 2 billion. On the stage, Zachary turned his head and asked the person next to him, "Who's that person who called out 1.2 billion? Immediately, someone leaned down next to his ear and said respectfully, "Mr. Law, he's from JW Real Estates and belongs to the Schulers." Zachary nodded and looked at Jasper profoundly. Then he said meaningfully, "This young man is pretty interesting." Henry got closer to him and said to Zachary, "Dad, the other man is called Zayden Hanks. I told you about him before. The young man you mentioned just now is obviously scared of Zayden's bid increment. How unpromising. He's terrified by just this." Zachary said in a mocking voice, "He's walking the dog. Can't you see that?" Henry's expression froze. With just one sentence, he made the person you recommended pay 500 million extra. "If you had half of his skill, then I wouldn't have to come here myself," Zachary lectured. "I'm sorry, Dad," Henry said, his face turning dark. 1.5 billion. Sold. We have reached a deal. Congratulations to Hanks Investments Company, Limited for the winning bid. The MC slammed the gavel down. Once the gavel sounded, it signified there would be no amendments. Everyone sighed, and some were sighing ruefully. The Hanks were indeed powerful. Zayden was cackling maniacally, and Jasper was silent. "You useless piece of trash. Why didn't you increase the price? I told you that you're useless. Did Dawson not give you enough money?" Zayden cackled and said, "Right, it's not like Dawson can take out so much money either. Do you think you can rest easy and live your life with no worries after finding a rich wife? Let me tell you today that you're nothing compared to me. You piece of trash." Zayden chortled maniacally and said. Jasper was still staying silent. His interest in fooling around with Zayden was long gone. To him, Zayden was no different than a barking dog right now. At this moment, Zachary and his group got up to leave now that the auction was over. When everyone at the auction was about to leave, Jasper got up suddenly and walked toward Zachary and his group. "Stop! The law's bodyguards quickly jumped to stop Jasper. They were looking at him cautiously. "Mr. Law, I wish to talk to you." Chapter 98. Jasper said directly. However, it was as if Zachary did not hear him and was already getting up to leave. "Jasper, are you insane? Who do you think you are? You even want to talk to Mr. Law? F***CK off if you don't have the money. Who the hell wants to talk to you?" Zayden cackled maniacally and said. Jasper did not pay attention to Zayden, who was acting like a mad dog right now. At this critical moment, Jasper looked at Anna and said, "Miss Law, just think of this as me owing you a favor." Anna frowned. She did not understand what Jasper was trying to do, but for some reason, she grabbed her father. "Dad, let's hear what he has to say." Zachary looked at his daughter in surprise. Then he shifted his gaze to Jasper and said, "Young man, I'm just a spectator for this auction. It's useless to talk to me. It's a fact that the gavel has already fallen for this auction, but I want to talk to you about another major business," Jasper said confidently. On one side, Henry was feeling pissed because he was lectured earlier by his father due to Jasper. As such, he said immediately, "What major business can there be? Stop wasting our time. Go away." "Henry, Dad has not spoken yet. So why are you interrupting?" Anna said bluntly. Henry was fuming. He did not expect an outside like Jasper to cause him to be lectured by his father and his little sister to roll her eyes at him. However, even if he was the big brother, he was genuinely scared of his sister, who was extremely tough ever since she was younger. He also knew that his position in his father's heart could not compare to his sister's, so he shut his mouth quickly. "Young man, you have good skills. Why don't we do this? I'm going to get into the car and go back to the hotel. You can talk to me during the journey." After Zachary said that, he walked forward. Jasper followed after him, and this time, the bodyguards did not stop him. Anna gave Jasper her seat, so he could sit with her father. Jasper looked at her appreciatively and said, "Mr. Law, the rich and powerful in Harbor City stand in great numbers, but to me, the Laws are the only big shots." Jasper was not buttering Zachary up at all when he said that. Old Master Law was an upright person. Back when Harbor City returned to the sovereignty of mainland, because of the Law's full support, they were beaten down by the authorities, so all they got were some strenuous and unrewarding businesses that were not profitable anymore. However, Old Master Law carried them all on his shoulders. After the handover, Old Master Law was the first one to go back to mainland for investment. Basically, he had focused on people's welfare and infrastructure. His first consideration was not profits, but the improvement of everyone's living conditions. Based on this alone, Old Master Law was a senior who Jasper looked up to no matter in this life or his previous life. After Zachary heard that, he chuckled and said, "Thank you for the compliments, but is this related to what you want to say to me?" "I'm sorry, but you don't have much time. Mr. Law, I can help you earn back the $9 billion your family lost during the financial crisis in the year of the handover." After he said this, Zachary stopped. The three family members shifted their gazes to Jasper. Even the expression of the leader of the city hall standing next to them changed. "Jasper Lane, what nonsense are you spewing? It's easy to talk big, but if you can't do it and infuriate the Laws, then it'll be such an undeserved catastrophe." However, Jasper's expression did not change. He was looking straight into Zachary's examining eyes without giving in. After the handover, the Terra financial crisis swept through Southeast Terra, and a lot of countries suffered terrible losses. Even though Harbor City was depending on mainland, so they did not suffer too much of a loss, the Laws lost nearly tens of billions of harbor dollars to save the economy of Harbor City. It was because of this loss, the Laws were slightly worse off than the current influential Big Four families. Plus, it would be extremely difficult for them to catch up. Even though the Laws did not regret this, they knew the pain they had been through. However, Jasper was now saying he could save them from this crisis, and Zachary could not help but feel moved. "Young man, do you know what will happen if you go back on your promise?" Zachary asked. Jasper got close to Zachary's ear and whispered, "Mr. Law, I'm the individual shareholder for crude oil futures back then." Finally, there were changes in Zachary's expression. It was because Jasper had already proved to him that he was as good as his word. "What do you want out of this?" Zachary looked at Jasper. "A collaboration with the Laws." You don't have to invest anything, because this collaboration will be profitable to both sides, including the development project for the south bank of the South Face River. Chapter 99. Young man, you have a huge appetite. Zachary laughed. Do you know how big the laws are? Jasper lifted his eyebrow. Even if he combined himself with Schuler Group, he would still be nothing to the laws. This was the truth. However, businessmen were all about profit. Zachary was testing him with that question, so Jasper absolutely could not back down. He also could not show any fear. However, the market in mainland is bigger. It's able to devour the laws without even causing a ripple. Zachary guffawed at what Jasper said. Young man, I'm seriously interested in you now. Not bad. Not bad at all. Henry mumbled at one side. Dad, he's just talking big and you're listening to him? He wants to collaborate comprehensively with us, with his qualifications. Does he have the money and the skills? Zachary glared at Henry and said, Your grandfather started from nothing and used only 200 harbor dollars to start a business, which then led to where we are now. Just because he doesn't have the capital now, who's to say he won't have it in the future? Next time, stop mingling with those gang of scoundrels you call your friends. You didn't learn any skills, but instead, you learned how to put on airs. Zachary's words caused Henry to hide to one side while hanging his head low. Zachary handed a name card to Jasper. I'll be staying in Sheridan these few days. You're welcome to come and look for me. Jasper caught a glimpse of visible admiration in Zachary's eyes. He smiled and said, The one who comes after you will definitely be the one visiting. Good. Zachary patted Jasper on the shoulder. First, he gave Jasper his name card, and after that he invited Jasper to the hotel he was staying in. Now, he was even patting Jasper's shoulder like he was Jasper's elder. All three of these moves looked extremely shocking to anyone with aspirations. Zachary had great expectations toward people, so no ordinary person would be able to catch his eye. His favoring of someone from a younger generation like Jasper had never happened before. Of course, Zachary did not forget Jasper's request. He turned around and said to the leader of the city hall, I think this young man has a bright future. If I can work with him on the amusement park project, then the laws would not need to worry about the future consequences. I can sign the investment agreement with you later. How would the leader of the city hall not understand what Zachary was saying? It was either they let Jasper do this, or he would invest in another place. This multiple-choice question was too easy. The leaders of the city hall looked at each other and nodded quickly to show that they would consider this. At this moment, a roar of disbelief ripped through the air. Wait! Mr. Law, wait! Zayden barged over wildly, but was stopped by the law's bodyguards. He struggled with his life and yelled as if he was going insane. You promised to work with the Hanks. We bought the land and land development rights for $1.5 billion. So how can you abandon us now? Zachary furrowed his brows and glared at his son. Henry, what did you promise him? Investment and cooperation were serious business. If Henry dared to go over his father's head and selfishly promise something to someone else, then this would be a huge crime of disrespecting the elders of the laws. Henry was so scared that he was speaking in Harborese now. Dad, don't listen to him. I just promised that I'd recommend the Hanks to you. I never told him that we'll work with them. Although Henry was a useless, spoiled kid from a rich family, he genuinely did not dare to act recklessly in terms of these major businesses. Zachary's expression looked slightly better, and he ignored Zayden. With his status and position, there was no need for Zachary to pay attention to him. Young man, I'll wait for you. After Zachary said that, he left with his group. Stop! Stop right there! Zayden roared as if he was going insane. Henry Law, I've been serving you these few days like a *king dog, and now you're ignoring me. Chapter 100. Henry was feeling guilty and was about to leave. However, when he heard that, his expression changed as he stared at Zayden before saying savagely, Do you believe that I'll kill you if you keep spewing nonsense? Zayden almost crushed his teeth into pieces when he saw Henry's aggressive face. He said in bitter resentment, $1.5 billion. We spent $1.5 billion, and that's it? Impossible. Damn it, it's not a done deal anyway. You can just not pay and treat the bid as void. You'll only lose the $50 million cash deposit that way. Henry spat out before turning around to leave. I'm leaving too, Anna smiled and said to Jasper. Thank you. I owe you one, Jasper said sincerely. Anna covered her mouth and chuckled. She did not care how many people were ogling her because of her lovely charms right now. She said, "Oh, it then, just remember to pay." After she said that, Anna walked away as if she was walking on air. At this moment, Anna and the Laws had no idea how huge of a profit this favor would bring. Everyone had left while Zayden and Jasper were the only ones left. Meanwhile, Zayden was gasping for air with a pale look on his face. Jasper, you planned this from the start. Zayden glared at Jasper with bitter resentment. You're the one who raised the paddle, and you're the one who called out the price. So, how can you say I'm the one who planned this? Jasper said nonchalantly. Stop pretending to be King stupid. Zayden almost pounced on Jasper to sink his teeth into him. The 1.2 billion you called out was to make me increase the price, so that I'll go into a dead end. It's because you're in cahoots with these Harbor City Curs from the start. You will King die a horrible death. Zayden roared maniacally, the bitter resentment in his eyes almost turning substantive. Jasper walked in front of Zayden, and because of their difference in height, Jasper was slightly towering over Zayden when he looked at him. If I were you, I would be thinking about what I should do now. Do you think you can solve the problem by throwing a tantrum like a dumb SS? Zayden gritted his teeth and roared furiously. I won't let you get your way. I've already won the land development rights. I won't give them to anyone. Take them then, Jasper said. How difficult do you think it is to develop the North Bank if JW Real Estates work with the Laws? Zayden felt as if he had been struck by lightning after Jasper said this. His entire body shook, and he almost collapsed to the floor. Plus, the Hanks had lost 1 billion before, and now they're losing 1.5 billion again. I want to know how much money the Hanks have for a prodigal like you to waste. Jasper got slightly closer to Zayden's ear and chuckled lightly. Then he continued, You're such an enlightened prodigal. Zayden could not hold it in anymore after he heard this. He yelled shrilly and felt a heavy weight on his chest. Then he opened his mouth and vomited blood. After that, his eyes rolled back and he passed out on the floor. Jasper did not think that his words had so much power. He quickly asked someone to call 911 to carry Zayden away. After he did that, Jasper walked out of the venue. Wendy was gently pushing back her hair that had been messed up by the wind outside. It's done. Jasper placed his hands behind his back and walked to Wendy as he said with a smile, How should I reward you? Wendy's eyes were shining with admiration and surprise while she asked, You, of course. Wendy was shocked and bashful. Before she could say anything, Jasper said, Your smile is the best reward for me. At this moment, Wendy's smile was like a blossoming flower. She felt as if she was the luckiest woman in the world. Chapter 101. Let's go home. Jasper smiled and reached out his hand. Wendy nodded and placed her small hand into Jasper's large hand naturally. The two of them walked shoulder to shoulder back to the parking lot. On the way, Wendy saw an ambulance driving into the courtyard hurriedly and asked curiously, Why is the ambulance here? Zayden's psychological state isn't doing too well. He got so angry with me that he needs to go to the hospital. Wendy covered her mouth to laugh secretly after what Jasper said. The two of them got into the car, where Wendy said suddenly, The daughter of the businessman from Harbor City is named Anna Law, right? Yeah. Jasper drove and did not glance sideways. I saw what happened. She spoke up for you, and that's how you got the chance to speak to Mr. Law. Wendy smiled. I think she can't bear to look at Zayden's arrogant face. Jasper's expression was getting more and more serious. Perhaps. Wendy looked profound. During the auction earlier, Jasper was not weak when he was devising a plan for the battle of more than $1 billion of funds and when facing Mr. Law, but now there was a light sheen of sweat on his forehead. Back at Schuler Manor, Dawson was waiting for the two of them at the door with a huge grin on his face after he got the news. You've returned victorious. Dawson made a joke that was hard to come by. Luckily, we didn't disappoint you, Jasper said with a smile. Dawson looked at Jasper up and down as if this was the first time he met him. I knew what happened. You rascal, You can remain calm and even-tempered, orderly and coherent, and have a sense of propriety when you're facing the laws. You have no idea how many friends of mine were praising you when you were in that situation. The laws are no different than any others to me, Jasper said sincerely. They're just richer, but I don't think I'm requesting them to work with me. I just gave them a better direction for collaboration. They're smart, so naturally they'll make the right choice. Good boy. Dawson patted Jasper's shoulder. Come, I'm happy today. So, let us two men have some drinks. On the dining table, Wendy looked helplessly at Dawson, who kept clinking his glass with Jasper's. She said, Dad, the doctor said your blood pressure is pretty high, so you can't drink too much. Alcohol is the essence of foodstuff, so the more I drink, the younger I'll get. Dawson ignored his daughter's worries. He turned around to lecture Jasper. You have to listen to the woman at home. However, you should also know when to listen to them. For example, you don't have to care about the women now. Jasper smiled and looked at Wendy, who was fuming right now. He said, You're right. You're right. Wendy could only change the topic when she saw the men behaving like this. The Hanks lost so much this time, and now they have to make a very difficult decision. Do you think they'll clench their teeth and hold on to the land development rights? No. Jasper shook his head and said, If Zayden is the head of the family, then maybe. However, his elders won't be as brainless as him. The best choice for the Hanks right now is to give up on the bid. It's better to give up on the cash deposit of $50 million than taking out $1.5 billion. If not, they would hurt their vigor greatly. However, how will the Hanks gain ground? Won't people laugh them to death? These families value their image the most, Wendy said curiously. Normally, they value their image, but when they're facing a matter of life and death, they'll be more understanding than anyone, Jasper smiled and said. That's too bad. It's just a $50 million loss, Wendy said while feeling that it was a great pity. Dawson chuckled softly and said, Just leave this to me. Jasper and Wendy lifted their heads to look over. Dawson then smiled and said, The Hanks have been so arrogant for so many years. So many people are not happy with them. Now, we finally have a chance to beat them while they're down. So how will 50 million be enough? Chapter 102. Zayden opened his eyes slowly in the hospital room. The person he saw after he opened his eyes was his father, Silva. Zayden felt a heavy weight on his chest as he anxiously opened his mouth and said in a trembling voice, Dad, that Jasper kid. I know, Silva said calmly. I won't resign to this. Zayden gripped the bedsheet and said through gritted teeth. You've lost everything, Silva said in an extremely disappointed voice. The family has decided to give up on this auction. We will surely lose the cash deposit. The city hall is furious because the auction was such a huge event and everybody's attention had been on it. However, in the end, we decided to void our bid. The city hall is giving us a penalty of $200 million. The family will never forgive me for this $200 million and the $50 million combined, Zayden said in a trembling voice. You had walked into his trap since the beginning. Silva sighed ruefully. I didn't think that young man named Jasper would be able to move Zachary Law. This is a huge variable and is the key for the Schulers to turn the tide. I want to kill him. Zayden gritted his teeth. He was so mad that his voice started to change. You should leave the province for now, Silva said flatly. Dad, you're giving up on me too? Where can I go if I leave the province? Zayden said hurriedly. Silva sighed and looked as if he had aged a few years. He said, From the looks of it now, the Hanks have completely fallen into a disadvantageous position. The continuous loss has struck down hard on my prestige. When one is rising, the other is falling. Your Uncle Zach's right of speech is growing now. You'll go to Harbor City. I still have some resources, and I'll plan for your future. The laws have hoodwinked the public, and they have a lot of rivals in Harbor City. Silva looked deeply at Zayden and said, You've had lessons coming at you one after another, so I hope you can grow from them. If not, there's nothing else I can do anymore. After he said that, Silva left the room. Zayden widened his eyes to stare at the white ceiling and growled in a voice that was laced with extreme rancor. Jasper Lane, just wait, just you wait. The Hanks tossed out a grand total of $1.5 billion in the auction to obtain the 16-acre land in the South Face River and the rights to develop the South Bank as a whole. A change of attitude from the businessman from Harbor City, leaning toward working with JW Real Estates. The Hanks voided their bid, angering the city hall and causing a $50 million cash deposit deduction and a penalty of $200 million. The upper class were all watching the drama as a series of huge news shocked the province. There was so much news in one day, and it was such a rare sight. The twist and excitement of the story were not inferior to that of a blockbuster. No one could expect that the initial winner would suddenly fall at the last hurdle. On the contrary, this meant JW Real Estates of the Schulers had become the key to turn the situation around. At the same time, Jasper was sitting in Dawson's office. He was on a call with the person in charge of the auction on his future father-in-law's phone. "Oh, Uncle Jasper, you're hilarious. It's an honor that you're willing to transfer the land development rights and land to JW Real Estates." The name of the person in charge was also Jasper. He had the same name as Jasper and was also older than him. So in order to become closer to him, Jasper naturally addressed him as Uncle Jasper. "Price? Oh, Uncle Jasper, you should know that I was so furious I got confused during the auction, so that's why I called out $1.2 billion. Actually, we're just a small real estate company that just started. Where will we get that money? I genuinely don't dare to play any tricks on you. I'm not pretending to be poor, but I really am poor. All right, Uncle Jasper, we'll just do whatever you say. You're occupied with important matters every day, so you must be so exhausted. We can't provide any help to you. So why would we cause more trouble for you regarding these minor matters? Yeah, it's the price I called out the third time. $710 million. That price is still doable. We definitely can't afford $1.2 billion. All right, you should go back to your business now, Uncle Jasper. I'll treat you to a meal next time." Dawson did not know whether to laugh or cry when he watched Jasper wrangle with the person in charge of the auction. However, this kid was indeed skillful. He lowered $1.2 billion to $710 million just by being cheeky. Who else in this world could do this aside from him? Chapter 103. After exchanging some conventional greetings with the person in charge of the auction over the phone, Jasper finally ended the call. "When are you going to visit the laws?" Dawson asked. "It's better now than never." Jasper pondered for a while. "They've shown enough sincerity, after all, so I'd better go over and do something as soon as possible." In the presidential suite of Sheridan, Jasper met Zachary once again. "Mr. Law." When Jasper saw Zachary walking out of the room, he got up and greeted him. Zachary smiled and gestured to Jasper to sit. Then he said, "Young man, we're going back to Harbor City tomorrow." Jasper asked, "Has the investment agreement been confirmed?" "If you're the one with the land development rights, then yes, it has," Zachary said with a grin. Jasper said sincerely, "Thank you for your help, Mr. Law. This is not even me helping you out. The situation in mainland is not the same as in Harbor City. Even though we've invested here before, the central core would still be Harbor City. As such, we still have to work together with a local developer with a much larger strength in this project to have peace of mind. Meanwhile, the Schulers are considered to be a pretty strong company in the province, so I'm not worried." "Mr. Law." Jasper was silent for a moment before saying suddenly, "I've been planning to go to Harbor City for a while, because I think after the bubble burst in the real estate market in Harbor City 3 years ago, the current market situation is in a slump. It's the best time for bottom fishing. At the time of the handover, under the malicious manipulation of the authorities, they had planned to make Summerland take over Harbor City, which was now left in ruins and had been squeezed dry. It was because 10 years ago, the real estate market in Harbor City had been flourishing. Almost all of the rich families and millionaires in Harbor City were dealing with the real estate industry. In addition to that, the Laws were nicknamed God of Land in Harbor City. The main reason this happened was that the authorities wanted to suck their blood dry. They wanted to converge all of the capital in Harbor City to the real estate industry before drawing all of them out. It could be said that they stole all of the savings Harbor City saved up for decades and only left Summerland with the ruins. However, although they did not have complete success because of a lot of reasons, the real estate in Harbor City completely ruptured and broke out that year. That was the rule of the economy, and nobody could stop it from happening. As such, the current housing prices in Harbor City were no different from cabbages to Jasper. After Zachary heard that, he smiled and said, "Young man, it's impossible to dabble in the real estate industry in Harbor City if you don't have the capital. Jasper smiled and said, "Indeed. Judging from my current assets, it's indeed not enough to dabble in the real estate industry in Harbor City." After adding up all of the money Jasper had right now, he might be able to buy a normal piece of land in Harbor City with a decent location. That was it. After all, Harbor City was indeed the economic center in the East currently. The pre-flourishing real estate prices in mainland could not compare to that of Harbor City. So, the other reason I'm going to Harbor City is that I think there's a huge opportunity in the stock market there. After Jasper said that, Zachary's expression became solemn. To Zachary, Jasper was already not a normal young man after all. Jasper's identity as the mysterious individual shareholder in the international crude oil market was enough to make someone not dare underestimate his opinion in the capital market. Not everyone had the ability and guts to snatch away more than $1 billion of profit from the large countries all over the world and big-shot capitalists. After returning from the auction, Zachary had asked his people to look into the details of the battle in crude oil's futures. The more he understood what was going on, the more shocked Zachary felt about Jasper. Jasper was experienced, his foresight was savage, and his decision was unwavering. Now, the manipulation skills of the mysterious individual shareholder were being used as a classic example by the professors in educational institutes of finance and economy during lectures. If he had not seen this with his own eyes, Zachary would not believe that this was done by the young man in front of him who was the same age as his children. I've mentioned to you about the opportunity in Harbor City's stock market. It's the chance to make up for the near tens of billions of loss your family suffered back then. Jasper's tone sounded very confident. Zachary looked at Jasper seriously and said in a low voice, "Are you saying that you want to make a stock market index?" The stock market index was a way to invest. For example, the stock market for Harbor City was called Hansel Index, and this was fundamental for the entire market of Harbor City. If the market rose, then the Hansel Index would rise as well. If the market dropped, then the Hansel Index would drop. Since the finance environment of Harbor City completely replicated that of the West, they could use the rise and fall of the Hansel Index to trade the futures of the market as a whole. Basically, they would be treating the Hansel Index as one of the products of the futures. They could leave it empty, or they could make more of it. Jasper nodded and said, "There will surely be a huge quotation of market price in a short time." The reason Jasper was so sure was that the dot-com bubble was about to burst. The stock exchanges of the world would rise because of the internet economy. At the same time, internet corporate would be in high demand for stock investors. However, after the bubble burst, a financial crisis that swept across the world would arrive. Jasper could not tell the laws everything because of a multitude of reasons. Zachary lowered his voice and asked, "How sure are you?" Jasper smiled and said, "Mr. Law, you should know that there isn't a 100% certainty on the capitalist market." Zachary nodded and said while feeling disappointed and frustrated, "Indeed, I was too rash. However, the laws do need a quick opportunity to withdraw currency from circulation. 90% maybe." What Jasper said froze the expression on Zachary's face. "Huh?" Zachary guffawed because he thought Jasper was joking with him. He said, "Oh, young man, all right, I'll wait for you in Harbor City. If it's just like what you said, then you'll be the most valuable friend to the laws." Jasper got up and said calmly yet solemnly, "Old Master Law was a legend throughout his life, and his heart was with his country the entire time. As a fellow compatriot, I feel proud to have such a senior." Zachary could feel that Jasper was saying that from his heart. He nodded and said, "I'll wait for you to come to Harbor City and be a guest at our house. My father hasn't met any guests in so many years. However, he must want to meet an excellent young man like you." Chapter 105. After all, some time ago when he started causing trouble outside and did not dare to tell his parents about it, his sister had always been the one to help him take care of those matters. Sometimes he would wonder if she was the elder sister and he was her younger brother. Everything in the province was basically completed, and now what was left would be given to the subordinates to handle. Of course, Dawson would arrange for all of these. As such, Jasper brought Wendy back to the city. It had been a while since they came back. The moment Jasper and Wendy stepped through the door, they heard Jasper's mother, Sally, nagging at them. "Even if you're busy, you have to rest and eat well." Where did you two go these few days? I saw that the lights in the house you're living in next door were turned off at night. I didn't see you two as well. We were in the province these few days. We were with Wendy's father. Jasper took off his coat and hung it on the rack while replying. You've met her parents? Sally had joy written all over her face. Did you remember to bring a gift? Did you forget your manners? Is Wendy's father satisfied with you? Sally's back-to-back questions caused Wendy to blush. She said quickly, Sally, it was just a normal meeting. The main purpose of the meeting was still the business collaboration. It's not what you think. Wendy, it's nothing to be ashamed of. Let's discuss this when Jasper's father comes back. Let's decide a time for his parents to meet. Sally said something astonishing. Jasper did not know whether to laugh or cry. What meeting between parents? Mom, stop interfering. What nonsense are you talking about, kid? Do you still want Wendy to stay with you with no status? I won't agree to it, and the parents should meet when it's almost time. According to our tradition, the man's family should go to the woman's home and invite the woman over. The more Sally talked about this, the happier she became. She wanted so badly to call Charlie back right now to discuss the meeting of the parents. When Jasper saw Wendy being as shy as a mouse and wanting very badly to hide, he coughed dryly. When he was about to say something, the phone rang. The person calling was John. He said it had been a while since they met each other, so he wanted to invite Jasper out for a gathering. Jasper could hear some hidden trouble that John could not mention amidst his stammers. As such, Jasper agreed without a second thought. Back then, John had helped him a lot, so if he could help him now, Jasper would not be stingy about it. When Sally heard Jasper saying that he needed to go out right after coming home, her face fell immediately. You're always so busy and don't even have time to eat at home. Huh? Jasper said helplessly. It's about social nicety, and I can't decline. I'll come back early. After he said that, Jasper ran away under Wendy's eyes that were filled with a secret grudge. After Sally nagged for a while, she turned around and beamed at Wendy. She said, Wendy, let's ignore him. What do you want to eat? I'll buy the ingredients now and make it for you. Wendy answered in a lovable manner. Sally, let's go together. I want to learn how to cook from you as well. The more Sally looked at Wendy, the more she adored her. She said unhurriedly, all right, let's go to the supermarket. I think Jasper's father should be back when we're done. 20 minutes later, Jasper arrived at the agreed location. It was a cafe. Nowadays, if someone wanted to eat out, it was either a down-to-earth restaurant or a high-end restaurant. There would not be a myriad of choices like in the future. As such, the existence of a cafe would gain popularity among ordinary people because it seemed stylish and pretty petit bourgeois to them. After Jasper found the private room, Jasper pushed the door open to see John sitting and drinking alone. What happened? You look like you just went through a breakup. John sighed and said, Brother, you have to help me this time. If not, I'll be done for. Chapter 106. Tell me I'm listening. Let me know what's going on, Jasper said while sitting down. John rubbed his face and started to tell Jasper what had happened to him during this period. Gradually, Jasper understood what was going on. The trouble John had run into was indeed directly related to him. Although Jasper had won a huge amount of money after the fight with Hugh in Royce Villa, Hugh never planned to let this matter go so easily. However, after that incident, Jasper was either in the province or Cavern City, so Hugh could not find a chance to seek revenge on him. As such, Hugh, who had lost $50 million, then channeled all of his anger and desire to seek vengeance on John, who was closest with Jasper. Even though John also belonged to the circle, at the end of the day, he was just a president of Commercial Bank's district branch. He still depended on his salary for his living. Normally, when the firms wanted to take loans, they would need to see if he was in a good mood. However, to be honest, those millionaires never paid much respect to John. Plus, Hugh was the one attacking first, so it was even more improbable for someone to be willing to offend Hugh for John. It was because of this Hugh played some dirty tricks and set a trap to get hold of the details of how John went against the rules to approve loans for companies. Then, he even disclosed this to the city branch. Hugh's people were among the leaders of the city branch and were tough. John pulled some strings, but they still closed the door in his face. If the investigation team came after him, then he would lose his job. As such, John only called Jasper because he had no choice. Is it true that you violated the rules and approved the loans? How much? Jasper asked. John's eyes were red as he gritted his teeth and growled. It's not a lot, just more than 3 million. However, those inhuman **stards with no conscience will still complain about life, even if they have more than enough. They're all thankless wenches. I did violate the rules in some parts. If I have to go strictly by the rules, then a lot of companies won't fit the requirements for loans. The ones who fit the requirements might not even want a loan. How do they expect us to do our jobs like this? These are the unwritten rules in the industry. Everyone will turn a blind eye to this. It'll be fine as long as no one causes any huge trouble. That **starred Hugh deliberately asked someone to set a trap for me. That person wasn't a stranger, so I wasn't worried that he wouldn't pay up, and that's why I approved the loan. In the end, who knew that person would take all the money and run? I can't get the money back, and Hugh is using his connections to disclose this to the branch. So, that's how I got into trouble. Jasper did not say anything as he was thinking. John remained silent for a while. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, it's fine if you can't take care of this. If worst comes to worst, I'll just quit my job as the president." Jasper shook his head and said, "If they really implicate you, it's not a matter of losing your job or not. You might even get sent to jail if this is not handled correctly." John's face turned white. He was in the industry, so how would he not know the sensitivity of these banking matters? If he approved loans without following the rules and the person ran away, as a president, he would really be sent to prison. But don't worry. Jasper smiled and calmed John down. This is easy to take care of. However, my goal is not just to take care of this. A person like Hugh will always bear grudges at one side, and he'll be a time bomb for you and me. Why don't we use this opportunity to get rid of him? When John heard what Jasper said, he widened his eyes and controlled his excitement. He said, "Brother, are you sure?" According to the memories of his past life, John would keep getting promoted, and in the end, he would be the second in command of the provincial branch. On the other hand, Hugh's Lantern Capital would bomb, and in the end, it would be finished. At the end of the day, the reason Jasper knew this was still because he had changed some things after his rebirth. However, overall, there was one thing that would remain unchanged. It was that Lantern Capital would definitely be finished. Lantern Capital's investments were running at a loss. If he wanted to fix the hole, and also the 50 million he lost back then, he could only rob Peter to pay Paul. He might have already used the client's funds. Plus, there was another important point. Jasper remembered that in his previous life, after Hugh's business completely went down the drain, he was eventually sentenced. The team from the Municipal Bureau of Economic Investigation had been watching Hugh a very long time ago. The moment the company went down, they immediately got hold of him. Back then, he was arrested for illegal fundraising. To Jasper, it was not too complicated to destroy Hugh. "Can you get in contact with Hugh?" Jasper asked. John did not know why Jasper asked this question. However, he said, "Yeah, but I had a falling out with him over the phone yesterday." Jasper said, "Call him and tell him you're treating him to a meal." John stared blankly at him and said, Won't you be walking right into the trap? He's been looking for you all over the place. I'm worried that he won't find me. If he does, then I have everything planned." "Make the call," Jasper said. John nodded and called Hugh. He also deliberately put it on loudspeaker. Immediately, the call went through and Hugh's gloomy, hoarse voice sounded from the phone. "Jackson, why are you still calling me? Are you going to beg for mercy?" Jack took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his chest before saying, "I'm inviting you to a meal." Hugh was stumped for words before chortling. "A meal? I won't let you get away with this even if you kneel in front of me. You should blame yourself for following the wrong person. I'll consider letting you off if you get that Jasper kid to come over. Ask him to kowtow to me and apologize to me." Jasper gave Jack a look. Jack said coldly, "He's the one who wants to see you." There was silence on the other end of the phone. Then, Hugh chuckled and said, "That kid has really appeared? All right, he's pretty ballsy for having the guts to see me. Tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock, I'll book a table at Grand Millennium and treat him to a meal. Remember to tell him that if he wants to beg for mercy, he needs to bring a check of $80 million. If not, I'll break his legs and let him crawl out the door." After he said that, He hung up the phone. Jack said with worry, Hugh has some connections with the mafia. Aren't we a little impetuous by doing this? Jasper smiled and said, those tricks are better kept under the table. So what should we do now? John asked. Find 2 experienced stock traders and just follow my instructions tomorrow, Jasper said calmly. I know Lantern Capital has 1 main holding share. So, we'll get it down for him tomorrow. His clients will feel the fire catching their eyebrows before he can even feel anxious. John said excitedly, Brother, I'll count on you this time. Jasper smiled and said, You're in this position because of me too, so I should help you to the end. While he said that, Jasper stood up. Come, let's go to a place. Where? John asked curiously. The Securities Commission in the city. Chapter 107. Are you? John looked blankly at Jasper, as if he knew what he was thinking about. Do you think someone like Hugh would have a clean background? Jasper smiled indifferently. Then, the 2 of them went to the Securities Commission. As for why they went there, only they and the president of the Securities Commission would know. The next day, in John's office, 2 young people who had just stepped into society were shaking in fear. It was obviously their first time in the president's office and doing personal matters for the president. Damn it. They were being favored by the president now. Do you remember now? John's expression looked solemn. The account and target shares have been given to you too. When the trading commences in the afternoon, go in and immediately hammer the market. Hammer it as low as you can. The 2 young people nodded in haste. Don't worry, sir. This is easy, so we'll definitely do well. However, since we're going to hammer the market, what about the capital? One of the 2 young people voiced out their concern. This was the stock market, and if they did not have at least hundreds of millions of capital, they would not even cause a ripple. John gestured to them to look at the capital in his account in the back end. The 2 confused young people opened the back end. Then they widened their eyes as if they had just seen a ghost, and their mouths turned into O shapes. Gosh, there's so much money. 2 billion. Ivy never had this much money to play the game with before. The 2 young people were looking at John as if they were looking at a tall mountain. $2 billion. No ordinary people would be able to see this much money in their lifetime. Anyway, the task handed to you 2 is not difficult. You'll be fine if you do it properly. If you cause any trouble, then you can take off your clothes and get lost. John gave the 2 of them a warning. Got it? The 2 of them did not dare to say anything more. It had been so difficult for them to get into this industry after pulling some strings. They were not idiots, and if they were able to do this well, then they would be able to get the chance of being favored by the president and become his people. If they did not do well, then they might seriously have to leave. After his announcement, John looked at the time. When he saw that it was about time, he left his office. After he left, the 2 young people started murmuring immediately. Say, which god-tier client is this? 2 billion? How King scary. We shouldn't ask what we shouldn't. We should be careful not to cause trouble for ourselves. The other was more cautious and sensible. After they said that, they shut their mouths and waited for the time to come. Downstairs, John had already gotten into Jasper's Bentley. It's great to have money, John said ruefully. He remembered his predicament when he remembered the 2 billion capital and sat in the Bentley. Both have their advantages and disadvantages. Both have their troubles, Jasper chuckled and said. John nodded and said nervously, Are you sure it'll be fine? Don't worry. Does he really have the balls to kill us? Jasper said indifferently. John nodded heavily when he thought about this. Grand Millennium was one of the assets under Hugh, and it was considered a pretty high-end hotel. Jasper's car stopped at the entrance, and the 2 of them got out. After they got out of the elevator to go to the reserved private room, Jasper and John could feel the tension in the air. There were people on both sides of the corridor. All of them looked like thugs. They were chewing gum and shaking their feet as they looked at the 2 of them in a rowdy manner. There were roughly over 20 people standing in the corridor at first glance. John was starting to panic when he saw this. Then he remembered the rumor about Hugh keeping a bunch of desperados as his subordinates, and his face turned white. Chapter 108. However, Jasper was not scared at all. He walked straight to the private room without glancing sideways. Behind Jasper, John's face was pale. He kept swallowing his saliva and did not dare to look at the thugs on both sides. When they got to the door of the private room, John, who wanted so badly to run away from this corridor, took the initiative to grab the doorknob. With a smack, one of the men who looked like the leader of the thugs smacked John's hand away. Mr. Lewis said you have to kneel and crawl into the room if you want to go in. The head of the thugs had a buzz cut and was showing off the sinister-looking tattoos all over his arms. He snickered, and his eyes were filled with sinister glints. John was shaking from anger. However, he did not dare to say anything, so he turned his eyes to Jasper. Jasper glanced at the head of the thugs and increased the volume of his voice to say to the person behind the door, "Hugh, is this how you treat your guests?" The private room was dead silent. "All right, if you think these thugs can hold up the facade, then you can have fun on your own." After he said that, Jasper turned around to walk away. The moment he turned around, the door of the private room opened. The inside of the room was huge. There was a big round table that was filled with food. Hugh was sitting on the main seat that was facing the door in an imposing and forthright manner. He was holding a piece of roast chicken, and his face was greasy from chomping down on it. On the other seats of the round table were a few of the people Jasper knew and had seen in Royce Villa before. They looked as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Behind Hugh were a few tall and sturdy bodyguards. He had the manner of the head of the mafia. I'm sorry. My men were insensible. Guys, please come in." Hugh grinned and said. He pointed at the seat opposite him with his greasy finger. "There, I saved those seats for you guys." Jasper led John into the room and sat down directly. Hugh stood up and walked to John so that he was behind him. He wiped his greasy hands on John's suit and chortled. "Did you bring the money?" "What money?" Jasper asked him back indifferently. The smile on Hugh's face disappeared gradually. Then he slammed his hand down on the table. He had exerted a lot of force in that slam. Not only did the utensils on the round table jump, but even the people on both sides of the round table were startled. Hugh roared at Jasper, "Are you King joking with me right now? I told you to bring 80 million. Where's the money?" Jasper stood up and looked straight at Hugh. He took out a checkbook from his pocket and wrote a sum of 80 million. Hugh's eyes were twinkling when he saw this. He thought Jasper was scared of him, and he really came here to beg for mercy. Back then, he had lost 50 million, and during this period, he had secretly embezzled a large number of the clients' funds to barely fill in the gap. Even so, a lot of clients were starting to feel suspicious. However, Hugh managed to suppress all of them. If he was able to get this 80 million today, then not only would he make the losses back, but he would even earn 30 million. "Ah!" Hugh patted Jasper's shoulder and guffawed. He said, "A wise man submits to his circumstances. Young man, I admire you for having a sense of propriety." At this moment, Jasper had already written the check, but did not sign it. "Do you want this?" Jasper glanced at the grease Hugh got on his coat and said indifferently, "Wash my clothes till they're clean again." Hugh stared fixedly at the check in Jasper's hand and sneered, "It's just a piece of clothing. Sign the check, give it to me, and I'll buy 10 of them for you. Mr. Lewis, money has always been nothing but numbers to me. But do you think I'm here to give you money?" After he said that, Jasper ripped the check in front of Hugh and the others. With a rip, the check that was able to cash $80 million from the bank turned into waste paper. The smile on Hugh's face froze. Then, Jasper looked at Hugh and uttered a statement coldly. "You dirted my clothes, so you have to wash them for me." Chapter 109. Gulp. That was the sound of John swallowing his saliva with difficulty. At this moment, the air in the private room was extremely tense. It felt as if everyone had been set firmly in place with glue. Nobody dared to do or say anything. John was seriously scared. He was scared that Hugh would be completely infuriated and do something irrational. This place was filled with Hugh's men, and if he really were to go insane, nobody would guarantee what would happen to Jasper and him. When everyone was holding their breath and did not dare to exhale, Hugh made this sound from his throat. It sounded like a laugh, but since it was too short and cold, nobody felt any benevolence from it. "Jasper, nobody dares to be impudent in front of me. Meanwhile, you have completely enraged me." While he said that, Hugh stared fixedly at Jasper with his eyes glinting in a hostile manner. I'll let you guess if I have the guts to call a few of my men in here. Pluck the nerves of your hands and legs and give them tens of thousands of dollars to leave the country. What will be waiting for you then is a lifetime of disability. A little while before Jasper and John arrived at the hotel, the two young men in John's office were waiting for the trading to commence. They did not dare to hesitate. When it was time, their fingers immediately flew across the keyboard, and they started doing what John had told them to do before he left. At the next moment, Company A received a $2 billion cash injection. Zoni was the blue-chip stock in the eyes of a lot of stock investors. A second before the trading commenced, its price was still flat and reasonable. A lot of the stock investors who were following this got the news about the dealer hyping, and there would be a huge increase very soon. When they were considering whether to buy some, in the next second, the price of the stock plummeted. When the stock investors were in a daze, the price plummeted horrifyingly once again after staying still for less than a second. The stock investors who did not buy were feeling lucky that they had dodged the bullet. However, the stock investors who had bought in were crying to the heavens and selling the stocks they were holding at the lowest price, as if they had gone insane. However, the plummeting stock price would not give them the chance to sell. After they had their lowest price pending, the current stock price would fall below the price they set. This plummeting of stock prices without warning attracted the attention of a lot of people, including the vice president of Lantern Capital, who had been staring fixedly at the situation all along. He was Hugh's trusted aide, so naturally, he would know that his boss and a few owners of a private enterprise had a controlling number of shares and were trading in Zoni. Since it had great potential, Hugh had invested most of the funds from Lantern Capital into Zoni. He was waiting to make a huge amount of money when the time came. However, Zoni was now plummeting as if it had fallen down a cliff. Sweat was forming on this vice president's forehead. In the blink of an eye, he received a lot of calls. All of them were asking whether Lantern Capital was the one that caused this plummet because of something they secretly did. The vice president only wanted to curse. If Zoni's stock price plummeted, the one suffering the biggest loss would be Lantern Capital. He was not an idiot, so why would he let it plummet? After a few calls, the price was still plummeting. On the other hand, the floating loss account of the company had reached a ghastly number. This was beyond his range of control. The vice president did not hesitate before calling Hugh. At this moment, Hugh was considering whether to cripple Jasper. The hurried ringtone eased the tension in the silent room. Hugh frowned and answered the call while feeling pissed. However, after hearing the urgent report from the other end, Hugh's expression changed slowly. The contrast of that was Jasper's eyes that were getting calmer. How is that possible? Hugh muttered in disbelief. Then, it was as if he had come back to his senses. He grabbed Jasper's collar and roared, "It's you? Did you do that to Zoni?" Chapter 110. Were you the one who caused Zoni to plummet 10 minutes after the trading commenced? Hugh's furious roars caused everyone's expressions to change. Zoni? The one where Lantern Capital is the dealer and has the main holding shares. I heard in order to make back the 50 million loss, Hugh put all of his money in it. How could it have plummeted? Even though Zoni doesn't have a huge market, it's impossible to control the price without a few $billion. My gosh, they're seriously taking drastic measures to deal with the situation. The crowd who did not dare to speak because of Hugh were now like cats on a hot tin roof. All of their expressions started to change. Suddenly, John was no longer panicking in the crowd. He even took out a cigarette and lighted it before taking a drag happily. Looking at the crowd around the table who were overwhelmed with shock, horror, or amazement, John suddenly wanted to laugh. He wanted to laugh at all of them. These people had no idea how horrifying Jasper could be. On the other hand, Jasper lifted his hand to remove Hugh's hands before saying indifferently, "You're involved with Zoni? I'm sorry, I didn't like that company, so I smashed its market. Now I might let it lose a few $100 million. Hugh felt as if his heart had been ripped out after Jasper said that. He looked at Jasper with rancor and gritted his teeth. He said, "My entire fortune and life are on Zoni. If you smash it, then you'll be taking my life. Too bad, then." Jasper chuckled lightly. He lifted his eyes to look at Hugh, who was like a mad dog. He said slowly, "Or maybe you can kneel in front of me. If I'm in a good mood, I might save a few coins for you to spend for the remainder of your life." Jasper! Hugh had completely lost his mind. He roared, "I'm going to kill you." "Shut up," Jasper roared all of a sudden. All this while, Jasper's tone had been neither fast nor slow. This was the first time he used his voice to completely overpower Hugh. "If I were you, I'd be wondering what the investors will do to you after such a huge loss. Will they pluck your nerves, or will they skin you alive?" Jasper's words caused Hugh's face to turn white. He was clear that the money from Lantern Capital had all come from the investors, and none of those people should be provoked. If word about what happened today got out, Hugh Lewis would be completely finished. There was intense fear in Hugh's eyes. His lips were trembling as he said, "Why, you're a devil." "Thanks for the compliment," Jasper said slowly. "Do you think you've won?" Hugh said suddenly. "If not?" Jasper asked. "Ha ha ha." Hugh lifted his face and guffawed. He pointed at the outside of the room and said, "Everyone out there is arranged by me. Yes, I'm done for and Lantern Capital will close down tomorrow. But so what? Before that, I want to kill you. You can only blame yourself for being too savage. You burn all of the bridges, so don't blame me for being cruel," Hugh said while laughing nastily. Some people on the round table were shaking their heads while sighing. Even though Jasper's skills are amazing, unfortunately, he's still not Hugh's rival. The carpet pulling is great, but at the end of the day, a slow remedy does not address the current emergency. The people who were talking looked at Jasper, and their eyes were filled with pity. Everyone here is under Hugh, and the ones out there are desperados who will seriously do anything for just $10,000. Jasper is finished for forcing Hugh to a dead end. He's still inexperienced, not like us seniors. If not, he would not have come here. It'd be enough manipulating this from the dark. He wouldn't have to face these risks if he did that, would he? When John heard that as he was smoking his cigarette, he wanted to laugh even more. He wanted so badly to stand up and tell those opinionated idiots that they had walked into Jasper's trap right from the beginning. Hugh's final counterattack was just vulgar claptrap to please the crowd. However, he could not do that, so John was having such a hard time holding himself together. Bang! At this moment, the door of the room was kicked open and a team of uniformed officers walked over to Hugh solemnly. Chapter 111. "Are you Hugh Lewis?" The leader of the team asked Hugh sternly. Hugh looked at him in panic and looked at the corridor. He realized that the men he brought with him were nowhere to be seen. Ineffably, Hugh's expression turned horrible, as if a crisis was going to fall on him any time. "I'm asking you if you're Hugh Lewis," the officer yelled. "Why, yes," Hugh answered with difficulty. He knew if these people were able to show up in front of him, then they must already have concrete proof of his crimes. "Hugh Lewis, we have sufficient proof to suspect that you're involved in illegal fundraising and manipulating the stock prices in the dark. This is your summon. Please come with me," the officer said in a deep voice. Hugh gritted his teeth tightly and looked at Jasper with rancor. He growled, saying, "Did you arrange all these?" Jasper said indifferently, "You've broken the law, so you were simply asking for this." Hugh roared, "If it wasn't for you, how would it be possible for them to show up just in time? Stop quibbling. You're the one who did this. Hugh, you still aren't remorseful even when death is near. We're not working under someone, so nobody can tell us what to do. Actually, we've been watching you for a very long time. You're just too egotistical and didn't notice," the officer said coldly. Hugh laughed maniacally and said, "Bullsh asterisk T. Those people's money is for me to invest. You're saying that I'm manipulating the stock prices? Jasper is the real manipulator. If not, how could Zoni have plummeted all of a sudden? The investment agreement of Lantern Capital clearly states that all of the investment funds will not be used for stock speculation, so it means you've made a promise to your investors. Hence, this is illegal. A lot of people have reported you. You just had no idea. As for you saying that Jasper is also manipulating the stock price, if you have the evidence, you can report him to us too. We'll definitely enforce the law impartially," the officer said sternly. "Ask them if you don't believe me." Everyone here heard Jasper saying that. After Hugh said that, he suddenly could not continue anymore because he remembered that Jasper had never admitted to manipulating the stock price before. Jasper looked at Hugh indifferently, as if he was watching the final outburst of a hysterical lunatic. "I think everyone here can be my witness. Just now, I said I thought Zoni has a pretty high price and it's scamming the stock investors of their money, so that's why I'm not happy with it. The only thing I did was sell its stocks. Jasper chuckled and turned his head to the officer to ask, "Is this manipulating the stock price?" The officer shook his head and said, "This is a normal investment in the market, so it's not." Hugh staggered backward and glared at Jasper with extreme rancor in his eyes. Suddenly, he laughed furiously. "All right. Well done. What a nice trick. You've planned this from the start so that I'll go behind bars." Now everyone in the room understood. This was indeed a trap. However, could one say that Jasper was the one who set this trap? At the end of the day, the problem was with Hugh because he was the one breaking the law. If not, Jasper would not have been able to make those officers do this even if he wanted. As such, Hugh's arrogance and Jasper's impression as a scatterbrained youth back then were all fake. This entire development had already been in the palm of Jasper's hand. How horrifying! The person next to John who had just teased Jasper for being inexperienced sighed in regret with a horrible expression on his face. "I've been living on this earth for 40+ years, but I didn't expect to gain knowledge and experience today." Another man looked at Jasper and muttered with a complicated look in his eyes. John snorted and said, "That's why you can't just look at one side when you're looking at things. Who knows what will happen in the future? All of you are not young anymore, and you still don't know this." Chapter 112. Everyone on the table flushed red when they heard what John said. None of them dared to refute him. "Jasper, you'll die a horrible death." When he thought about how his high position and great wealth would end here today, and what would be waiting for him was jail time, Hugh completely lost his mind. He pounced at Jasper like a mad dog and looked as if he wanted badly to drag Jasper down with him. However, Jasper stood in his spot without moving. It was because the officers at one side who had been waiting and eyeing covetously instantly tackled Hugh to the floor. "Take him away!" The leader waved his hand, and hence, Hugh was brought away while he yelled and cursed continuously. As Hugh's voice got further and further away, the officer shook hands with Jasper and said, "No matter what, thanks for your information. If not, we wouldn't have been able to capture him so easily. As a citizen, I should cooperate and help out," Jasper said with a smile. The officer displayed a smile on his expressionless face. Then, he said sternly, "We'll support legal businesses, and at the same time we'll also provide the best environment for you guys. However, we will not allow any illegal activities to go on." Jasper nodded and said, "As it should. I won't be staying for long. I'll get going now." After the officer said that, he gathered his team and left. After they left, Jasper turned around to look at the table. There were about 8 to 9 people at the table. Even though the host, Hugh, would not be coming back anymore, no one dared to leave before Jasper said anything. As such, Jasper walked to the seat Hugh had been sitting on before he left amidst the stifling silence. He draped his arm across the back of the chair and scanned everyone's faces. Then he chuckled lightly. "What are you waiting for? Continue eating if you're still hungry, and if you're not, leave." Everyone left out sighs of relief after Jasper said that. After all, it might seem that they were siding with Hugh because they were sitting here. Although they never said anything, their presence was proof enough. Now, Jasper had completely ended Hugh quickly and efficiently. No one was sure if Jasper would seek revenge on them in the future. No one expected that Jasper, who only joined their internal meeting a few months ago as a newbie, would now replace Hugh as the powerhouse among them. I still have something to take care of, so I have to go now." Finally, someone could not take this anymore and stood up while saying with a smile. With someone taking the lead, a few more people immediately started bidding their farewells as well. However, after they said that, Jasper did not say anything. As such, they would not dare to leave just like that. It seemed that they were pretty cautious. Jasper did not look at them. On the contrary, he only said nonchalantly, "Just leave if you have something else to tend to. I'm not the same as Hugh. He wants to control you guys, but I don't want to do that. I think there's an endless amount of money to earn in this world. And if there's money, we can earn it together." However, Jasper lifted his eyes to scan their smiling faces. If anyone dares to do any shady business, then what happened to Hugh will not be the worst because there will be something even worse coming. None of us want to see that happening, right? Amidst everyone's silence, John took a sip of his tea. The hidden dragon was finally going to fly into the sky. Chapter 113. Mr. Lane. Hugh is emphatic and domineering, so we all had sorrows that we couldn't voice out. Now that the villain has got his punishment, we'll definitely be well behaved. Someone stood up and said with a grin. His words got the approval of a lot of people. Jasper did not want to bother himself with whether this man was being sincere or not. The pond of this city was too small to accommodate his growth and development. These people would be destined to live in a different world than him in the future. Go now. Jasper waved his hand and left the room with John. At the hotel lobby, Jasper asked John, "Do you need me to find someone to ask about your loan kerfuffles?" John said quickly, "No need. It was difficult back then because he was watching me. Now that he's been defeated, I have a great chance to get away with this. I've been working in this industry for so many years, and there will be some older higher-ups who appreciate me. Plus, this was a trap after all." After this was settled, John felt like he owed Jasper a big one. He did not have the cheek to trouble Jasper anymore. However, he was fearful in secret because he could sense from Jasper's tone that it would be effortless for him to take care of this. John felt that this was outrageous. When did Jasper get to such a high level? Jasper nodded. From the memories of his past life, John was able to make his way to the second-in-command position of the provincial branch before retiring with honor and glory. It was enough to prove that he had something in him. "Mr. Lane, I don't know how can I thank you for this. Perhaps you might not need me anymore in the future, but if you do, just tell me, and I won't hesitate to go through water and tread on fire for you," John said sincerely. Jasper laughed and said, "I didn't help you just to have you make it up to me in the future. I just feel that you were only implicated in this because of me." "You can't say that. After this incident, I came to understand a lot of things. I now know that I can't depend on the brothers I drink together with when I'm in a crisis." John shook his head and sighed sorrowfully. "A friend in need is a friend indeed," said Jasper with a smile. After John expressed his deep gratefulness for Jasper, they parted ways in front of the hotel. After he returned home, Sally asked the moment she saw Jasper, "Why did you come back alone?" Jasper replied, "We were in the province this entire time and had a lot of things going on in the office, so Wendy couldn't make it back in time. You should do more work. How can you leave Wendy alone in the office while you come back alone?" Sally was immediately displeased. "Mom, I'm your son," said Jasper helplessly. "Wendy is more lovable than you. I wanted to have a daughter back then, but you Lanes have a feudal way of thinking and insisted on a boy," Sally said while feeling slightly regretful. Jasper sat down on the sofa and saw a few pieces of crumpled-up tissue paper on the coffee table. He asked in astonishment, "Mom, were you crying? What happened?" Sally sat down and sighed. She said with a miserable look on her face, "Rose Peters is dead." "Rose Peters? Who's Rose Peters?" Jasper frowned and tried to mentally search for this person's information among the family and friends who were close to his family. "Her." Sally pointed at the television and sighed. "She was such a wonderful person. Your father and I loved her skits. Aside from Mr. Robert's skits, hers were the best." Famous actress Mrs. Rose Peters, who was beloved by everyone, passed away early this morning today because of lung cancer. The host's pained voice sounded from the television. Even though it was a local entertainment channel, Rose's death as an artist was still being broadcasted on television, and this showed just how big of an influence Rose had in the country. For example, people around Sally's age would know that actress with an infectious smile. "Oh, her?" Jasper did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not understand. This person was not related to them at all. So why would his mother cry so sadly over her death? "I think she's the only one qualified to be an actress and a star. Look at those young people on television nowadays. They're just androgynous bells and whistles. How can they be called stars? Still, you young people love them so much and call yourself groupies. I think you people need to think properly with your brains." While listening to his mother questioning the taste of the youngsters, Jasper laughed and said, "Mom, you're outdated. Just you wait in the next few years. Those are the ones who are truly androgynous, and the fans will be..." When he said that, Jasper fell silent suddenly. 2 years later, with the economic development, everyone's living standards will increase and showbiz would welcome its boom before truly prospering. Then, toward the end of 2020, any of those celebrities with huge followings would become cash cows. The celebrities who would be shooting to fame in late 2020 were probably suffering in poverty or hardship now. If he dabbled in the entertainment industry, he might not even need to do anything. As long as he signed them and gave them some resources that they were destined to get, then he could just sit home and wait for those cash cows to make money for him. Others aside, the future superstar of Terra, Jay Chou, might still be using other people's recording studios to make his first album. It was this album that launched Jay's music career and dominated the English pop music industry for more than 10 years. Other than that, the women who the simps idolized in the future, Mimi Young, Tinker Bell, and Reba, had yet to make their mark. Even Vicky Bird was just starting out, and she was far from being the mighty figure she became in the future, who no one dared approach. These people were the shiniest cash cows. Throughout the 10 years between 2000 until 2010, the three industries that would make one rich quick were real estate, the stock market, and the entertainment industry. Jasper already had his plans for the first two, so now he could not miss out on the entertainment industry. Why are you lost in thought? Sally's voice woke Jasper from his thoughts. I suddenly remembered something, so I spaced out for a little, Jasper answered without thinking. Wendy's back, so I'm going to heat the chicken soup up for her to warm her body. Sally heard the sound of a car outside and got up to say, Why didn't you tell me there's chicken soup when I got back, just now? Jasper grumbled. Women are weaker, and you're always asking her to do so many things, so of course she'll need this to replenish her health. You're still young, so why do you need chicken soup? Sally said without even turning back. Then, she walked straight into the kitchen. While they were talking, Wendy opened the door to come in. She asked Jasper curiously, I heard your mother's voice just now. What were you talking about? Jasper smiled and said, We were talking about how to build an entertainment empire. Are you interested in being the best actress? Chapter 114. Are you planning to advance into the entertainment industry? Wendy asked as she was sharp and could sense Jasper's intention. As for the last sentence, Wendy ignored it automatically. She was used to this guy spewing nonsense occasionally, so she would treat it as if she had not heard him. The entertainment business is full of potential, Jasper said. When he saw Wendy trying to say something but stopping herself, he asked, You don't agree with me? Wendy sat down and said, No, I'll always support your decisions. However, I'm just worried that we have too much on our plate. On one hand, JW Capital is doing investment, and on the other hand, we're doing real estate too. Would it be a little too much if we venture into the entertainment industry as well? Wendy's concern was reasonable. Some of the companies that were flourishing in one industry would be unable to recover after a minor hitch when they went onto the so-called path of diversification. An example in another country would be the beverage company that was considered the brand of the people. They did not focus on making beverages, but instead, they went on to dabble in real estate and supplements. In the end, their losses almost caused the company to close down. Within the country, it would be Schuler Group. An old fox like Dawson had almost jumped off a building because he went into the capitalist domain with his initiative after being deceived by the Hanks. Naturally, Wendy's concerns were not completely unreasonable. JW Capital's main focus will always be in the finance industry, and our main job will be venture capital. This will never change, Jasper explained attentively. As for the real estate company, it will be another business and your father will be the one managing it. As such, I'm not worried at all. I don't plan to start from scratch regarding our future entertainment business. I want to buy an entertainment company in both mainland and Harbor City. It's the same concept. I can't manage the company myself, so I'll leave the professional things to the professionals. I'll just be responsible for planning the entire project as a whole. Wendy's eyes lit up when she heard what Jasper said. She asked, Are you planning to set up a holding corporation in the future? Jasper smiled and pinched the bridge of Wendy's nose. He said, Smart, the company's system is too small. Although a corporation would be enough to hold a multi-industry development, the framework for a corporation is still pretty limiting. So, I'm planning to cast my net for now. In the future, when the companies from different industries become successful enough, then we can start a holding corporation. In the end, We'll control the subsidiary companies with the holding corporation, and each of the subsidiary companies will be responsible for their own industries. This way, we won't cause a situation where people from outside the industry will need to lead the people from inside the industry. Plus, we won't have the possibility of failing to have a multi-industry development. After he said this, Jasper looked at Wendy and smiled softly. Let me test you. Where will these frameworks usually appear in? Wendy suppressed her excitement and said, Financial groups? That's right, financial groups. Jasper nodded. My goal has never been to expand any company or corporation. That's too small. The only way is to create a true financial group and use it to own a controlling number of shares of the headquarters of different industries. That is the true development of an oligarch economy. Jasper was not the first person to create this framework. For example, Simsing Financial Group, Triton Financial Group, and a lot of other financial groups in the West all developed this way. Even the strongest company would have its limits. For example, Worsoft and Honeydew were both the biggest companies in the world, but Worsoft was good at developing operating systems while Honeydew was good at developing electronic goods. One industry was unable to satisfy Jasper's appetite. He had a chance to be reborn, so if he did not start a financial group and become an oligarch, then what was the difference between him and a dead fish? Back then, my father kept telling me that you're a hidden dragon and you'll fly into the sky one day. I thought he admired you too much and was only talking big. Now, why do I feel that your ambitions are bigger than the hidden dragon? Wendy asked sincerely. Jasper chuckled and said, I've talked to your father, and we'll ask the head of financial affairs to work for half a year in JW Capital. We'll treat this as a temporary transfer. You have to learn from her in these 6 months. Wendy said angrily, Do you think I don't have the ability? Jasper said quickly, No, it's not that. I'm worried that you won't be able to handle things after the industries under our name grow. Chapter 115. I'll definitely let a professional be the one to manage the overall system. However, aside from my parents and you, I won't trust anyone to be in charge of the finances. Wendy grunted softly. She was enjoying the fact that Jasper was trusting her as much as he trusted his parents. But instead, she said, I'll steal all of your money when you're not watching. Whatever is mine belongs to you too, Jasper said with a smile. A faint red tinge appeared on Wendy's face. When he come, I made chicken soup for you. Drink it while it's hot. They brought me an old hen from the hometown, and it's good for you. At this moment, Sally walked over with a bowl of soup. Wendy quickly went over to take it from her. Thank you, Sally, Wendy said sweetly. Her mother passed away when she was young, so she and Dawson had been interdependent this entire time. Even though Dawson spoiled her like she was a treasure, he was still a man and was always busy with work. Aside from materialistic things, it could be said that he was unable to give Wendy the care she needed in life. In these few days, Wendy could feel the motherly love she had lost for so many years from Sally. Naturally, she was very close to her. Sally was beaming with joy as she said warmly, Just tell me anything you want to eat in the future. Don't trouble yourself. Okay. Wendy took small sips of the chicken soup that had been simmered on low heat for long hours. She felt a warm feeling flowing all the way into the deepest part of her heart. Sally turned around in satisfaction when she saw Wendy drinking the soup. Then, she instructed Jasper, Go, call your father over for dinner. That old man hasn't been doing anything after he came here. He's either fishing or playing chess with his friends. He never knows to come back, even when it's time for dinner. 3 days later, Province International Airport. JW Real Estate is operating according to standards now. I've entrusted the designers from the Province Design Institute to come up with something. I'll show you when it's done, Dawson said to Jasper. Jasper nodded and said, No rush. Soon, the people who are constructing the Law's amusement park will arrive. We can communicate with them because, after all, the Laws started from real estate. They'll know more than us. Dawson laughed and said, Don't worry. I'll be watching over JW Real Estate, so there won't be a problem. I'll be leaving then, Jasper said softly to Wendy. After nodding, Wendy said, Come back soon. Jasper smiled and waved at Dawson and Wendy before walking into the security check lane. Oh, that rascal. JW Real Estate was just set in motion, and he's asking me to ask around for any entertainment companies that are on sale because of bad business. How much information does he have in his brain? Dawson sighed ruefully. He could flaunt himself as one of the few successful people in the business world. However, when he looked at Jasper, he felt that he was getting old. He said he wants to get into the entertainment industry. I think he contacted the laws, and that's why he's in such a hurry to go to Harbor City. I heard he has his eyes on an entertainment company that's going to close down and go for sale. Dawson furrowed his brows. He did not have any opinions about Jasper going into the entertainment industry, but he had a feeling that something bad would happen because he remembered that the Hanks had also sent Zayden to Harbor City. However, he had already reminded Jasper, judging from his personality, anyone in this world would suffer a loss before him. Dawson unfurrowed his brows when he thought about this. He said to his daughter, who was almost turning into the widow's rock, "Let's go. Your Aunt Zoe has already arranged for you to learn under the head of financial affairs, so you have to learn from her. If not, you won't be able to handle Jasper's humongous business empire in the future." Chapter 116. Wendy put her arms around Dawson's neck and said coquettishly, "Dad, you're the best." Dawson patted the back of Wendy's hands, which were crossed in front of his body, and said, "You're my one and only daughter. Who else would I do all of this for, if not you? The shares of JW Real Estates are already in your name. In the future, I'll entrust the management team of the entire real estate company to you. Is this appropriate, though?" Wendy betrayed some hesitation. "I'm giving it to you as a gift, so of course it's appropriate. Jasper's a smart man. He understands my intentions." Dawson pondered for a moment, then continued, "Jasper is an outstanding young man. His future won't be limited to just this province. The entire country, or an even larger stage. That's where he should go. I want to seize the opportunity now to arrange a large dowry for you, so that no matter where Jasper ends up in the future, you will always have sufficient authority to speak up." When he frowned and said, "Dad, I haven't even thought this far ahead yet. What's more, Jasper isn't that kind of person." "I don't think he is either," Dawson commented, smiling. "However, given he's such an excellent young man, do you think he'd ever have a shortage of philanderers and lascivious women around him? Even if he does remain faithful to you till the end, you won't lack for rivals. The shares of the JW estate, as well as the future Schuler Group, are the bargaining chips I'm giving you. This isn't for you to strive for favor. It's for you to always have enough to intimidate the women who want to get close to him, so that they'll back off once they're aware of the overwhelming odds against them. I've received inside information that Silva has fully retired and no longer manages anything within the Hanks family. However, Zayden Hanks has been dispatched to Harbor City, so you need to beware." On the plane, Jasper narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling the news Dawson had given him just before departure. It seemed as if the Hanks family really did intend to keep some lingering influence. Before Silva fully relinquished his position, he had used the last of his resources and connections to send Zayden to Harbor City. Surely he was counting on Zayden to open up new prospects in Harbor City to plot their comeback, father and son. From this, Jasper could also consider himself as having gained insight into the power of this sort of large, deeply rooted family. It was absolutely true that old institutions died hard. Even at this point, Silva's reach could still extend into Harbor City. However, the proverbial currents of Harbor City ran many times deeper than that of the province. They were powerful enough that the Law family still did not dare proclaim itself the king of Harbor City. What could Zayden Hanks alone stir up within Harbor City, even if he had the capital that Silva had given him? These were just the ravings of a lunatic. As the plane lifted off into the air, Jasper closed his eyes and temporarily put aside the affairs of the Hanks family. He still had a tough battle to fight in Harbor City. 3 hours later, the plane eventually landed at the Harbor City International Airport. As he came out of the airport after going through customs, from far away, Jasper noticed a Rolls-Royce parked conspicuously by the side of the road. In Harbor City, one could customize the numbers and letters on their own license plates. For example, a car with a single number 9 on its license plate belonged to a tycoon in the entertainment industry of Harbor City. Anyone would recognize it anywhere. It was worth 13 million Harbor dollars. Furthermore, The license plate of the Rolls-Royce before his eyes was known to everyone in Harbor City. Law. These 3 letters represented the Law family. As for the value of that particular license plate, unless they were mad, no one would even consider trying to buy this license plate, no matter what the price. That would be the equivalent of a death wish. Manhwa, Mr. Lane, you have quite the reputation. Henry Law, who was standing by the car, had spoken of out of habit before immediately realizing that he had said the wrong thing. After forcibly correcting himself, his face was still wooden with displeasure. This is old Master Law's car. He requested the driver to pick you up with this vehicle to show how much the Law family values you. The person who spoke was Anna Law. Chapter 117. Please extend my gratitude to the old master on my behalf, Jasper said sincerely to Anna. Although it were the Laws who had asked for him, they had treated him with enough respect in all aspects regardless. Jasper was not one to have an exaggerated opinion of his own ability. He respected old Master Law, and his words were spoken from the heart. You should convey this to the old master yourself, Anna said with a smile. All right, little sis, you've picked up the man. I'm leaving now. Henry took the opportunity to say this just as Jasper was getting into the car. Anna furrowed her brows and said, Grandfather wants to invite Jasper for dinner at home tonight. Where are you running off to? Oh, shucks. Grandfather also knows that I don't fancy these kinds of occasions. I've already made plans with a friend, so I'll be going off first. As Henry finished saying this, he sped off in a hurry. Anna sighed. Turning around, she got into the car. The same moment the driver started the car, Anna said to Jasper apologetically, My brother, he's in truth a bit rude, so please don't mind him. Not at all. From the way he sees it, we're simply not individuals from the same world. It's not surprising that we might not have things to talk about. Jasper actually understood this clearly. Apart from his group of scoundrels, who else would be of the same world as he, said Anna unhappily. As they sat in the car, there was a faint feminine fragrance coming from his side. This fragrance was not heady and carried with it the slight scent of perfume. Ordinary women certainly wore perfume, as not all women had a natural bodily fragrance. Like for Wendy, she did not really fancy using perfume as her body was naturally pleasant-smelling. It was different for Anna, though. The perfume on her body was supplemented by the scent of her own body, making it even more fragrant. Even though it was not heavy, the level of its intensity was one that tugged at heartstrings the most. Jasper felt some discomfort sitting in the same car with both of them, so close together. They were so close that the two could clearly feel each other's breath and heartbeat. This is the first time you came to Harbor City. This is the first time I'm in Harbor City. The both of them opened their mouths and spoke at the same time, then stopped at the same time as well. Looking at each other, the two began laughing. The previously awkward but charming atmosphere immediately dispersed. You speak first, Anna said softly. Jasper smiled lightly. I wanted to say that this is my first time coming to Harbor City, and I'm not familiar with the place. I'd like to ask you to bring me around Harbor City later. I heard that Victoria Harbor is the most beautiful at night. Anna's face turned a faint red. She nodded and said, I was just about to say the same. I'll be your tour guide when you're free tomorrow. As they chatted happily, the car drove quietly on the road and gradually left the bustling city. Sassoon Road, Repulse Bay. As the top wealthiest district of Harbor City, almost all of the 4 wealthiest and most powerful families in Harbor City lived here. 33 was the residence of the Law family. In Harbor City, the huge gap between the rich and the poor could be seen from the housing. 99% of the people in Harbor City lived in cramped coffin rooms with family members essentially piling up on one another. For a large family like the Laws, the area occupied by their house was so extravagant that their wealth had soared within this rich port city. Entering through the gates of the villa and bypassing the garden lawn, Jasper then arrived at the door of the villa. To his surprise, Zachary Law himself was actually waiting at the door. This action showed that the Laws were really treating him like a distinguished guest. Chapter 118. Jasper, we meet again. Zachary walked over with a loud laugh when he saw Jasper getting down from the car. As he spoke, he smiled heartily while firmly shaking hands with Jasper and patting Jasper's shoulder with his free hand. Jasper smiled and replied, I'm sorry to bother you with my coming to Harbor City this time. Zachary returned with a smile as well and said, It's no bother. It's our responsibility to host you as the owner of this place. With that, Zachary guided Jasper into the manor. He said as he walked, How's the scenery of Harbor City on the way from the airport? Jasper thought for a moment and sincerely said, I saw prosperity along the way. I also saw opportunities everywhere. Zachary said meaningfully, Young people are full of vitality. Your vision is indeed different. Come on, the old master is in the backyard. I've talked to him about you, and he really wants to meet you, Zachary said. Following Zachary to the backyard, Jasper saw an elderly man in loose, everyday clothes wearing a straw hat. He was doing weeding work in a small vegetable garden. Frankly speaking, Jasper really did not expect this to be how his first meeting with the corporate legend Old Master Law would turn out. Typically, when the old master has nothing to do, he likes to keep himself busy in this small vegetable garden. There's nothing we can do about it, Zachary explained, and then walked toward the vegetable garden. At this moment, Old Master Law saw the two of them. Ignoring Zachary, who was walking over, he beckoned to Jasper and motioned for him to come over. Jasper entered the vegetable garden and smiled. Old Master, you're as fit as fiddle. The old master was born in 1923 and was now at a venerable age of 77. Old Master Law leaned on the garden hoe, his forehead slightly sweaty. He took in a breath and smiled. There's a lack of energy to do other things when one is old, but it instead feels meaningful to be in a vegetable garden. Come here, youngin', come over and talk. Jasper went to the old master's side. The two of them finally had the opportunity to take a good look at each other at this moment. The old master was very lean. He was not a tall man, nor was he what novels might describe as ruthlessly ambitious or intractable. His whole bearing was not redolent of the domineering aura of the sort of people who enjoyed simply lording over everyone. On the contrary, he looked more like an ordinary old farmer. It was just that his eyes were very bright. Although he was nearly 80 years old, his gaze was not murky but full of vitality. The old master scanned Jasper from head to toe and complimented, Not bad. Youngin', come here and have a look. How's my vegetable garden? The old master asked rather proudly. Jasper looked over and noticed that the vegetable garden was not big, but it was obvious that someone took great care of it every day. Some of the vegetables were growing up well. If it were ordinary people, they would be racking their brains to think of praise and flattery, regardless of the situation. Jasper, however, shook his head. Old master, you've planted them wrongly. The old master was taken aback. He asked, How is it wrong? Jasper pointed to a tomato seedling and the cucumber seedling next to it, saying, Old master, tomatoes and cucumbers cannot be planted together. Cucumbers have relatively shallow roots and need to be watered regularly, but tomatoes are the opposite. They have deep roots and low water requirements. If these two are planted together, either the cucumbers will die from underwatering or the tomatoes will die from overwatering. Only a child born in a farmer's family, like me, would know such things. The old master slapped his forehead and said with a sudden realization, So that's why I've been unable to grow the tomatoes. Alas, knowledge obtained from books indeed feels shallow. Zachary, who was not far away, was sweating profusely. He never really expected the old master and Jasper, where the age gap between the two was more than 50 years, to have such a great conversation on the topic of growing vegetables. Anna, who had come over to his side at some point, burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Zachary asked curiously. Anna looked at the two people in the vegetable garden and said, Before this, Grandpa wouldn't even listen when told to rest more, but it's all right now. Grandpa will probably be embarrassed to show off the garden hoe again now that somebody has revealed his flaws. Chapter 119. At this moment, Old Master Law smiled and said to Jasper, As a matter of fact, you'll understand how to be a person after living long. The principle is the same when it comes to growing vegetables. From loosening the soil to sowing the seeds, fertilizing and watering, then waiting for the flowers to bloom and bear fruit. Each process has to be done meticulously in its rightful order. Problems may occur at every stage. If the quality of the soil is not good enough, the seeds won't grow. Too much fertilizer and the roots will burn, but too little fertilizer and they will wilt. Too much water and the veggies will be waterlogged, but too little water and they will dry up. Everything has to be just right. Jasper nodded in deep agreement. The smallest piece of land may be no more than a few square feet, but it still possesses great wisdom. Old Master Law said cheerfully. I heard from Zachary that you promised to help the Law family earn back the 9 billion? Jasper said solemnly. I'm certain of it. However, Old Master Law waved his hand and said, there's no need to feel pressured. The Law family enjoys making friends, even more so with young talents like you. When there's a lot of money, it's just a string of numbers. The Law family is still the Law family regardless of that 9 billion. You don't have to worry about it. Jasper smiled and said, I am, of course, impressed that Old Master Law is able to look at the bright side of things, but I plan to seize this opportunity to lay a solid foundation for myself, so I can't let it slip by. If there's anything you need, you can let Zachary know. The Law family will provide you with all the help you need, Old Master Law said. Thank you, Old Master Law. Jasper did not pretend to be modest. Showing up in Harbor City and standing in the Law family's manor had already proven the alliance between the two parties. The Law family needed him, and he also needed the Law family. The main intention when it came to helping each other out was to form an alliance. I'm tired, I'll be heading upstairs to rest. You can look around the Law family's manor while you wait to have dinner together in the evening, said Old Master Law. All right, Jasper smiled and said. The two of them walked out of the vegetable garden with Jasper right behind Old Master Law. Dad, don't work on this vegetable garden anymore. Just leave it to the servants, said Zachary. Grandpa, I'll help you upstairs, Anna said with a sweet smile. It's still my granddaughter who understands me. Old Master Law smiled and patted Anna's hand, then said to Zachary peevishly, you just need to mind your business. I don't see any prospects from you even at this age, yet you still want to lecture me every day. Jasper stood beside Zachary and watched Old Master Law leave. It would be too foolish to think that he was just an ordinary old man because of his appearance. This old man was considered to be the real hero of Harbor City. Like any other wealthy family, even the richest Caucasian family, the Langdon family, had encountered violent criminals kidnapping their son. However, the Law family had for many years stood firm against the wind and rain. No one from either law enforcement or the mafias dared to touch them, and why was that? It was because Old Master Law of the Law family was still around. This old man was a big shot who had connections in both sides of the laws and clever means. The Law family had also been involved in arms dealings back in the early years. Besides, very few people knew that the Law family held a lot of shares in the gambling industry in Harbor City. Back then, the king of gambling had offended Old Master Law, and the latter said to him, never step into Harbor City for as long as I live. The king of gambling was so scared that he had yet to step into Harbor City till this day. In the past, it was only after Old Master Law died did the king of gambling dare enter Harbor City free and easy again. It could be seen that while Old Master Law had long retired and was busy with his vegetable garden every day, his name could still keep the entirety of Harbor City and Alma City in his control. There was a saying that everyone in the elite circle knew. Old Master Law was the first and only true top businessman since the economic reformation. It was not an exaggeration to say that Old Master Law's ability had surpassed the heavens. Chapter 120, Jasper, I heard you started an investment company in mainland? After Old Master Law had gone upstairs to have a rest, Zachary took Jasper for a walk in the backyard and asked the latter casually. Jasper was not surprised that Zachary knew about this. After all, investigating his background would be an effortless task for the Law family and their capabilities. My capabilities are limited and I can't perform specific tasks, so I can only provide the money and let the professionals do what the professionals do best, Jasper smiled and said. Zachary laughed and then said, the lower class work using effort, the middle class work using talent, and the upper class work using people. Jasper chuckled and said, in fact, in my opinion, this is a golden age, especially in mainland where opportunities are everywhere. Start a little earlier, and you may have some preemptive opportunities in the future. Zachary nodded and said, Your investment company has invested in an internet company called Terryzone Incorporated. You seem to be very optimistic about the internet industry. Jasper nodded. The internet is the general trend of the future. This is what the generation has chosen. Zachary did not comment on that. Jasper knew very well that all the rich and powerful in Harbor City of today were still sticking to traditional industries apart from a few others. It was not that traditional industries did not make money, but these people had become accustomed to cultivating deeply in the field they were good at. They did not understand the internet, nor were they optimistic about it. The issue of the rich having limited vision was not exclusive to Harbor City. It was the same in many places. The present performance of the internet companies in the stock market indeed makes people green with envy, Zachary said. The Law family also has some investments in Harbor City stocks, but the current turmoil in Harbor City stocks has been treacherous and the market is a bit unpredictable. Several recent investments have failed, and comments against the Law family from the outside world are uproarious, which is very troublesome. Jasper immediately recalled something about the Law family from the memory of his previous life. In his previous life, the Law family at this time had suffered a loss of $9 billion as well and had been looking for opportunities to earn back what they had lost. However, matters in the financial world could never be done in a hurry. The Law family had made several investments. Although there were gains and losses and still a slight profit overall, it was not worth mentioning when compared to their investments and the risks taken. For example, if one earned $10,000 from spending $1 million while risking the possible loss of $500,000, should one really think that such an investment was successful? It was without a doubt a failure. That was because the cost and risks were too high and not worth the profits. Furthermore, according to the timeline, the Law family should have bought Hansel Index by now. This was the Law family's last financial investment because they had lost $800 million at once in this investment. $800 million was not a big deal for the Law family, but this failure had driven the family to completely abandon the financial capital market and return to the traditional industries of real estate and shipbuilding. Is Mr. Law betting that Harbor City's stocks will fall? Jasper asked according to the information from the memory of his previous life. Zachary said in surprise, "Yes." "How do you know?" Jasper thought for a moment and said, "Can you look at Harbor City stocks here at home, Mr. Law?" Zachary nodded. "Come with me." With Zachary's guidance, Jasper came to a study room. After switching on the computer, Zachary ushered Jasper to take a seat in front of the computer while he himself stood by and watched. "How much did the Law family buy?" Jasper asked. $1 billion. Zachary sighed. Because the stock that we're betting on is falling, the recent rise in Hansel Index also means that the Law family account now has a loss of at least $200 million. But we're ready to increase our investment. As long as the Hansel Index drops later, we will not only gain back our previous losses, but also earn a lot of money. Jasper smiled, shook his head, and said, "Mr. Law, you and your analyst, along with most of the richest people in Harbor City, are wrong." Since his rebirth, Jasper knew very well that Hansel Index Harbor City stock will continue to rise above 18,000 points soon, maybe even today. What was more, the burst of the internet economy bubble that was soon to come would cause the Hansel Index to plummet immediately, erasing more than $100 billion worth of wealth in an instant. 3 years later, under Harbor City's rooftops, there would be many bodies of those who jumped off buildings due to their bankruptcy. What do you mean? Do you think it'll rise above 18,000 points? Zachary asked in astonishment. Jasper nodded and said, "It's now the last carnival of the capital, and the amount involved has reached trillions of dollars. Besides, the stock market of both Harbor City and the United States are closely intertwined. Several of the major financial giants have poured in nearly $1 trillion in funds with the prosperity of the internet economy, and good news will continue to come." Zachary frowned deeply. He paced a few steps at where he was before looking at Jasper seriously, asking, "What would you do if it were you?" "Accept all the losses, then take out as much cash as possible to buy it all up." Jasper raised his head and looked at Zachary. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, making him look confident and crazed. The Hansel Index will definitely surpass 18,000 points. Although he was mentally prepared, Zachary still found it a little outrageous in the face of Jasper's confidence. With this back and forth, There's at least a billion-level gap. Are you confident that it will be as you think? Zachary asked seriously. Jasper tapped his finger on the tabletop lightly and said indifferently, Mr. Law, if you believe in me, just do as I say. If you don't, it's useless no matter how much I say.